Did you know? Over 70% of the Earth is covered by ocean, and hidden beneath those waters lie millions of shipwrecks, ancient cargo ships, sunken war vessels, lost treasures buried for centuries. Most people hear that and think, wealth, fame, history, but not him. Meet Xiao Peng, a man with a very different perspective. To him, those legendary shipwrecks? Treasure. No, that's just trash. Because Xiao Peng isn't a treasure hunter. He calls himself something else, a marine cleaner. While others dream of discovering gold, Xiao Peng simply dives into the ocean and thinks, if it's down there, it belongs to me. With unmatched skill and fearless determination, he explores the deepest parts of the sea, one wreck after another. Ancient relics, precious cargo, lost fortunes forgotten by time, all of it recovered, all of it claimed. What others consider impossible, Xiao Peng treats like a daily job. The ocean floor? That's his workplace. And every shipwreck? Another opportunity. As his legend spreads, people begin to realize something terrifying. The oceans, once vast and unknowable, are slowly being emptied by one man. Because to Xiao Peng, there's no such thing as lost treasure. Only treasure that hasn't been picked up yet. This is the story of the man who turned the entire ocean into his personal treasure vault. The ocean is full of treasure, and he's taking all of it. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven. Marseille, a beautiful port city in southern France, is world-renowned for its beaches and sunshine. Many people assume Paris is France's most popular tourist destination, but in fact, Marseille receives the most tourists annually, with millions flocking from around the world. This includes a large number of Chinese tourists who come to dive, swim, and admire the lavender fields. At midnight, a young Chinese man carrying diving gear appeared on David Beach. After warming up, he donned his gear, turned on his headlamp, and dived into the sea. His name is Xiao Peng, and he's not a tourist, but an employee. His job is to dive and clean up underwater trash, a job commonly known as underwater cleaner. David Beach is a popular tourist attraction in Marseille, receiving a large number of visitors daily. These tourists discard a lot of trash and sometimes leave personal belongings in the sea. Xiao Peng's job is to clean up this underwater debris. This job isn't as simple as it seems. During the day, the beach needs to accommodate tourists, and cleaning up trash could negatively impact the beach's environment, so this work is done at night. Night diving demands a high level of skill from divers because safety is compromised. Therefore, a minimum PADI Level 3 certification is mandatory for this job. Generally, Level 2 certification is sufficient for most diving enthusiasts. Level 3 certification is rare. Besides, wouldn't it be better to become a diving instructor with a Level 3 certification? Why come here to clean up underwater trash? It's exhausting and doesn't pay well. Xiao Peng also wanted to be a diving instructor, but Marseille has a surplus of diving instructors, and they only trust locals. So, his main job is cleaning up trash, though he sometimes gets opportunities to work part-time as a diving instructor, specifically for Chinese tourists who don't speak French. This job isn't as easy as it seems. Marseille is in the Mediterranean, the water is crystal clear, and the behavior of foreigners isn't as good as the media portrays. There's countless pieces of trash on the seabed. Each dive takes Xiao Peng a long time. As the saying goes, never turn your hobby into your job. Xiao Peng used to enjoy diving, but since taking this job, he's developed a fear of the sea. Sigh. Xiao Peng sighed inwardly after tossing the broken sunglasses, missing a lens, that he had just found into his bag on the seabed. The most important thing to be careful about when cleaning up underwater trash is glass, because it can easily cut tourists. His boss, Pierre, was a complete jerk, and he didn't want to cause him any more trouble over this. Xiao Peng, wearing a headlamp, looked around the seabed. Finding a piece of glass on such a large beach was no easy task. A small reflection in the distance caught Xiao Peng's attention. It was in a slightly deeper reef area. Curious, Xiao Peng swam over, and there was a piece of glass stuck in a crevice in the rocks. If he had known it was here, he wouldn't have come over. What tourist would dare venture into the reef area? But he still picked up the lens and put it in his bag. After all, it was a job requirement. Just as he was about to swim back, he suddenly noticed a large pile of white plastic bags floating in the water. Who's so heartless? Throwing such a huge plastic bag into the sea? If he didn't recycle such a large piece of plastic waste, he'd really lose his job if someone saw it. He quickly swam towards the plastic bag, but unexpectedly, the plastic bag was floating faster than him. Xiao Peng sensed something was wrong. He couldn't feel any undercurrents nearby. How could this plastic bag be floating so fast? He shone his diving light on the plastic bag, and when he saw it clearly, he almost cursed. What the hell is this? Xiao Peng even wondered if he was hallucinating. The The white object in front of him wasn't a plastic bag, but a jellyfish, and an octopus was entangled with it. It looked more like they were fighting. Whether it's a jellyfish or an octopus, they're both very common in the ocean, but this combination just looked abnormal. When have you ever heard of a jellyfish and an octopus fighting? This octopus is a common Mediterranean octopus. It's not that it's so common that it's called that, its scientific name is Octopus scutellatus, and it's generally called a true octopus in China. But that jellyfish is clearly extraordinary. According to biological knowledge, the jellyfish Xiao Peng saw is a monster. This jellyfish has a bell-shaped body about 1 meter in diameter, and its tentacles are even longer, around 7 or 8 meters long. For a jellyfish, this size isn't particularly large. The largest known jellyfish is the Arctic lion's mane jellyfish, with a bell-shaped body nearly 3 meters in diameter and tentacles reaching 40 meters in length. Even the Akaisen jellyfish, often used in China for jellyfish skin, has a bell-shaped body over 1 meter long and tentacles over 10 meters long. However, here's the problem: these large jellyfish generally belong to the orders Saccharostozo or Rhizostomia. This jellyfish, however, clearly belongs to the order Cubozoa. The biggest difference between Cubozoa and common jellyfish is that while the bell-shaped body of most jellyfish is round, that of Cubozoa is cubic, with the edges of the bell also being quadrilateral. But even the largest bell-shaped body of a cubic jellyfish is only about the size of a palm. Where can you find such a massive creature with a bell-shaped body over a meter in diameter? Regardless of the type, cubic jellyfish are all highly venomous to humans. For example, the Australian cubic jellyfish, considered one of the world's top 10 most venomous jellyfish, is a type of cubic jellyfish. A human touched by it will die within 30 seconds to 5 minutes. And cubic jellyfish have another terrifying characteristic: they have a habit of actively hunting. If we were to enlarge it to the size of the Australian cubic jellyfish, this giant cubic jellyfish could probably even kill a blue whale, right? But what about that octopus? Not only was it not killed by this monster jellyfish, but it seems to have gained the upper hand in the struggle. This is utterly illogical. When encountering such a formidable creature, the best course of action is to flee. Curiosity killed the cat, that's no exaggeration. Without a second thought, Xiao Peng turned and swam towards the shore. But after only a few strokes, Xiao Peng felt a sharp pain in his back. Even though he was in the sea, he felt cold sweat pouring down his back. As a seasoned swimmer, Xiao Peng knew perfectly well that this stinging pain was caused by a jellyfish attack. It was a cubic jellyfish. Its venom could be deadly. Just then, the octopus that had been fighting the jellyfish swam over and attached itself to Xiao Peng's diving mask, conveniently snapping his snorkel. Damn it! Xiao Peng felt everything go black and then quickly lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Peng regained consciousness, only to find himself in complete darkness. Am I dead? Is this hell? Why can't I see anything? Xiao Peng was terrified by his recent experience, and the complete darkness only intensified his fear. But soon he sensed something was wrong. He was lying on sand, while seawater was constantly crashing against his body from behind. What kind of hell is this? He reached down and unfastened his diving mask, only to be met with a look of exasperation. A layer of seaweed had been blocking the light. He looked around. He was lying face down on David Beach. The scariest thing is scaring yourself. Xiao Peng angrily threw his diving mask aside. Was I hallucinating just now? How could there be jellyfish and octopuses fighting? But as soon as he finished speaking, he gasped. He had lightning-shaped red marks on his body, clearly from a jellyfish attack. Even more terrifying, his hands had red marks left from being sucked by octopus suckers, looking like he'd just had cupping done. Xiao Peng frowned deeply. It seemed what he'd encountered underwater wasn't a hallucination, it was all real. He couldn't understand what had happened underwater. But this wasn't surprising. Humans simply don't understand the ocean. We understand Mars better than we understand the ocean. Xiao Peng was easygoing. If he couldn't figure it out, he simply wouldn't think about it. He packed up his diving gear, put it on his bicycle, and decided to go home and rest. He rode his bicycle to the old port of Marseille, not far from David Beach. His so-called home was a small sailboat moored in the old port. The French have a strong vacation culture, and in the summer, everyone flocks to the seaside. Many people simply buy sailboats and moor them here for their own leisure time. The boat Xiao Peng is staying on belonged to a wealthy Parisian who bought it for vacations. Xiao Peng lives on the boat regularly, and in exchange, he cleans and maintains it and pays mooring fees. This boat is an entry-level sailboat from the French brand Beneteau, model Fons 22. It's only 22 feet long, which is a little over 6 meters. It's just right for a family of 3, but any more than that would be cramped. A new boat like this here would cost over 60,000 euros. For that wealthy Parisian, this is a drop in the ocean. He bought one on a whim during his vacation, and since he couldn't take it back to Paris afterward, he figured it was better to have Xiao Peng stay and look after it than to hire someone to maintain it or leave it to its own devices. Xiao Peng entered the sailboat, not even bothering to clean himself. He tossed his diving gear aside and collapsed onto the bed in the cabin. Exhausted and frightened by what had just happened, all he wanted was a good night's sleep so he could go to the hospital for a checkup the next day. His scars were quite frightening. Xiao Peng was sound asleep when his phone suddenly rang, waking him. Seeing the caller ID displayed the words God of Wealth, he quickly answered, "Hello, Daniel, what's up?" This Daniel was a local from Marseille who owned a diving equipment shop. His main business was selling and renting diving gear, but his side business was taking tourists on low-cost diving trips, a practice known as black market tour guiding. Why did Xiao Peng call him God of Wealth? Because Daniel didn't have a diving license, so whenever Chinese tourists came, they would hire Xiao Peng as a diving instructor, earning him €200 a day, much more than cleaning up underwater trash. "Xiao, what could I possibly need to call you for?" Daniel said on the other end of the line. "Two Chinese tourists want to go diving today." Xiao Peng remembered his injury from last night. Making money is valuable, but life is more precious, he thought. Just as he was about to turn down the job, he was surprised to find that his scars had disappeared. How could he have healed so quickly? Xiao Peng stared wide-eyed as he checked himself. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong. This is really strange. Daniel on the other end of the phone didn't hear Xiao Peng's reply for a long time, just repeatedly saying, "Hello, hello." Xiao Peng finally snapped out of his daze when he heard the voice on the other end, "Daniel, I'm here. I thought my phone was broken after you didn't say anything for so long." Daniel said, "When are you coming?" After confirming that his scars were gone, Xiao Peng hurriedly said, "I'll be there after I wash up." "Hurry up, the guests are already here," Daniel said impatiently. After hanging up, Xiao Peng was surprisingly unhurried. Yesterday's events were truly unbelievable. Being attacked by both an octopus and a jellyfish simultaneously. Who else in the world besides me has ever experienced the same treatment? Countless Marvel blockbusters tell us, to become a superhero, the rich rely on technology, the poor on mutation. Tony Parker got bitten by a spider and became Spider-Man. Eddie Brock was burrowed into his body by a sludge and became Venom. Now I've been stung by jellyfish and scratched by an octopus. Can't I become a jellyfish man or octopus man? Ahem, every man has a touch of childishness, right? Speaking of which, what special abilities do jellyfish man and octopus man have? Stinging? Inhaling? Spraying ink? Or turning into a limp, soft mollusk? Thinking of this, Xiao Peng suddenly turned pale with shock. He jumped out of bed, grabbed his underwear, and checked it. Thank goodness, it wasn't soft. While Xiao Peng was still lost in his own thoughts, the phone rang again. Daniel practically yelled, "Xiao, what are you doing? Why aren't you here yet?" This was a big spender, not someone to be trifled with, so Xiao Peng quickly explained, "Daniel, I'm organizing my diving gear. The valve on the oxygen tank malfunctioned last night. Damn it, just use mine." Daniel said angrily, "Are you saying you don't want to work with me anymore?" Hearing this, Xiao Peng didn't even bother to wash up before rushing out. Why did he leave his home and come to France? To make money, of course. Working with Daniel during the tourist season could bring in a considerable income. Offending this moneymaker was no joke. He hurriedly hopped on his bicycle and arrived at Daniel's diving equipment shop. It wasn't far from David Beach and the old port of Marseille. When Xiao Peng arrived, he saw Daniel standing there with two girls. The two girls, one tall and one short, wore large sunglasses that covered half their faces, obscuring their features. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Xiao Peng stopped his bicycle and shook hands with the two girls. "Are you of Chinese descent?" the taller girl asked in Mandarin. Xiao Peng shook his head, "A true blue Chinese, just working here." Hearing this, the shorter girl breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're Chinese. We wouldn't dare go overseas with foreigners." But even as she said this, her eyes kept darting towards Daniel. Daniel steered the boat to a popular dive site not far from the old port of Marseille, about 40 nautical miles from the coast. Underwater lay an ancient Egyptian-style shipwreck, now a popular diving attraction. Many such dive sites exist along the Mediterranean coast. The Mediterranean has historically been a trade route connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe, and countless shipwrecks lie there. Many of these wrecks are now tourist attractions. Daniel said there's an ancient shipwreck at the dive site today. The taller girl, Miao Pei, was skeptical that Daniel would take them to a place with an ancient shipwreck. Xiao Peng, who was inspecting his diving equipment, smiled and explained to Miao Pei's question, "That's right. It should be an ancient merchant ship that's several hundred years old." Miao Pei asked, puzzled, "Shouldn't such artifacts be protected? How can you just let tourists dive and visit them?" Xiao Peng smiled wryly, "If there were too many, they wouldn't be considered treasures. There are probably 3 million shipwrecks in the world's oceans, and since the Mediterranean has been a trade route since ancient times, at least 500,000 ships from various periods have sunk here. It's nothing special." Miao Pei's eyes widened. "You said this ship is hundreds of years old, so does that mean it has a lot of antiques?" Xiao Peng laughed so hard he could barely stand up straight. "It is ancient enough, but you're saying the things on the ship are antiques. That's probably not enough. What's that saying? Garbage left for 1,000 years is still garbage. That ship below is just a small, single-deck cargo ship, similar to the sampans commonly used by fishermen on our coast. The crew and cargo all have to stay on deck. The cargo on the ship consists of those 1-meter-tall pottery jars, the kind that only have archaeological value, not collectible value. If they were valuable, wouldn't we have scooped them all up long ago instead of letting you come and visit? Miao Pei covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this. You're right. But why would they use such ships as merchant vessels? It's too unsafe. Xiao Peng explained, the Mediterranean Sea is an inland sea. Except for the Strait of Gibraltar connecting to the Atlantic Ocean, it's almost entirely surrounded by land. Therefore, it has the so-called Mediterranean climate. In summer, the sea is almost calm, while in winter, it's windy, rough, and rainy. That's why those refugees dare to cross the Mediterranean in rafts. However, this isn't absolute, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many shipwrecks, right? Don't be fooled by the large number of shipwrecks now. In fact, at least 99% of them haven't been discovered yet. The ocean is just too vast. Miao Pei looked on with longing. According to you, these shipwrecks must hold endless wealth. Salvaging them would definitely make a fortune. Xiao Peng shook his head with a wry smile. Hey beautiful, you're a college student, why do you keep talking about money? Miao Pei replied, what doesn't cost money these days? If I didn't have money, I couldn't have come to France for travel, right? Didn't you come to Marseille to work for money too? Xiao Peng nodded. Okay, you're right, money is indeed important, but you're oversimplifying the issue. Simple. Miao Pei didn't understand Xiao Peng's meaning. Xiao Peng explained, well, from the perspective of an old sea monster, those so-called undersea treasure hunts are actually just fooling laymen. All the known shipwrecks in the Mediterranean have been thoroughly searched, and all the valuables on board have been taken. Then can't we look for undiscovered shipwrecks? Didn't you say there are a lot of undiscovered shipwrecks? Miao Pei retorted. Xiao Peng laughed heartily after hearing this. Finding an undiscovered shipwreck is harder than climbing to heaven. You need to invest a tremendous amount of energy and time in investigating historical records. After all, there are so many shipwrecks, you need to investigate to determine which one is valuable. Furthermore, even if you find valuable information about a shipwreck, locating its sinking point is even harder. Salvaging a ship in the ocean and finding a needle in a haystack are essentially the same thing. An average ocean salvage company needs 7 years to search for an unknown shipwreck. And if the shipwreck is located at a depth of 300 meters or more, then high-tech equipment is required. And this equipment is very expensive. Let me put it this way, you can't run an underwater salvage company without tens of millions of euros, and that's a minimum. If you equip it with deep-sea submersibles, it'll easily cost several hundred million euros. Miao Pei thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I did think too simply. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you mention that salvaging at depths of 300 meters or more requires high-tech equipment? Xiao Peng explained, the best personal diving suits currently available can only reach a depth of 322 meters. For beginners like you who haven't undergone systematic training, I wouldn't dare take you more than 15 meters. To be precise, 99.99% of diving enthusiasts in the world won't dive deeper than 40 meters. Miao Pei, being a university student, understood immediately. Is it because of ocean pressure? Xiao Peng nodded. That's right. If you dive more than 300 meters, the pressure you experience is equivalent to having a 540-pound person standing on your skin, tiptoeing and doing ballet. If you dive more than 1,500 meters, the pressure is equivalent to an entire division of soldiers stacking on top of you. And if you dive more than 3,000 meters? Haha, that's equivalent to having 13 Statue of Liberty statues on top of you. Tell me, can you salvage a deep-sea shipwreck without high-tech equipment? Miao Pei stuck out her tongue. That's terrifying. What you've said makes me afraid to go into the sea. Xiao Peng laughed. Don't worry, the water where we're going is only a little over 10 meters deep. As long as you follow my instructions, there won't be any danger. Even if something goes wrong, you can rest assured with me here. I guarantee you won't have any problems. Miao Pei smiled. I feel relieved to hear that. Your words make me feel very safe. What are you all chatting about so happily? A short girl watching Daniel pilot the sailboat at the stern asked curiously. Her name is Wang Xuan, and she and Miao Pei are college classmates. They're traveling together during their vacation. Miao Pei replied, we're exploring the mysteries of the ocean. Wang Xuan carefully made her way to Miao Pei, leaned close to her, and whispered in her ear, when we get there, you and Xiao Peng go diving first. I'll stay on the boat with Daniel for a while. I think I'm in love. Miao Pei looked at Wang Xuan with a dark expression. Hey Wang Xuan, you've been in love at least 6 times on this trip, haven't you? This time it's for real. You always say that. Xiao Peng, head down, was organizing his diving gear, unaware of the whispered conversation between the two. But once they reached the dive site and the boat was moored, Daniel winked at him, gesturing for him to take Miao Pei into the water first. Xiao Peng understood everything then. People change when they leave their familiar environment. Back in China, Xiao Peng was a hot-tempered young man, but after a few years abroad, his edges had been almost completely smoothed out. He'd seen many international students who were well-behaved at home but became completely different after leaving. Like Wang Xuan, she probably wasn't like this in China, but after coming abroad, she completely let loose. Xiao Peng had seen far too many like her in Marseille. So, Xiao Peng wasn't surprised at all that Daniel was attracted to Wang Xuan instead of Miao Pei. Miao Pei was the epitome of beauty in Eastern aesthetics, slender, tall, with double eyelids and large eyes. In China, she would be a goddess in the eyes of countless men. And Wang Xuan? While she wasn't fat, she was considerably more rounded than Miao Pei, and her skin was quite dark, with single eyelids and no distinctive features. In China, she would have been just an ordinary girl. But things are different in France. In the eyes of foreigners, can your Chinese eyes be as big as ours? Can your skin be as fair as ours? Their aesthetic standards for Asians are completely different from those of the Chinese. Just look at the costumes of the female characters in Disney's live-action Mulan to understand their aesthetic views. In short, what you think is ugly, we think is beautiful. What you think is beautiful, we think is ugly. Xiao Peng welcomed Wang Xuan's decision not to go underwater. After all, taking care of one novice underwater requires different amounts of effort than taking care of two, and he was happy to have an easier time. After helping Miao Pei put on her diving gear and checking it again, he jumped into the sea first to wait for her. Miao Pei, preparing to follow Xiao Peng into the sea, noticed something amiss. Xiao Peng, are you all right? Daniel and Wang Xuan, hearing Miao Pei's cry, looked at Xiao Peng and also noticed something was wrong. Xiao Peng was now motionless in the sea, looking dazed, as if someone had paralyzed him. Xiao Peng. The people on the boat called Xiao Peng's name in unison. At this moment, Xiao Peng snapped out of his daze and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, I think I saw a shark in the sea when I went in. Don't go in yet, wait here for me a moment, I'll go down and scout." Without waiting for a reply from the people on the boat, he put on his mask and submerged into the sea. What the people on the boat didn't notice was that while descending, Xiao Peng secretly turned off the valve on his oxygen tank. He had felt very uneasy ever since he entered the water. He felt as if he could breathe underwater. He felt his skin constantly transmitting oxygen and carbon dioxide into his body. Xiao Peng's first thought was of jellyfish. Jellyfish breathe through their skin on the seabed. The digestive cavity inside a jellyfish has two functions: digesting food and transporting oxygen and carbon dioxide. This is one of the oldest methods of respiration on Earth. Xiao Peng was somewhat surprised. Had he really turned into a jellyfish? His dive to the ocean depths brought a new discovery. His eyesight had undergone a dramatic transformation. Shipwrecks and reefs were now clearly visible. Although the Mediterranean Sea is relatively clear, visibility on the seabed isn't usually excellent due to light refraction. However, Xiao Peng's underwater vision was astonishingly good. He was especially sensitive to bright light. Could this be due to an octopus? For a long time, human eyes were hailed as God's masterpiece, until the discovery of octopus eyes revealed that human eyes were inferior, and octopus eyes were the true masterpiece. From an anatomical perspective, the structure of an octopus's eye is similar to that of a human, but the 3 layers of cells in the retina are reversed. Scientifically speaking, the human retina's 3 layers are actually reversed, with ganglion cells in front and photoreceptor cells behind. This significantly affects human vision, a problem present in the eyes of all mammals. However, octopuses, with photoreceptor cells in front and ganglion cells behind, do not have this problem. Therefore, they can see their prey even in the completely dark depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below the surface. This is a power unmatched by any other mammal. He even had an urge to remove his mask to further assess his vision. Of course, this was just a thought. The mask he was currently using was Daniel's high-end model, the kind with underwater communication equipment inside. If he removed it and water got in, rendering the underwater communication equipment unusable, the people on the surface would definitely worry. He'd do the experiment when no one was around. Just as he was about to surface, a small glimmer of light on the sandy seabed beside the shipwreck caught his attention. He swam over and parted the sand to take a look. The object half buried in the sand overjoyed Xiao Peng. It was a gold coin. He didn't know what era it was from. The workmanship was rather rough, as if it had simply been a small piece of gold pressed into a design. Both sides of the coin featured a white-bearded old man with a sword, the lines extremely simplistic and childish. But it was still a gold coin, wasn't it? Xiao Peng was about to search the nearby beach for any other gold coins when his underwater communicator in his mask suddenly spoke. "Xiao, are you all right underwater?" It was Daniel's voice, but this calmed Xiao Peng down. One should be content. Finding a gold coin was already quite good. The key was to keep his secret hidden. He hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, everything's fine underwater." "Damn it, you didn't say anything and made us so worried." Daniel said, "Do you Chinese people all like to scare people like this?" Xiao Peng laughed, "Don't worry, I found something good on the seabed." Tell them to come down quickly, or they'll miss it. What's making you so happy? Is it an antique? It was Miao Pei's voice. Xiao Peng wasn't referring to the gold coin he found, of course. He was talking about a large creature in the nearby reef area. Miao Pei, you're really lucky. There's a 3-meter-long wrasse shark feeding in the underwater reef area right now. These things don't feed much during the day. You guys hurry up and come down. Swimming with sharks isn't an experience everyone gets to have. Wang Shuang's voice came through the communicator again. There are giant sharks in the sea, and you still want us to go in? Are you crazy? Xiao Peng thought for a moment, then put the gold coin he had found into the pocket of his swim trunks and said, I'll go up and explain to you right away. Xiao Peng, there are sharks in the sea, why did you let us go down? Wang Shuang questioned angrily as Xiao Peng surfaced. Xiao Peng's face darkened. He frowned and asked Daniel, didn't you explain this to them when I came up? Daniel retorted, explain what? Xiao Peng snapped out of his daze and cursed, damn it, how could I forget that? The French word padang is equivalent to the English fake, to cut open. Daniel doesn't speak Chinese, and Wang Shuang and Miao Pei don't understand French. Xiao Peng spoke to them in both Chinese and French while underwater, but he didn't tell Daniel about the harpoon sharks, which is why Daniel didn't explain it to the two girls. So Xiao Peng told Daniel that he had seen a 3-meter-long wrasse shark feeding on the seabed. Daniel's face lit up with a smile, and he pointed to the surface, urging Miao Pei to go into the water immediately. Although Miao Pei didn't understand what Daniel was saying, she knew from his gestures that he wanted her to go in. She was a little confused. Xiao Peng, why does he want me to go into the water when there are sharks in it? Xiao Peng laughed, don't be afraid just because you hear the name shark. Of the more than 300 known species of sharks, only a few are truly aggressive. 80% of sharks are small, less than 1.5 meters long, and completely harmless to humans. That wrasse shark below, although a large creature over 3 meters long, can't open its mouth wide, it can only lie on the rocks and suck up its food like a vacuum cleaner. It's also a harmless shark. Swimming with such a large shark will be an unforgettable memory for you. He paused for a moment, then continued, the most important thing is, this kind of shark is nocturnal, so it's very rare to see such a large wrasse shark during the day. You guys are really lucky. Hurry up and go check it out, it would be such a shame if it swam away. Come on, I'll take you to the sea to play with sharks. Xiao Peng finally managed to explain things to the two of them, but in the end, only Miao Pei went into the sea with him. It seems the wrasse shark's allure is clearly less than Daniel's. Tisk tisk, Daniel is almost old enough to be Wang Shuang's father. Xiao Peng couldn't interfere in other people's lives, nor could he judge whether her actions were right or wrong. He could only say that he'd seen too many situations like this. It's none of your business if someone is willing to travel thousands of miles to offer benefits. Miao Pei probably thought the same thing, so she didn't say anything. Miao Pei was clever. After snorkeling for a while, she had basically mastered basic diving techniques and followed Xiao Peng into the sea. Xiao Peng took her to see the shipwreck filled with discarded pottery jars, and they even swam with the great wrasse. Under Xiao Peng's guidance, she even boldly touched the wrasse a few times. Xiao Peng recorded all of this with an underwater camera. These were memories Miao Pei could brag about for a lifetime. Just as they were having fun, a man's voice came through the communicator, underwater divers, please return to the ship immediately. Xiao Peng frowned. This wasn't Daniel's voice. He asked curiously, who are you? I'm from the French Tourism Bureau patrol team. Your operation here is suspected of illegal activities and has been investigated. Please return to the ship immediately, the man on the communicator said. Xiao Peng's first thought upon hearing this was, oh no, why did he call Daniel a black market guide? Because he didn't have any diving training qualifications. Scuba diving isn't something you can just do by carrying an oxygen tank, it requires systematic training. However, tourists on vacation often don't have enough time for such training, so Daniel took advantage of this loophole, taking tourists into the sea directly. This way, the tourists saved time, and he made money. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, from a legal perspective, Daniel's actions were illegal. Getting caught wouldn't necessarily mean jail time, but a fine was inevitable. And the enforcement team from the Tourism Bureau was even more troublesome. The French Coast Guard system is arguably the most chaotic in the world. Before 2010, maritime law enforcement agencies were numerous, including the Maritime Gendarmerie, the General Directorate of Customs under the Ministry of Economy and Finance, the Maritime Border Police under the Ministry of the Interior, the Marine Ecology, Energy and Sustainable Development Agency, the Fisheries Bureau, the Tourism Bureau, the Civil Security Maritime Bureau, and so on. Sometimes, a single port would have over a dozen enforcement vessels from various departments. France realized this was unhealthy, employing too many idle personnel and incurring excessive costs. Therefore, in 2010, a major consolidation was undertaken, reorganizing the French Coast Guard and establishing a Coast Guard Construction Steering Committee, which was solely under the command of the French Minister of the Maritime Affairs. However, this directive has not been effectively implemented over the years, and the French maritime law enforcement force remains chaotic. Everyone is still operating independently. For Xiao Peng and his colleagues, they weren't afraid of inspections from other departments' enforcement teams. What they feared most was the tourism department's enforcement team, because it concerned their livelihoods. With no other option, Xiao Peng and his companions returned to the boat. Enforcement officers were inspecting their vessel. Daniel and Wang Shuang stood to one side, but the officers' eyes were fixed on Wang Shuang. She was wearing a semi-transparent white shirt, revealing what was underneath. "Isn't that Daniel's shirt?" Seeing Xiao Peng's surface, Daniel immediately shouted, "Officer, how is it illegal for us to come out with our girlfriends?" Xiao Peng suddenly realized. Right, as long as it didn't involve profit, they weren't breaking the law. The tourism bureau couldn't touch them. Thinking this, Xiao Peng quickly whispered to Miao Pei beside him, "Do me a favor. Just pretend to be my girlfriend." Miao Pei was taken aback. Why? With the enforcement officers on the boat, Xiao Peng couldn't be too explicit, so he could only say, "Just do as I say." Miao Pei nodded, indicating she understood. Back on the sailboat, Xiao Peng thoughtfully helped Miao Pei remove her diving gear before answering the law enforcement team's questions. His explanation was always the same: his girlfriend from China had come to visit him in France, and he had asked Daniel to take them on a sea voyage. Daniel had initially disagreed, but he and Wang Shuang had fallen in love at first sight, so he agreed to join them. The enforcement team wasn't stupid, they didn't believe their nonsense at all. However, a thorough investigation would waste a lot of time and energy, and they weren't that free. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time drinking coffee and chasing girls? After checking Miao Pei and Wang Shuang's visas and confirming there were no problems, they left, but forbade them from going to the sea again. Otherwise, they would report Xiao Peng for leading people to illegally engage in sea activities to the relevant departments. This was directly taking away their livelihoods. Fine, they'd better go back obediently. Back at the diving equipment shop, Daniel was beaming. He patted Xiao Peng on the shoulder and said, "You Chinese are so generous. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. How about old Joseph? Let's go grab a couple of drinks." His excitement stemmed from the fact that he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He ran a diving equipment shop, and if he had offended the tourism bureau, his business might not have survived. No matter the country, being a black market tour guide always comes at a price. Xiao Peng shook his head. "Thanks, but I won't go. I have some things to take care of. I have to work tonight." He was interested in the gold coin he'd found on the seabed and wanted to check it out at an antique shop. But Daniel, upon hearing this, said, "Come on, Xiao, what's the point of lying to me? Doesn't your job only take you down to sea every 2 days? What kind of work do you have tonight? Besides, it's inconvenient for me to invite these two beauties to dinner because we don't speak the language. It's not good for us to deepen our relationship." Xiao Peng was speechless. So that's what Daniel meant by inviting him to dinner. His real intention wasn't the dinner itself, it was all about those 2 pieces of meat. You're not satisfied with just sleeping with Wang Shuang and you're planning something even more exciting? This made Xiao Peng even more annoyed, so he shook his head and refused, saying, No, Daniel, thank you for your kindness, but I really have other things to do. With your charm, you managed to get Wang Shuang into bed even without speaking the language. Why would you need a translator? If I were you, I'd be happy to leave as soon as possible, so there's less competition and less third wheel. Daniel thought for a moment. You're right. Okay, wait a minute. He pulled 200 euros from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Peng. "Actually, I wasn't planning to give you this money tonight, since I can't accept money from them after what happened. But you were so kind to help me get out of this mess, so I'll give you the 200 euros. Xiao Peng wanted to curse. "If you don't keep your pants on, you'll never be taking money again." Of course, he couldn't say that, since he still needed Daniel's part-time job in the future. He took the money, put it in his pocket, and said to Daniel, "Thanks. I'll be going now." After saying goodbye to the 2 women, he pushed his bicycle and prepared to leave. Wang Shuang seemed eager for him to leave. After all, everyone has a sense of shame, and she didn't want too many people to know about her and Daniel's affair, especially since Xiao Peng was her compatriot. However, Miao Pei asked for his phone number, saying she would treat Xiao Peng to dinner later to thank him for taking her on a wonderful diving trip. After giving Miao Pei his phone number and saying goodbye, Xiao Peng rode his bicycle at breakneck speed to Rue Marius Joffret. This was a commercial street near the old port of Marseille, lined with souvenir shops and antique stores. Xiao Peng had come here specifically to have the gold coin he'd acquired appraised. He went to an antique shop called Old Henry the Money Grubber. The owner was a collector of ancient coins, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such an unusual name. While they also sold other antiques, a long counter was dedicated to all sorts of ancient coins, and coin collectors often gathered there to exchange ideas. However, before Xiao Peng could speak, his heart sank. Among the various ancient gold and silver coins on the counter, the most expensive was only a little over 200 euros. The shop owner was an elderly French man with white hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a small jacket, and a small hat. If he had a cigarette dangling from his lips, he would look like Sherlock Holmes. Many French men like to wear hats, largely to conceal their balding. Here, many men in their early 30s already have the standard Mediterranean hairstyle. A significant reason for this problem is the water quality. Back in China, Xiao Peng knew that foreigners preferred to drink cold water. Tap water was drinkable. However, after trying it once, Xiao Peng went back to drinking hot water obediently. The tap water here had a strong bleach taste that made him feel nauseous. Locals were used to the taste, but many suffered from hair loss because of it. "Young man, you like ancient coins?" The shop owner greeted him, seeing Xiao Peng looking down at the coins. Xiao Peng glanced at the shop owner and asked curiously, "Hello, sir. I see these are all ancient gold and silver coins, right? But the most expensive one I see is only a little over 200 euros. How come they're so cheap?" The shop owner looked at Xiao Peng, perhaps bored since there were no other customers, and replied, "Don't call me sir, just call me Old Henry. You've fallen into a misconception. The value of ancient coins isn't in their age, but in their rarity. Rarity increases value. I think you understand that principle." Xiao Peng nodded. "You mean these are all common gold and silver coins, right? But at this price, I feel like it wouldn't even buy gold." Old Henry laughed. Young man, it seems you don't know much about European history. Let's not talk about other places, just France. In the Middle Ages, at least 300 different types of gold coins circulated throughout France. As for silver coins, there were even more." "So many?" Xiao Peng exclaimed in surprise. "That's a lot?" Old Henry shook his head. "Go to Italy and see. In the Middle Ages alone, there were 500 or 600 different kinds of officially issued gold coins. These coins were all mixed with impurities, their monetary value was extremely chaotic and had no credibility whatsoever. And since so many were issued, naturally their value wasn't high." Xiao Peng looked utterly disappointed. He thought he could make a fortune, but it turned out ancient gold coins were worthless. Old Henry, seeing Xiao Peng's expression, asked curiously, "What's wrong? You look disappointed. Do you have any gold coins to sell?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "No, it's not like that. A friend sent me a picture and asked me to inquire about the value of a gold coin. He wasn't stupid. Why would he reveal his true intentions to an antique shop owner he'd just met? He understood the importance of comparing prices." Old Henry didn't doubt Xiao Peng's words. "Can I see the picture?" Xiao Peng took out his phone, opened the picture of the gold coin he'd taken on the way, and handed the phone to Old Henry. Old Henry took the phone, glanced at it, and his expression changed. He took out his glasses from the counter, put them on, and examined it further before saying, "This is a Byzant, or more precisely, a slave coin from the time of Shaygelidar. Didn't you say ancient gold coins are worthless? You can go back and congratulate your friend, this is a valuable item. However, its exact value needs to be assessed in person." Xiao Peng blinked. "Mr. Henry, I understand every word you say, but put together, I really don't understand what it means. Byzant? Slave coin? Could you explain it to me?" Old Henry emerged from behind the counter and pointed to the coffee table beside him, saying, "There aren't many customers today. Sit down and have a cup of coffee." "How could I?" Xiao Peng said, but his actions betrayed his words, and he immediately sat down. Old Henry brought out the coffee pot, poured Xiao Peng a cup of coffee, and handed it to him, placing him opposite him. He said, "As I mentioned earlier, during the Middle Ages, European currencies were very chaotic, with varying quality. But currencies in Asia and North Africa were different. Those Arab countries valued reputation highly, their currencies were guaranteed to be of superior quality. Their gold coins were the only currencies recognized by all countries. When King Louis IX of France suffered a crushing defeat and was captured in Alexandria during the Seventh Crusade, France paid 800,000 gold coins to ransom him and the other captured soldiers. All of them were these kinds of gold coins, not the French domestic coins." Xiao Peng suddenly understood. Many of the ancient coins in the counter looked rusty, while his gold coin, after so many years at the bottom of the sea, still maintained its bright golden luster. This was due to the difference in quality. These gold coins from Arab countries, whether from North Africa or West Asia, were all collectively called Byzant by Europeans at the time, Old Henry explained. "Then why do you call them slave coins?" Xiao Peng asked another question. Old Henry replied, "In Egyptian history, there was a Mamluk dynasty that ruled Egypt for over 300 years. Mamluk means slave, because their predecessors were slave mercenaries serving the Egyptian rulers, who later became the masters of Egypt. The gold coins they issued were called slave coins. Shajil al-Dur, whom I mentioned earlier, was the first and only queen of the Arab world. Her reign was short, so she left behind relatively few gold coins, naturally making them more valuable." Xiao Peng was stumped by the last question that had been bothering him. "How can you be sure these are gold coins from the Shajil al-Dur period? I don't see any inscriptions on them." Old Henry chuckled, isn't her portrait printed on them? Xiao Peng was stunned, this is her portrait? Are you kidding me? Isn't that an old man with a white beard? Old Henry took out Xiao Peng's phone and showed him the photo of the gold coin. That's not a beard, that's her braid. Look, it's the line coming down from above her ear. Xiao Peng stared at the photo for a long time, finally muttering, was Picasso the designer of this gold coin? Who the hell can tell this is a woman? Old Henry laughed, your friend is good, he has a very nice gold coin. Xiao Peng hurriedly asked his most curious question, how much is this gold coin worth? Well, that depends on its condition, Old Henry said. The market price ranges from 50,000 euros to 120,000 euros. Such a big difference. Xiao Peng's eyes lit up. This is going to be a fortune. Even at 50,000 euros, that's more than he earns in a year. What's more, his gold coin is in very good condition, it seems like it could fetch a high price. Xiao Peng tried to suppress his joy, but he simply couldn't hold it in. How could someone so young not show his happiness? Old Henry smiled slightly and held out his hand to Xiao Peng, saying, let me see that gold coin. Ha! Xiao Peng was taken aback. Old Henry said, I've lived long enough, I still have basic discernment. Xiao Peng chuckled awkwardly, Mr. Henry, well, the gold coin is indeed with me, but I didn't bring it. Old Henry's eyes swept over Xiao Peng, finally smiling slightly, I'm not surprised you don't trust me. Here, wait here for a moment. Xiao Peng watched as Old Henry returned to the counter, then took out a pen and wrote down a website address on a card, handing it to him. This is the European Collectors Forum, the official website of the European Collectors Association. It has collectors from all over the world. No matter what your collecting interests are, you can find like-minded people there. You can ask others to help you appraise this gold coin. Xiao Peng took the paper, somewhat dazed, Mr. Henry, why are you helping me? Old Henry laughed, there are collectors and archaeologists from all over the world on this site, but in Marseille, not many people are willing to pay high prices for ancient coins. In the end, once you've determined the price, you'll still have to negotiate with me, won't you? Xiao Peng was speechless, what Old Henry said made perfect sense. After a moment of silence, he said, Mr. Henry, logically I shouldn't distrust you, but you have to understand a man who's been terrified of poverty. I'll investigate further and then contact you again, is that all right? Of course, Old Henry chuckled. My phone number is on my business card. Just call me when you need it. Xiao Peng thanked him again, said goodbye to Old Henry, and sped away on his bicycle. It wasn't that he was afraid Old Henry would be tempted by his money, he was just in a hurry to get to an internet cafe. Marseille, such a large city, only had 2 internet cafes. Almost every family here had a monthly internet plan, and mobile phone plans included home internet, so locals basically had no need to go to internet cafes. The internet cafes here were small and expensive. Back in China, Xiao Peng spent all his time in internet cafes playing games, but here he had given up online games not because he didn't like them, but because they were simply too expensive. Actually, he could access the website on his phone, but Xiao Peng's phone was an old one, and logging in was incredibly laggy. As for buying a new phone here, that would be contributing to thieves. Although internet cafes are expensive, this wasn't the time to worry about the cost. He quickly went to an internet cafe, logged onto the website forum Old Henry had given him, and uploaded the photos from his phone, seeking help. Unexpectedly, the website had a large number of active users. It seemed there were quite a few collectors around the world. Several knowledgeable people were very helpful. Just as Old Henry had said, the gold coin was from the Mamluk Sultanate. A user with the username BlockPuppet posted all the relevant information about the coin. These collectors loved sharing their knowledge and showcasing their collections, but a problem arose regarding the value of this gold coin. Some said it was worth at most 20,000 euros, while others claimed it was worth at least 200,000, leading to a heated debate. After arguing for a long time, no one approached Xiao Peng to make an offer, leaving him quite frustrated. It seems there are a lot of keyboard warriors online, even among foreigners. Should he really go to Old Henry? While Xiao Peng was still pondering this, his phone rang. An unknown number? Who is this? Xiao Peng answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Miao Pei? Why are you calling me? The caller was none other than Miao Pei, whom he had just parted ways with that day. From her voice, she sounded extremely dejected. Xiao Peng, I helped you with something today, so can you do me a favor? Xiao Peng didn't rush to make a promise but said, tell me what it is. I'll help you with what I can, but if it's beyond my ability, I can only say I'm willing but unable. Miao Pei said, can you help me find a place to stay for the night? I have nowhere to stay tonight. Xiao Peng frowned, what happened? Didn't you go out to dinner with Daniel and Wang Xuan? Miao Pei paused for a moment, then said, I ran away from Daniel's house. He wanted to. She paused again before changing the subject, the hotel room key is with Wang Xuan, and her phone is off. I don't want to go to Daniel's house to find her, so I ran away. Hearing this, Xiao Peng shook his head, paid at the counter, and left the internet cafe. He looked outside and saw it was already dark. Internet surfing really is addictive. Where are you? Xiao Peng asked. Miao Pei replied, I don't know. Look around for a street sign? Xiao Peng asked. After waiting a while, Miao Pei said, I see a street sign, this place is called La Panière. Xiao Peng said, La Panière? What are you doing there? Oh right, Daniel does seem to live nearby. Wait for me there. Don't wander off, I'll be right there. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiao Peng, I'm a little scared, come quickly. Xiao Peng hung up the phone, hopped on his bicycle, and sped towards La Panière. La Panière is arguably one of Marseille's oldest streets, lined with beautiful traditional French buildings, attracting many tourists for daytime photography. However, it wasn't as pleasant as he'd imagined. Old meant old, and the old houses were uncomfortable to live in. The sanitation was questionable, and the security wasn't great either. A girl standing there alone late at night wasn't exactly safe. Luckily, it wasn't too far from where Xiao Peng was using the internet. 10 minutes later, he arrived at La Panière and saw Miao Pei standing under a street lamp. Xiao Peng stopped right next to Miao Pei. Hey, beautiful. He tried to lighten the mood with that, but when Miao Pei heard his voice, she jumped back as if someone had stepped on her tail. Upon seeing it was Xiao Peng, she burst into tears. This threw Xiao Peng into disarray. Miao Pei, are you alright? Miao Pei immediately hugged Xiao Peng, tears streaming down her face, and said, Xiao Peng, why did you take so long? You scared me to death. I thought you were dealing with those bastards again. Xiao Peng was taken aback. What happened? Who bullied you? Miao Pei cried, I was standing here just now, and a lot of men came up to talk to me. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but I could tell they all had bad intentions. Xiao Peng blinked. Let's leave here first. Come with me. His bicycle had no back seat, so he could only push it and have Miao Pei walk alongside him. Miao Pei finally managed to stop her tears and asked Xiao Peng, where are you taking me? Xiao Peng shrugged. Of course, I'm taking you home. You don't expect me to find you a 5-star hotel, do you? I don't have that kind of money. Of course, you don't have to go if you're scared. Miao Pei looked at Xiao Peng and said, I've already experienced something even scarier. What could be scarier now? Where do you live? Xiao Peng said, the old port of Marseille. Miao Pei blinked. Although I'm not familiar with Marseille, I know the old port is in another direction, right? Why are you coming this way? Xiao Peng smiled wryly. I'm taking you on a roundabout, long route. Why? Miao Pei asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng scratched his head. Do you know why someone talked to you over there? That's the red light district. Women stand on the street to be talked to. What? Miao Pei's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Xiao Peng stopped his bicycle. If you're brave enough, I can take you that way. After all, it's the shortcut home. Miao Pei glanced at Xiao Peng. I don't believe Marseille has places like that. Let's take the shortcut. I don't want to go out of my way again. You said it yourself. Xiao Peng turned and walked away. Follow me closely, I'll show you something. Miao Pei was taken aback. There really is such a place. Xiao Peng hummed in agreement. I have no reason to lie to you. France is very interesting. According to the laws here, prostitution is illegal, but their government classifies prostitutes as freelancers who still have to pay taxes. Over the years, the laws have been changing regarding whether to punish buying or selling. The final decision is that soliciting customers yourself is legal, but hiring someone else to solicit is not. Publicly advertising is illegal, but secretly contacting customers privately is fine. And even if you're caught, you're fined for buying, not selling. Miao Pei looked at Xiao Peng. You really know a lot about these things. Xiao Peng coughed twice and explained, after all, I've been here for several years, so I definitely need to understand the laws and regulations. If you want to make money here, you need to know what they like and dislike, and integrate into this place. These days, money is hard to earn, and life is tough. You can't get by without making changes. Miao Pei was silent for a moment after hearing this. Why don't you go back home if you're working so hard here? Xiao Peng shook his head and said, of course it's for the money. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. If you didn't study hard when you were young, you'll only be able to do manual labor when you grow up. It's better to come out and try your luck. Overall, it's not bad now. I can support myself here and send some money home every month. Contentment is happiness, isn't it? Turn right here. Every few steps along this road, a girl stands there, greeting passing men and soliciting customers. The area under the streetlights is the prime spot, a place girls who aren't confident in their looks dare not stand. Miao Pei looked surprised. There really is such a place. Xiao Peng glanced at Miao Pei. Why do you seem interested in the men here? Miao Pei rolled her eyes at him. You have the nerve to say that? You seem to know this place well. You're not a regular, are you? How could that be? Xiao Peng waved his hand dismissively. Let's hurry up and go. I haven't eaten yet. The security here isn't very good. A lot of drunks come here. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard greetings from the girls. Xiao, long time no see, come over for a visit today? Xiao, Lala said she missed you yesterday. Xiao Peng awkwardly greeted the girls. Miao Pei looked at Xiao Peng, someone said you don't come here often, huh? Seeing this, Miao Pei's gaze towards Xiao Peng changed, and she kept her distance from him, saying, you don't need to explain, this has nothing to do with me. Everyone has their own way of life. Xiao Peng shook his head and didn't say anything more. The atmosphere became awkward, and the two walked in silence to the old port of Marseille. Upon arriving, Miao Pei was taken aback. You live here? Xiao Peng nodded. Yes, I live on a boat. People can live on boats? Miao Pei asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng explained, many people here live on boats year-round. It's a lifestyle choice. Just like some people like living in the suburbs, some like traveling in RVs, and some like living on boats. Of course, I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do because it's cheap here. See that small boat over there? That's where I live. Just as Xiao Peng said, many boats here are inhabited, and over time, people have become familiar with each other. An elderly couple in their 60s were sitting on the deck of their boat, chatting and enjoying the breeze. Seeing Xiao Peng return with his girlfriend, they greeted him with smiles. Xiao, you finally figured it out. You brought a girl home. Xiao Peng smiled and waved back, then said to Miao Pei, this is the Daritis. They've been married for almost 50 years and have never argued. They're an enviable couple. But it's quite common in Marseille. Miao Pei nodded. I've noticed that in Marseille too. It's so romantic to see elderly couples strolling hand in hand. I hope my husband and I can grow old together like that. Good luck, Xiao Peng said. Mrs. Derrida, on the ship, called out to Xiao Peng, Xiao, the tomato and egg stir-fry you made the other day was absolutely delicious. My husband loves it. Could you write down the recipe for me? I'd like to make it for this old geezer. Of course. Xiao Peng nodded. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Mrs. Derrida laughed. Thank you so much. She then took 2 bottles of beer from the cooler beside her and handed them to Xiao Peng. To add a touch of romance to your evening. This girl is very pretty, you have excellent taste. Xiao Peng took the beer, thanked her, and replied seriously, of course she's pretty, but she costs 2,000 euros a night. Mrs. Derrida were taken aback by Xiao Peng's answer, then burst into laughter. Mrs. Derrida, barely managing to suppress a laugh, said, Xiao, if anyone tells me Chinese people have no sense of humor, I'll argue with them. Mr. Derrida, however, said, Xiao, I think this girl is worth the price. Miao Pei, not understanding what they were saying, asked curiously, what are you talking about that makes you so happy? Xiao Peng said, they're praising your beauty. Upon hearing this, Miao Pei quickly thanked the Daritis in English. This time, even Xiao Peng couldn't help but laugh. After thanking the couple, he took Miao Pei to his boat. The Fengshi series of small sailboats can be described as small but perfectly formed. Although the hull is small, the cabin contains a bedroom, next to which is a small bathroom, and opposite is a kitchenette. Further out are 2 rows of small sofas with a salon table in the middle. These can be folded down to form a bed. While the space is quite small, it can comfortably sleep 2 people. Xiao Peng carried his bicycle onto the boat, placed the beer on the salon table, and pointed to the bedroom inside, saying, you'll stay inside, I'll stay outside. If you feel stuffy, you can open the skylight by the bed, but I suggest you don't, the sea breeze is strong here, and it gets quite damp at night. You're staying here. Miao Pei was a little surprised, but when she turned around, she saw Xiao Peng holding a baseball bat, which startled her. What are you going to do? Xiao Peng handed her the baseball bat. I'm not exactly a gentleman. This bedroom doesn't have a lock. If I sneak into your room tonight, don't hold back. Miao Pei took the bat and said fiercely, I won't hold back. Xiao Peng smiled and shook his head. Your fierce act isn't scary at all. Alright, go inside and sleep. As he spoke, he took a vacuum-packed bag of sausages from the locker, opened it, took a bite, and sat down on the small sofa to drink his beer. You're eating this? Miao Pei asked curiously, looking at the sausage and beer in Xiao Peng's hand. Xiao Peng shrugged. If I want to cook, I need an induction cooker. If I need an induction cooker, I need a generator. If I need a generator, I need diesel. In short, living on a ship is both troublesome and wasteful. Let's make do with this for tomorrow. Alright, you should rest now. I have things to do tomorrow, so I won't keep you. Miao Pei snorted coldly. So cold. Who wants to stay here with you? She then went into the bedroom and closed the cabin door. Xiao Peng shook his head, sat at the cabin door, drinking beer and gazing at the moon, lost in thought. Having been in Marseille for so long, today was the first time he felt homesick, perhaps because he had spoken so much Chinese today. He had a strong urge to quit his job, buy a plane ticket, and go home, but he quickly calmed down. Even if that gold coin could sell for 120,000 euros, it would only be a little over 900,000 RMB. What could he do with that money? Not even enough to buy a house. He had to work hard for another 2 years. He really wanted to go back to the place where he found the gold coin right now and search thoroughly for more. It was a good thing Miao Pei was on his ship, otherwise he could be searching the shipwreck site right now. God was really looking out for him, inexplicably giving him this strange ability, so he shouldn't waste it. He had to make good use of it. But what use were these skin-breathing and underwater supervision abilities? To participate in breath-holding competitions and earn money? He suddenly remembered what Miao Pei had mentioned about salvaging shipwrecks during their trip today. That's it. He could use this ability to find shipwrecks and salvage underwater treasures. Unsure of his ability to withstand the pressure of the deep sea, he needed to test it out again. He'd go out to sea tomorrow, first to look for other gold coins, then dive deeper to test his pressure tolerance. With a goal in mind, Xiao Peng quickly devoured the sausage in his hand, downed his beer in one gulp, and sprawled out on the salon table. Tomorrow was packed with things, he needed to rest well and recharge. However, he had barely lain down when he heard the cabin door open. Looking up in the starlight, he saw Miao Pei emerge from the bedroom. "Hey, what are you doing out here instead of sleeping? Going to the bathroom?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Miao Pei replied, "Don't talk. Kiss me." Xiao Peng thought he'd misheard. "What did you say?" Miao Pei didn't reply, but immediately took action. Wow, it was a stroke of good luck with a woman. Xiao Peng had never slept so soundly in all his time in Marseille. When he woke up, the sun was already streaming in through the porthole. He glanced at his phone. Damn, it was already 11. There were 2 reasons he'd slept so long. He hadn't slept well the day before, and he'd been too active the night before. Last night's memories were quite vivid. Xiao Peng, still savoring the experience, suddenly opened his eyes. Where was Miao Pei? He sat up and looked around, but Miao Pei was nowhere to be seen. He quickly grabbed his clothes. His gold coin was still in his pocket. When he felt the hard gold coin in his pocket, Xiao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the coin was still there. But where was Miao Pei? He then noticed a kebabu and a note on the table. Had they prepared breakfast for him? Kebabu was a common food here. In China, it had another famous name, Turkish kebab. Marseille, known as the capital of North Africa, has a large Arab immigrant population, which has brought local culinary traditions. However, the kebab here is a modified version, consisting of grilled meat sandwiched in a baguette or a thin Lebanese flatbread. It's similar to rujiamo, Chinese meat sandwich, or shandong flatbread in China. Xiao Peng was starving. He took a bite of his kebab and picked up the note on the table, only to find a stack of money underneath. He counted it, 2,000 euros. What did this mean? The handwriting on the note was delicate. The first sentence was, 2,000 euros for the night? Your price is quite expensive. Xiao Peng spat out the kebab he hadn't swallowed yet. He looked a little embarrassed. Miao Pei didn't understand French, right? How did she know about the joke he and the Daritis made last night? Damn it, I said 2,000 euros for the night, not the other way around. This girl is quite humorous. He continued reading. The note wasn't long. Regardless, thank you so much for giving my trip to France a perfect ending. You were right, this trip to France will be an unforgettable memory. But don't look for me, just leave the memories. Goodbye, or rather, never see you again. Miao Pei. P.S. This cabbage is for you to replenish your energy. You worked hard last night. Xiao Peng blinked. Are girls in China this carefree now? The girl said that, so why was he still hesitating? Comparison is the thief of joy. Miao Pei was so generous, casually pulling out 2,000 euros. That's almost half a month's income for him. Xiao Peng suddenly felt something was off. Damn, if she's so rich, why didn't she go to a fancy hotel last night and instead came to him? He'd been foolishly thinking he'd done a good deed, but it turns out he was already Miao Pei's prey. Thinking about this, Xiao Peng felt quite disappointed. He had initially thought Miao Pei acted this way because of his charm, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. No wonder she and Wang Shuang were best friends, neither of them were easy to deal with. Looking at the 2,000 euros on the table, Xiao Peng felt utterly insulted. Damn, I should have told the Daritis I'd ask for 10,000 euros a night. The more insulting, the happier I'd be. Xiao Peng checked the time. He was supposed to clean up underwater trash at David Beach tonight, but there was still time. He wanted to go back to the spot where he'd found the gold coin yesterday and see if there were any more. That's all money. Although the agreement with the boat owner forbade Xiao Peng from sailing out to sea, who cares when you're far away and the authorities are in charge? Xiao Peng untied the mooring line and steered the sailboat away from the harbor to the diving spot from yesterday. Several boats were already moored there. There was nothing he could do about it. This was a diving spot, and tourists usually came here to dive and enjoy themselves. After finding a safe spot to anchor, Xiao Peng was still feeling the anchor chain when a call came through the walkie-talkie. Lawyer, this is Herring Guts number 7. Lawyer was the name of Xiao Peng's small sailboat. Hearing the call, Xiao Peng picked up the walkie-talkie. Lawyer received, please continue. Your boat is too close to us. "Our anchor chain is very long, could you move it a bit?" came the voice from the walkie-talkie. Xiao Peng frowned slightly. Although the other side was polite, he felt a little annoyed. The two boats were more than 60 meters apart, and the water was only about 10 meters deep. Even if your anchor chain was long, could it reach me? However, he knew why the other side said that. This was indeed a diving spot, but the underwater reefs and shipwrecks were concentrated in one area, surrounded by sand. Those bringing tourists naturally wanted to be as close to the diving spot as possible. Whoever arrives first gets the best spot. That was the unwritten rule. Xiao Peng wasn't a novice. If he and Daniel had brought tourists here, they would have definitely argued with the other party. But this time, he wasn't here to lead a diving trip, his destination was the sandy area. So he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Okay, can I move 40 meters west?" "Thank you so much," came the grateful voice from the walkie-talkie. Xiao Peng ignored the thanks and went to raise the anchor again and move the boat. He figured the other boat was probably laughing their heads off. Now the lawyer was an easy novice to bully. After mooring the boat, he put on his diving gear, slung his oxygen tank over his shoulder, and dived directly into the sea. After all, there were divers in the vicinity, and seeing Xiao Peng without any gear would arouse suspicion. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Peng also carried an underwater camera as a pretense. Once on the seabed, Xiao Peng recalled the location where he had found the gold coins yesterday and swam there. He hadn't swum a few steps when a huge black object quickly swam towards him. Xiao Peng was a little stunned when he saw it clearly. Wasn't this the great shrew shark from last night? Why was it back again? Screwback sharks are known for sleeping in groups in their caves during the day, so why is this guy so strange, active during the day? No wonder it's grown so big, it eats alone. Xiao Peng was a little annoyed. Why is this giant shark circling around me instead of hunting? It's attracting other tourists, which is just adding to my troubles. But he couldn't worry about that now, time was of the essence, and he had to go to work that night. He simply went straight to the seabed sand, shoveling sand as he searched for gold coins. However, this work was incredibly slow. Even on land, it would take Xiao Peng a long time to turn over such a large expanse of sand with a shovel, and now, being empty-handed on the seabed, the efficiency was even slower. Just when he was at his wit's end, the great shrewd shark swam over again, and its next action astonished Xiao Peng. Seeing Xiao Peng fiddling with the sand, the rash shark imitated him, using its square head, resembling a nurse's cap, to turn over the sand. Its square head was naturally designed for this task. Marine creatures like flounders, stingrays, and octopuses, which thrive in sand, are on the rash shark's menu. Turning over the sand is truly a part of its daily life. Xiao Peng initially thought the rash shark was going to hunt, but after turning over the seabed once, it started circling around Xiao Peng. This is showing off? Xiao Peng shook his head. Sharks couldn't be that smart. But the scene before him made him wonder if it was really true. So he pointed to a patch of sand nearby and gestured for the harpoon shark to do it. The harpoon shark clearly didn't understand Xiao Peng's action and didn't move the sand. Xiao Peng smiled wryly. Was he crazy? Trying to command a large shark? Less dreaming, more effort, he'd better just move it himself. Then, as soon as he moved the sand, the harpoon shark started moving again, moving to the spots Xiao Peng had pointed to and stirring up the sand. Now Xiao Peng was dumbfounded. Was the shark understanding his words or just imitating him? This baffled him, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Suddenly, a small patch of light appeared where the harpoon had flipped over. He went over to look and almost burst out laughing. A slave coin of the same design lay quietly on the seabed. Xiao Peng perked up, went over and patted the harpoon's head, thinking, "Good little shark, if you're smart, you could flip this whole seabed, and that would save me a lot of trouble." Suddenly, the harpoon, as if injected with adrenaline, started churning the sand back and forth, creating chaos on the seabed. Wow! This is amazing! Xiao Peng quickly crawled into the area the harpoon had flipped over and followed behind, hoping to find something, but his good luck seemed to have vanished. He followed along without finding another gold coin, but it wasn't without its rewards. He found a silver coin with the same design as the gold one. However, the silver coin didn't look as pure as the gold coin. It contained many impurities and was a dull, dark color. But something is better than nothing, right? He originally intended to continue directing the harpoon to tumble the sand, but the commotion attracted nearby divers. Seeing someone swimming towards him, he quickly signaled the shark to stop and took out his underwater camera, pretending to film it. The shark became excited to see Xiao Peng playing with it, chasing him and letting him grab its dorsal fin to swim together. The two were having a great time on the seabed. Xiao Peng realized one thing: this harpoon could understand his hand gestures and interact with him. It was smarter than a dog. It was a pity it was a shark living in the vast ocean, otherwise, he would have taken it home as a pet. The diving enthusiasts watched with envy as Xiao Peng frolicked and interacted with the shovelnose shark underwater. They wanted to join in too, but while shovelnose sharks are generally gentle, they can still retaliate if disturbed by a large group. With its massive size, a single headbutt from it would be too much for most people to handle. After pretending to play with the shark for a while, Xiao Peng signaled it to leave quickly and swam to the surface. Some tried to follow the shark, but it quickly disappeared, so they followed Xiao Peng instead. Xiao Peng sat on the boat, removing his diving gear to return, when several heads suddenly surfaced in the water beside him, startling him. "You, what's wrong?" Xiao Peng looked at the heads in the water, feeling a little uneasy. These people were both men and women, and their gazes towards him were somewhat strange. "Come on, can we talk on the boat?" A white woman swam to Xiao Peng's side and asked. Xiao Peng shrugged. "As long as you're not trying to rob me, please come aboard. But I only have soda water, no coffee, I hope you don't mind." "Of course not." The woman greeted the people behind her and boarded Xiao Peng's boat. It was a bit crowded for the small boat, but it could fit everyone. Xiao Peng sensed something was off. These people weren't ordinary, their diving equipment was incredibly advanced. For one thing, that professional underwater camera alone could buy 5 or 6 of Xiao Peng's small boats. Who were these people? Xiao Peng handed them 4 bottles of soda water. After they thanked him, the woman smiled and introduced herself. "Thank you for your hospitality. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sinacera, a presenter on France 5. This is photographer Armand. These two are marine ecologists Fabien Cousteau and Pascal Cousteau." Xiao Peng shook hands with them. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Xiao Peng, and I'm from China." "Wait, you two both have the surname Cousteau? You mean the Cousteau of Jacques Cousteau?" Fabien Cousteau smiled and nodded. "We are the Cousteau you know." Xiao Peng excitedly shook hands with the two men, tossing Sinacera aside. "It's a real honor to meet the Cousteau family." Seeing his enthusiasm, Sinacera's smile froze on her face. France has 7 national television stations. While Channel 5 is an educational channel and not a ratings monster like channels 1, 2, or 3, she's still a mainstay of the station and quite well known throughout France. Why is Xiao Peng acting as if he's never seen her before? In fact, Xiao Peng really didn't know her. When he first arrived in France, he watched Channel 1 dramas every day to learn French and didn't watch Channel 5 at all. Later, when he lived on the ship, there was no television, so how could he possibly know Sinacera? But he did know the surname Cousteau. The first person to capture the underwater scenery of the Mediterranean was a young French officer who used his self-designed underwater breathing apparatus and an underwater black and white camera to film the seabed. This was the first time anyone had shown underwater images to the world, and this man was Jacques-Yves Cousteau. He later made significant contributions to underwater exploration, embodying the roles of inventor, entrepreneur, and diving pioneer. Even the recreational diving equipment used by everyone today is his invention. In Europe and America, he is a Frenchman with a worldwide reputation, comparable to that of General de Gaulle. Here, anyone who loves the ocean knows his name. This certainly includes Xiao Peng. The old gentleman passed away more than 20 years ago, but his spirit lives on. The elite teams currently producing marine documentaries are generally members of his team. Judging from their ages, these two should be grandchildren of the Cousteau family. This is certainly a distinguished lineage. Sinacera coughed twice, interrupting the small talk, and said, "Mr. Peng, may I call you that?" "Just call me Xiao, like everyone else," Xiao Peng replied. "What can I do for you?" Sine said, "We saw you so close to that rash shark underwater. How did you manage that?" "Oh, that?" Xiao Peng said casually, "It's simple, just love and peace." Everyone was speechless. "Were you kidding us?" Xiao Peng knew this joke wasn't quite right, but then an idea came to him. He replied, "Actually, I saved that shark, so we get along quite well. Life is like a play, all about acting." He just made it up. Sinet winked at the cameraman, Armand, signaling him to begin filming. Xiao Peng, startled, reached out and blocked the camera lens. "Why do we need to film again?" Sinet nodded. "We're filming a TV program for Channel 5. It's about Mediterranean marine ecology and tourism. The footage of you swimming with the sharks underwater was absolutely stunning. Please, we absolutely must allow you to use that beautiful footage in our program." Xiao Peng frowned slightly, about to refuse, when Sinet continued, "Of course, this footage isn't free. We're willing to pay a €30,000 appearance fee. And after the program airs, you'll definitely gain attention and become famous. If you agree, we'll sign an authorization agreement." In the West, privacy is highly valued. Using someone's image in a TV program without permission means paying compensation. Everyone appearing on screen must be authorized. After filming, the footage is always submitted to insurance companies for review. The insurance company's job is to check if every person appearing in the film has an image usage authorization. If problems are still found after their review, the insurance company will cover the losses in case of litigation. Based on past cases, such lawsuits typically result in compensation payments starting at several million and sometimes reaching tens of millions. Therefore, they take this very seriously when recording various television programs. If it were yesterday, Xiao Peng would have readily agreed to the 30,000 euros. However, he had just retrieved a gold coin and a silver coin from the seabed. As the saying goes, a little safety in the pocket keeps one calm in times of trouble. Xiao Peng shook his head and said, "Sin, you might not understand us Chinese. We don't like to be in the limelight." "Being famous isn't bad?" Sin asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng nodded. "We Chinese have a saying, people fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear becoming fat, so I don't want to be famous. It's a great pity, but I don't think I'll get the 30,000 euros appearance fee." He emphasized the number 30,000 when he said this. If a Chinese person were here, they would definitely understand what Xiao Peng meant. He thought the money was too little. However, Sene wasn't Chinese and didn't understand this subtle way of speaking among Chinese people. She frowned and said, "Xiao, we are truly sincere. 30,000 euros is the highest price we can offer." Xiao Peng shook his head. How could they not raise the price? She wanted to continue persuading Xiao Peng, but Fabian interrupted her. "Xiao, since you know we come from the Cousteau family, you should know what our family specializes in, right?" Xiao Peng answered without hesitation, "Of course, it's your diving equipment. My underwater camera is even a product of your company." Fabian shook his head. "That's not it. Actually, our family's specialty is filmmaking. The first Cannes Film Festival to award the Palme d'Or to a documentary was my grandfather's A Quiet World. My uncle Jean Cousteau was the producer of the hugely successful Ocean Adventure 3D a few years ago, and another uncle of mine, Pierre-Yves Cousteau, is the president of the Cousteau Diving Association. My father, Jean-Michel Cousteau, also directed the Jean-Michel Cousteau Ocean Adventure documentary series. My sister Celine and I also participated in the filming of Return to the Amazon, although we were very young then." Xiao Peng scratched his head. He hadn't seen any of these documentaries. He didn't understand why Fabian was bringing this up. Fabian said, "Bearing the name Cousteau means we have wealth and fame, but also pressure. Our parents are getting old, and it's our turn to shoulder the family responsibility. I don't want to spend my whole life guarding those damned archives, enjoying the glory our ancestors brought us." "Archives?" Xiao Peng's heart skipped a beat. "Archives about the ocean?" Fabian nodded. "I'm not bragging, but no one in all of France knows the ocean better than our family. My grandfather, my father, my uncles, my aunts, they all dedicated their lives to the ocean. We have a huge archive, containing everything imaginable. Even people from major French research institutions who work on marine studies come to our house to consult our materials, and I've always been in charge of that archive. I don't want to spend my whole life guarding that archive, so my cousin Pascal and I contacted France 5 to produce this program. We also want to prove to our elders that we are capable of standing on our own." Xiao Peng looked into Fabian's eyes. His sincerity was undeniable. Fabian continued, "Channel 5's production budget isn't much. After all, this is a TV program, you can tell from our cast." Xiao Peng nodded. "Yes, I can tell. This is clearly a low-budget TV program, incomparable to BBC documentaries. Those documentaries often involve hundreds of people filming for years, costing hundreds of millions." Fabian said, "Sin wasn't lying to you earlier. The TV station won't give too much on-screen fee, 30,000 is indeed the maximum, but we really need the footage of you swimming harmoniously with the sharks underwater. How about this, I'll personally contribute another 20,000 euros, making it a total of 50,000 euros for on-screen appearances. Is that acceptable?" Before Xiao Peng could speak, Sin became anxious. "Fabian, this isn't in accordance with the rules." Fabian replied, "This is my own money, it has nothing to do with the TV station. Don't forget, I'm also the producer of this program. This is settled. Xiao, what do you think?" After listening, Xiao Peng considered it for a moment. 50,000 euros seemed a bit too little, everyone's greedy, after all. However, Fabian said that their database really interested Xiao Peng. If he really wanted to work in marine salvage in the future, this information could help him. "I can accept this price," Xiao Peng said, "but I have one more condition." "What condition?" Fabian became a little nervous upon hearing the condition, fearing Xiao Peng would take the opportunity to make an exorbitant demand. "I want to see your archives. I want to learn more about the ocean." Xiao Peng stated his purpose. Fabian breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, is that it? I can agree to that, but I have 2 questions." "What questions?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Fabian said, "First, all materials cannot be borrowed, they can only be viewed in the archives." Xiao Peng nodded. "No problem, no problem." "The second question," Fabian suddenly fell silent. "What is the second question?" Xiao Peng asked, somewhat curious. Fabian said, "The second question is, my archives are at Cape Ardeg." Xiao Peng immediately cursed, "Damn it. Is Cape Ardeg a place you can just go anywhere? It really is a place you can enter freely, but you need to pay a small price." "What's the price for this small act?" "It's being completely naked." Cape Ardeg, located in the Bay of Lides south of Marseille, is a renowned nudist camp throughout Europe and even the world. What's a nudist camp? It's a place where everyone is a nudist, and everyone is completely naked. It's said that the French lead the world's fashion trends, but Xiao Peng only realized after arriving here that the French are probably the least clothed people in the world. France has a population of nearly 70 million, but about 2 million are nudists, meaning 1 in 35 people doesn't like wearing clothes. There are nearly 200 nudist clubs and nearly 100 nudist resorts. The most famous is Cape Arg. Xiao Peng isn't afraid to go in naked. Most beaches in France allow people to sunbathe naked. Xiao Peng has seen too many naked men and women working on David Beach. But even if he were naked, he couldn't get into Cape Arg. This is because single men are not allowed to enter that area except for the elderly. Unless Xiao Peng can find a female companion. But where is Xiao Peng going to find a beautiful woman to strip naked and go to Cape Arg with him? What's the difference between this and being turned away? How could Xiao Peng not swear? But he can only suffer in silence. Fabian already told him to go, so if he can't go, he can't blame anyone else. Forget it, let's earn the 50,000 euros appearance fee first. I gave that harpoon shark a nice name, Nightingale. You probably know that harpoon sharks are also called nurse sharks because their heads are square like nurse caps, and the most famous nurse is undoubtedly Nightingale. So I named it that, hoping it can become a good friend of humans like a real nurse. Xiao Peng spoke confidently to the camera. So how did you rescue this harpoon shark? Sin asked at just the right moment. Xiao Peng said, horned sharks feed by sucking, but there's so much plastic waste in the ocean now. When I encountered Nightingale, it had accidentally inhaled a large amount of plastic waste, which got stuck in its mouth, making it unable to eat and on the verge of death. As a professionally trained diver, I love the ocean and marine life, so I tried to clean the garbage out of its mouth. Sin frowned, looking nervous, and said, Mr. Xiao, although horned sharks are generally gentle, they are still large creatures over 3 meters long. Encountering one in the sea is still very dangerous, am I right? Xiao Peng nodded, of course. What factors gave you the courage to risk your own safety to help it out of danger? Sin asked. I've been in Marseille for over 2 years now. The people here are wonderful, they love life and respect every life. I've gradually been influenced by them. So when I saw that scene, even though I knew it was dangerous, I didn't hesitate to help. I think every Marseille resident would have done the same. And as you know, my job is to clean up marine debris, it's my responsibility. Xiao Peng subtly flattered him. This program was going to air on France 5, and he still needed to make a living here. Although Xiao Peng said Marseille instead of France, Sin was still very satisfied with his answer. She smiled and asked, so, do you think it was worth it? Xiao Peng, employing his one-word way, seriously nonsensical, skills, said, there's a saying that fish only have a 7-second memory. Those who believe that clearly don't understand fish. In fact, many fish have excellent memories. As you saw, although my situation was indeed very dangerous, and I could have died, you also saw the reward I received. I gained the friendship of this shark. Out of the 6 billion people on Earth, not many are as lucky as me. That's truly enviable. Just now, we saw you playing with that rash shark on the seabed. Without exaggeration, it was the most beautiful picture I've ever seen. Sin finished speaking and was about to ask her next question when she was suddenly interrupted by her phone ringing. Xiao Peng glanced at his phone and said, excuse me, it's my call. Sin gestured for the camera to pause. She was a little unhappy. How could he answer the phone at a time like this? But she had no choice but to watch the interview. She was quite satisfied with the interview, seeing Xiao Peng talking so confidently to the camera. Fabian was even more satisfied. A TV program needs a punchline, and Xiao Peng's harmonious interaction with the sharks underwater was undoubtedly the biggest punchline. Add to that the interview. This program is sure to be a hit. Pascal was even more excited, already editing the footage of Xiao Peng swimming with the sharks underwater on his laptop. This guy was extremely taciturn, but when he worked, he was incredibly dedicated. XINNEI glanced at Xiao Peng. Her interview wasn't over yet. She wanted to ask more questions and edit the content to her liking. She had prepared a lot of questions, but Xiao Peng's phone call had completely disrupted her train of thought. She wasn't the only one whose train of thought was interrupted. Xiao Peng's boasting was also broken. He recognized the phone number. It belonged to his boss, Pierre. As soon as he answered, Pierre's furious roar came through the phone. Xiao, where are you? Xiao Peng was taken aback. I'm at the old port of Marseille. The ship had already returned to port, and the interview was being conducted while the ship was docked there. Pierre roared on the phone, what time is it? Why aren't you at work? Do you want to quit? If you're not coming over now, get out of here. Xiao Peng glanced at his diving watch. Pierre, it's only 6. I always clock in at 11. Pierre roared, Xiao, I'm very dissatisfied with your work attitude. It's tourist season, so many people in the company are working hard, why are you the only exception? Can't you come earlier to help your colleagues? Damn it. I hired you because you're Chinese. Aren't you Chinese known for being hardworking and loving to work overtime? Xiao Peng frowned. Mr. Pierre, I have no problem helping others, but could you give me their wages too? Although Pierre said that, Xiao Peng didn't really think about racial discrimination. Marseille is one of the least racially discriminatory places in Europe. After all, it's the capital of North Africa, and you can see people from almost 22 countries around the Mediterranean, all skin colors, so racial discrimination isn't serious here. Rich people discriminating against poor people is quite common here. But this is the same everywhere. Pierre exclaimed, how could that be? How could I let you be paid by someone else? Xiao Peng replied, then that's settled. Why should I work for someone else? With this kind of work attitude, Pierre raised his voice, I'm firing you. Xiao Peng laughed, fine. Ha, are you kidding me? Now it was Pierre's turn to be stunned. I said, I'm firing you. Xiao Peng nodded, I heard you clearly. I'm fired now, right? Pierre, I'll wait for your registered letter, goodbye. He was about to hang up. Now it was Pierre's turn to panic, no, I don't admit to what I said. Xiao Peng retorted, although my phone is a bit old, it does have a recording function, and right now I'm sitting next to Miss Sine Sarah, a famous presenter from Channel 5, and marine ecologists Fabien Cousteau and Pascal Cousteau. They can all testify that you're going to fire me. Pierre on the other end of the line was silent for a moment before saying, are you bragging? Xiao Peng shrugged, actually, we're making a TV program, you'll probably see it in a while. You know I'm an excellent diver. What's the point of saying this? Since you've decided to fire me, I won't go to work. I hope you'll follow the rules, otherwise I'll file a complaint with the Labor Committee. Pierre was silent for a moment, damn it. He hung up the phone without waiting for Xiao Peng's reply. He had truly shot himself in the foot. XINNEI watched Xiao Peng hang up the phone and asked curiously, what? You got fired? Xiao Peng nodded, yeah, the person who called me just now was my direct supervisor, Pierre. He wants to fire me. Pascal, who had been silently staring at his laptop, suddenly shook his head and summed it up, he's a real idiot. His summary was indeed spot on, Pierre was a genuine idiot. Pierre's words would have a devastating impact on his underlings who were doing illegal work, since finding a job to support a family wasn't easy. But Xiao Peng wasn't afraid at all. Marine debris cleaners must have professional diving qualifications and be registered with the relevant departments, so this job cannot employ unlicensed workers. This means Xiao Peng is a legitimate employee of David Beach, and dismissing a full-time employee requires paying severance pay. Especially since Xiao Peng didn't violate company regulations, it falls under the category of no-fault dismissal. Regardless, as long as he wasn't dismissed for gross negligence, according to local law, Xiao Peng will receive a substantial severance pay. His monthly salary is €3,500. After all, he's in a skilled profession and earns a high income, even more than some diving instructors. So why doesn't anyone want to do it? The danger and hardship are unspeakable, and it doesn't look good to talk about. Everyone says Chinese people are obsessed with saving face, but you only realize how much more foreigners value face. They're always saying, he insulted me, I'll kill him. Having worked at David Beach for a year and 6 months, according to local law, dismissing him now would require paying severance pay, notice period compensation, paid leave compensation, etc., totaling at least several thousand euros. Xiao Peng hadn't planned to continue this job anyway. If he had resigned voluntarily, he wouldn't have received this money. Now, it was like a windfall. Fabien looked at Xiao Peng, puzzled, and asked, Xiao, why are you so happy to see you get fired? Xiao Peng nodded, not denying it, I never wanted to continue this job in the first place. Fabien knew Xiao Peng worked cleaning up marine debris. He nodded and said, with your level 3 diving certification, you shouldn't be doing this job. How about this, I'll introduce you to the Cousteau Diving Association, maybe I can get you a diving instructor job. Xiao Peng shook his head, I don't want to think about work right now. I just want to think about how to get into Cape Ardeg. The people on the ship were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Fabien patted Xiao Peng on the shoulder and said, I really can't do anything about this. After all, I was young when my grandfather died, otherwise I would definitely ask him why he established a family database in Cape Ardeg. Was it some kind of old man's weird hobby? Oh well, I agree to let you go. How you get there is your own business. Xiao Peng looked worried. He turned to look at Sinet, who, thinking he was inviting her to Cape Ardeg, quickly waved his hand, saying, I'm not Doria, I don't have her courage. Xiao, can we continue the interview? Doria was a well-known model and actress in France at the time, later becoming a weather forecaster on television. At the end of 2013, in the World Cup European qualifying playoffs, France played Ukraine. Ukraine won the first leg 2-0, and Doria declared that if France could defeat Ukraine and qualify for the World Cup, she would report the weather completely naked. And France won 3-0, and Doria kept her promise. She gave a naked weather forecast to all the men and women of France. Although it was more than 100 meters from the camera and nothing could be seen clearly, she was indeed completely naked. This incident made Doria incredibly popular, but her reputation among her peers wasn't great, perhaps due to jealousy. Xiao Peng looked at Xinei with a terrified expression and said, "Xinei, what are you thinking? I meant we could continue the interview. After all, we've already taken up some time. We've only just met. How could I possibly invite you to Cape Ardeg? Xinei, you probably don't understand us Chinese, we're known for our reserved nature, and we're quite conservative in these matters. But never mind, we haven't known each other for very long, so I won't blame you for thinking that way. I hope you focus on your work, your attitude is really putting a lot of pressure on me." Xinei. Sin was a little confused. What did this mean? It seemed like she'd done something wrong. Looking at Xiao Peng's innocent expression, she felt even more guilty, but something just felt off. Xiao Peng did want Sin to go to Cape Adeg with him. The look he'd given her earlier had implied that, but he didn't know how to bring it up. He absolutely couldn't admit it, could he? Sin composed herself and gestured to continue the interview. Xiao Peng considerately turned off his phone, and the interview was finally over. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. Fabian was very satisfied with the footage. "Xiao, from your interview, it's clear you're someone who truly loves the ocean and marine life." Xiao Peng nodded, "Of course." Sin asked curiously, "So, to what extent do you love them?" Xiao Peng thought for a moment, "Can I have them with every meal?" Everyone's faces fell. Fabian glanced at his watch, "It's already 9 o'clock? Come on, let's go. I'll treat everyone to dinner to celebrate the successful completion of today's recording. It's not surprising to have dinner at this time. Many restaurants here don't open until 7 p.m. or even later. After all, this is a high-latitude region, with significant variations in day and night length. It doesn't get dark until 9 p.m. And unlike their neighbor Spain, there isn't much nightlife here, so it's simpler to eat late, have a full meal, and go straight home to sleep." Sin, having come from Paris, wasn't familiar with life in Marseille, but Fabian was different. His family's success began in Marseille. He knew the area very well. He volunteered to take everyone to a seafood restaurant with a very grand name, St. Louis Seafood Cooking Class. The main reason for choosing this restaurant was because of the beautiful host, Sin, and the photographer, Armand. They had come from Paris, so of course they should try the local seafood. Xiao Peng didn't really want to go, but he couldn't refuse Fabian's insistence and had to go along. When passing the Derrida's boat, Xiao Peng didn't forget to teach Mrs. Derrida how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which made her very happy. However, when she learned that Xiao Peng and his group were going to the St. Louis Seafood Cooking Class for dinner, she scoffed, "You're going to old Lamar's house for dinner? His cooking skills aren't even a tenth as good as Xiao's. Xiao should really teach him a lesson." The group took the tram to the St. Louis Seafood Cooking Class. It wasn't that they didn't have a car. Fabian and Pascal's car was parked in the Marseille Old Port parking lot. But the St. Louis Seafood Cooking Class was in the Old Town, where the roads are already congested and narrow, with many places having parked cars on the sidewalks, and many roads simply closed off to vehicles. Driving there was definitely not a good option. In fact, this situation is quite common in France, so the most popular family cars here are small hatchbacks, which are more convenient. However, Marseille has one great advantage: it's definitely not the kind of city where you would die without a car. The metro and trams form a well-developed public transportation network, so they took a tram directly to the Old Town. Sinat was curious about Xiao Peng. "That lady just said you're also a very good chef?" "I really can't tell." Xiao Peng replied a little embarrassedly, "It's really not that. It's just that Mr. and Mrs. Derrida like Chinese food. Actually, I haven't cooked anything else except scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I don't understand why they like such a simple dish so much." Sinat quickly added, "I also really like Chinese food." Xiao Peng laughed, "You mean modified Chinese food? There aren't many French people who really like authentic Chinese food." Sinner shook her head, "Then you're just ignorant. There are many authentic Chinese restaurants in Paris, like Emartijao, De Xiaomian, Ayao Noodles, Xiang Fantang, and so on. They're all very famous. My favorites are the Sichuan cuisine at 1995 and Chuan Xiang Ge. Xiao Peng frowned upon hearing Sinner's words. "How do you know those are authentic Chinese restaurants?" Sinner smiled slyly. "The places frequented by many Chinese people are naturally authentic." This reasoning left Xiao Peng speechless, and he began to sizing Sinner up. Sin asked, puzzled, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fabian chuckled, "I bet Xiao is thinking, why aren't you fat despite eating so much?" Sin smiled smugly, "I'm the type who can eat whatever I want and never gain weight." Upon hearing this, the photographer, Armand, couldn't stand it anymore. "Who was it that ate a piece of Belgian chocolate at the hotel and then yelled, 'Too many calories,' and went to the gym for 2 hours? You." Sin pointed at Armand, looking angry, "You're always like this. I'm getting a different photographer next time." Xiao Peng laughed. Sin, it's a good thing to maintain your figure through exercise, what's there to be embarrassed about? Let me tell you, everyone who says they can eat anything and never gain weight is just not old enough. The fact that you can eat anything and never gain weight means you're still young. Xiao Peng's words were a bit dishonest. Although Sin was quite pretty, she was definitely not young. She was already 37. Compared to people of Asian descent, Caucasians have thinner skin, making them more prone to aging, wrinkles, and age spots. Xiao Peng had seen XINNEI without makeup at sea today, and the difference between her current made-up appearance and her bare face was striking. Just for this reason, Xiao Peng admired XINNEI's professionalism, daring to go makeup-free and dive herself for a program that's not something most people would do. Anyway, the cheapest thing in the world is flattery, so praising her a bit isn't unreasonable. Look at XINNEI, her face is practically beaming with happiness. Armand gave a thumbs up. Xiao, if I were as good at talking as you, I would have been promoted long ago. Are all Chinese people this good at talking, or is it just you? Xiao Peng shook his head. No, you would be like me today. What happened today? Armand didn't understand what Xiao Peng meant. Xiao Peng sighed. I just got fired. I'm unemployed now. Armand, however, said enviously, if I had 50,000 euros right now, I'd take a break and relax. I haven't even had a vacation this year. Xiao, you're such a lucky guy. You could do a human shark dance show for tourism. That alone would make you live a good life. I'm jealous of you, you damn bastard. All the French money is being taken by you Chinese. Xiao Peng didn't think much of what he said. Armand was right. The French are known for their laziness and love of enjoyment, and hardworking Chinese people do indeed earn money here more easily than the French. For example, underwater cleaners, despite their high pay, are undesirable to the French. They prefer the comfortable and easy work of diving instructors. The French are similar to other Western countries in one aspect: most people don't have a habit of saving money. They consider work a part of life, but not the most important. People here value personal life. In all the time Xiao Peng had been here, he had never heard of the French working overtime. The law stipulates that working hours cannot exceed 35 hours per week. Even after get off work, colleagues generally don't call. In their eyes, this is considered impolite. At the same time, the French are probably the most vacation-loving people in the world. They value enjoyment. Ordinary families usually take 1 or 2 vacations a year. Those with better financial means travel abroad, while those with less travel to other cities. If they really can't go abroad, they have ways to manage. For example, in the summer, the Parisian government creates beaches along the banks of the Seine, allowing people to sunbathe and enjoy short vacations. It's a peculiar scene. Just meters away, a busy main road is bustling with traffic, while on the artificial beach beside it, men and women in bikinis are lounging. If you have the sea in your heart, everywhere is Hawaii. Xiao Peng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Please, Armand, this is France. I received 50,000 euros, but I still have to pay taxes. I was only supposed to pay taxes at a 14% rate, but with this 50,000 euros? Even if I have zero income for the rest of the year, I'll still have to pay taxes at a 30% rate. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. After hearing Xiao Peng's words, everyone suddenly fell silent, then they all sighed together. Sigh. France has the highest tax rate in all of Europe. How high? Taxes account for more than 50% of the country's GDP. Many wealthy French people choose to leave France and settle in neighboring countries. For example, Gérard Depardieu, a French national treasure, moved to Belgium to avoid the high wealth tax. France follows a territorial principle in taxation. Whether you have a company or work in France, any money you earn there must be paid according to French tax laws. How harsh are the taxes here? There are at least 214 types of taxes in France. Except for tax law experts, no one can say for sure what the entire list of taxes in France actually looks like, and some inexplicable new taxes often appear. For example, in 2012, the then French president directly proposed a 75% wealth tax on those earning over 1 million euros a year. This fully demonstrated to the world what equality for all and redistributing wealth meant. This tax rate shocked the world. After various parliamentary meetings, it was eventually reduced to a 50% tax rate, but this was still unbearable, and many wealthy people like Gérard Depardieu chose to leave France. Thankfully, this tax was abolished after only 2 years, otherwise all the wealthy people in France might have fled by now. The French people's perceived laziness is partly related to taxes. I work hard to earn money, but after taxes, I'm not even as comfortable as the poor. What's the point of earning any money? Many middle-class people here only have a good name. They might actually be less comfortable than the poor. Extremely high tax rates are a problem everyone in France faces, but it's unavoidable. Everyone knows France has excellent welfare benefits, but without such high taxes, how could there be such good welfare? There are always trade-offs. Mentioning taxes dampened everyone's enthusiasm, especially Sinat. She contributes about a third of her income every year. This is even with the help of numerous tax avoidance policies. There are many types of taxes here, and even more tax avoidance methods. There are currently about 460 tax breaks, with over 190 related to personal income tax. There are all sorts of strange and unusual tax breaks. Take Xiao Peng, for example. Based on his income, he should have paid 30% personal income tax, but he only needs to pay 14%. This is because his job is diving and he has a diving certificate. Artists, writers, and athletes enjoy special tax treatment here, and Xiao Peng was included in the category of athlete and enjoyed special tax treatment. Living here, if your income is high enough, you absolutely must find a good accountant to help you avoid taxes. Don't be fooled by the high price of hiring a good accountant. The money they can save you is even greater. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Fabian eased the tension. All right, stop thinking about those damn taxes. Now we should get off the bus. The only things in the world worth cherishing are good food and love. Waiting for us is the best seafood restaurant in all of Marseille. Our family has always had all our gatherings here, it's a decades-old tradition. Sin laughed. Then we're in for a treat today. The group got off the tram and, led by Fabian, turned left and right through the old alleyways of Marseille. Seeing Fabian's familiarity with the place, Xiao Peng was certain he had been here many times. If Xiao Peng were here again, he definitely wouldn't be able to find his way. Following Fabian, they arrived at the St. Louis Seafood Cooking Class Seafood Restaurant. It was a typical traditional Marseille building, a 3-story long building facing the street, with living quarters on the second and third floors and a storefront on the ground floor. Restaurants like this are countless in Marseille. It was clearly an old establishment. The space wasn't large. Including the kitchen, it was less than 80 square meters. To accommodate more customers, the tables were very close together. It's no exaggeration to say that if someone farted while eating, at least 5 tables nearby could smell it. However, the business was incredibly booming. The entire restaurant was extremely noisy, a characteristic of Marseille. The people here are outgoing and love a lively atmosphere. They speak loudly, sing loudly, laugh loudly. In short, the people here are very warm and generous. Fabian's claim of familiarity with the restaurant was no exaggeration. A table was prepared for him, and after they were seated, the waiter brought out a seafood platter that had been prepared beforehand. Knowing the space was limited, the restaurant thoughtfully provided 2 tiers for the tables, a metal rack on each side to hold bread, salad, and sauces, while the seafood dishes were placed on the racks. Although Xiao Peng had been in Marseille for over 2 years, this was his first time dining at such a formal seafood restaurant, and he was quite curious, as he was trying to save money. The seafood platter came in 2 types, cold and hot, and the cold platter was served first. But when the cold platter arrived, Xiao Peng was immediately taken aback. What the heck? How do you eat this? According to traditional Chinese medicine, all foods are categorized into 5 types: neutral, cold, cool, warm, and hot, also known as the 5 natures. Seafood, with the exception of a few exceptions like fish, shrimp, and abalone, which are considered warm or hot, is mostly cold. Eating cold foods like seafood in summer is theoretically a good idea. But this seafood platter is way too cold. The entire plate is covered with a thick layer of crushed ice, topped with various seafood, mainly shellfish. Some are cooked, some are raw, but both look like they just came out of the freezer. A ring of sliced lemons surrounds the seafood. These aren't just for presentation, they also add flavor. The white crushed ice base and the various seafood look very appealing, but Xiao Peng is hesitant to eat it. He's afraid of getting diarrhea. Fabian, however, was in high spirits. Just squeeze lemon juice onto these seafood and you can eat them directly. Or you can dip them in clam chowder. Trust me, the clam chowder here is the best in all of Marseille. This one serving costs €8 and is a limited quantity. Xiao Peng looked at the clam chowder in front of him, packaged in a plastic container about half the size of a cigarette box. €8 for such a small amount, and a limited quantity? He definitely had to try it. He spread the clam chowder on rye bread and took a bite. His first reaction was that it was fishy, his second was that it was salty, but after getting used to the taste, he actually found it quite good. He didn't dare eat the cold seafood platter, but bread with clam chowder was no problem. Drinking cream of mushroom soup with rye bread spread with clam chowder felt really good. Xinei noticed Xiao Peng hadn't eaten the cold appetizers. Assuming his seat made it inconvenient, she offered him a mussel. Xiao, have a taste. This mussel is incredibly fresh. Like Fabian said, it tastes even better with a little lemon juice. Xiao Peng quickly declined Xinei's offer. My stomach isn't good, I can't handle cold seafood, so you guys eat it. How could these mussels not be fresh? They were practically raw. Xiao Peng had eaten oysters, drunken shrimp, pickled crab, and sashimi, but he'd never eaten raw mussels before. The sight of them, all bloody and gory, was terrifying. After seeing Xiao Peng refuse, photographer Armand asked curiously, "Are there things you Chinese wouldn't dare to eat? You even eat dogs." Armand, Sinet raised his voice, signaling him to stop, then smiled wryly at Xiao Peng. Now you understand why he said he'd be promoted long ago if he could talk, right? Don't blame him for not being able to speak properly. Xiao Peng squinted at Armand. This guy had just said something about the Chinese making all the money, and now he's saying this again. Young man, are you looking for trouble? Armand, however, remained unfazed, saying while eating, I'm not wrong. Sinet, don't you know? They Chinese even eat dogs. What wouldn't they dare to eat? Sinet was about to speak again, but Xiao Peng waved his hand and smiled. It's quite interesting. Since I came to France, it seems every Frenchman asks me if I eat dog meat. Armand, I can honestly answer you, I've eaten dog meat. Armand's eyes lit up. I told you so. Xiao, dogs are man's best friend, how can you eat dog meat? But, Xiao Peng drawled, then continued, I've never actually eaten dog meat in China, but in France. Do you know La Ciotat? It's about 30 kilometers north of Marseille, between Marseille and Toulon. There's a dog meat restaurant there, run by locals, and mostly frequented by locals. Next to that restaurant is another restaurant specializing in horse meat dishes. That's quite common in France. At this point, Xiao Peng sighed and raised his voice. Horses. They're man's best friend. How can you French eat horse meat? Armand didn't believe Xiao Peng. I don't believe it. How could the French eat dog meat? Sene, unable to bear it any longer, said to Armand, actually, dog meat used to be popular all over the world, especially throughout Europe, particularly during the occupation of France in World War II, when there were many dog meat shops. During famines, people would look for cheaper meat to supplement their nutrition. Although there aren't dog meat shops anymore, some places in our country still retain the habit of eating dog meat. Even today, you can still find dog meat in Paris. Xiao Peng pointed north. You don't need to go to Paris, there's some in La Ciotat, and it tastes quite good. Armand, if you're curious, I can invite you to try it tomorrow. Armand frowned and shook his head, saying, I don't believe it. You're talking nonsense. Hearing this, Xiao Peng's smile vanished, and he said seriously, Armand, do you think you're God? You say let there be light, and there is light. You say something doesn't exist, and it doesn't exist? You think you can just wipe out the 80-year history of the dog meat restaurant in La Ciotat with a single sentence? Your disbelief only shows your ignorance. Let me tell you something else. Of China's 1.4 billion people, only a very small percentage have ever eaten dog meat. The country that truly loves eating dog meat is Korea. Countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam also eat dog meat. Why do you bring up dog meat whenever you see Chinese people? What is this? Seeking superiority and self-satisfaction by belittling others? Armand, what Xiao says is true. Pascal lives in La Ciotat, Fabian said. The dog meat restaurant in La Ciotat, as Xiao said, has a history of over 80 years, and it's very popular and famous locally. Hearing Fabian's words, Armand had no choice but to believe him. He lowered his head and remained silent. Xiao Peng smiled coldly. Armand, you owe me an apology. Armand looked up at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng said, I'm easy to talk to, but it depends on the situation. What you just said insulted my people and my country. I need an apology, otherwise, let's go outside and settle this like men. Having spent so much time abroad, Xiao Peng's personality had changed considerably, but it also depended on the situation. There were some things he would never compromise on. Before going abroad, he'd heard a saying, the more you travel abroad, the more patriotic you become. He'd scoffed at the time, how could seeing the outside world make you more patriotic? But reality slapped Xiao Peng hard in the face. He was now exactly like that. In Marseille, dealing with such situations boils down to two words, don't back down. It's easy to find yourself on the moral high ground in such disputes. Armand said, Xiao, it's just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously? Xiao Peng retorted, do we know each other well? I didn't even know you before today. Who would joke with you like that? You have to apologize to me and my country. Otherwise, I'm not done with you today. Chinese people value harmony and forgiveness, but this approach doesn't work in Western countries. It's seen as weakness. A man must stand firm when necessary. Seeing Armand's lack of intention to apologize, Xiao Peng's eyes lit up with an idea. He raised his voice and said, Armand, if all Parisians acted like you, you'd utterly disgrace the French. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of loud bangs echoed across the tables. These weren't coming from their table, but from several nearby tables, where customers were slamming their fists on their desks and glaring angrily at Armand. The restaurant was small, and the tables were close together. Everyone had heard Xiao Peng's argument, but they didn't interfere, treating it as a spectacle. Foreigners were the same. There were far more onlookers than meddlers. The saying, mind your own business, isn't just a Chinese trait. However, Xiao Peng mentioned Armand was a Parisian, and now nobody was watching anymore. Hey, Parisians! Don't drag us down with you. I knew it. How could a Marseillean do something so despicable? Turns out it was a Parisian. No wonder. Parisians are all disgusting dogs. Why did this restaurant let Parisians in? No wonder the wine tasted so bad today. With Parisians here, even the liqueur tasted awful. Get the Parisians out. The entire restaurant instantly became incredibly noisy, a group of people cursing and pointing at Armand. Dealing with the Parisians? Every Marseillaman was duty-bound to do it. Xiao Peng was secretly delighted at this seeing his goal achieved. Marseille and Paris are sworn enemies in every sense of the word. In fact, the French can be roughly divided into two types, those who often bask in the sunshine of the south, and those who often experience the rain and gloom of the north. Paris represents North France, while Marseille symbolizes South France. Historically, Parisians have viewed the rest of France, except for Paris, as the countryside. There's even a derogatory term in French, outsider, specifically used by Parisians to describe people living outside of Paris. Marseille, as one of the fastest-growing cities in France after World War II and a popular holiday destination in Europe, now has the right to look down on Paris. Therefore, the two cities are bitter rivals in politics, economics, and many other aspects. The most intense reason for this relationship is football. The French love football, and when teams from these two cities clash, it's a clash of titans. In their most recent match, the two teams received a total of 5 red cards and 14 yellow cards. The intensity of the game is evident. Last year, when Paris lost the Champions League final, the first city to celebrate wasn't Munich, Germany, but Marseille, France. The entire city erupted in celebration. One might have thought they had won the Champions League. The reason they celebrated like this is simple: the only French team to have won the Champions League trophy is Marseille, not Paris Saint-Germain. And that's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous thing is that for a long time, France had a national law banning the wearing of Paris Saint-Germain jerseys in Marseille. This law was only repealed a few months ago, but you still won't see anyone wearing a PSG jersey on the streets of Marseille, not because they're afraid of being arrested, but because they're afraid of getting beaten up. If you disagree, try wearing a PSG jersey in Marseille, they'll beat you up without hesitation. Armand swallowed hard at the sight. He was scared too, and whispered to Sene, I'm not eating this. I'm going back to the hotel. But as soon as he finished speaking, the customers next to him wouldn't let him go. You think you can just run away after doing something stupid? You must apologize to this Chinese man today, or you won't be leaving this door. You think you can walk out of this door without apologizing? You'd have to step over my dead body. We Marseillais aren't cowards like you Parisians. You have to take responsibility for your actions. Well said. Armand was completely dumbfounded by this scene. He looked around and swallowed hard. It seemed that if he didn't apologize, he really wouldn't be able to leave. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Armand lowered his proud head and whispered to Xiao Peng, Xiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those insulting things to you and your country. Please forgive my ignorance. I hope what happened today will teach you a lesson. Xiao Peng sneered. From now on, think before you speak. Speaking without thinking only shows your lack of manners. And let me tell you again, I don't accept your apology. You. Armand was furious. Xiao Peng glared at him. What? You insulted my country and you expect me to forgive you? Aren't you French famously patriotic? What would you do if this happened to you? A nearby customer, who had been watching the commotion, shouted, If anyone insulted France in front of me, I'd fight them to the death. That's right. We Marseillais aren't Parisians. We love our country from the bottom of our hearts. Unlike them, who just talk the talk. That's not surprising. After all, Parisians are cowards. Well, it's escalated to regional discrimination again. Armand slunk away from the restaurant and hailed a taxi. Back inside the restaurant, people hugged and celebrated their victory at his departure. Someone even started singing La Marseillaise, and everyone sang and drank, the entire restaurant filled with merriment. You'd think it was some kind of big party. The citizens of Marseille sang this song when they went to Paris to start the revolution. Now they're singing it to celebrate their victory over the Parisians. Looking at it this way, singing this song now is quite fitting. Xiao Peng looked at Fabian and the others, shaking his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, I should apologize to you. I ruined what was supposed to be a nice dinner. Fabian, however, spoke up, this isn't your fault. It's all that arrogant Parisian bastard's fault. You did the right thing. If someone insulted what's most precious to me, I'd be even angrier than you. I might have punched them. Xiao Peng was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. Damn, Fabian and Pascal had lived in Marseille since their grandfather's generation. They were Marseillians too. No wonder the two brothers hadn't said a word when he was arguing with Armand earlier. The other Parisian at the table, Cindy, was in a bit of a bind. She knew the two cities didn't get along, but she hadn't expected it to escalate to this point. If Armand had apologized a few seconds later, he might have been beaten up. She was now almost afraid to speak after all. She also spoke with a Parisian accent. If Fabian and Pascal hadn't been there, she really wanted to leave with Armand. Fabian, noticing Sin's nervousness, reassured her, Sin, don't be nervous. You've been in Marseille for a while now because of this show. Have we Marseillais ever treated you badly? We Marseillais are clear about right and wrong, right is right, and wrong is wrong. We Marseillais are chivalrous, not thugs. Sin smiled awkwardly. This is your territory, whatever you say is right. Fabian changed the subject. Xiao, today's events have made me look at you in a new light. I always said Chinese people are weak-willed, but you've shown me another side. Xiao Peng smiled without saying a word. Just then, the waiter brought over the hot seafood platter. Fabian laughed. Xiao, your stomach can't handle cold seafood. Here's the hot one, you can eat it now. The hot and cold platters were quite similar, mainly featuring shellfish such as mussels, clams, cockles, and whelks. The preparation was simple, boiled with celery stalks and then topped with lemon juice. The platter also included several large lobsters, cut in half lengthwise, prepared similarly to garlic lobster. However, they too were topped with lemon juice. Just how much do people here love lemons? Xiao Peng could accept the taste, though it felt a little odd. According to Xiao Peng's hometown tradition, mussels are better paired with rice vinegar. As for the lemon juice, well, it was alright. The atmosphere at the table improved again. As Fabian had said, only good food and love should not be missed. The group ate and chatted, with Sin and Fabian showing great interest in China, listening attentively as Xiao Peng recounted the customs and traditions of his hometown. However, one person remained silent. Pascal had been engrossed in his phone since the beginning, seemingly preoccupied with something. At first, everyone assumed he had something important to do and would just use it occasionally, but he was so engrossed in it that he refused to eat. Fabian, a little embarrassed by this, explained to Xiao Peng and Xinei, my cousin is a tech geek, he's not very good at communicating with people. Xinei chuckled, covering her mouth, you shouldn't have explained it to me. I already knew that. You could have just told Xiao. Xiao Peng shrugged, I don't mind. At least no one's going to steal my food, right? Pascal, however, was unsatisfied by Fabian's words. Fabian, how am I bad at communicating with people? I also want to talk to Xiao about that shark, but I have more important things to do right now. More important things? Fabian was taken aback. What is it? Pascal flashed his phone. I'm arguing with someone online. Everyone present was speechless. You really are bad at communicating. Pascal, however, retorted confidently, I've really run into an idiot. Fabian, you won't believe what happened on the collectors forum today. Yesterday someone posted a bison coin from the Shilader period, and some moron actually said it was only worth 20,000 euros. Damn it, let him sell it to me. I'll buy as many as he has. Xiao Peng was taken aback. This scenario sounded strangely familiar. Fabian, somewhat embarrassed by Pascal's words, explained to Xiao Peng and Sin, my cousin is an antique collector, especially obsessed with ancient coins. He's incredibly knowledgeable about them, those old, worn-out coins are treasures to him. We don't need to worry about him. We'll just eat. What do you mean old, worn-out coins? They're history. Pascal retorted, then went back to typing furiously on his phone, looking quite annoyed. Fabian, seeing this, scoffed, that's just how he is. To put it nicely, he's focused, to put it bluntly, he's crazy. But don't underestimate him. Last year alone, he made at least several million euros from the antique business. And that's because the economy wasn't doing so well last year. Although he disapproved of Pascal's behavior, he was still his cousin, so he wanted to praise him to prevent them from looking down on him. Sin's eyes widened, so young and already earning so much? Fabian chuckled, it's all out of necessity. Sometimes antiques and art are excellent tax avoidance tools. The highest tax rate for jewelry, art, collectibles, and antique transactions is tax-free. That's why our country's art market is booming. Sin sighed, why didn't my accountant tell me this? Damn it. Fabian laughed, then you should get a different accountant. Pascal looked up, I collect because I love it. Look how beautiful this gold coin is. It's amazing that it's maintained such good condition after all these years. Then why don't you contact the seller and buy it? Fabian suggested. I sent the seller a private message, but he hasn't replied. Pascal said dejectedly. Xiao Peng quickly asked, how much are you offering? Pascal replied, of course not that idiot who said a maximum of 20,000 euros. I'm offering 170,000 euros directly. How much? Xiao Peng exclaimed in surprise, because old Henry had said the gold coin was worth at most 120,000 euros. Pascal, however, thought Xiao Peng was intimidated by the high price of the coin, so he explained, this is a slave coin, and a slave coin is. He went on and on about the coin's origins, almost exactly the same as what old Henry had said. Despite his usual taciturn nature, Pascal's eyes lit up when he talked about his favorite topics. Finally, Pascal concluded, in short, Shuderader died in a palace intrigue, and the gold coins issued during her reign were destroyed and reminted, so there aren't many left. If it can be confirmed that this coin is genuine, I'm willing to offer 170,000 euros. Xiao Peng was stunned. He was going to change Pascal's name on his phone. He was the real moneymaker, and Daniel was no match for him. Looking at Xiao Peng's expression, Pascal chuckled. Xiao, why the expression? I know you're shocked, but is this some kind of exaggerated reaction? Sinet chuckled. I suspect Xiao was thinking, I only earned 50,000 euros after all those TV appearances and interviews, and this tiny coin is worth 170,000 euros. To be honest, I was shocked. Pascal felt a surge of pride at Sinet's words. Just as Fabian had said, he wasn't great at communicating, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Seeing Sinet's astonished expression, he was happy to show off. So he said, actually, I'm willing to pay 200,000 euros for this gold coin. I quoted 170,000 euros to leave room for negotiation. Sinet frowned. Spending that much money on a gold coin? Is it worth it? Pascal answered Sin's question earnestly. Unfortunately, I don't have this gold coin in my collection, otherwise, I could sell it for a very good profit. I know someone who would be very willing to buy it. Sin exclaimed, collectors are all really rich. Pascal said, this gold coin must have been recently pulled from the sea. Whoever found it is definitely a lucky guy. Now it was Xiao Peng's turn to be shocked. How do you know it was just pulled from the sea? Pascal explained, gold is chemically very stable, so soaking in seawater for a long time won't change it much. However, in ancient times, due to the limitations of technology, gold would contain impurities. Soaking in the sea for a long time would diminish the coin's luster and cause it to darken. This coin exhibits this characteristic. Of course, this is just a photo, we need to see the actual item to determine the final price. Xiao Peng asked curiously, are you so sure this was pulled from the sea? Fabian, beaming with pride, answered Xiao Peng's question. The Cousteau Diving Association isn't just an association for diving enthusiasts, it encompasses the tourism industry, fishing, and deep-sea salvage workers. We share information and improve together. Our database is the result of the collective efforts of everyone in the industry. We can definitely tell if it was pulled from the sea. Xiao Peng suddenly understood. Pascal, however, said, you guys keep eating. I'm going to examine this gold coin some more. Damn it, is this guy posting a phishing thread? Why hasn't he come online yet? Xiao Peng blinked, pulled a gold coin from his pocket, and said, Pascal, why bother looking online? Wouldn't it be better to see the real thing? Everyone froze, and after a long while, Fabian finally came to his senses. So this gold coin is yours? Xiao Peng laughed, yes. I'm the lucky guy Pascal was talking about. Pascal, now you can examine the coin. Actually, his words were unnecessary. Pascal had already grabbed the coin and was examining it closely. Xiao Peng was overjoyed. Pascal had just boasted to Sinet, revealing his bottom line. He'd said he was willing to pay 200,000 euros for this coin. This was going to be a windfall. He picked up his glass and took a sip of his anise liqueur with relish. He usually thought it tasted awful, but now it was surprisingly good. But then Pascal suddenly said something that almost made Xiao Peng spit out his liqueur. No, this gold coin is wrong. Xiao Peng was shocked. It was a fake gold coin? That couldn't be. He definitely pulled it out of the sea. Did Miao Pei secretly switch it for him last night? That doesn't make sense. She never checked his gold coin. How could she have found a replacement? Something's wrong. Xiao Peng's eyes widened. Is this fake? This absolutely can't be fake, or his get-rich-quick dream will be ruined. Pascal, however, said, this gold coin isn't the one in the photo. The two coins are different shapes, and their condition is different too. This one shows more signs of having just been pulled from the water. Xiao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it was. He had mistakenly taken out the coin he'd just retrieved from his pocket and given it to Pascal. Ancient gold coins were poorly made. They were essentially small gold nuggets pressed together. Therefore, the shape, weight, thickness, and size of the coins varied. Xiao Peng chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, wrong coin. Actually, I have two of these coins. He reached into his pocket and pulled out another gold coin, placing it on the table, the one that had been photographed yesterday. He actually also had a silver coin in his pocket, but gold and silver coins feel completely different, so this time he hadn't made a mistake. However, after he placed the gold coins on the table, everyone stared at him in astonishment. Knowing what they were thinking, he quickly held out his hand, saying, I swear to God, there are only these two gold coins. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Don't pull out a whole bunch like magic, that would be terrifying. Pascal took the gold coins, his eyes lighting up. Yes, 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 that's it, that's it. Damn it, Xiao, what kind of phone are you using? The camera quality is so bad. This one is much better in condition than in the photos. Fabian coughed frantically after hearing Pascal's words. His cousin was really stupid. He should have been desperately saying the gold coins were bad. How was he going to negotiate the price later if he said the coins were good? Pascal looked at Fabian with surprise. Fabian, why are you coughing? Do you have a cold? Fabian covered his face. This kid was hopeless. Pascal laughed. Fabian, I know what you're thinking, don't look at me like that. But I've already stated my asking price, what's the point of all this fuss? Besides, this gold coin solves a big problem for me. I know a collector whose passion for Egyptian antiquities borders on fanaticism. I can share one with him. Sinat laughed. Pascal, as far as I know, these 2 gold coins still belong to Xiao, right? Pascal pulled a checkbook from his backpack, quickly scribbled a few lines, and handed it to Xiao Peng. 400,000 euros, now your gold coin is mine. Xiao Peng stared at the check on the table as if in a dream. He wasn't surprised that Pascal used a check. In fact, cash controls are very strict in France, and large transactions are almost always paid by check. Xiao Peng's salary was paid by check, so he was quite familiar with them. What surprised him was the speed at which Pascal pulled out the money. It was as if he had gotten a great deal. Don't think I've gotten a great deal, Pascal said. You can ask around, the price I've given is very fair. Besides, how much are 2 Shurjaradur gold coins worth? These aren't silver buttons from that era. I'm not going to ruin my reputation built up over many years in the industry for a few 100,000 euros. The check lay quietly on the table. Xiao Peng wanted to quickly stuff it into his pocket, but looking at the people in front of him, he didn't want to embarrass himself. After a moment's thought, he asked, "You can be so sure this is genuine after just a few glances?" Pascal confidently replied, "I wouldn't dare do that with other antiques, but when it comes to the study of medieval coins, there are no more than 5 people in all of Europe who are better than me." Xiao Peng believed he wasn't boasting, the confidence he exuded wasn't feigned. "I'm sorry, Pascal," he said, "I shouldn't have questioned your expertise. But what about the silver button you mentioned earlier?" Pascal explained, "It's a silver coin issued during the reign of Shejla Aldur. Because of its small size, collectors affectionately call it the silver button. Shouldn't silver coins be cheaper than gold coins?" Xiao Peng asked, frowning. Pascal shook his head. "The value of ancient coins isn't determined by the preciousness of the raw materials. It's not that gold coins are necessarily more valuable than silver coins, the key is their rarity. You have to understand that it's very unusual for an Arab country to have a queen. For a considerable period of her reign, she was essentially supporting a puppet ruler. Her actual rule was short-lived. The fact that she died in a palace coup says it all." Xiao Peng nodded. "What does that have to do with silver coins?" Pascal explained, "To demonstrate power and uphold authority, she issued gold coins, not silver coins, when she came to power." Xiao Peng was now confused. Then how could there be silver buttons? Pascal chuckled. How could a country only have gold coins and no silver coins? So, during her reign, the Mamluk Empire issued a type of silver coin, but Shejladur considered issuing silver coins an insult to her and ordered their destruction. Therefore, these silver coins are extremely rare. I know of only 7 in existence, 4 in one person's possession, 2 in a museum, and 1 in another private collector's hands. If silver buttons were on the market, regardless of their condition, they would be worth over €1,000,000. Last year, one transaction on the market fetched €1.7 million. Xiao Peng scratched his head after hearing this. Only a few exist, yet they're only worth €1,000,000? If that's the case, it doesn't seem that expensive. Everyone at the table was taken aback by Xiao Peng's words, then burst into laughter. Sin chuckled, "Xiao, today is indeed your lucky day. You can earn so much money in one day, but if I may be frank, you're being too arrogant. How many people in all of Europe would dare say that €1,000,000 is a small sum?" Her words had a hint of provocation. After all, Armand had come with her, and earlier, Xiao Peng had made him leave looking utterly humiliated. She might not have said anything, but she was holding a grudge, so she took this opportunity to give Xiao Peng a warning. Xiao Peng smiled slightly and ignored her. Pascal, however, said seriously, "Xiao, I understand what you mean. In fact, I also think this price is too low. After all, it represents history, which is priceless. But not everyone thinks that way. It's just a 5 or 6 gram silver coin. Even the most discerning collector will only pay what they can afford. The price I just mentioned is the price that all collectors would agree on for the silver button." Sin looked at Pascal and asked, "Pascal, how much would you pay for the silver button?" Pascal answered without hesitation, "I attended the last collectors meeting, and I offered €1.6 million. It's not my fault, the silver button was in very poor condition. At the time, I didn't think it was worth that much." Upon hearing this, Sin exclaimed, "No wonder people say that reclusive men are the richest. After seeing you, I believe it. Spending millions on a single coin? My God, that's unimaginable. In fact, you already shocked me by spending 400,000 on those 2 gold coins." Sin had spent time with the 2 brothers and always thought Fabian was their leader, but now it seemed his judgment was somewhat wrong. These days, money talks, and it's clear Pascal is richer. Fabian laughed. "Don't underestimate Pascal. Among the younger generation in our family, although he has the most eccentric personality, he's also the richest." Pascal frowned. "Am I eccentric?" Fabian quickly waved his hand, of course not. If you were eccentric, you wouldn't be helping me, right? Pascal is only involved in this TV program to help his good-for-nothing cousin. The rest of his words were for everyone to hear. Pascal shook his head and continued the previous topic. Actually, I still regret it a bit when I think about the silver button. The opportunity to acquire it might be gone forever. If I could do it all over again, I would have spent 2 million to get that silver button. Sin comforted him. Pascal, don't dwell on it. Maybe one day someone as lucky as Xiao will walk up to you with a silver button. Pascal said, then I'll take your good wishes. However, although they said this, they both knew in their hearts that it was just a casual remark. There were 7 silver buttons in total, and the whereabouts of each one were traceable. Collectors who could afford such high-priced items were all incredibly wealthy. Why would they casually resell them? Thinking of this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Xiao Peng looked left and right, but everyone remained silent. He coughed twice and said, Pascal, I need your help with a small favor. What? Pascal, already disappointed, had lost interest in speaking and answered listlessly. Xiao Peng pulled a silver coin from his pocket and placed it on the table. Take a look, is this the silver button you mentioned? Everyone looked at the coin with strange expressions. Pascal yelled and grabbed the coin. After examining it for a few moments, he jumped up from his chair, his voice hoarse with excitement. Xiao, you damn bastard. Where did you get this silver button? No, I'm not even asking. It was salvaged from the sea. And it was just pulled from the water recently. Bastard. Are you Maria's godson, God's godbrother? He became incoherent with excitement. Everyone in the restaurant was startled. Is this really a silver button? Fabian stood there, stunned. He looked at Xiao Peng, then at Sin, his expression indescribably strange. Xiao Peng was overjoyed to hear Pascal's words. It really was a silver button. He never expected that the silver coin he had looked down upon would be so valuable. Truly, there are surprises everywhere in the world. But his face remained expressionless. Instead, he pulled Pascal's hand and made him sit down. Pascal, calm down. Calm down. Pascal finally calmed down, then suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Damn it, I've done so many stupid things today, Sin, I'm starting to suspect you're in cahoots with Xiao. Sin blinked, not understanding Pascal's meaning. Xiao Peng, however, understood perfectly. He laughed heartily. Sin, tell me what you like. I'll give you a commission if you sell this silver coin. Today, Xiao Peng definitely received a divine assist from Sin. Men all like to show off in front of beautiful women, and Pascal was no exception. However, showing off always comes at a price. The first time he showed off, he presented Xiao Peng with the starting price for 2 Byzant gold coins. With the beautiful woman in front of him, Pascal couldn't go back on his word, so he bought the 2 coins for 400,000 euros. The second time he showed off, Pascal boasted that he was willing to pay 2 million for the silver button. Well, another financial loss. In fact, Pascal wasn't lying, he really was willing to pay 2 million for the silver button. But who wouldn't want to get more for less? If he hadn't boasted to Sin about their internal dealings, he might have gotten the silver button from Xiao Peng for only 1 million. However, that wasn't the dumbest thing he did. The dumbest thing was that he shouldn't have mentioned the silver button at all. Otherwise, Xiao Peng, a complete novice, wouldn't have known the value of the silver coin and might have even given it to him. Even mentioning the silver button wasn't the dumbest thing he did today. His dumbest thing was getting so excited when he saw it. If he had gritted his teeth and said it was just an ordinary silver coin, Xiao Peng might have believed him. Now, not only did he mention the silver button's value, but he also revealed how much he desired it. So many coin collectors, who wouldn't want a silver button? Now Xiao Peng is in the dominant position, while Pascal is in the passive position. If Xiao Peng grits his teeth and raises the price, should he buy it, or buy it? He's starting to see something off about the way he looks at Bien. My cousin, why did you brag to me just now? Saying things like I'm the richest among the younger generation in the family, isn't that just telling Xiao Peng there are rich and stupid people here? Hurry up and take advantage. Anyway, Pascal wants to slap himself a few times right now. Today he's been a complete idiot, stupid to the core. Seeing Pascal's remorseful expression, Xiao Peng was in a good mood. How could he not be happy? Yesterday he was illegally leading people scuba diving for a 200 euro commission. Today he was about to become a millionaire. It had to be said. It was fucking awesome. Seeing Xiao Peng looking at him, Pascal said helplessly, Xiao, for God's sake, don't look at me with that damn gaze. It feels like you're looking at a mentally challenged child. Okay, today I really do look like a mentally challenged child. Xiao Peng didn't know what to say, so he could only shrug and continue smiling silently. Pascal sighed. Xiao, tell me, what price do I need to pay for this silver coin? Before Xiao Peng could speak, Fabian interjected, Xiao, aren't we friends? Yes, we're friends, Xiao Peng smiled. But don't you always say, friendship is friendship, business is business? Fabian choked, unable to speak. Xiao Peng held the silver coin in his hand, smiling, and said, "Pascal, may I ask you a few questions?" "Of course," Pascal said, but his eyes never left the silver button in Xiao Peng's hand. Xiao Peng said, "You really want this silver button, don't you?" Pascal answered without hesitation, "Of course. All coin collectors want this silver button, am I right?" Xiao Peng continued. Pascal paused for a moment, then nodded. Xiao Peng smiled, "Many of these coin collectors are wealthier than you, am I right?" Pascal took a deep breath and said angrily, "Damn it, you're right. If I were really that rich, I would have already paid an unacceptable price for its silver button. But for you, 2 million isn't your bottom line, is it? You would buy this silver button for more than that amount, right?" Xiao Peng continued. Pascal was silent for a moment before nodding. "Indeed not, but it won't be much more." He didn't give a specific number. Xiao Peng smiled slightly. "Then if I contact a coin collector wealthier than you, I can sell it for a better price, right?" Pascal nodded and simply fell silent. Fabian, seeing his cousin's reaction, grew anxious. "Xiao, don't torture Pascal like this. Just tell me what you want." Xiao Peng laughed. "Pascal, a flat price of 2 million. This silver coin is yours." "What?" Fabian and Pascal exclaimed in unison. Pascal blinked. "Xiao, did I hear that right?" Xiao Peng nodded. "If you have hearing problems and misunderstood me, I doubt Fabian and Sin misunderstood either." Now it was Pascal's turn to be confused. "Xiao, can you tell me why you did this?" Xiao Peng smiled. "Didn't Fabian just say we're friends? You opened your family's database to me and invited me to join the Cousteau Diving Association. We Chinese value gratitude, so of course I'll repay such kindness." "Then you can give this coin to Pascal," Sin suggested. Xiao Peng grinned. "Friendship is friendship, business is business." Sin rolled her eyes. Pascal looked at Xiao Peng and said, "So, Xiao, do you know? By doing this, you've saved yourself at least 400,000. Fabian, upon hearing this, angrily kicked Pascal under the table. His cousin had lost his mind again. How could he reveal his bottom line again? But Pascal seemed oblivious, continuing to stare at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng laughed, "Of course I know, and I also know, to be precise, it's more than 400,000. After all, you're not the only buyer. It's a seller's market in this matter. Then why are you willing to sell to me at your bottom line?" Pascal asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng smiled, "I told you, we're friends." Pascal was silent for a moment, then suddenly extended his hand and shook Xiao Peng's hand firmly. "Xiao, you've won my friendship. We're friends. My friend, you can write a check now," Xiao Peng said cheerfully. Pascal pulled out his checkbook again, scribbled a string of numbers in a flourish, and handed it to Xiao Peng. "I wanted to write down more numbers earlier, but then I thought better of it. I have a better suggestion. I'll introduce you to an excellent accountant. Trust me, he's absolutely worth the 400,000. Xiao Peng was initially a little disappointed by Pascal's words. Why didn't you write down more? He was heartbroken to miss out on hundreds of thousands of dollars in earning opportunities. But then he became happy. Accountants from such a powerful family were all incredibly skilled. He'd need them to avoid taxes in the future. This was definitely an unexpected bonus. The atmosphere at the table became incredibly lively. At first, Pascal was mostly silent, but later he seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, perhaps partly because he downed an entire bottle of anise liqueur. He talked incessantly about how he made his fortune in the antique business. If you didn't know the inside story, who would believe this young man was so wealthy at such a young age? However, the people at the table seemed unsurprised by Pascal's antics, simply taking it as boasting. There are many young men like this in Marseille. Before drinking, he belongs to Marseille. After drinking, Marseille belongs to him. The three great loves of Marseille men: football, fine wine, and boasting. Fabian, on the other hand, was more cautious. He made a phone call, and when they left the restaurant, Xiao Peng found several burly men already standing at the door. Xiao Peng was startled to see them, initially thinking Fabian had sent men to rob him. He later realized his mistake. These men were there to protect Pascal. After all, Pascal was carrying 3 valuable antique coins, and while the security situation here had improved, Marseille was still Marseille. It was always better to be cautious. This was fine too. They also protected Xiao Peng in the process. Fabian and Pascal parked their car at the old port of Marseille. They were going to get their car and would drop Xiao Peng off on the way. Saying goodbye and watching their car drive away, Xiao Peng felt like he was dreaming. He was already a millionaire? A millionaire after paying taxes. Ugh, don't think about taxes. Just thinking about taxes makes Xiao Peng's liver ache. Xiao Peng's current problem is getting the money into his own account is the most important thing. Carrying a huge sum of money in checks, it would be a lie to say Xiao Peng isn't nervous. This damned lifestyle is really frustrating. France, as a developed country, isn't really a developed country when it comes to electronic payments. The main payment methods here are cash, checks, and credit cards. It's not that they don't have electronic transfer services, several major banks have offered this service for several years, but it's extremely inconvenient. After transferring money, you have to wait several days for it to arrive. It wasn't until a year ago that these banks' electronic payment services offered instant transfers. But the French are really lazy. Here, taxes are high and welfare is high, so the gap between the middle class and the poor isn't that big. Therefore, people's work attitude isn't very proactive, and they're not very willing to accept new things. Even with electronic payment methods, people here are still used to the cash, checks, and credit cards trinity. The first step to living here is getting a bank card, then a checkbook. In France, a checkbook is the most important personal possession besides a bank card. Living here without knowing how to use checks is a real pain. Looking at the long walkway of the old port, Xiao Peng stopped. Carrying such a large amount of checks and still going back to live on the ship? Isn't that just plain crazy? Frugality is a virtue, but it depends on the situation. He simply turned and walked away, arriving at the C2 hotel next to the port in a few minutes. Marseille is an old city, so almost all its hotels are converted from old buildings. Grand, opulent high-rise hotels are a rare sight here. Hotel C2 is converted from a 19th century private mansion. Because it's an old building, it's quite small, but it has everything you need, even a private beach. However, due to its prime location, it's not cheap, starting at over €200 per night. But despite this, it's one of the most popular hotels in Marseille. Does Xiao Peng care about money? Absolutely not. Besides checks, he still has the €2,000 Miao Pei insulted him with. After suffering so much in Marseille, shouldn't he treat himself now that he has money? That would be pure idiocy. He's not worried about not being able to afford the hotel, he's worried about whether there are any rooms available. However, fate was kind to him. The hotel happened to have a vacant room, a double room with a sea view, which was a bit pricey at €369 per night excluding tax, with a 10% VAT to be paid by the customer. However, the price included breakfast, otherwise, breakfast here would cost €30. The view was truly breathtaking. Floor-to-ceiling windows led to an outdoor balcony, perfect for enjoying coffee and the scenery. The balcony faced the old port of Marseille, and he could even see his own little sailboat. Xiao Peng was very satisfied with the room and decided to splurge, staying for 3 days first. That seems a bit stingy. But it wasn't that he couldn't afford to stay longer, the main problem was he didn't have enough cash. Even if he went to the bank tomorrow to deposit the check, it would take 2 business days to arrive. France is definitely a country that can drive impatient people crazy. As for his own bank account, he still had some money, but that was all his savings. Traveling, Xiao Peng had developed a habit of always preparing for the worst and being ready for the best. He wasn't worried that Pascal would forge the checks. Although check fraud was currently the most common form of payment fraud in France, Pascal would never do that. It was a serious crime here. Unless he was willing to gamble everything. But as the old saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. He needed to prepare for the worst first. Soaking in the bathtub, Xiao Peng reflected on the day's events and felt quite moved. It wasn't because Pascal was young and wealthy, nor was it because he had suddenly become rich overnight, but because he saw the difference. As the saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. If Pascal hadn't been so clueless, he might have given him that silver button as a gift. Want to make money through underwater salvage? Even if he pulled up some treasure, Xiao Peng might not even recognize it with his current level of expertise. It's not that I might not recognize it, it's that I definitely won't. I absolutely have to broaden my horizons. Xiao Peng secretly made up his mind, once the check issue is resolved, I'll live in the library. It doesn't matter if I don't understand, I'll just learn, right? So, where should I start? I'll start with French. Although Xiao Peng's spoken French was fluent, having spent so much time there, his writing and literacy were truly lacking. At this point, he could only write his name, numbers, and the name of his bank, essential for writing checks. He even had to look up the recipe he wrote for Mrs. Derrida on his phone while consulting a dictionary. It's decided. I'll start being a good student tomorrow. After showering, Xiao Peng lay in bed lost in thought, even imagining himself old, sitting in a rocking chair, telling his grandchildren his legendary adventures. He finally managed to fall asleep, but the next morning he was wide awake, sitting up in bed full of energy. Sigh, he got too excited. After finishing breakfast at the restaurant of Hotel C2, Xiao Peng decided to stay there longer once he received the money. The breakfast wasn't lavish: a croissant, a soft-boiled egg, 2 sausages, a piece of grilled meat, and a glass of milk. However, the service and ambience were truly comforting. Watching the other guests leisurely eat their breakfast while reading the newspaper, even though the breakfast was hardly worth €30 and incredibly simple, the people around him were treating it like a French gourmet meal. It felt particularly pretentious. Cough cough, I misspoke, it was tasteful. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Peng checked the time and saw the bank wasn't open yet. Not knowing what to do, he decided to go back to the boat, pack his things, and move to the hotel. Xiao! Just as he reached the small boat, he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Good morning, Mrs. Derrida." It was his old neighbor. Xiao Peng greeted her with a smile. "You're up so early. No wonder you look so much younger and more energetic than your peers." Mrs. Derrida's face lit up with a smile, but suddenly she suppressed it and said sternly, "Xiao, you're not being honest." Xiao Peng was taken aback. "Mrs. Derrida, what did I do wrong? Why are you saying that to me?" Mrs. Derrida said angrily, "Yesterday I followed the recipe you gave me for scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and it was impossible to make." Xiao Peng's eyes widened. "Mrs. Derrida, many children in our country can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's a very simple dish. I wrote it all down clearly in the recipe. How could it be impossible to make? Is it clearly written?" Mrs. Derrida feigned anger. "Look at what you wrote on it. A pinch of salt. Tell me how much a pinch is. You need to be precise to the gram." Xiao Peng gaped, speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "Mrs. Derrida, you're really wronging me. You have to understand, everyone's taste is different. Some people like it salty, some like it bland, some like it sour, some like it sweet. For example, as people get older, their taste buds deteriorate, and they tend to add more salt. In short, you should cook according to your own preferences and taste, not fixate on a fixed amount of grams." Mrs. Derrida shrugged. "Well, that's what happens when you're a German immigrant." Xiao Peng was speechless. So meticulous, so impressive. Mrs. Derrida suddenly laughed. "But I'm a Maasai now, of course I'm not so rigid." "You're right. I'll definitely find the flavor that suits me and my husband after a few more tries." Xiao Peng gave a thumbs up. "You can definitely do it. By the way, where's Mr. Derrida? I haven't seen him." Mrs. Derrida shrugged. "At the police station." "Ah." Xiao Peng's eyes widened. "What happened?" Mrs. Derrida didn't know that Xiao Peng had resigned. "Luckily you were at work last night and didn't come home. A group of people came to the port early yesterday morning, loitering around. They didn't look like good people, and then they went aboard each ship, looking for something. We were all asleep, but my old man heard the noise and went out to check." Xiao Peng became a little nervous. "Is he all right? What happened to him?" "He fired a shot and those bastards all ran away. The police came this morning to deal with it, and my husband went to the police station with them. He should be back soon." Mrs. Derrida laughed. "You've been busy all night, go home and rest. I'll make him some scrambled eggs with tomatoes before that old man gets back." Xiao Peng was relieved to hear that Mr. Derrida was all right. "Okay, Mrs. Derrida, I won't bother you any longer. By the way, I might not be living on the boat anymore." Mrs. Derrida asked, puzzled, "Why not on the boat? Enjoying the sea breeze and listening to the waves every night, what a comfortable life." Xiao Peng smiled wryly. "If I were on a yacht like yours, I might find it comfortable, but this small boat is unbearably hot in summer and freezing in winter, and bathing and cooking are inconvenient. I really can't stand it anymore." Mrs. Derrida laughed. "That's true. Go live somewhere comfortable. You have to learn to enjoy life, don't wait until you're this old to realize that. It's a pity we lost such a good neighbor. By the way, about the community mutual aid." Xiao Peng replied directly, "Don't worry, Mrs. Derrida, even if I'm not on the boat, I live nearby. Just give me a call anytime you need me." Indeed, it was nearby. Just a few minutes walk from here at the C2 Hotel. But there was no need to show off to Mrs. Derrida. Mrs. Derrida's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. "I wasn't mistaken, you're a good young man. Alright, don't waste time with this old lady. I'm going to continue my tomato and egg challenge." Xiao Peng smiled and said goodbye to Mrs. Derrida before returning to his boat to pack his luggage. Actually, he didn't have much luggage, one suitcase was more than enough. In the years he'd spent in Marseille, he'd barely bought any clothes to save money. He suddenly felt something was off. Although Marseille wasn't exactly safe, no fool would dare cause trouble in the old port. After all, this was Marseille's image, the most popular tourist spot, and a place the police paid the most attention to. What kind of idiot would come here to cause trouble? And a whole group of such idiots? Xiao Peng suddenly remembered how Fabian had summoned so many people to escort them with just one phone call yesterday. Damn! Could Fabian be behind this? He suddenly felt nervous. If Fabian and his group reneged on the debt and had Pascal report the checkbook lost, he'd definitely have to go to court to get the money back. They were rich and powerful, not afraid of lawsuits. Why had he been so stupid as to give them all the gold and silver coins? Would this check be ruined? Thinking this, he was incredibly nervous. Without even packing his luggage, he rode his old bicycle to the bank and sat down at the entrance to wait for it to open. This foolish behavior even attracted the attention of the bank security guards, who came to question him. Only after Xiao Peng produced the check did the guards stop questioning him, but they seemed suspicious. As soon as the bank opened, Xiao Peng rushed in, expertly filling out the deposit slip and carefully verifying his account information before handing the check to the teller, a task that could have been done by machine. but Xiao Peng insisted on having a staff member do it to ensure the check was correct. In fact, it was a false alarm, the check was perfectly fine. However, the teller, upon seeing the amount on Xiao Peng's check, showered him with flirtatious glances and even handed him a small piece of paper with her phone number on it. As Xiao Peng left the bank, he was still confused. The check was fine? Was he just imagining things? Every time Xiao Peng thought back to that morning at the bank when he scared himself, he couldn't help but chuckle. Frankly, it was because it was the first time he'd seen so much money. If he truly had hundreds of millions in assets, receiving a few million wouldn't have made him so nervous. However, when over 2 million euros actually appeared in his bank account, Xiao Peng completely lost his composure. Xiao Peng genuinely admired the protagonists in movies and novels, those who, despite suddenly becoming rich, could maintain their integrity. He, on the other hand, couldn't do that. What should you do when you have money in your pocket? Spend it, of course. Xiao Peng finally understood why those nouveau riches could spend so much. Anyone would be caught off guard by suddenly receiving so much money. First, he'd renew his hotel reservation for another month. The whole month wouldn't even cost 15,000 euros, tisk tisk, cheap. He also needed to replace his old, beat-up phone. His old one was completely dead, he needed a new one. What should he get? A Huawei, of course. This wasn't really because Xiao Peng was patriotic, it was simply because there wasn't an Apple store in Marseille. Don't be fooled by Marseille's status as the top tourist destination, second most populous, and third largest metropolitan area in France. In China, it's roughly equivalent to a county-level city. And that's actually a compliment. It's truly small. The entire Marseille city proper has less than 900,000 inhabitants, and the combined population of all its satellite cities doesn't exceed 2 million. Because of this, it's not a shopping paradise. Many shops are incomplete, some items available in Paris or Lyon aren't here, for example, Apple stores. However, Huawei is incredibly successful here, with massive advertisements everywhere. Huawei holds the #1 market share in the French mobile phone market. More accurately, it's Huawei and Honor. Interestingly, many French people don't know that Huawei and Honor are the same company. Their fans constantly engage in online battles, much like the online feuds between Huawei fans and Xiaomi fans in China. Xiao Peng bought a new Huawei phone for 999.99 euros, which was about 1,000 yuan more expensive than in China, but it came with a bunch of freebies like headphones and a watch. So, it was significantly cheaper than in China. These freebies weren't official gifts, they were part of a promotional event by local retailers. After all, the ban on GMS had a huge impact on Huawei, and this kind of promotion was a way to open up the market and get European users to accept their HMS. In fact, Xiao Peng had gotten used to Google's GMS in France over the past few years, but HMS was also quite good. Support domestic products. He also bought a laptop, a high-performance gaming laptop. Of course, it had been so long since he'd played online games. He also needed to buy clothes and shoes. There was a large shopping center near the old port. Now that Xiao Peng had money, he bought shirts and leather shoes. Although he didn't usually wear shirts and leather shoes, women here loved that, didn't they? I went to the hair salon and spent 100 euros on a haircut, basically a buzz cut, but maybe because it costs so much, I think it looks much better than if I had done it myself with clippers. Should I get a French driver's license and buy a luxury car? Hey, I'll think about it later, I have more important things to do right now. Forget about going to the library or researching at the Cousteau family archives. Xiao Peng had long since forgotten those thoughts. The most important thing, of course, was picking up girls. Right now, all he wanted was to relax, spending his days in the bar at the C2 hotel. The place was full of tourists, and a man like Xiao Peng, generous, well-dressed, and with exotic charm, was very popular. Picking up girls was a sure thing. Of course, Xiao Peng was well aware of his own limitations. The key to his success was his generosity. He'd been in Marseille for over 2 years, and he'd always looked the same. But he'd never succeeded in picking up girls before. Unlike now, where he was getting them every time. At first, Xiao Peng planned a party for 3 days, then it turned into a week, and it looked like it was going to continue. A moment of decadence is a moment of pleasure, and continuous decadence is continuous pleasure. No wonder those rich kids who got rich from land expropriation love to squander money. It's uncontrollable. Right now, he was the epitome of a smug loser. There's no way around it, it's human nature. What finally rescued Xiao Peng from this decadent life was a phone call. Seeing the phone ring, Xiao Peng put on his pajamas and went to the balcony, whispering, "Mrs. Derrida, what's up?" Mrs. Derrida on the other end of the line chuckled, "Xiao, you sound like you just woke up. Did I call at the wrong time?" Xiao Peng glanced back at the bed in the room. A girl was sleeping there. What was her name again? Oh well, he'd really forgotten. He only remembered she was a tourist from Belgium. He'd been blown away by her beauty last night, but today she was just so-so. Alcohol really shouldn't be consumed in excess. He coughed twice. "Mrs. Derrida, What are you saying? Of course, you can call me any time. Mrs. Derrida laughed even harder. Xiao, you're a good young man. If my daughter weren't 20 years older than you, I would really consider letting her marry you. Xiao Peng's face darkened. Mrs. Derrida, I've heard that at least 50 times. So what if I hear it again? Can't you just treat it as an old lady's nagging? Mrs. Derrida said, feigning anger. Xiao Peng raised his hands and surrendered. Mrs. Derrida, what can I do for you? Mrs. Derrida replied with a hint of reproach, Xiao, have you forgotten what day tomorrow is? Xiao Peng was taken aback. Tomorrow? You really forgot. Mrs. Derrida said, tomorrow is Community Aid Day. I told you that the other day. Xiao Peng slapped his forehead. Damn, he really had completely forgotten. He quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Derrida, I really forgot about it. Thank you for calling to remind me. I'll come to see you first thing tomorrow morning. Mrs. Derrida smiled. No need to apologize, your presence is more important than anything. Everyone in the old port knows you've made a fortune and are staying at the C2 hotel. My silly old man even said that now that you're rich, you won't be as enthusiastic as before and won't come over anymore. After I hang up, I'll help you scold him and vent your anger. Xiao Peng blinked. It wasn't surprising that Mrs. Derrida knew he lived in C2, after all, it was so close to the docks, and the old port of Marseille had no secrets. But he had a feeling Mrs. Derrida wanted to say something to him. Mrs. Derrida, is there something you want to tell me? Xiao Peng asked uncertainly. Mrs. Derrida sighed. Perhaps it's because I'm getting old. Seeing you reminds me of my children's tendency to nag. My child, you have a long life ahead of you, and no one has the right to dictate how you should live. But I want to tell you something, you must learn to control your wealth, not let it control you. Never mind, I know you don't like hearing this, just consider it an old woman's nagging. Xiao Peng remained silent for a long while before saying, Mrs. Derrida, thank you, I know what I should do. The next morning, Xiao Peng arrived at the old port dock. He changed out of his shirt, leather shoes, and watch, and put on a t-shirt, jeans, and wading shoes, just like when he worked as an underwater garbage cleaner. Xiao, you're here. Mrs. Derrida greeted him. Xiao Peng nodded, I'd come even if it rained knives. Mrs. Derrida laughed, if that were the case, I wouldn't have gone out. You young people have courage. Xiao Peng blinked, this old lady was as interesting as ever. Where's Mr. Derrida? Xiao Peng asked. Mrs. Derrida laughed, he went to get the car. Come help, you can't expect an old lady to carry all this stuff, can you? Of course not. Xiao Peng jumped onto the boat. There were boxes of various sizes, folding tables and chairs, and other items. He unloaded them all. After he finished, a Renault Twingo minivan drove up. The car's size and shape were similar to a Cherry QQ in China. It's one of the most common cars in France. The French don't typically buy luxury cars. It's not that they lack the money, but rather that they're inconvenient to use. Many French cities are historically significant, resulting in narrow roads and difficult parking. The most common cars on French streets are various types of hatchbacks. This car was small, but it had a roof rack. Xiao Peng and Mr. Derrida worked together to load and secure the luggage on the roof. Xiao Peng wanted to carry the luggage himself, but Mr. Derrida refused, even seeming a little annoyed, and shooed Xiao Peng aside, doing all the work himself. What was this? An old man suddenly feeling young again? After loading the luggage, Mr. Derrida drove them to the old street of Rapanir, the place where Miao Pei had called Xiao Peng that night. The car stopped in a courtyard where several people were already waiting for them. As Mrs. Derrida alighted from the car, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed in a formal suit, approached her. Dr. Derrida, thank you for your help again. I have to trouble you to come every month. Mrs. Derrida smiled and said, it's my duty. Xiao, it's nice to see you again. The woman greeted Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng smiled and said, hello, District Chief Biar, I'm just Mrs. Derrida's assistant. Just call me Olivia, the woman in the suit said. You're more than just an assistant. You two chat first, I'll go help Mr. Derrida with his things. Xiao Peng gestured for the two to continue their conversation while he went to help unload the car's contents. This woman in the suit was named Olivia Biar. From Xiao Peng's address, it was clear she was the district chief. But don't be intimidated by that title. Marseille is small, you can see the entire city from a hilltop. But it's also large, encompassing many nearby towns. The Marseille region comprises 16 administrative districts, further divided into 111 subdistricts. These 16 districts are then divided into 8 departments, each electing its own city council. There are 303 city councillors alone, not to mention the officials in each subdistrict and district, and the various departmental officials within each district. In short, officials are everywhere here. And Madame Derrida, though now an ordinary old lady living on a ship, has quite a background. She was originally one of the best gynecologists at the University Hospital of Tübingen in Germany, who came to France with Mr. Derrida for love, beginning their life on the ship. It seems a pity she gave up a lucrative salary and promising future, but seeing their life together, one has to admit they are very happy. It just shows that people have different pursuits. Mrs. Derrida now comes to Le Panier every month to conduct free medical checkups for the prostitutes there. That's why the prostitutes in Le Panier greeted Xiao Peng that night. He's quite a hot commodity there, and they've had no shortage of flirting with him. Mrs. Derrida didn't hire Xiao Peng as her assistant to be a laborer. Xiao Peng's maternal grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and Xiao Peng grew up with him, learning TCM from a young age. While not exactly a miracle doctor, he was proficient in basic ailments, using acupuncture and massage. He originally came to France not to be a diver, but to practice TCM. He failed in his TCM attempt and only by chance became a diver. France is sometimes a very difficult country to understand. France was one of the first countries in the world to accept and use traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. TCM gained a foothold in France as early as the 1930s, and acupuncture became a legal treatment in France in 1956. For decades, French medical schools have offered specialized acupuncture diplomas, and TCM clinics are now very common in France. Many practitioners are local French doctors, a stark contrast to other countries that prefer to hire Chinese medicine practitioners. Why is France considered difficult to understand? While it is extremely lenient towards acupuncture, rarely punishing non-medical practitioners, it maintains exceptionally strict control over Chinese herbal medicines. Many French TCM practitioners have to order medicines from countries like the Netherlands and Belgium by mail. Another significant difference between France and China is that TCM clinics here are concentrated in cities and affluent areas. The cost of TCM treatment in France is extremely high. Furthermore, most treatments are not covered by Social Security. TCM is a luxury here, a medical treatment only the wealthy can afford. When Xiao Peng first arrived, he couldn't get an acupuncture license because his French wasn't good enough, so he became a diver. It was through this that he met Mrs. Derrida. When the old lady learned that Xiao Peng knew acupuncture and massage, she exclaimed in amazement and brought him to participate in community volunteer activities. Xiao Peng didn't refuse such activities, it was a quick way to integrate into the community. Honestly, he wasn't doing this to take advantage of the prostitutes, he was the one being taken advantage of here. After tidying up, no one came, the prostitutes wouldn't get up that early. Olivia led Xiao Peng and the others to a nearby room to rest. It was a consultation room that had been prepared beforehand. Under Mrs. Derrida's guidance, Xiao Peng set up the portable medical equipment and then made himself a cup of coffee to perk himself up. Besides coffee, there were also desserts, all provided by other volunteers. The prostitutes could eat desserts and drink coffee for free and get a free medical checkup. It was quite a pleasant experience. Xiao Peng was drinking coffee and exchanging fishing tips with Mr. Derrida when Olivia walked over and said, "Xiao, do you have time now? There's something I'd like to talk to you about." Xiao Peng asked, puzzled, "Olivia, did you need something?" Although he'd met Olivia several times, they'd barely spoken. Why would she contact him first? Olivia pulled him aside to a secluded spot, leaving Xiao Peng bewildered. "Olivia, what's all this secrecy about?" he asked, confused. Olivia looked slightly embarrassed and hesitated before saying, "Actually, I came because of my brother." "Your brother? Who's that?" Xiao Peng was completely baffled. Olivia gave the name, Pierre Bayard. Xiao Peng was startled, then realized, "You mean Pierre from David Beach? He's your brother?" Olivia nodded. Xiao Peng frowned slightly. "It's been so long, and I still haven't received the registered letter." Here, firing an employee isn't as simple as just doing it. The company first needs to send the employee a registered letter with a return receipt to schedule an interview, then send the termination letter, and there's a notice period to allow the employee time to look for work again. This whole process takes almost an hour. But all of this starts with receiving the registered letter first. Xiao Peng has been having a great time lately, completely forgetting about this. Now he suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I haven't received the registered letter yet." Olivia, after listening, said, "Xiao, actually, my brother knows he was wrong. He acted too impulsively. He wants you to go back to David Beach." Xiao Peng suddenly laughed. Olivia asked, puzzled, "Xiao, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Peng said, "I know what Pierre is facing right now. David Beach can't find any employees with level 3 diving certification who are willing to work as marine cleaners. Those with level 3 certification don't want to do it, and those willing don't have the qualifications. He's in a dilemma." Olivia was silent for a moment and nodded. "Xiao, you're right. You know David Beach is one of the most popular beaches in Marseille, with many tourists and a lot of trash. In just a short time, many people have complained about the marine debris problem." Xiao Peng smiled and said, "Many people heard that Pierre was so determined to fire me, so he must have found someone more suitable for this job. I wish him all the best. But if this continues, Pierre will be unemployed." Olivia said anxiously, "It wasn't easy for him to find such a decent job." Xiao Peng interrupted her with a laugh. "Olivia, I'm unemployed. Olivia hurriedly said, Xiao, Pierre is sorry to call you, but you can go back to work any time. Xiao Peng was taken aback, then laughed, but his smile wasn't exactly friendly. People from Marseille say Parisians are arrogant, but they themselves aren't much better. Good grief, he's almost unemployed and doesn't even come to Xiao Peng to apologize, instead having his sister act as a middleman? What the hell are you thinking? Olivia looked at Xiao Peng. Xiao, why that expression? Xiao Peng held up an 8 with his fingers. Pierre has been the beach director of David Beach since the spring, and in just 5 months, he's issued me 8 tickets. Olivia looked a little embarrassed. Pierre has high standards for his work. High standards, my foot. Xiao Peng cursed. He'll dock 20 euros from me for finding a cigarette box in the sea. Who can guarantee that all the trash will be found in such a vast ocean? But they pay you well there too, Olivia said. As far as I know, you're the highest paid ocean cleaner in all of Marseille. Xiao Peng sneered. Why don't you say I'm the best working beach cleaner in all of Marseille? Do I need to explain the work ethic here? If you hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't be angry. Do you know that Pierre changed my work contract? I could originally do part-time cleaning on Nova Beach, but the revised contract states that if I go, I'll have to pay 47,437 euros in compensation. I don't even know how he calculated that, with round numbers and decimals. He's taking away 1,700 euros from my monthly income. Olivia chuckled. Xiao, you have to understand. These are just business tactics. Xiao Peng gave a thumbs up. Well said. Pierre's actions have led to all the beaches following suit, amending their contracts to prohibit their seabed cleaners from working part-time at other beaches. Now it's a one-size-fits-all situation, and several beaches are suffering greatly because they can't hire nighttime seabed cleaners, forcing them to work during the day. Isn't this a case of shooting themselves in the foot? Olivia said, my brother is still young, he doesn't think things through. You have to give him a chance. Xiao Peng was speechless. As far as I know, Pierre is 37 years old, right? Is he still a child? Olivia stared at Xiao Peng. Xiao, you're not planning to go back no matter what? Xiao Peng nodded. Of course. Olivia suddenly sneered. Xiao, forgive my bluntness, but there are some things you haven't thought through. I know that if Pierre really fires you, several beaches would be willing to hire you, but what if Pierre doesn't give you a termination notice? According to the contract, I'll happily go to David Beach every month to collect my 815 euro salary. Xiao Peng laughed. No, you don't understand. Olivia said, that also means that without terminating your contract with David Beach, you can't do any other work. Xiao Peng laughed. I won't starve. If I don't want to work, I don't want to work. Damn it, so that's why Pierre bullied me and kept deducting my salary? Now that I'm rich, who the hell cares about you? Olivia was stunned. She hadn't expected Xiao Peng's answer. After a moment's thought, she suddenly understood. Is it because you know acupuncture and massage techniques? But as far as I know, you don't have a medical license in France. I forgot to tell you, I also have a supervisory role with the Marseille Regional Health Authority. If you really want to cause trouble, I'll be keeping an eye on you. Xiao Peng looked at Olivia like she was a fool. He really wanted to show her his savings. Who did he think he was? He was about to speak when a gasp rang out, followed by a strong, cheap perfume scent. Xiao Peng turned to see a flamboyantly dressed, heavily made-up girl running towards him. Seeing him turn, she jumped into his arms and planted a large kiss on his cheek. Xiao, I look forward to this day every month. Oh dear, I've been feeling awful lately, you have to give me a proper checkup today. This girl was from Eastern Europe and named Maria, of course, a pseudonym. There were a bunch of prostitutes here using the Virgin Mary's name as a pseudonym. Xiao Peng put Maria back on the ground. Maria, I'm sorry, I can't do my volunteer work today. Why? Maria asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng pointed at Olivia. She's going to sue me for practicing medicine illegally. Xiao Peng swore to God that he said those words purely out of spite for unfairly accusing her, nothing more. But he truly hadn't anticipated the terrible consequences of that accusation. A large-scale protest erupted in Marseille without warning. Protests are common in France. There are protests at least 300 days a year. Protests happen here today, there tomorrow. People say the French are a romantic people, but only after visiting did I realize they are truly a people who love to fight to the core. The most famous example is the French Revolution of 1789. A group of commoners held a meeting on a tennis court and then stormed the Bastille. A group of fully armed women stormed Versailles and sent the king and queen to the guillotine. This was just the beginning. France was plunged into endless struggle, the Girondins, the Jacobins, Robespierre, Napoleon, the Bourbon Restoration. It was always a fight between two opposing factions. Almost every year, France hosts massive protests that make headlines worldwide. It's become a defining characteristic of France. The French are known for their belief in equality for all, and they're famous for complaining, protesting, and striking, a fact that's absolutely world-renowned. This large-scale protest in Marseille was another demonstration that attracted global media attention. The march included men, women, and androgynous women, all dressed provocatively. This was a march by all of Marseille's sex workers. If it weren't for this protest, Xiao Peng wouldn't have known that so many people in Marseille worked in this field. That's right. To these people, it's just a job. They are taxpayers who pay their taxes according to the law. So there's no shame or embarrassment. They don't cover their faces during the protest. On the contrary, they dress up nicely and even hand out small cards to people, including the police maintaining order. Xiao Peng could only sincerely admire their behavior. Amazing. Of course, some people were arrested during the protest. You can't blame anyone else. While wearing light clothing is fine, don't go completely naked. There's no law in France that says walking naked in the street is a crime, but there's also no law that says it's not. So, except for a few beaches where nudity is explicitly prohibited, you can see men and women sunbathing naked on most beaches. But that's on the beach. Off the beach, if you're naked, you'll still get arrested. And this protest is actually related to Xiao Peng. That day, when Maria learned that Olivia was going to arrest Xiao Peng for practicing medicine illegally, she immediately started shouting. Olivia sensed something was wrong and tried to stop Maria, but she couldn't. Instantly, everyone knew that Olivia had said Xiao Peng was practicing medicine illegally. Olivia, like her brother, was just threatening Xiao Peng. Aside from the fact that the regulation of traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and massage is very lax in France, even if she really wanted to keep an eye on Xiao Peng, she wouldn't have been so explicit, right? When Mrs. Derrida learned of the incident, she came to inquire what had happened. Olivia hurriedly explained, and while she could have simply apologized, Olivia, like her brother, remained arrogant and concluded by saying, legally speaking, Xiao Peng is practicing medicine without a license. This infuriated Mrs. Derrida. She was originally a doctor at the University Hospital of Tübingen in Germany. Although medical degrees are mutually recognized among EU countries, she hadn't registered as a doctor in France. Legally speaking, she was also practicing medicine without a license. So she stopped providing free medical services. According to French welfare policy, these free medical checkups for women could be done for free in hospitals, but only in public hospitals. Public hospitals, which make up a quarter of all hospitals in France, have to provide medical services to 2/3 of inpatients and are already overcrowded. Waiting in line for a checkup can take months. Now, the monthly free checkups are gone? This free medical care was supposed to be a major achievement for Olivia as district mayor, and she even had a good chance of getting a seat on the city council, but she ruined it all. These sex workers, though lowly and discriminated against, had a huge clientele. As a result, Marseille became bustling with activity. And Xiao Peng, the person in question? He wasn't involved at all. He was currently in Aix-en-Provence, a satellite city of Marseille. This was a small city, about 30 kilometers from downtown Marseille, at most a town in China where the famous painter Cézanne was born. He only learned of Marseille's current popularity from the television in his hotel room. Xiao Peng was there because Aix-en-Provence University was located there. It wasn't just the largest university in France, but also home to the largest library system, comprising 59 libraries with 662,000 volumes, 20,000 online journals, and thousands of digital publications. It must be said, studying in such a quiet and artistic town was truly a pleasure. Xiao Peng began a different life. Every day he would sit in a cafe outside the University of Aix-Marseille, a book in hand, sipping coffee. He now understood the feelings of those artsy young women. The beauty of quietly reading was truly indescribable. When he first arrived, he bought a thick notebook to take notes, but later realized it was unnecessary. Phrases like reading 10 lines at a glance and photographic memory actually applied to him. He deduced that this ability must be related to octopuses. Octopuses are known as underwater primates, referring to their intelligence. A creature with 3 hearts and 9 brains. Are you scared yet? Xiao Peng was certain he hadn't grown 2 extra hearts and 8 extra brains, but he couldn't help but think of octopuses for this amazing memory. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the phenomenon. His reading and memory abilities greatly improved. Every day he would borrow a huge stack of books, sit in the cafe, sip his free coffee, and frantically flip through the pages, swimming in a sea of knowledge. Why was the coffee free? The coffee shop owner assumed Xiao Peng was there to pick up girls and show off. Who reads a book like Xiao Peng? He's flipping through a book. But Xiao Peng's daily practice piqued his curiosity, so he made a bet with Xiao Peng, free coffee for him, and the prize being whether Xiao Peng could memorize the contents of the book. Naturally, he lost. Xiao Peng enjoyed this learning experience, but lately, some well-informed media outlets kept calling, wanting to interview him about his views on the protests. What views could he possibly have? Purely boredom. He simply turned off his phone, out of sight, out of mind, and focused on his studies. If only he had put this much effort into studying back then, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been a piece of cake. Why would he be wandering in a foreign land? He deeply regretted it. Michelle, the cafe owner, was wiping the bar when a man carrying a thick stack of books walked in. The man was Xiao Peng. Xiao, another stack like this today? What are the books about today? Michelle asked curiously. Xiao Peng placed the books on his usual table and replied, they're books on world hydrology and mechanical repair. Michelle shook her head. You read all sorts of books. Xiao Peng smiled. I'm only now realizing the joy of reading. If only I had understood this when I was a child. The usual? Michelle asked. Xiao Peng nodded, of course, but I'll still pay. At this rate, I don't know how long I'll be staying here. There are just too many books. I'm getting embarrassed drinking free coffee every day. Michelle shook her head. No, I'm a man, I understand the principle of accepting the consequences of my bets. She grinned. Besides, I've already figured out how to win back the money I've lost. Oh, Xiao Peng became interested. What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're planning to bring in more fools to bet. Michelle laughed. Even though calling me a fool annoys me, who told you to be a monster? I won't be angry with you. Come on, sit there, pick up a book and pretend to read. I'll take a picture of you. We'll take some more together later. Xiao Peng was confused. Are you all right? Did you fall off the bed and hit your head last night? Why are you taking pictures of me? Michelle, feigning mystery, said, I already know who you are. Ha! Xiao Peng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, those sex worker marches have absolutely nothing to do with me. He assumed the reporters had come to his door and told Michelle his identity, and he was already plotting his escape. Just think about it, how could such sensational news as a sex worker march not go viral online? If it got back to China, it would definitely cause a sensation. And upon closer inspection, wow, the root cause of the prostitutes' march was a Chinese man? Given the way the internet works, within 3 days, there would be clickbait headlines like the story of a certain Chinese man and thousands of prostitutes. Xiao Peng still has a sense of shame, okay? Michelle, however, chuckled and said, you're Xiao, the Chinese guy who danced with sharks. What did you say about the sex workers' march? The one in Marseille? What does that have to do with you? Xiao Peng hurriedly waved his hands. Absolutely nothing. Michelle blinked. Really nothing? Really nothing. Xiao Peng declared righteously, even if it did happen, he couldn't admit it. But Michelle sighed. When I saw the march on TV, I saw a girl in the procession, and I was instantly captivated. She was like an angel sent by God to save me. I even drove all the way to Marseille to see her. Xiao Peng's eyes widened in shock. You're planning to pursue her? Don't tell me you're planning to marry a prostitute. Michelle's eyes widened even more. Marry a prostitute? Are you crazy? Xiao Peng asked helplessly. Then why are you going to see her? Could it be? Michelle nodded, of course, for a romantic memory. Xiao Peng's face darkened. You're just planning to have sex, why make it sound so romantic? He thought. Didn't you say she was an angel sent by God to save you? Michelle replied earnestly, she won't think I'm unromantic, she won't think I'm unfashionable, she certainly won't mind that I'm poor and live with my mother. She can bring me joy with just a little money. What else could a woman be but an angel? Feeling exhausted after hearing this, Xiao Peng decided he couldn't continue arguing with Michelle. What did you mean by dancing with sharks? I didn't even know I had that nickname. Michelle looked at Xiao Peng, and after confirming he wasn't joking, widened his eyes and said, you didn't know? Dude, you're famous now. Channel 5 aired a program with footage of you dancing with sharks and an interview. Kevin Costner became a legend with Dances with Wolves, winning 7 Academy Awards, so people used that nickname to describe you. Xiao Peng understood now. It seemed the Cousteau brothers' TV program had already aired, but he didn't believe Michelle. He waved his hand. Dude, don't be ridiculous. How many people watch Channel 5? How could I be as famous as you say? Channel 5 was considered an educational channel, so its ratings weren't high. Xiao Peng thought Michelle was exaggerating. Fame just from saying a few words in a documentary? He was making fame sound too simple. Michelle, however, pulled out her phone and said while swiping, you're trending on Twitter. Xiao Peng was even more incredulous. Could you exaggerate any more? Even a documentary like The Cove didn't trend on Twitter. 10 years ago, The Cove was a documentary about dolphin hunting in Taiji, Japan. It won the 82nd Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature and caused a sensation worldwide. Michelle looked exasperated. Did Twitter even have trending topics back in 2009? Look, isn't this you? Xiao Peng took the phone and was shocked. He really was trending on Twitter. How is this possible? Xiao Peng wondered if he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Michelle gave the answer. Actually, the people at Pause made a fuss about your story. They heavily promoted you, which led to this result. Upon hearing this, Xiao Peng immediately cursed without thinking. Damn it. Michelle patted Xiao Peng on the shoulder. Xiao, this is your fate. Face it calmly. Xiao Peng covered his face. I would rather die than face this fate. Aren't they putting me on the hot seat? Damn it, if the people at Pause dare to come looking for me, I'll throw them out the window. I'd rather die than deal with those lunatics. Michelle was shocked and quickly said to Xiao Peng, "Dude, watch your mouth. It's fine if it's just the two of us talking here, but if word gets out, I don't want to go out of business. I'm counting on this coffee shop to get married, have kids, and retire. This is your own business, don't drag me into it. Come on, Xiao, go back to your usual spot, pick up your book and read it. So many people want to be famous but can't. Accept it, this is your fate." Xiao Peng was both amused and exasperated. He did want to be famous, but he really didn't want to be associated with pause. Now, it's like mud falling on your pants. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. The pause they mentioned is an abbreviation for the French Paris Zoo, but it doesn't refer to the actual Paris Zoo, it's the name of an animal protection organization. Although called the Paris Zoo, it's actually a very influential animal protection organization across Europe. It's not that animal protection organizations are bad, but some of the things Paz has done are truly baffling. If you ask a foreigner what their strongest impression of France is, it's probably the rats running rampant in the streets. There's a reason France was one of the hardest hit areas during the Black Death. Later, with advancements in science and medicine, people learned that the Black Death was spread by rats, yet even today, rats still roam the streets of France. On his first day in Marseille, Xiao Peng witnessed a large-scale protest. At the time, he didn't understand French and didn't know what the protesters were protesting, but he noticed that almost all of their signs depicted rats. Later, he inquired and learned what was going on. It turned out that Marseille was planning a large-scale rat extermination campaign to control the rat infestation. Animal rights activists panicked, and thousands took to the streets in protest. However, compared to similar protests in Paris, Marseille's was child's play. Those protests involved tens of thousands of people. The organization that organized this protest was PAZ. This organization was large and wealthy. Back then, their posters were everywhere on the subway, trams, and walls along the streets, all with the same message: rats have the right to live, they shouldn't be treated violently, rats have feelings too. Humans have human rights, rats have human rights. Rats are so cute, why kill them? They ultimately won, and the rat control issue was eventually dropped. The result was a coexistence of humans and rats. If you didn't see rats, you hadn't truly experienced France. The Paris region has a population of 2.2 million, with at least 4.4 million rats. Marseille, with a population of about 800,000, has even more rats, at least 5 million. The entire city of Marseille is a place where people and rats live in harmony. Such a thing is hard to imagine for Chinese people, but in France, it's perfectly normal. Why can a rat become a French chef in Disney's Ratatouille? Because this could only happen in France. Some people say, are the people of Paz stupid? Don't they know how much of a nuisance rats are? Protecting rats? Are they out of their minds? If anyone thinks that way, they are truly out of their minds. Why do they do this? To expand their influence and recruit more people. The more people join, the greater the influence, and the more wealth. Just like so many young male celebrities in China, with little to no work and thousands of critics, yet they are all incredibly wealthy. They don't care about reputation, they just want traffic. With traffic, nothing is impossible. Paz is the same way, always jumping on the bandwagon of trending topics, as disgusting as flies. Xiao Peng sincerely doesn't want to get involved with people like that. Animal protection is good, but animal protection with impure motives is a joke. From now on, he must keep his distance from people from Paz. Xiao Peng calmed himself down, deciding to focus on his reading rather than letting his mind wander. The library at Aix-Marseille University had just too many books. It would take forever to read them all. While he was still reading, the cafe door suddenly opened and someone walked in. Xiao Peng didn't pay much attention. After all, Michelle's cafe was near the university and always quite popular. Then, a voice called out behind him, "Xiao, you really are here. Damn it, what's the point of having a phone if it's not on? Pascal? What are you doing here?" Xiao Peng asked, surprised to see who it was. "How did I get here?" Pascal said angrily. "I came to see you, of course." Xiao Peng quickly waved his hand and said, "Dude, calm down. I have two questions. First, how did you know I was here? Second, what do you want?" Pascal retorted angrily, "Didn't you say we're friends? Can't friends come to see you?" Xiao Peng nodded seriously. "Of course you can, but I hope you think carefully before you answer. If you really say you came to see me because you miss me too much, then I'll keep my distance from you starting today. Although I don't discriminate against homosexuals, my understanding is too low to accept that kind of love." Pascal was taken aback. "Xiao, I admire your sense of humor, but I'll only admire you if you can still be humorous later." Xiao Peng asked, puzzled, "What happened?" Pascal chuckled wryly, "I don't know if you know Paz." Xiao Peng blinked, "I know, Michelle. Oh, you know, the handsome owner of this coffee shop was just saying that everyone at Paz is crazy." Michelle, behind the bar, almost choked, "Hey, Xiao, you said it yourself." Xiao Peng waved his hand, "Michelle, don't be nervous, this is a good friend. He's one of the producers on that Channel 5 program you mentioned. He won't betray you. Give my friend a coffee, he needs it. He then picked up his coffee and took a sip. Pascal watched Xiao Peng still leisurely sipping his coffee and said with a resentful look, "Paz sued Channel 5 and the program team. According to their lawyer, you're on their complaint list too, but it's not your turn yet." Xiao Peng spat out the coffee he had just drunk. Luckily, he reacted quickly, turning his head to spray it to the other side, otherwise Pascal would definitely have had coffee washing his face. "What did you say? You're not kidding, are you? Even if you're going to sue, you need a reason." "What is their reason?" Xiao Peng asked. Pascal said with a tearful face, "They say that Channel 5 and the program used the image of that harpoon shark for profit without permission, and they're going to sue the program on behalf of the harpoon shark for compensation." Xiao Peng's mouth dropped open, speechless. "It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Pascal, are you sure you're not kidding me?" Pascal shook his head. "I was thinking of kidding you. Fabian is currently in Paris with Channel 5's lawyers, discussing with Paz how to resolve this matter." Xiao Peng pointed at himself and asked, "So what are they planning to sue me for? And what does that have to do with me?" "They'll say you forced them to engage in business activities against the animals for your profit," Pascal said. Xiao Peng's smile vanished. So Paz was hyping him up online just to gain more fame before taking action. What was this? Were they treating him like a pig? Fattening him up before slaughtering him? What right do they have to sue us on behalf of sharks? Xiao Peng's eyes widened. Pascal said, "The lawyers at Channel 5 asked them the same question. They said they're an animal rights organization, speaking on behalf of animal rights. Fuck them. I'll kill those bastards." Xiao Peng was so angry he even blurted out in Chinese. Seeing Xiao Peng's agitation, Pascal tried to calm him down, saying, "Xiao, don't get so worked up. The TV station is handling this. The problem is that it involves a legal case, so the program has to be temporarily taken off the air. Post-production filming will also be suspended. I'm telling you this so you can prepare yourself mentally, so you won't be caught off guard when they come looking for you." This genuinely touched Xiao Peng. Fabian had mentioned that Pascal was rather withdrawn due to his childhood experiences and didn't have many friends. Even within their family, he was a loner, only close to Fabian. Fabian had never seen Pascal like that after drinking that night. Although he looked a bit awkward, it was clear he was genuinely happy. Even Fabian couldn't understand how Pascal could be friends with someone he'd only met once, like Xiao Peng. But relationships between people are sometimes like that, unpredictable and inexplicable. The fact that Pascal had come all the way here to find Xiao Peng for this matter showed that he truly considered him a friend. A withdrawn person, if they truly accept someone, will be completely open and honest. Xiao Peng is making friends with him. Xiao Peng nodded. "Brother, you're a true friend. I won't say anything fancy, but we'll see. By the way, how did you find me?" Pascal pointed out the window. "I graduated from Aix-Marseille University. I check the campus forum sometimes. Today someone posted that Xiao, the one who dances with sharks, is here, and even posted the coffee shop's coordinates. A little self-promotion." Xiao Peng tilted his head to look at Michel. It was definitely him. Michel shrugged. "Xiao, you can't let me lose money without making any, right? This is mutually beneficial. Think about it, a bunch of beautiful, young college girls will be surrounding you in a little while. Isn't that what every man dreams of?" Xiao Peng gave him the middle finger. "I don't like that." Pascal retorted, "Come on, do you know how hard it was for me to find you? I even went to C2, the infamous Asian Casanova, a master at picking up girls who never fails. How did you know I stayed at C2? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Pascal chuckled, Marseille is such a small place, finding someone is really easy. Asking around the old port of Marseille about you is even easier, many people know about your life after your sudden wealth. To be honest, I didn't believe you'd be here quietly reading. I thought you were up to some kind of publicity stunt. Xiao Peng shook his head. Everyone makes mistakes, doesn't they? Reading makes one wise. Even though it hasn't been long, I've grown a lot. Sometimes I even feel ashamed of what I've done. Of course, what's done is done, and one must be responsible for their actions. I can only explain this with 8 words: youthful arrogance, the days of youth. Pascal gave him a thumbs up. I admire your shamelessness. It's only been a few days and you already have the nerve to talk about youthful days. I'm talking about mental age. Xiao Peng said seriously, sometimes a man only needs one night to mature. Unfortunately, Pascal was just a bit withdrawn, not stupid. If he were truly stupid, would he be so good at making money? He said to Xiao Peng, if it were really like you say, you should be dragging me away by now, right? What are you still doing sitting here? Aren't you just waiting for the scene Michel described, a large group of beautiful young college girls surrounding you? Xiao Peng looked dejected. Why are people so smart these days? Not so easy to fool. He shook his head. Pascal, we're friends. I really didn't expect that's how you see me. I only stayed because you came all this way and looked tired, so you could rest. Fine, I'll return the book and leave now, but what you just said really hurt me. Where are you going after leaving here? Pascal asked. Xiao Peng replied, first, find a place to stay. I mean, rent a place, and then continue to recharge myself. Don't forget I haven't been to your database yet. Pascal thought for a moment and said, would you like to be my neighbor? What do you mean? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Just what it sounds like, Pascal said. The house next door is mine too. It's been vacant, you can move in. Xiao Peng, however, wasn't pleased. Instead, he shook his head vigorously, no, I'm not going. Why? Pascal didn't understand why Xiao Peng refused. Xiao Peng smiled wryly, Pascal, I'm still struggling to figure out how to infiltrate your family's archives in Cape Arg, and you're inviting me to stay. I'm really not a naturist. Pascal laughed incessantly, then, suppressing a laugh, said, okay, I admit my grandparents were naturists, which is why they left the old house and archives in Cape Arg. But the archives are there purely for security. How can we steal things from Cape Arg and bring them out if everyone's naked? Our family's most valuable asset has never been money, real estate, stocks, or antiques, but knowledge. I don't live in Cape Arg, I live in La Chiota. Believe me, you'll love it there. Xiao Peng then remembered that Fabian had mentioned this at dinner that night. After a moment's thought, he said, you might not know, but the boat I'm staying on belongs to a Parisian. I promised to look after it for him, and in return, I can live on it. Now that I'm rich, I have to keep my promise. I'll continue to look after that boat. Pascal generously replied, I have 6 berths at La Ciotat Pier. Just sail your boat there, and I guarantee you can see it from your window. Xiao Peng was silent for a moment. Damn rich people. But you're rich now too, Pascal said. It's settled then. Xiao Peng considered it. After all, he would need to access the Cousteau family archives and might need to deal with the Cousteau Diving Association. Being neighbors with Pascal might not be a bad thing, so he nodded and said, all right, how much is the rent? Don't mention rent. You showed me your friendship after the silver button incident, now it's my turn to show you mine. We'll go see your new place right now. Trust me, you'll be happy. Pascal seemed very excited about being Xiao Peng's neighbor. There was no sign of anything wrong with his personality. But Xiao Peng was melancholy. Goodbye, X-City, goodbye, pure and beautiful college girl. Michelle, the cafe owner, was even more disheartened than Xiao Peng. He had already advertised that he and Xiao Peng were here, and now he was leaving. After taking many photos with him and exchanging phone numbers, Xiao Peng promised to return to continue reading once the storm had passed. Michelle's mood improved somewhat. After returning books to the library, Xiao Peng and Pascal walked out of the city. Pascal's car was parked there. The roads here were even worse than in Marseille's old town. Most roads were only wide enough for one car at a time, so only a few main roads were open, the rest were closed to vehicles. Parking was extremely inconvenient, so many people parked outside and walked in. After all, it wouldn't take more than 20 minutes to walk from one side to the other in this so-called Aix-en-Provence. Just as Xiao Peng and Pascal left the city and hadn't even reached the parking lot, a black Renault SUV suddenly veered towards them. The driver slammed on the brakes, but the car was clearly out of control, the tires screeching against the pavement. Xiao Peng reacted swiftly, leaping back and grabbing Pascal, pulling him backward. The car narrowly missed them and crashed into a wall. Do you even know how to drive? Xiao Peng cursed immediately. You almost killed someone, you know that? Pascal, still shaken, said, Xiao, thank you, you saved me. Xiao Peng was furious. He was also startled. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been the first one hit. The driver, however, opened the car door and got out. Oh my god. I really didn't know this would happen. Thank goodness you're all right. I'm so sorry, I was terrified. Xiao Peng stared at the perpetrator, speechless. The boy was clearly terrified, sobbing uncontrollably. Whose brat is this? Didn't his parents tell him he can't drive at such a young age? Xiao Peng cursed angrily. The driver was a child, probably just over 10 years old. Although white, his appearance clearly showed signs of Middle Eastern heritage. I'm sorry, sir, I was terrified. The little boy cried uncontrollably. Xiao Peng glared at him. I don't care if you're terrified. Where do you live? What's your parents' phone number? If you don't know, I'll call the police. He winked at Pascal. Pascal understood and immediately pulled out his phone, pretending to call the police. This was to scare the boy into finding his guardian. Calling the police? It wouldn't really do any good. Leaving aside the efficiency of the Marseille police, under current law, children under 13 are exempt from prosecution. This is why gangs here like to recruit children for crimes. Seeing Pascal take out his phone, the little boy quickly ran to his side and stopped him, saying, Sir, please don't call the police. Xiao Peng and Pascal exchanged a puzzled look. Xiao Peng frowned, thinking, such a young child with exotic features, driving recklessly and not wanting to call the police. Is this some kind of kid taken in by a gang? There are quite a few refugees here. Some gangs like to use children like this for crimes. Before he could speak, what happened next confirmed his suspicions. A black Renault Grand View MPV pulled up in front of them, and 5 people got out, none of whom looked like good people. The little boy, seeing the approaching people, looked terrified and immediately hid behind Xiao Peng. Hey, what are you doing? Before Xiao Peng could speak, a man with a goatee and wearing a floral shirt yelled. Xiao Peng retorted, who are you? Are you this brat's parent? Yes. What's the problem? The man with the goatee looked at Xiao Peng, his tone even more aggressive than Xiao Peng's. Xiao Peng said directly, what's the problem? It's a huge problem. Such a young child driving on the road and almost hitting someone. Almost hit someone? Well, you didn't. What if you scared the child? Can you take responsibility? Felix, come to your uncle's side. The man with the goatee's words almost made Xiao Peng explode with anger. Like father, like son. He looked at the boy named Felix, but the boy ignored the man with the goatee and remained hiding behind Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng took out his phone and pointed it at the man with the goatee, saying, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Let the police decide who's right and wrong. Since there were adults present, the police could handle the situation. Don't call the police. The man with the goatee quickly stopped Xiao Peng when he saw him take out his phone. Here's what we'll do, since no one was hit, I'll give you €100 and we'll call it even. He then took out his wallet, pulled out €100, and handed it to Xiao Peng. €100? Xiao Peng snorted. Normally, he might have accepted, but now, €100 to get rid of someone? Humph. The boy named Felix became agitated. Don't take the money. They're bad people. I don't want to go with them. I escaped from them. Felix, what nonsense are you talking about? The man with the goatee scolded the boy before turning to Xiao Peng. Just then, Pascal's voice, which had been silent until now, came from behind Xiao Peng police station. I need to call the police. This was very Pascal's style. While Xiao Peng was still arguing with the goatee, he was already calling the police. The goatee was startled. A burly man behind him acted even faster. He was already close to Pascal and slapped Pascal's phone away. A loud crack was heard as Pascal's phone shattered, and the slap also struck Pascal's hand, leaving the back of his hand bright red. Pascal! Xiao Peng exclaimed, not expecting these people to attack him directly. The burly man glanced at Xiao Peng and saw that he also had a phone, and immediately reached out to snatch it. Xiao Peng's eyesight was now superb. Seeing the burly man's hand attacking him, he instinctively slapped the man's hand away. A loud smack followed, and the burly man screamed in pain, clutching his hand. All show and no substance, you screamed like you were giving birth after just one hit on the hand. Xiao Peng was startled by the burly man's scream. The reaction was far too intense. But he was immediately stunned. The burly man's hand swelled up and turned red at a visible speed. The scene stunned everyone, but the burly man was the first to recover. What are you all standing there for? Get him! Hearing his words, the 3 men, except for the one with the goatee, immediately surrounded Xiao Peng. Xiao, give me the phone, I'm calling the police. Pascal shouted nervously at the sight. Xiao Peng, far from being nervous, actually laughed. He had figured out the problem. From today onwards, call me Octopus Hero. Octopuses are slow? Those who say that have never seen an octopus hunt. Describing them as lightning fast wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, octopuses are incredibly strong, capable of lifting weights exceeding 28 times their own body weight. Even sharks are on the menu of these large octopuses. With speed, strength, and superhuman vision, what do you do in such a situation? I will fight. 10. They. Pascal was rubbing his eyes frantically. It wasn't because someone had hit him in the eye, nor was it because he had sand in his eyes. He simply suspected he was seeing things. After a long while, he whispered, Xiao, stop hitting him. You'll turn my head into a pig's head. As soon as he said it, he felt guilty. What did he mean by turn my head into a pig's head? He already was. Although Xiao Peng was in good shape from his long diving career, Pascal never expected him to be this strong. The men with the goatee looked like tough guys, the kind you'd avoid on the street. But what happened? They weren't even a match for Xiao Peng. Now, all of them were knocked unconscious by Xiao Peng. The only one still standing was the goatee. But Pascal thought he might as well have passed out already. Xiao Peng was grabbing the man with the goatee by the collar and repeatedly slapping him across the face. His violent display terrified Pascal. He didn't dare raise his voice to stop Xiao Peng, fearing that Xiao Peng would become enraged and strike him on the head. Xiao Peng was thoroughly enjoying himself. He'd been bullied countless times in Marseille over the past 2 years. And now, try bullying me. All those phrases like, taking a step back leads to a brighter future, winning people over with virtue, and enduring humiliation, are just excuses for the weak. If you're strong enough, no one likes to back down. But even though he was enjoying his slaps, he remained rational. Hearing Pascal's words, he turned around and said, "Don't worry. They dared to hit you just now. I won't let anyone bully my friend. I'll avenge you first." "You did this for me?" Pascal was almost moved to tears. Xiao Peng laughed. No, I'm doing this for my rent. I don't want to lose my free place like this. Stay away from me, I'll beat up any man who gets close." "Wait a minute, if they dare to hit you or smash your phone, I'll get revenge for you." Pascal was speechless. They only hit his hand once, and look at the mess you've made. They wouldn't even recognize their own mothers. "You're too violent." But thinking about how Xiao Peng was doing this for him, he was actually a little touched. Was Xiao Peng really doing this for him? Of course not. He just wanted to vent his anger. What if they called the police? Pascal's family is quite influential here, isn't they? Let's drag him down with us first. Let Pascal handle the police when they arrive. Alright, Xiao, you've already dealt with them badly enough. Pascal was initially angry about his phone being smashed, but now he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he started to feel sorry for those guys. Look at the beating he got. He's so pitiful. Hearing Pascal's words, Xiao Peng reluctantly stopped. He'd had a truly frustrating time in this place all these years. He pulled out the goatee's phone. "You broke my brother's phone, shouldn't you compensate him for it?" The goatee couldn't answer Xiao Peng's question. He'd been knocked unconscious by Xiao Peng's beating. Xiao Peng immediately unplugged Pascal's phone, tossed the SIM card aside, and picked it up along with Pascal's shattered phone, handing them to him. "Pascal, let's go," he said. Pascal took the phone, but asked, puzzled, "Why are you giving me a phone?" Xiao Peng asked, equally confused, "Shouldn't you just get a new one for him after he broke it?" Pascal said helplessly, "Xiao, you know what encryption is? How do I unlock this phone?" Xiao Peng hesitated for a moment, then took the phone back from Pascal and smashed it to pieces. "They broke your phone, so let's smash all theirs." He then reached into each person's pocket, found their phones, and smashed them all to pieces to prevent them from calling the police. He even took all the cash from their wallets. Pascal blinked. "Xiao, why is that?" Xiao Peng said, "Didn't Fabian say you're a tech geek? Never played online games? After defeating a monster, of course you want to loot the corpse. They broke your phone, they should at least buy you a new one, right? New phones cost money, don't they?" Pascal muttered, "At first I thought they were criminals, but now I feel like we're the villains. Don't worry about the details." Xiao Peng shoved the money into Pascal's hand. "A few poor bastards only have cards and not much cash, but it's enough to buy a phone." Pascal looked at the money in his hand. Although he hadn't counted it carefully, it was at least over 10,000 euros, enough to buy several phones. Xiao Peng noticed this too, and after thinking for a moment, took half back from Pascal and put it in his pocket. "We'll split it in half when we meet, not just the lousy stuff. I need a little something for my trouble." Pascal was both amused and exasperated. "Xiao, isn't what we're doing robbery?" Xiao Peng was pleased with Pascal's use of "we." The young man was quite savvy. He said seriously, "If we're doing this to good people, it's robbery, but to bad people, it's called acting on behalf of heaven. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Do you think they'll dare call the police? Robbing the rich to help the poor? Who's poor? Don't tell me you're poor right now," Pascal said. Xiao Peng said seriously, "Do you understand the concept of many a little makes a mickle? If someone offered to sell you antiques but you could only make a few thousand euros, would you do it?" Pascal nodded. "I would. Why wouldn't I do something that expands the market and generates profit?" Xiao Peng said, "Then that's it. Your profit is right there in your hands." Pascal was silent for a moment, then suddenly realized, "I get it, this is double-crossing. Why are you speaking such obvious truths?" Xiao Peng waved his hand. "Let's get going now." "What's wrong now?" Pascal asked, puzzled. "Why are we in such a hurry to leave after we've beaten them all? What if the residents call the police?" Xiao Peng countered. Pascal blinked. "Didn't you say we weren't afraid of the police?" "Not afraid is one thing, but it's troublesome, isn't it? Trust me, we'll beat them up and run." Xiao Peng pointed to the parking lot and asked, "Which car is yours?" Pascal didn't answer him directly, but instead asked, "What about him?" "Him? Who's that?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Pascal pointed to a little boy named Felix, who was speechless with shock, and said, "Of course I'm talking about this guy. Everything that just happened was because of him, okay?" Xiao Peng scratched his head. He'd been so focused on getting revenge that he'd forgotten about the kid. Right, he was the culprit behind everything. Xiao Peng, wanting to leave as quickly as possible, said, "We can't leave this child here, but we can't wait for the police either. How about this, let's go somewhere else and find a police station to hand him over to the police." Upon hearing this, Felix exclaimed, "No, I'm not going to the police station." Xiao Peng suddenly realized, and asked Pascal, "Little Pascal, do you think he's an illegal immigrant?" "Little Pascal?" Pascal looked around blankly, then realized he was referring to himself. I think I'm older than you, okay? But looking at all the people lying on the ground, he swallowed hard. You think you can just say what you're capable of. Although he was touched by Xiao Peng's earlier act of standing up for him, Pascal also felt uncomfortable with Xiao Peng's blatant taking advantage of him. So he said irritably, how would I know? Xiao Peng sighed, then what do we do? That's the question I asked you earlier, Pascal protested. Xiao Peng thought for a moment, it seems quite dangerous for him to stay here, otherwise he wouldn't have driven so recklessly. Forget it, let's get him away from here first, and see if we can help him find his family later. Pascal retorted, judging from the way you were beating people just now, you don't seem like such a kind person. Xiao Peng waved his hand, looking embarrassed, but inwardly he was cursing, get the hell out of here. It'll be troublesome if the police come. Otherwise, who's going to carry this little burden? Little Pascal, let's talk somewhere else, don't wait for the police to spoil the mood, Xiao Peng said. Pascal shook his head, looking arrogant, don't worry, this is Aix-en-Provence, only municipal police. Just get Fabian to handle this. How could the Cousteau family be afraid of municipal police? Hearing the words municipal police, Xiao Peng instantly felt much more at ease. In France, being a police officer is a high-risk profession. The high-risk aspect here doesn't refer to the constant exposure to armed criminals like American police officers. Their high risk stems from psychological stress. Police officers are among the professions with the highest suicide rates in France. There are 3 types of police in France: the national police under the Ministry of the Interior, the gendarmes under the Ministry of Defense, and the municipal police. Generally, the national police are responsible for security in cities with a population of over 10,000, the gendarmes are responsible for security in the capital and rural areas, and the municipal police have a much tougher job. This type of police is officially called civilian municipal police, and their work generally involves issuing tickets and managing illegal parking or unpaid parking fees. While nominally cooperating with the gendarmes and considered civil servants, they are relegated to a very low sea level within the French civil service. Virtually nobody takes municipal police seriously. Furthermore, regardless of the type of police officer, the working conditions are terrible. The combative French have an inherent hatred of the police and treat them with extreme hostility, creating immense pressure for officers who are terrified of offending anyone. Just how bad are the working conditions for police officers here? A couple once vacationed in the seaside city of Sainte Marie with their child. They found 2 women sunbathing topless on the beach. Fearing it would affect their child's development, they called the police. The police dispatched 2 officers to find the women and make them put on clothes. This seemingly normal incident caused a huge uproar. Even the French Minister of the Interior publicly criticized the police's actions, essentially saying, women should be naked, freedom is precious. In the end, the local police issued a public apology, and the 2 officers involved received a series of punishments and almost lost their jobs. The chances of seeing ordinary people pointing fingers and yelling at the police here are about the same as seeing rats on the street. How could the police not be under immense psychological pressure in such an environment? Knowing that only municipal police were present, Xiao Peng wasn't afraid anymore. He casually said, come on, take me to your place first, let me see where I'll be staying. Look how arrogant Pascal was just now. In a foreign country, not sidling with such a powerful figure would be foolish. Not long after the group got into Pascal's car and drove away, a burly man suddenly sat up. This was the guy Xiao Peng had first slapped on the hand and then knocked out. He wasn't unconscious at all. He wasn't stupid. Seeing Xiao Peng easily take down all his companions, he knew he was no match for Xiao Peng. When Xiao Peng hit him, he simply lay on the ground pretending to be unconscious. What else would he do but continue to be tortured? Finally, after Xiao Peng and the others left, he quickly scrambled to his feet. The ground was scorching hot from being baked by the sun for so long, but as soon as he got up, the others next to him also sat up one by one. Damn! It's burning me. Me too. I almost couldn't hold it in. You were faking it too? I thought you really passed out. Your acting was amazing, you even fooled me. Of course, I studied acting at the Paris International Film School. Stop bragging, look at Jacques. I got goosebumps just hearing his voice. Holy crap, what happened to him? Wake him up. Right, give him CPR. Just then, Gauthier sat up abruptly from the ground. Don't just give me CPR. I'm fine. Everyone looked at him with exasperation. He definitely didn't look fine now. You were faking it too. Of course I'd let him beat me to death. A man asked, Jacques, what should we do? Call the police? The man with the goatee, named Jacques, was furious upon hearing this and slapped the man on the head. Are you an idiot? Call the police? Do you want the whole world to know about this? If word gets out, we're all finished. The man who was slapped asked, then what do we do? Felix has been taken away by them. What else can we do? Call Marlene right now. Have her handle this. Jacques said angrily, Boko, call her now. Boko, the burly man, shook his head after hearing Jacques' words, saying, "Our phones are all smashed, and Marlene will go crazy if she finds out. She'll definitely call the police and find Felix." Jacques said, "Tell Marlene I know where Felix is. Only she can bring him back. What are you standing there for? Call him now. There are public phones if we don't have cell phones. But, we're out of money." Boko said with difficulty. "The Tyrannosaurus Rex emptied our wallets." Pascal's home is in Les Chiottes, a satellite city of Marseille, like Aix-en-Provence, about 30 kilometers away. However, it's located in opposite directions from Aix-en-Provence. Aix-en-Provence is an inland town, while Les Chiottes is a coastal town. The moment Pascal's car entered Les Chiottes, Xiao Peng fell in love with the place. It's really small, you can see everything at a glance. Les Chiottes is built along a U-shaped natural harbor, with the harbor on one side and a hillside on the other. The residential area is divided into two parts, an old building area at the foot of the hill and a villa area built along the hillside. These villas face the sea and have beautiful views. They're clearly a wealthy person's vacation spot. Pascal led Xiao Peng to a two-story villa on a hillside. Once there, Pascal took out his electric key, pressed a button, and the gate opened, allowing him to drive the car into the yard. Pascal got out and stretched out his arm. "Welcome to La Ciotat." The passenger door opened, and Xiao Peng jumped out, "Finally here. If it had taken any longer, I would have gone crazy." Pascal's car was a Renault Clio, a microcar, even smaller than Mr. Derrida's Twingo, with a particularly low roof. With every bumpy ride, Xiao Peng's head hit the roof. He was already driven crazy by this car. Felix followed Xiao Peng out of the car, curiously observing the surroundings. Pascal laughed. "It's not my car's fault, it's just that you're too tall." Xiao Peng's face darkened. However, he was certain Pascal wasn't joking. Everyone says Europeans are tall, but that depends on the region. Northern Europeans are indeed generally tall and strong, but Southern Europeans are relatively shorter. Xiao Peng, at 180 centimeters, is considered quite tall in Marseille, while Pascal is only a little over 170 centimeters. After looking at the scenery around the house, Xiao Peng said, "Damn, you live here? This life is too comfortable." Pascal wasn't lying. The scenery was truly breathtaking. The entire villa faced the port of La Ciotat, and beyond that, the Mediterranean Sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The azure sea and sky merged into one seamless expanse. Living in a place like this would add at least 10 years to your life. No, Xiao, you've misunderstood. Pascal shook his head. "This isn't my house. My house is that 4-story villa upstairs. I'd go crazy if my house were this shabby." Xiao Peng, "Damn it, I knew you'd misunderstand." Pascal continued, "You know I'm a collector, but this place is near the sea, so it's quite humid. If I don't take precautions, all my collections will be ruined. So my house needs 24-hour dehumidification, security personnel, and so on. I've spent enough money on these to buy 5 houses like this. When I said shabby, I meant those." Xiao Peng smiled wryly. "Little Pascal, you might as well not explain. This is blatant flaunting of wealth. Thumbs down." Pascal pointed to the villa and said, "Come on, let me show you around." This 2-story villa wasn't as luxurious inside as it appeared from the outside. It was quite similar to the typical 2-story houses found in rural China, belonging to the category of small villas in this area. However, the scenery was a huge plus. The villa had 2 floors. The first floor contained a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a gym, with a piano in the living room. The second floor had bedrooms, a study, and 5 guest rooms. The rooftop was a terrace with lounge chairs, sun umbrellas, and a barbecue grill. You could sunbathe and barbecue there, and even more interestingly, there was a small canvas swimming pool where you could lie in the sun and look at the sea. Xiao Peng didn't understand the point of doing this. The sea was just a few steps away. Wouldn't soaking in the sea be more comfortable than soaking in this little pool? Xiao Peng was still standing on the rooftop, gazing happily at the sea, when Pascal approached and whispered, "Xiao, what about this Felix? What about him?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "He's just an illegal immigrant, right? I'll ask him about his family and help him find relatives. If I really can't find them, I'll just keep him as a helper. It's just another pair of chopsticks, right? You can handle the police, right?" French policies regarding illegal immigrants fluctuate, but they're never particularly strict. Unless there's a large-scale, unified crackdown on illegal immigration, the police generally don't get involved. Pascal shook his head with a wry smile. "Have you ever seen an illegal immigrant wearing a complete Acero custom-made outfit?" "Pascal, what do you mean?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Pascal said, "I can't imagine a gang providing their underlings with outfits worth 5,000 euros. Pfft. Xiao Peng burst out laughing. During his lavish lifestyle at the C2 Hotel, his outfits didn't even cost 3,000 euros. Just then, piano music drifted from inside the house. There were 3 people in the room, and the pianist was undoubtedly Phoenix. The melody was beautiful, flowing, and moving, the cheerful rhythm was light and pleasant. Pascal nodded and introduced, "This is Free as a Bird by Omar, a musical prodigy of the New Age era. Not bad at all, he has piano skills beyond his years." Xiao Peng was speechless. He wasn't surprised Pascal could play the piano, otherwise, why would he have a piano in his room? But was this the time for him to educate him on music? This was definitely not an illegal immigrant. What kind of illegal immigrant would wear such nice clothes and have such high piano skills? If someone could raise a child like this, why would they need to be an illegal immigrant? They could just come openly. He had also made a subjective mistake, seeing that the child didn't look like a native Frenchman. He immediately assumed he was an illegal immigrant. In fact, France has countless immigrants from various countries. This child might be of foreign descent. Could it be kidnapping? Xiao Peng voiced his opinion. Pascal shook his head again. That doesn't seem like it either. If it were a kidnapping, he should be eager to see the police, so why is he so strongly against us handing him over? Xiao Peng said angrily, nothing's right. Just who is this kid? Just then, Pascal's phone rang. He'd bought himself a new phone on their way back. Pascal answered but didn't speak, he just listened. This was a habit Xiao Peng had noticed after spending more time with Pascal. He was mostly silent except when discussing his collecting hobbies. He only became talkative when with Xiao Peng. The caller knew his habit, so he just talked, while Pascal only used ah and aha to indicate he was listening. Although Xiao Peng didn't know the content of the call, he could see a lot of changes in Pascal's expressions. After hanging up, Pascal turned to Xiao Peng with a complicated look in his eyes. After a long pause, he said, "Xiao, it seems we've gotten ourselves into trouble this time." Hearing Pascal say that, Xiao Peng's heart skipped a beat. If Pascal's family, with all their wealth, said that, it seemed they'd gotten themselves into serious trouble. Xiao Peng's mind raced. What if Pascal really couldn't handle it? He'd have to run away first. Over 2 million euros, after taxes, would amount to about 10 million RMB, enough for a comfortable life back home. But going back like that seemed a waste, since China didn't support the underwater salvage industry. Should he just sit around and do nothing? Or should he go to another EU country to earn some more money? His mind raced, but he asked Pascal, "Tell me what kind of trouble you've gotten into, and we'll see if we can shoulder it together." His real thought was to assess whether he needed to flee. Pascal then said, "It seems we beat up someone from a distant relative of mine. They're on a plane from Paris now, and Fabian is coming back with them to deal with it. Well, looks like we don't need to run away." But Xiao Peng noticed something surprising. "Oh, you have relatives in Paris." That night at dinner, Pascal and Fabian were really going on about how much they were cursing Parisians. Who knew they had relatives in Paris? Pascal was taken aback. "Didn't I tell you? My grandfather was Parisian, we moved here from Paris." Xiao Peng was completely speechless. "Well, whatever makes you happy." Pascal suddenly grinned. "It's not a big deal. After all, they started it, and Felix did ask us for help. Come on, let's go to my place. My chef is fantastic. I'll let you try the La Chiota paella. Don't let the proximity to Marseille fool you, the cooking styles are quite different." "Okay. Before that, I need to do something. I'm going to teach that kid a lesson. He dared to lie to us and say he was an illegal immigrant," Xiao Peng said angrily. Pascal was silent for a moment before saying, "I've been thinking, he never said he was an illegal immigrant." "You said it yourself. Little Pascal, I finally understand why you have no friends. It's no wonder you have no friends if you talk like that." That evening, several cars arrived at Pascal's large villa. Men and women got out, including Jacques, the goatee Xiao Peng had beaten up, accompanied by the other men Xiao Peng had also beaten up. Leading the way was Fabian, who went straight to Pascal and asked, "What happened?" Pascal replied succinctly, "Someone hit me, and Xiao Peng beat him up for me." Fabian glanced at Xiao Peng and continued, "Why did you bring Marlene's brother back?" "He asked for help, so we helped him," Pascal said calmly. Fabian said angrily, "Pascal, can't you say something more? Xiao, what exactly happened?" Pascal then spoke up, "Fabian, show some respect to my friend. Xiao is my true friend." Fabian looked at Xiao Peng with extremely complicated emotions after hearing this. After a long while, he said, "Xiao, please tell me what exactly happened. This is very important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed back by plane." Xiao Peng pointed at Jacques with the goatee and said, "Don't just listen to my own words. We should confront each other when everyone is here. Don't worry, Pascal wasn't in the wrong or at fault today." Jacques with the goatee felt a chill run down his spine when Xiao Peng pointed at him. Xiao Peng had left a deep psychological scar on him today. Fabian felt somewhat relieved after hearing Xiao Peng's words, "Where's Felix?" Xiao Peng pointed upwards and said, "Knowing his sister is here, he's hiding in his room and too scared to come down." "Don't worry, Pascal disciplined that brat today. He's behaving himself now and won't cause any trouble." Pascal laughed upon hearing this. Don't say I disciplined him, okay? He was scared by you. He secretly told me he gave you a nickname, Human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Watching Pascal and Xiao Peng laughing and joking, Fabian was a little confused. Was this the Pascal she knew? Why was he so cheerful? He now desperately wanted to know what had happened today. Just then, the woman who got out of the car hurried over. Fabian, where's Felix? Xiao Peng looked at the woman before him. Tall, slender, with deep-set eyes and freckles on her nose. In today's parlance, a classic, ascetic face. Now, her face was filled with tension, an expression that couldn't be faked. In the afternoon, having nothing else to do, Xiao Peng gave Felix a good talking to. He already knew the woman's identity, Marlene Walter, Felix's older sister. The Walter family were relatives of Pascal's grandmother, a very famous artistic family living in Paris. Everyone in the family was involved in the arts. Felix's father was a film composer, his mother was a well-known actress in France decades ago, and Marlene Walter had followed in her mother's footsteps, frequently appearing on the big screen. Not a top star, but still quite famous. Felix's current fame was no less than his sister's. Having won awards at the Geneva International Music Competition and the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, he was now a well-known musical prodigy throughout Europe. His mother decided to capitalize on this popularity, and now countless commercial performances and jobs awaited Felix. Felix's trip to Aix-en-Provence was to film an advertisement set against the backdrop of the Aix-en-Provence University. The problem is, Felix is only 13 years old this year. How could he handle such a huge workload? So he took advantage of his uncle Jacques' inattention and ran away. He happened to run into Xiao Peng and Pascal, which led to the events that followed. Why didn't either Jacques or Felix call the police? If Jacques called the police, and the media found out, his sister, Felix's mother, would be finished. If the public knew she had driven her son to this state for money, she would be drowned in condemnation. Felix, on the other hand, didn't call the police because he was afraid they would send him back to his mother. Marlene Walter, accompanied by her entourage, strode over aggressively in high heels. But her target wasn't Pascal, but Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng was completely bewildered, not knowing what she wanted. He quickly realized Marlene's intentions. In a blur, Marlene charged at Xiao Peng and delivered a high roundhouse kick to his face. Xiao Peng was utterly stunned. This guy attacks without warning? Is your real identity a martial arts star? If you were to ask Xiao Peng what his first impression of Marlene was, it would be thin, very thin, extremely thin. It's no exaggeration to say that Marlene's breasts weren't even as big as Xiao Peng's. However, this is quite normal. When people think of foreign women, they generally think of words like curvy and tall. Due to racial factors, French women are indeed often curvier, but France is a country where thin is beautiful. Especially among actresses in the film industry, 8 out of 10 are incredibly thin. For example, the sex symbol Sophie Marceau weighed only 95 pounds in her youth, despite being 174 centimeters tall. France has a long-standing aesthetic of thin is beautiful, and the corset, which causes countless women pain and pleasure, originated here. Legend has it that Empress Josephine, Napoleon's first wife, became pregnant after an affair. To conceal her pregnancy, she tightly bound her stomach with cloth, intending it to hide her pregnancy, but unexpectedly, this had the effect of lifting her breasts. Thus, the saying King Chu's fondness for slender waists led to many starving deaths in the palace aptly describes the widespread popularity of corsets in Europe. If foot binding was the nightmare of women in ancient China, then corsets were the absolute nightmare of women in ancient Europe. Anyone who has seen the film Gone with the Wind will remember Vivien Leigh's screams of pain as her maid helped her bind her waist. Even today, various corsets remain a staple for some women who value beauty. The aesthetic of thinness as beauty has also been passed down in France. European women, constrained by dietary habits, are prone to weight gain, making it incredibly difficult to lose weight. Women seeking to be thin often resort to extreme measures, easily leading to health problems. There have been tragic cases of young women excessively dieting to the point of death, weighing only 19 kilograms. To change this situation, the French government tried various methods. France is the only country in the world that has openly legislated against promoting the idea that thin is beautiful, meaning diet pills and shapewear can't be advertised here. But these measures were useless. Women here simply love thinness. What can you do? Marlene was no mere showman. Her kick was fast and powerful, clearly the result of professional training. Most importantly, she was wearing at least 0.8 of an inch high heel. Not everyone can do a high kick in such heels. Marlene kicked without any warning. Her heel struck Xiao Peng like a nail. Her kick was incredibly fast, but to Xiao Peng, it was nothing. By the time everyone reacted, Marlene was standing on one leg, while Xiao Peng held her other ankle. "Xiao!" Pascal exclaimed. Xiao Peng shook his head to indicate he was fine, then suddenly laughed. "Beautiful lady, your skirt is of good quality." Marlene was wearing a knee-length pencil skirt. Wearing a skirt like that, let alone high kicks, you couldn't even run normally, yet Marlene managed to do such a difficult move without the skirt tearing. Impressive. Before Marlene could speak, Xiao Peng continued, "You can't wear cartoon bear underwear with a skirt like that, it doesn't match. At least some semi-transparent lace would be appropriate." Hearing Xiao Peng's words, Marlene blushed. She was wearing cartoon bear underwear, and from this angle, Xiao Peng had a clear view of their position. Marlene gritted her teeth, supporting herself on one leg as she jumped up and continued kicking towards Xiao Peng's face. Such a move couldn't be executed without professional training. It could be considered a killer move. Unfortunately, she encountered Xiao Peng, whose eyesight was far superior and whose movements were swift. Xiao Peng accurately grabbed Marlene's other ankle, but this time he didn't stop. Instead, he grabbed both of Marlene's feet, spun them halfway around, and threw them like a hammer, shouting, "Catch." He accurately threw Marlene towards the people she had brought. This time, he used a clever technique, so although they were a little scrambled, they still managed to catch Marlene. The sudden turn of events left the room completely silent. Then, a shout of "Yay!" rang out from inside. Xiao Peng blinked. Why was someone cheering? He looked around but saw no one, only the sound of hurried footsteps climbing the stairs. He recognized the voice as that of Felix. "I'm dealing with your sister, and you're cheering?" Xiao Peng looked at Marlene and the others. "Can we talk this over now? Beautiful lady, please control your emotions, or I really won't mind throwing you out again." Pascal whispered, "Xiao, you're really not a gentleman." Xiao Peng retorted, "Then what should I do? Let her beat me up? Gender is no excuse for wrongdoing, otherwise French women's prisons could be abolished. Aren't you supposed to be the most gender-equal country? Why don't you talk about gender equality now? Let me ask you, if you were me, what would you have done?" Pascal thought for a moment and said, "I would have pinned her to the ground and beaten her." Hearing Pascal's answer, Fabian felt like she was going crazy. Was this really her introverted brother? How did he become like this when he was with Xiao Peng? The atmosphere became a little awkward, and Fabian quickly coughed a few times and said, "Cousin Marlene, can we sit down and talk things over? After all, Felix is here perfectly fine. Let's get to the bottom of this first." Goatee Jacques hurriedly whispered to Marlene, "Marlene, I told you, this is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. He took care of so many of us. You saw how he threw you just now. How far did he throw you? Let's sit down and talk first." Jacques' lackey chimed in, "I know that. It's Chinese Kung Fu. It's called Tai Chi. It's about using the opponent's force against them." When Marlene kicked him, he used Marlene's momentum to throw her at him. "Shut up, idiot," Jacques retorted. "Then explain how he threw Boko like a ball." Boko was the first burly man Xiao Peng had dealt with. He weighed at least 260 pounds. Jacques' lackey chuckled silently. He had witnessed Boko being thoroughly beaten by Xiao Peng earlier that day. Marlene's face darkened. Jacques quickly said, "Marlene, let's talk first. Fabian is right. After all, Felix is here, it's better if he's all right." Hearing Jacques' words, Marlene went back into the house. Once inside, she glared coldly at Xiao Peng. "I need an explanation. Why did you take my brother away?" Pascal pointed at Jacques with the goatee. "Ask him." His words were as concise as ever. Xiao Peng laughed. "Looks like someone didn't tell you the truth. Hey, you with the goatee, tell me the whole story honestly. If there's even a single lie, I won't mind loosening your bones again." Jacques' expression darkened. He knew it would turn out like this. Seeing Xiao Peng present, Jacques dared not lie and recounted the entire story to Marlene. The more he explained, the more relaxed Bian's expression became, while Marlene's grew increasingly grim. "Uncle Jacques, that's not what you told me when you came," Marlene exclaimed angrily. Jacques chuckled, "I just wanted you to come quickly and resolve this. This matter can't escalate, otherwise it will have a huge impact on my sister. You'll be affected too, so we need to resolve this quickly." "What is Mom doing?" Marlene demanded angrily. "How could she do this?" Jacques quickly added, "Your mother is doing this for Felix's future. For his financial future, isn't it?" Marlene sneered. How could she, as a daughter, not know what kind of person her mother was? Otherwise, her father wouldn't have divorced her mother. Jacques coughed twice without speaking. He was partly responsible for this as well. Xiao Peng watched this scene with a smile. Now he didn't have to run away anymore. Seeing Xiao Peng's smile, Marlene was furious. "What are you laughing at? Stop that damn smile." Before Xiao Peng could speak, Pascal interrupted. "Cousin Marlene, this is Marseille, not the 6th arrondissement of Paris. Besides, this is my Xiao, my friend. Don't you think you're being a bit too nosy?" Fabian's eyes widened. Did Pascal really say that? Marlene was speechless, only able to angrily say, "Where's Felix? I'm taking him back." Felix, who had been eavesdropping, jumped up upon hearing Marlene's words. "I'm not going back." Marlene retorted angrily, "Felix, you're not listening to your sister anymore." Felix glared at her. "I've been too obedient to you all since I was little, that's why I'm like this now. You make me do this, you make me do that, you never ask me what I want to do. When have you ever truly considered my needs? I'm only 13. I want to go to school. I want friends. Seeing Felix's outburst, Marlene's tone softened. Felix, I'll talk to Mom when I get back. Will you come back with me? Even if you want to go to school, it's the holidays now, the school is empty. Listen to me, come back to Paris with me. I promise we'll cancel our jobs here. Jacques panicked. Marlene, there's a penalty for breaking the contract. He couldn't finish his sentence, even if he was dense, he could see the anger in Marlene's eyes. Felix retorted, Marlene, stop acting like an older sister. You're just like Mom, only thinking of yourself. You always say you're busy with work, but when have you ever truly spent time with me? When have you ever truly cared about me? After saying that, Felix turned and ran upstairs, disappearing without a trace. Jacques, seeing this, said to Marlene, Felix is so inconsiderate. I'll go up and grab him. Before Marlene could answer, there was a loud bang as if someone had slammed their hand on the table. The sound was so loud it startled everyone. It was Pascal who slammed the table. This is my house. I'll see who dares to be disrespectful. Fabian was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Pascal slamming the table? It must be a hallucination. Jacques chuckled, Pascal, Felix is still my family's child. There's nothing wrong with us taking him back, is there? Pascal sneered, family? Is this how you treat family? If you truly considered Felix family, would this have happened? Marlene said, Pascal, I assure you, this will never happen again. Felix was just angry today. We usually get along very well. Is that so? Pascal shook his head. So close that he cheers when his own sister gets beaten up? Poof. Xiao Peng laughed. He felt a little uncomfortable when Pascal was being sarcastic, but watching him sarcastically criticize others was quite satisfying. Marlene glared at Xiao Peng, but still felt a little ashamed as she said to Pascal, I know I didn't do well before, I'll change from now on. Pascal replied, if Felix doesn't want to leave, no one can take him away. This is my home, and I'm in charge. Otherwise, we can go to the media and see what everyone thinks. Xiao Peng was the most surprised by his words. Dude, are you crazy? Why do you have such a burden at home? Damn, do you have some kind of special hobby? Pascal wasn't angry at Xiao Peng's words. Xiao, I have reasons for having to do this. Marlene, however, was anxious. What right do you have to do this? Today, I'll take Felix away even if I have to. Although Xiao Peng didn't understand why Pascal was doing this, he definitely had to stand on Pascal's side at this moment, so he sneered, heh. Marlene and the others looked at Xiao Peng. How could they have forgotten about this Tyrannosaurus Rex? With him here, who could take Felix away? The atmosphere was tense. Fabian, who had been sitting there, spoke up, Marlene, calm down. Can you let me say a few words? Jacques hurriedly replied, Fabian, please speak. He was in a rush to answer because he was afraid Marlene and Pascal would start arguing. He really didn't want to get beaten up again. Fabian said to Marlene, let Felix stay in Marseille for a while. That's impossible. Marlene rejected Fabian's suggestion without even thinking. Fabian wasn't in a hurry. He said, Marlene, don't rush, let me finish. Think about it, if you take him back now, he might hate you for the rest of his life. I understand now. Felix is a good kid, but you're putting too much pressure on him. It's not good for his development. Anyway, school doesn't start for a while, so let him enjoy his vacation here. Forgive my bluntness, but your family's problems aren't resolved yet. Even if you take him back, he'll run away again. You were lucky to run into Pascal and Xiao this time. If you hadn't been so lucky, someone else would have made a huge scene, and it would have become a huge, indelible scandal for your family. Jacques muttered under his breath, if we had run into someone else, we would have taken Felix away. As for me, now I'm in this miserable state. He couldn't continue. Xiao Peng was there, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table while staring intently at him. The psychological pressure was too much for him to bear. He dared not offer any more opinions. Pascal realized this too, and tilted his head to Xiao Peng, saying, Xiao, do me a favor. What favor? Beat them up again? No problem. I hate gossipy people. Hearing Xiao Peng's words, Jacques and the others were terrified, quietly moving closer to the door, ready to flee at any moment. Especially Jacques. What did he mean by, I hate gossipy people? Was he talking about me? Were they targeting me? Mom, Marseille is too dangerous, I want to go back to Paris. Pascal, however, found it amusing. Xiao, I know you're angry about their attack on me today, but I just asked you to get me a cup. Xiao Peng chuckled. Pascal was so cunning? Get a cup? He was clearly using him to scare them. This seemingly withdrawn guy was more interesting than he'd imagined. I like it. Look how scared Jacques and the others were. Xiao Peng went to get a cup and handed it to Jacques, then went to the kitchen. A short while later, he came out carrying half a dozen cans of beer. Pascal, this is, after all, a family matter. We Chinese have a saying, even an upright official finds it hard to settle family disputes. You two handle this yourselves. Hearing this, Jacques and the others almost burst out laughing. You're leaving? That's great. They now felt an urge to sing and dance to send this plague away. But Xiao Peng's next words made their laughter stop. Listen up, guys, I live right next door. I'm incredibly grumpy in the morning, and if you disturb my rest, I won't be as polite as I was during the day. Jacques and the others exchanged glances. This was a blatant threat. How dare a Chinese person be so arrogant on French soil? You think you're right just because you have the bigger fist. Jacques and the others nodded frantically. Yes, we'll definitely be careful. Xiao Peng said to Pascal and Fabian, you two talk here. If anything happens, just shout, and I'll come and deal with the scoundrels like Superman. Pascal laughed. Jacques and the others looked at each other again. Scoundrels? Were they talking about us? He really wanted to ask Xiao Peng if he ever thought before he spoke. Let's see who's more of a scoundrel. Fabian asked curiously, Xiao, you don't live here? Where do you live then? Xiao Peng pointed outside the door, the little villa over there. Pascal lent it to me. Fabian immediately stood up, his surprised expression startling Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng thought he was about to say something, but Fabian just sat back down, looking completely incredulous. Crazy. Xiao Peng shook his head, bewildered, and walked out. How this matter ultimately turned out was none of his concern. After all, it was their own family affair. He only needed to ensure no one harmed Pascal. Why meddle in this mess? He might as well go back and enjoy living in a seaside villa. I'll finally live in a seaside villa someday. Tisk tisk. Xiao Peng went up to the roof, turned on the lights, lay down on the sun lounger, holding an e-reader from Aix-Marseille University, enjoying the sea breeze, listening to the sound of the waves, drinking beer, and reading. Xiao Peng really wanted to shout, reading makes me happy, reading makes me joyful. Why didn't he like reading as a child? Was it because he was too young and didn't understand? Xiao Peng thought about it for a moment, and realized it was definitely because of the environment. Look how much more enthusiastic he is about reading in the coffee shop and here. Even if he was just young and didn't understand, he wouldn't admit it. After some time, the doorbell rang. Xiao Peng turned his head and saw Fabian standing outside the gate. This stubborn guy, these small villas don't even have a wall, just a fence. Why didn't you just jump over? However, he still used the electronic key to open the door and waved to Fabian, I'm on the roof. A moment later, Fabian came up, carrying a beer. Xiao, did I disturb your rest? Xiao Peng shook his head. I was going to rest at first, but I thought you might come looking for me, so I'm reading here. Is everything settled down downstairs? Fabian nodded. Marlene and the others left, but Felix is staying here for his vacation. Xiao, do you know why Pascal kept Felix here? Xiao Peng laughed. I'm not stupid. It must be out of pity. What? Did Felix remind him of his childhood trauma? Fabian sat down opposite Xiao Peng and handed him a can of beer. Pretty much. Xiao Peng took the beer and laughed. Don't tell me you came to me to pay me to stay away from Pascal, like those parents on TV telling others to stay away from their children. That's too melodramatic. Fabian paused, then burst out laughing. How could that be? I'm not some brainless, unscrupulous screenwriter. Every time I see a scene like that on TV, I think if someone said that to me, I'd definitely agree. How could anyone disagree? Anyone who's thinking of playing the long game in this situation is an idiot. Just take the money and leave. Xiao Peng high-fived Fabian. It's precisely because things like this are almost unheard of in real life that people watch TV. Fabian suddenly said, Xiao, do you know? This house belongs to Pascal's mother. For 15 years, only someone cleaned it, no one lived here. Yet Pascal let you move in. Do you know what that means? Xiao Peng looked horrified. Does he think I'm his mother? Fabian's face darkened. Xiao, that's not a funny joke. Then what do you mean? Xiao Peng countered. Fabian coughed twice. I want to know what happened. Pascal's change is so drastic it's astonishing. Xiao Peng considered for a moment and said, my phone was off for a while, so we hadn't been in contact until today when he came to Aix to find me. He told Fabian everything that had happened that day. Fabian paused for a moment after hearing this, then said, poor Pascal, he's finally found security. Xiao Peng jumped up from his chair as if electrocuted. What do you mean? I'm straight. Fabian waved his hand. Don't worry about that. I'm sure he's straight too. His computer has browsing history of porn sites. The films he watches might have a slight fetish, but they're definitely not gay. Fetish? What fetish? Xiao Peng was very curious, but Fabian changed the subject. Pascal and his father have a very bad relationship and haven't had any contact for many years. To be precise, he's changed a lot since his mother passed away. I'm probably the closest person to him in the whole family. And you've seen that I'm close to him, but we don't talk much. Xiao Peng asked, puzzled, why is that? Fabian sighed. His father neglected him and his mother for his career. It was Aunt Sylvia who took care of Pascal. Less than 6 months after Aunt Sylvia died in a car accident, my uncle found Pascal a stepmother, and their relationship reached a freezing point from then on. Less than 6 months? Xiao Peng exclaimed. Fabian shrugged. French men, you know. And kids from families like this are very vulnerable to bullying at school. Pascal experienced this, and no one spoke up for him, so he became increasingly withdrawn and ended up like he is now. Xiao, promise me. Don't hurt my brother, don't let him stay like this. Damn it. I'm not gay. If you keep saying something disgusting, I'll show you what the iron fist of justice is. Xiao Peng was awakened by the Mediterranean sea breeze, his head throbbing. How much did he and Fabian drink yesterday? They finished all the beer in the fridge. Pascal's mother had a drinking problem according to Fabian. For a long time, she spent her days drinking and crying, and her death was also related to alcoholism, drunk driving. With a father who didn't care about the family and a mother who barely cared about her children, Pascal is already quite lucky he didn't commit suicide. Pascal, in memory of his mother, filled the refrigerator in the house with beer and had a liquor cabinet full of fine wines. Those fine wines wouldn't hurt you, so surely the beer in the fridge is safe to drink? And sure enough, the two of them got completely drunk. Speaking of which, Fabian is pretty unlucky. Why are he and Pascal so close? Frankly, they're the family's losers alliance. There's a reason Fabian's been stuck guarding the archives in Cape Ardeg for so long. His older siblings are all far more capable than him. That's why he's taking this show so seriously. He's eager to prove himself. His invitation to drink with Xiao Peng yesterday had its own agenda. Far from being an attempt to distance himself from Xiao Peng and Pascal, he actually wanted to cultivate a better relationship with Xiao Peng. Pascal was the Rain Man of their family. In terms of earning power, no other young person in the family could match him. Moreover, he made his money not through family connections but through his own efforts. Such a person would be a treasure in any family, yet Pascal, due to his personality, couldn't integrate into the family and only had a decent relationship with Fabian. He was the one who invested in Fabian's show this time. However, their relationship was limited to the level of decent. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng and Pascal both addressed each other as Little Pascal. Building a good relationship with Pascal was difficult. After all, nobody knew what he was thinking. But building a good relationship with Xiao Peng was easy. So he took a roundabout approach. Xiao Peng got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Actually, even after all these years in France, he still hadn't developed the habit of showering in the morning, but he'd drunk so much yesterday that not showering was really inappropriate. What did they talk about while drinking yesterday? Xiao Peng scratched his head, seemingly having blacked out. He vaguely remembered topics like the Cousteau Diving Association and underwater salvage. Those seemed quite important, but he couldn't remember. He'd have to ask Fabian later. Where was Fabian? After showering, Xiao Peng threw his alcohol-smelling, dirty clothes into the washing machine, changed into some fresh clothes, and ran to the kitchen. There was milk, bacon, and toast, things he'd bought on the way back yesterday. Xiao Peng heated the milk, fried some bacon in oil, put it in a loaf of toast, and spread butter on top. This was usually Xiao Peng's go-to breakfast. After all, being in a foreign country, he had to adapt to local customs. But after a hangover, he really couldn't eat anything like that. Milk was good for his stomach, but nothing felt as comforting as millet porridge. And if he added a fried dough stick and a tea egg, just thinking about it made his mouth water. It turned out that the ship was too cramped and lacked the facilities for these things. He'd definitely buy some seasonings and ingredients when he went to Marseille to pick up the ship today and cook at home. After eating and drinking his fill, Xiao Peng pulled out a few trash bags. Yesterday's rooftop drinking had left a mess. This was, after all, the house Pascal had lent him. It needed a proper cleaning. Just as he was about to go upstairs, a loud crash came down the stairs, startling him. He rushed over and saw Fabian. He'd tumbled down the stairs. Luckily, he hadn't fallen too badly and had shakily gotten to his feet. Seeing Xiao Peng, Fabian looked a little embarrassed. Xiao, I'm fine. Xiao Peng nodded. I know you're fine, I'm worried about the floor. This is Pascal's house, don't break the floor. Fabian was speechless for a moment, then said, I know why you and Pascal are good friends, you both talk like that. Xiao Peng helped him up, frowning. Ugh, what's that smell on you? Go wash up in the guest room. Fabian smiled wryly. This is the first time I've ever drunk so much. Where's the guest room? I'll go wash up. Do you have any new clothes? Xiao Peng rolled his eyes at him. No new ones? Want some worn ones? They're washed. Fabian nodded. Do I have a choice? Xiao Peng scoffed. Too much trouble. Okay, go wash up, I'll tidy up. There's milk, bacon, and bread in the kitchen. Make yourself something to eat later. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the doorbell ring. It must be Pascal coming so early. He couldn't find his electronic key, so he simply shouted, Little Pascal, climb over the fence yourself. Pascal, upon hearing this, yelled back, I don't want to get shot. Well, after hearing his reply, Xiao Peng had no choice but to run and open the door for him. Here in the entire villa area, apart from Pascal's house, which was surrounded by a high wall, everyone else's yard was fenced off. In France, private territory is considered inviolable. If someone enters a yard without the owner's permission, they can be shot without legal repercussions. That's what Pascal meant by, "I don't want to get shot." However, he was just joking, after all, it was his house. Or perhaps he simply said it because it was a habit he'd developed. The people of Marseille are known for their warm and outgoing nature. If they built a wall, their neighbors would criticize them, which would be detrimental to neighborly relations. So how do they prove that a place is their private property? They simply enclose their yards with waist-high fences or walls made of greenery. The message is clear: this is my private territory, don't come in and cause trouble. But why use such ineffective fences or greenery that only deter honest people? The message is, look, I'm a very hospitable person. I don't mind friends coming over. I don't mind you seeing my life. They want to define their territory and distance themselves from others, yet they don't want gossip about being unapproachable. In short, they want to have their cake and eat it too. Pascal didn't care about any of that. He built his villa like a castle, complete with all sorts of security features. Those who knew him considered him an eccentric collector, but those who didn't might have mistaken him for a major Latin American drug lord. Pascal didn't come alone, Felix accompanied him. "Come in, what brings you here so early?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Pascal sniffed. "Did you mop the floor with beer yesterday? Why does the house smell so strongly of alcohol?" Xiao Peng sighed. "Fabian and I got quite drunk yesterday, but I initially thought you'd be coming too." Pascal said, "I was planning to come. An Icelandic collector of cold weapons contacted me online to discuss some collecting matters. Now I'm glad I didn't come. Otherwise, I would have passed out here. Do you need any help?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "I can clean myself up. It's called cleaning up your own mess. What brings you here so early?" Pascal laughed at Xiao Peng's words, then pointed to Felix. Felix said he wanted to practice the piano. It's a habit he's had since childhood. "I don't have a piano, so I brought it here." Felix looked at Xiao Peng somewhat timidly. "Mr. Xiao, may I use the piano here?" Xiao Peng nodded. "Of course, but don't make that face. You look scared of me. You weren't this weak when you were arguing with your sister yesterday." Felix replied, "I'm afraid you'll beat me up." Xiao Peng's face darkened. He pointed at Pascal and said, "Little Pascal, do you think I'm the kind of person who would hit a child?" "Yes." "Well, this conversation is over. You brat, go play the piano." Xiao Peng said to Felix, then turned to Pascal and said, "Little Pascal, drive me to Marseille later. I'll bring the sailboat back." Pascal pulled out his car keys and handed them to Xiao Peng. "Someone wants to trade me an ancient coin from the Bouvekian dynasty today, and I can't go out. Here are the keys, you can drive there yourself, right?" "But I don't have a driver's license yet," Xiao Peng said. "You don't have a driver's license?" Pascal exclaimed. "You haven't gone to driving lessons?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "I usually ride a bicycle or drive a boat, so it's not surprising I haven't gone to driving lessons, is it? It's okay, I'll have someone take the bus to Marseille later. All of Marseille's satellite cities have direct buses to Marseille." Xiao Peng also took the bus to Aix-en-Provence. Although it was a bit slow, it was very comfortable. Fabian, who had just finished showering, came out of the room. "I'll take you to Marseille," he said. "I need to fly back to Paris to continue dealing with the lawsuit with Paz." Xiao Peng asked curiously, "Is it serious?" Fabian shook his head. "Given the current trend, there's a high probability that the two sides will settle out of court. The TV station will pay Paz a sum of money to stop the lawsuit." Upon hearing this, Xiao Peng exclaimed, "Give them money? Give money to such scoundrels? You're going to sue them? Do you think they can win? Your approach is so unreasonable. Isn't this encouraging corruption?" Fabian sighed. "You're right, it's indeed unreasonable. If the lawsuit continues, Paz will definitely lose. But it will be a protracted battle, and the program won't be able to continue airing during this time. Paz is capitalizing on this, which is why they sued Channel 5. Channel 5's choice to compromise is simply buying peace. Now it's just a matter of how much." Xiao Peng's face darkened. "This is like a toad on your foot, it doesn't bite, but it's disgusting." Fabian chuckled. "But if the TV station and Paz reach a settlement, Paz definitely won't bother you. You'll have a lot more peace and quiet." "That's good news." Xiao Peng said, "By the way, do you really have to leave today? I've moved into a new house, and I'm planning to cook a nice Chinese meal tonight and invite some friends over. Why don't you stay another day?" Fabian shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm more concerned about resolving the Paz issue right now. In that case, I won't force you. Little Paz, come over tonight and you'll get to try authentic Chinese food. I would have come even if you hadn't said anything." After dropping Xiao Peng off in Marseille, Fabian went straight to the airport. Xiao Peng didn't rush to the old port but instead began a new round of shopping. Now there are Chinese shops in Marseille, so he bought all sorts of seasonings, as well as a huge amount of clothes and shoes. Before, when he lived on the boat, there was nowhere to put them, so he couldn't buy these things. And the clothes and shoes he bought during his recent splurge were all for attracting women, not for everyday work. Now he prioritized comfort. He bought quite a lot, and it took Xiao Peng several trips to the old port to load everything onto the boat. However, he didn't see the Daritis. The elderly couple's boat wasn't at its berth, and he didn't know where they were. He was practically moving into a new home, so he should have invited friends over for a housewarming party, but these two elderly people were practically his only true friends in Marseille over the years, and he didn't see them. This disappointed Xiao Peng quite a bit. Xiao Peng sailed away from the harbor, and soon after leaving, he saw a bunch of boats moored there, including the Daritis yacht. Xiao Peng was too far away to tell what was going on, but it sounded like someone was using a megaphone to shout something. He didn't look closely, and while sailing in that direction, he called out into the walkie-talkie, Bavarian Boar, this is lawyer, please respond." After he finished calling, there was no answer. Just as he was about to call again, Mr. Derrida's gruff voice came through the walkie-talkie. "My God, Xiao, you're still alive. You've been missing for so long, and I couldn't get through on the phone. My wife almost called the police." Xiao Peng felt a warmth in his heart and quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Derrida. I was bothered a lot by the media because of the last protest, so I just turned off my phone. But I've been staying in the library at Aix-Marseille University, so I haven't had anything to do. Thank you for your concern. What are you doing here? Even a child could tell what we're doing. We're holding a protest," Mr. Derrida replied. Xiao Peng was speechless. "Besides protesting, what else do you guys do every day? What's going on now?" "Mr. Derrida, stop protesting. I'm here to invite you. I found a house in La Ciotat and I'm staying there. According to the custom in my hometown, when you move into a new house, you invite your friends over. It's called burning the Kong, heated brick bed. It's a tradition to invite good friends over for a meal. I'm inviting you to my house for an authentic Chinese meal," Xiao Peng said. Mr. Derrida laughed. "This custom exists in both France and my wife's homeland, Germany. It's not a custom unique to you Chinese," Xiao Peng said. "But you don't have authentic Chinese food, right?" "That's right. My wife's scrambled eggs with tomatoes just can't compare to yours," Mr. Derrida said. "But don't let my wife know I said that." "Wait a minute, I'll go tell my wife we're leaving now, damn it." Mr. Derrida's words were cut off before he could finish. Xiao Peng, holding the radio, was exasperated. "Weren't we leaving now? Why are you cursing me, Mr. Derrida? The Bavarian Boar?" Xiao Peng didn't understand what had happened. How could the signal have suddenly gone down? He stuck his head out of the cabin and gasped at the distant sea. "Holy crap! A collision?" A group of ships on the sea had formed a line, trying to stop a small cargo ship. Although the cargo ship had slowed down, it still couldn't control itself and collided with a tourist boat. This was a tourist boat that ran along the shore in Marseille's old port. It was considered large among the protesting vessels, but compared to the cargo ship, it was nothing. There were still many people on board protesting with signs. The collision caused the boat to list severely, and people fell into the water. Nearby boats wanted to help but didn't know how. Their own boats weren't very large, they only had life jackets, no lifeboats, and sailing directly overboard would be extremely dangerous. The sightseeing boat did have a lifeboat, but unfortunately, it was right where the two ships collided, and it was immediately rendered unusable. The cargo ship had already anchored, it absolutely couldn't move any further, or there would definitely be fatalities. A collision would involve insurance, but fatalities would be a huge problem. For the cargo ship, doing nothing was the best option, stopping was the prudent course of action. However, the nearby ocean currents had made things extremely turbulent, making it very dangerous for either people or ships to approach. The people on these ships were all experienced sailors, everyone knew this. Therefore, no one dared to go into the water to rescue them. They could only throw life rings and life jackets towards the people in the water from a distance. Xiao Peng saw Mr. and Mrs. Derrida tying ropes to life rings and throwing them into the sea so the people in the water could grab the ropes and be pulled back. Given the current situation, this was undoubtedly the best method, but they couldn't throw that far. They could only call out to the people in the water, signaling them to swim towards the life rings. Those who had fallen into the water were tossed about in the waves created by the boats, a very dangerous situation. Some were wearing life jackets, which was fortunate, but those without were in dire straits. Even for swimmers, such waves would significantly weaken them. The sightseeing boat is taking on water, someone suddenly shouted. Due to severe capsizing, the sightseeing boat that had been hit was taking on water. Everyone gasped. With water taking on the hull, the people on board were completely unable to save themselves. Was it going to sink? Mr. Derrida saw Xiao Peng and frantically waved to him from the boat, signaling him not to go over. Xiao Peng's small sailboat was difficult to control, and in those waters, going over would be more of a hindrance than a help. Xiao Peng knew this too, but with lives at stake, he couldn't afford to think about it. He immediately began to lower the sails and drop anchor. This should have been a two-step process: first lower the sails to reduce speed, then drop anchor. However, Xiao Peng didn't have time and had to do both simultaneously. The anchor kept scraping against the seabed, and the force of the anchor hitting the seabed caused the hull to creak and groan. Xiao Peng didn't care whether the hull could withstand the pulling force. He simply adjusted the bow to slow the boat down on its own before plunging headlong into the sea. Others wouldn't dare swim in these currents. I dare. Xiao, are you crazy? It's too dangerous. Get back on the boat. Mrs. Derrida, startled to see Xiao Peng swimming towards her, shouted from the gunwale. Xiao Peng yelled back, Mrs. Derrida, throw me the lifebuoy. Make the rope longer, I'll get it in. Don't talk nonsense when lives are at stake. Mrs. Derrida gritted her teeth and threw the lifebuoy to Xiao Peng. God help you. Xiao Peng caught the lifebuoy and turned to swim towards the drowning people. He really wanted to tell Mrs. Derrida he didn't believe in God, but this wasn't the time for banter. With so many people in the water, every second counted. The waves crashed against Xiao Peng, testing his stamina. He painstakingly handed a lifebuoy to the nearest elderly woman who had fallen into the water. She was at least 60 years old. What are you doing here at your age? Do you want to lose your life before you're happy? He thought. After helping her put on the lifebuoy, Xiao Peng gestured to the Derridas to pull the rope. Now he realized what it meant to be willing but powerless. There were too many people in the water. One lifebuoy simply couldn't save them all. Help me. I can't swim. Help. My leg cramped. God. Someone save me. This is murder. I'm calling the police. Never mind, I won't call the police, just get me out of there first. Xiao Peng was surrounded by cries for help, and he alone couldn't possibly save everyone. Besides, the ocean currents were too turbulent, swimming would be both strenuous and slow. This wouldn't do. He had to think of something. At this point, neither the octopus nor the jellyfish could navigate effectively. Neither is a particularly strong swimmer. The octopus is somewhat better, but the jellyfish mostly drifts with the current, only migrating to the deep sea to avoid typhoons. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiao Peng's mind. Why are jellyfish always able to avoid typhoons? It's because jellyfish have amazing hearing. Their auditory organs can detect infrasound, the frequency that travels the farthest. This allows them to sense typhoons before they arrive and then dive into the deep sea for shelter. But that's not the key point. The most crucial question is, why do they swim to the deep sea? Because the deep sea is safe. Except for areas with special seabed topography or where ocean currents have passed, the seabed is generally calm. Even if there are raging storms and huge waves on the surface, tens of meters below the surface, it's completely peaceful, as if nothing has happened. Such swells are completely imperceptible when diving only 3 to 5 meters below the surface. Swimming that way would be so much easier and less strenuous. Plus, his visibility would be much better underwater, preventing him from missing anyone in distress. That's it. Having figured this out, Xiao Peng immediately dived into the ocean. However, once he reached the seabed, he didn't immediately take action. Instead, he used his super-sighted underwater vision to observe his surroundings, checking for any signs of danger. Beside him was the capsized boat, and then the people who had fallen into the water were bobbing with the waves. The better thing was that although some looked like they were struggling and their limbs were moving rapidly, no one had yet sunk to the bottom and was in critical condition. Further away were the hulls of the demonstration boats. Where was his own sailboat? He turned and saw his own sailboat. The anchor had finally hooked onto a reef on the seabed and come to a stop. But a large dark shadow under the hull left Xiao Peng speechless. Wasn't that the great shrew shark he called Nightingale? How did it get here? Xiao Peng watched the great wrasse swimming around the sailboat, utterly exasperated. Had it gotten addicted to playing with it the other day? Was it coming to play again? Now was not the time to waste time, saving lives was the priority. But the great wrasse spotted Xiao Peng and swam straight towards him, circling him and nuzzling him with its head. What was it doing? Seeking affection or a hug? Xiao Peng turned his head and saw a person struggling weakly, beginning to sink. He quickly pushed away the wrasse clinging to him and swam upwards towards the person, lifting him back to the surface. Ju Yi, my old brother, hold on, I'm coming to save you. An elderly man in a life jacket was struggling to swim towards him. Xiao Peng pointed behind him and said, your friend's all right. Don't swim this way. Swim towards the boat. The old man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that his friend was all right, saying, it's good he's all right, but I really can't swim anymore. Oh my God. Help! The old man suddenly let out a sound beyond imagination, and everyone around looked at him. No one had made such a sound when they fell into the water. What was wrong with this old man? What happened next shocked everyone even more. This old man, who had just been complaining about not being able to swim, suddenly swam faster than a torpedo. The seawater around him parted, and he was practically cleaving through the waves. Even if that Australian swimming champion named Horton took 10 pounds of performance-enhancing drugs, he couldn't swim that speed. However, because he was swimming so fast, although he clearly slowed down as he approached the Derrida's boat, inertia still propelled him forward. A scream was heard, and the old man crashed into the hull like a photograph. Mr. Derrida quickly pulled him aboard. What happened? Everyone was completely bewildered. Just then, a gray dorsal fin appeared on the surface of the sea. A shark! Everyone exclaimed upon seeing the gray dorsal fin. The already tense person in the water became even more anxious upon hearing shark. Xiao Peng shouted immediately, "Everyone calm down. That shark is here to help us." What? Everyone doubted their ears, looking at Xiao Peng with expressions as if he were a fool. Xiao Peng didn't understand why the rash shark was doing this, but he was certain it wanted to help him. It was the same shark that had just brought the old man who said he couldn't swim to the Derridas and their wife from the side of the boat. Did this shark know what he was thinking? In any case, having a rash shark help would make the rescue much faster. The large rash shark swam to Xiao Peng's side, circling him and repeatedly nudging him with its head. The others in the sea were terrified by this scene, but Xiao Peng remained calm, because he and this shark were practically old acquaintances, and it showed no signs of attacking anyone. Xiao Peng, unsure of its intentions, simply placed the man he had just rescued on its back. The shrewd shark was over 3 meters long, and although not as wide as a great white shark, carrying someone on its back was still incredibly easy. "Let's go to the boat." Xiao Peng pointed to Mr. Derrida's boat. The harpoon shark, carrying the man on its back, turned and swam directly to the boat. It then dove into the sea, placed the man on the side of the boat, and swam back to Xiao Peng. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. When did sharks become so obedient and even help rescue people? Xiao Peng shouted, "Everyone calm down. If the shark swims towards you, don't be afraid. Let it guide you to the boat one by one. Those who are older or weaker, go first. Now everyone, stay close to me so I can better take care of everyone." The people on the other boats were also stunned by what they saw. One of them, who was filming with his phone, said, "Is this a miracle?" "What miracle? Didn't you notice? This Asian man is the one who appeared on TV a while ago. What was he called again? Dancing with Sharks. This is the harpoon shark that danced with him on TV. This is unbelievable. Did you record it? Do you even need to tell me? I started recording the moment this guy recklessly jumped into the sea. He's a hero. Aren't you ashamed? Someone else is a hero and you're just hiding on the sidelines filming? What's ashamed about it? These days, aren't there plenty of people like me? Damn, you're absolutely right. Okay, you keep recording. 4. Let's not just sit around doing nothing. Use the radio to notify other ships to take turns getting as close as possible to help with the rescue. Oh, and call the police. Get the Coast Guard here. Call the media too. Let them see what kind of heinous thing this cargo ship has done. Yes, Captain. Regardless, with their help, the rescue was indeed much faster. Despite the large number of people in the water, everyone was rescued safely. After the last person was brought aboard, Xiao Peng returned to his own boat, wrapped himself in a towel, and sat down to rest. As the main force in the rescue, Xiao Peng was truly exhausted. The efficiency of the French police was indeed questionable. Whether on land or at sea, they were all equally slow. The Coast Guard boat didn't arrive until more than an hour after the collision. They arrived even slower than the media personnel who rushed to the scene. No wonder the French police were being criticized. Xiao Peng felt like cursing right now. Mrs. Derrida's voice came through the radio. "Xiao, you're truly admirable." Xiao Peng picked up the walkie-talkie, shook his head helplessly, and said, "I just did what everyone should do." "But Mrs. Derrida, what exactly happened today? Why are you protesting again? I'm at my wit's end. Can't you just shut up?" Mrs. Derrida raised her voice. "Xiao, although you're a good boy, you're not French after all. We're doing this because of our love for this country. If we know the country has problems and we don't stand up, the country will only have more and more problems. This is a manifestation of our sense of responsibility. This time is different from last time. Last time, the sex workers' march was for their own rights. This time, we're demonstrating for the country." Xiao Peng was stunned. How had things escalated to this point? He really wanted to ask, what's wrong with this country? Are the decisions made by so many advisors and the national leadership really inferior to those of you old folks? Of course, he couldn't say that aloud. After all, this was his good friend, and the last large-scale protest was, frankly, for his sake. He couldn't upset the old lady over this, so he said, "Mrs. Derrida, you're right. As someone who doesn't know the inside story, I shouldn't say these things. Can you tell me what's wrong that makes you so angry?" Mrs. Derrida said angrily, "If it were you, you'd be even angrier than me." After understanding the whole story, Xiao Peng felt helpless. Mrs. Derrida said she would be furious after learning the truth, but Xiao Peng swore to God he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he found it quite amusing. France's industry and agriculture are both highly developed. France is the largest agricultural producer in the entire EU. They are the world's #1 exporter of agricultural products. 11% of the world's agricultural products come from France. Their main export markets are Northwest Africa and Europe, but these markets are now highly competitive, and they urgently need to develop new markets. Although Northwest Africa is considered France's backyard, they have never been able to penetrate East Africa. After years of effort, things finally took a turn for the better. After negotiations with Kenya and East Africa, they embarked on a pioneering business cooperation. They imported sisal from Kenya as a raw material for textiles, and France provided Kenya with an equivalent amount of wheat, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their cooperation. This was inherently a good thing, but then something funny happened. Kenya attached great importance to this cooperation, proactively sending a fleet to contact France. Large quantities of high-quality sisal raw materials were transported via the Djibouti-Alabama Railway to Djibouti, then loaded onto ships, passed through the Suez Canal, crossed the Mediterranean Sea to Marseille, where they were unloaded. Wheat was then loaded at the port of Marseille before the ships returned via the same route. However, a problem arose. While Kenya valued the cooperation highly and showed a very positive attitude, their haste meant they couldn't secure enough large cargo ships. Therefore, they simply organized a large fleet from Djibouti and sailed to Marseille, consisting mainly of the small cargo ships Xiao Peng had seen earlier. Although Marseille is France's largest port, they were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of a group of small cargo ships. Marseille has two ports, a new port for cargo ships and an old port for yachts. So many small cargo ships couldn't all enter the new port, nor could they block the waterway outside. After all, such a large port as Marseille couldn't only serve these small boats. Finally, they came up with a solution. The small cargo ships that hadn't unloaded yet would dock in the new port and wait for the ships ahead to unload, load, and depart before entering. This was a good solution, but the people in the old port disagreed. The old port was mainly for sailboats and yachts. What was the point of letting cargo ships in? What if they damaged their ships? So they organized a Defend the Old Port campaign, prohibiting cargo ships from entering, using their own ships to block them. The result was exactly what they hoped for. They rammed and capsized one of the cargo ships. Ignorance is the original sin. A boat isn't like a car that can be stopped instantly by slamming on the brakes. There's something called inertia. Xiao Peng's small sailboat lurched forward at least 300 meters from lowering its sails and dropping anchor until it finally came to a stop. Imagine how much more difficult it must have been for such a large cargo ship. These protesters demonstrated to everyone what it means to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. And if Xiao Peng were to comment on these protesters, it would be summed up in 4 words: they were all just bored. The people who came to protest on that sightseeing boat weren't boat dwellers like the Derridas who resided in the old port of Marseille. They were local residents of Marseille. They were all middle-aged men and women, with an average age of over 55. France has incredibly generous welfare systems, especially for the elderly, resulting in a situation where young people live stressful lives while the elderly live comfortably. With no worries about food and drink, what do they do when they're bored? Protest. Demonstrate. It's similar to elderly people in China gathering to dance in public squares. Many young people work hard from 9 to 5 every day, earning less than half the pensions of many retired people who do little. This is inherently abnormal. And yet, here, even when there's nothing else going on, groups of elderly people will still demonstrate and protest against low pensions. Of course, in their own eyes, this isn't just causing trouble, it's a sense of responsibility. Setting an example for the younger generation. These old men and women have incredibly strong tempers. After being rescued, instead of going to the hospital for a checkup, they insisted on waiting for the Coast Guard to arrive and give them an explanation. When the Coast Guard boat arrived, the indignant expressions of these old men and women made it impossible to imagine their miserable state when they fell into the sea. Even Xiao Peng felt sorry for the Coast Guard officers they were surrounding. Being a policeman in France is really tough. If we're really going to assign blame, it's the sightseeing ship's fault. Their actions blocked the shipping lanes. But these elderly people don't care about that. They insist they're the victims and even accuse the cargo ship of intentional murder. Especially when reporters arrived, they saw these old folks making all sorts of accusations, acting as if they wouldn't be satisfied until the cargo ship's captain was sentenced to death. It's like elderly people in China taking over a basketball court for square dancing, beating up the young people, and then accusing the young people of disrespecting their elders. When the police and media arrived, Xiao Peng and his Nightingale rescue duo were relegated to the sidelines. Xiao Peng watched this scene with a sense of utter disillusionment. If he had known it would turn out like this, fine, he'd still go into the sea to rescue them. Although Xiao Peng had changed a lot since spending so much time in Marseille, he hadn't lost the kindness inherent in his Chinese character. He sat at the stern of his small sailboat, a towel draped over his shoulders, holding a dead octopus, something Mrs. Derrida had kept in her refrigerator. Xiao Peng tossed the octopus into the sea. It sank almost immediately, and Nightingale swam up to it, then vanished in an instant. The harpoon shark sucks its prey. It eats octopus much like a person eating noodles. My God, that's a miracle. Mrs. Derrida asked excitedly from the boat next to him. How did you do that? Xiao Peng shrugged. I really don't know. I don't even know how it got here. I saw it circling my boat when I went out to sea, it probably followed me. But how could it save someone? I just can't figure it out. Mr. Derrida stepped out, holding a can of beer. That's the real nurse shark. The harpoon shark is also known as the nurse shark, but that refers to the shape of its head, not its ability to save lives. After feeding Nightingale, Xiao Peng stood up and said, "Let's go, a lavish Chinese meal awaits us." Mr. Derrida was taken aback. "Aren't you waiting for the media to interview you? You're a hero in today's rescue. This is a great opportunity for you to become famous." Xiao Peng shook his head, pointing to the seabed. "What kind of hero am I? The heroes are down there." Why wasn't he leaving? He was actually waiting for the media to interview him and make a name for himself. What young person doesn't love to show off? But after those old men and women made such a fuss, Xiao Peng's enthusiasm waned. "Mr. Derrida, how about I wait for you at the La Ciotat Pier?" Xiao Peng asked. After all, they had also participated in the rescue, and the media had definitely interviewed them. The Derridas exchanged a glance. Of course, having Chinese food is more important. "Let's go." Xiao Peng's family dinner had only 4 guests, Mr. and Mrs. Derrida, Pascal, and Felix. To be precise, only 3 were his friends. Felix was a minor guest. When Mr. Derrida learned that Felix was a very good pianist, he even played a beautiful forehand duet with him, the piano technique nearly making Xiao Peng's jaw drop. In his eyes, Mr. Derrida was just a hot-tempered boatman. He never expected him to have such talent. Thinking about it another way, it wasn't surprising. If he didn't have some ability, would such a good woman as Mrs. Derrida have chosen him and traveled all the way from Germany to be with him for life? Unless she was blind. Xiao Peng had really gone all out today, preparing a table full of hearty dishes: sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, braised winter melon balls, eggplant with garlic sauce, curry beef stew with potatoes, steamed sea bass, spicy chicken, plus a cucumber stir-fry with meat and the tomato and egg stir-fry that Mr. and Mrs. Derrida insisted on a complete meal. He cooked so much that these few people couldn't possibly finish it all, ultimately because Xiao Peng wanted to eat it himself. Having been in Marseille for so long, eating had always been a problem for Xiao Peng. Eating out was too expensive, eating on the ship wasn't comfortable enough. Tomato and egg stir-fry with noodles was Xiao Peng's most frequent meal. Now Xiao Peng truly understood what it meant to say, "There's no hardship you can't endure, only blessings you can't enjoy." His culinary display wasn't to show off in front of these people. It was truly to reward his long-awaited Chinese stomach. After Xiao Peng placed the last clam and winter melon soup on the table, he said, "All right, 9 dishes and 1 soup, perfect." Mrs. Derrida smiled slightly. "It seems like something's missing." "Missing something? What's missing?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Mr. Derrida placed a bag on the table, took out a bottle of red wine, and handed it to Xiao Peng, saying, "Who celebrates someone's housewarming empty-handed?" Mrs. Derrida replied, "This was brought to me by my sister when she visited me in Germany. It's a dry Riesling from Chateau Keller. It certainly goes well with this meal." Xiao Peng had seen this kind of wine before. Although French wines are world-renowned, German wines are not uncommon in France. This wine, priced at around €200, was considered high-end. Xiao Peng didn't stand on ceremony. After accepting the wine and thanking the Derridas, he used a corkscrew to open it and poured a glass for everyone except Felix, who drank juice. Pascal looked bewildered. "Is this the kind of occasion where gifts are given?" No, I didn't inform everyone beforehand so you wouldn't bring gifts." Xiao Peng raised his glass. "With the wine brought by Mr. and Mrs. Derrida, I'd like to propose a toast to everyone. Thank you all for attending tonight's dinner. The food is simple and the dishes are meager. I'd like to propose a toast to everyone. Please enjoy yourselves." Why are you all looking at me like that?" Mrs. Derrida shook her head. "Xiao, those words like simple food and meager dishes sound like an insult to us coming from your mouth. Making 10 dishes in such a short time? I certainly couldn't do that." Pascal said, "Even my chef couldn't do that." Xiao Peng's face darkened. "Let me be clear from the start, this is authentic Chinese food, the original, unmodified way we Chinese eat. Don't blame me if you don't like it. I'll drink first, everyone please help yourselves." While he claimed the dishes were pure Chinese cuisine, they had been modified. The modification wasn't in the cooking methods, but in the serving style. Each dish came with a large soup ladle for sharing. Europeans generally resisted the Chinese communal dining style, it didn't fit their lifestyle. After traveling for a while, Xiao Peng finally understood the saying, "There's no good or bad, only differences." People love to argue about which is better, foreign or Chinese cuisine, but it's really unnecessary. Is separate dining good? Absolutely. It's much more hygienic than communal dining. However, communal dining is also a symbol of social progress. Before the Northern Song dynasty in China, separate dining was the norm. The reason it was changed to communal dining during the Northern Song dynasty was due to the highly prosperous commercial economy and the further commercialization of food culture. There was an abundance of ingredients and cooking methods. Fine dining moved from the wealthy and noble to the common people, and the implementation of communal dining reflected the progress of the social economy. In the West, however, food tends to be more monotonous and less varied than Chinese food, making separate dining more suitable. It's pointless to insist on comparing the merits of separate and communal dining. Xiao Peng had worried that authentic Chinese food wouldn't suit their tastes, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Everyone except Pascal thoroughly enjoyed the meal. The reason Pascal wasn't enjoying it was because he didn't know how to use chopsticks. Even Felix was adept at using chopsticks, while Pascal awkwardly held a knife and fork. He had never eaten Chinese food before. He started trying to learn how to use chopsticks, and after removing the fourth braised winter melon ball from the plate, he switched to a knife and fork. However, he was still bothered by his inability to use chopsticks, muttering as he ate, "I really don't understand why you guys use chopsticks. Aren't knives and forks much easier? Look, a knife can be used for cutting, and a fork can handle the rest. When you eat steak, chopsticks are completely useless, okay?" Xiao Peng grinned. "We don't fry steak in Chinese cuisine, so what's the point of using knives and forks?" Pascal blinked, "But you see, eating is a joyful thing, and using chopsticks just complicates it." Xiao Peng scoffed, "If you can't use chopsticks, you can't use them. Nobody's laughing at you. Why are you emphasizing it so much? What do you mean using chopsticks complicates things? I can hold a wine glass in my left hand and chopsticks in my right. Try doing both at the same time." Pascal looked at his knife and fork, then at his wine glass, and said hesitantly, "What do you mean I can't use chopsticks? I just disdain using them. Besides, I support environmentalism. Making chopsticks requires cutting down trees, which is very environmentally unfriendly." Xiao Peng sighed, "Little Pascal, your IQ needs a recharge. Look at those chopsticks in your hand. Are they made of wood? They're made of bamboo." "What is bamboo?" "It's a herbaceous plant. It grows in abundance every year." "Are you saying that making knives and forks requires smelting steel and is environmentally unfriendly, or that indiscriminate logging of bamboo is environmentally unfriendly? If you don't know how to use them, then don't use them. We won't laugh at you. Don't be so argumentative, okay? Look, even Felix is laughing at you." Felix was still there, head down, gnawing on his ribs. Hearing Xiao Peng's words, he looked up blankly. "I didn't laugh at Pascal. What does this have to do with me?" Pascal, thoroughly stung by Xiao Peng's words, wanted to retaliate. His eyes darted around as he said, "Xiao, you've been in Marseille for quite a while now. How come you only have a few friends? You seem quite lonely. There are many Chinese people in Marseille. Why don't you have any Chinese friends?" Xiao Peng remained silent for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, "Little Pascal, you know, it's incredibly difficult for someone to maintain their integrity in an unfamiliar environment." Pascal didn't understand Xiao Peng's meaning. It seemed like an irrelevant answer. Xiao Peng smiled wryly, "You know, I used to be an underwater garbage cleaner." Pascal nodded, "Of course I know, it was hard work and the pay was meager." "Meager?" Xiao Peng's eyes widened. "Do you know what I felt when I received my first month's salary? I felt like all the money in the world was in my pocket. I never imagined I could earn so much. That month I earned 3,400 euros. To me at the time, that was an astronomical figure." Pascal fell silent. Although he had a strained relationship with his father and his mother had passed away early, she had left him a considerable inheritance. This was the capital he later used to break with his father and earn his own money. Xiao Peng continued, "Although there are many Chinese in Marseille, there's a saying, chickens find chickens, ducks find ducks, and turtles find turtles as in-laws, meaning that birds of a feather flock together. Those capable and talented Chinese people are people we know, but they don't know us, while the Chinese people I know are all struggling at the bottom. It's very difficult to become friends with them." Pascal asked, "What do you mean? Is this discrimination?" Xiao Peng shook his head with a wry smile, "What discrimination? I got along quite well with the Chinese community in Marseille back then, and I was even a member of the Marseille Chinese Mutual Aid Group. Whenever I had free time, I would drink and chat with everyone, reminiscing about home." "Isn't that great?" Pascal was very puzzled. "Then let me teach you another saying, poverty breeds cunning, wealth breeds conscience. If you gamble with them and get tricked into losing all your savings in one night, not to mention incurring a debt of over 30,000 euros, you'll stay away from them too," Xiao Peng said calmly. "Back then, I simply couldn't come up with that much money, and with the interest compounding, it took me over a year to pay it off. During that time, all the people who used to call you brothers disappeared, and those who didn't were all creditors, each one a vicious thug who wanted to drive you to your death." "You had such an experience?" Pascal's eyes widened. Xiao Peng smiled, "But now I don't hate them, on the contrary, I'm somewhat grateful to them." "Grateful to them? What do you mean? Grateful to the people who hurt you for making you grow?" Pascal asked curiously. "What nonsense about thanking them for making me grow? You've been reading too many inspirational quotes." Xiao Peng raised his voice. "Harm is harm. People who constantly tell others to be forgiving are definitely not the ones who were hurt. They dug a pit for me, and I fell in because I had too little self-control. But if they hadn't dug the pit, even with my poor self-control, I wouldn't have been trapped. I say I'm grateful to them because I'm grateful for their short-sightedness. If they hadn't been so eager to attack me and had instead played the long game, continuing to cultivate a good relationship with me, they would have tricked me even more now. They better not fall into my hands, or I'll show them what a gentleman's revenge is, from morning till night truly means. Mrs. Derrida smiled and said, but you can't deny that you grew after that incident. Xiao Peng sighed, I don't want to come knocking on your door covered in blood again. I got beaten up pretty badly during that time. What? Felix, who had been listening to the story, exclaimed, there's someone who can beat you. Was your opponent Thor or the Hulk? Felix was clearly a Marvel fan. He immediately named the two main Avengers. Xiao Peng was initially pleased, but then it suddenly dawned on him something wasn't right. He pointed at himself and asked Felix, do you see me as a major villain? Pascal nodded, even an idiot could tell that's what Phoenix meant. Xiao Peng, even delicious food can't shut you up. Mrs. Derrida sighed, Xiao, how will I ever eat such delicious Chinese food while you're staying here? No, you have to teach me how to make all these dishes. Look how much this stubborn old man loves your cooking. Xiao Peng had been so busy chatting with Pascal that he hadn't noticed Mr. Derrida. He turned his head and was startled. Mr. Derrida, what are you doing? It was clear that Mr. Derrida loved Xiao Peng's cooking, especially his spicy chicken. He'd eaten half a plate by himself. The problem is, he wasn't eating chicken, he was eating chili peppers. What was that all about? Spicy chicken, but not chicken? Eat your food. This spicy chicken you made is absolutely delicious, Mr. Derrida said matter-of-factly. Xiao Peng blinked. Spicy chicken is for eating chicken. What do you mean by eating chili peppers but not chicken? The chicken pieces are too small and have bones inside, it's not satisfying to eat. But the chili peppers are fried to a fragrant and spicy perfection, it's so addictive. Mr. Derrida gave a thumbs up, Michelin 3-star level. Xiao Peng was speechless, finally only able to give a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Your taste is truly unique. Actually, you could also dock the boat in La Ciotat, Xiao Peng said. Such a beautiful yacht would be a stunning sight anywhere, there's no need to put it in the old port of Marseille. Mrs. Derrida sighed deeply after hearing this. Xiao, you know what? My biggest regret is buying this yacht. Huh? Xiao Peng was puzzled. Why? It's spacious, fast, beautiful, and comfortable. I envy your life. This is what life is all about. Are you sure you're not being sarcastic? Mrs. Derrida looked at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng nodded, of course. Mrs. Derrida smiled wryly, you only see the surface. Do you know how much my boat costs a month to berth in the old port of Marseille? 1,000 euros. Xiao Peng was shocked. His small sailboat only cost 300 euros a month to berth there. Mrs. Derrida continued, that doesn't include fuel. 1,500 liters of fuel only lasts this boat 3 or 4 hours. My husband and I originally bought this boat to travel the world, but now? Forget about traveling the world, we can't even cruise the Mediterranean. We leave the boat there all day not because we cherish it, but because we simply can't afford to. Xiao Peng was speechless. Yachts consume so much fuel? His small sailboat only needed 400 liters of fuel for 4 months, most of which was used to power the generator. No wonder so few people own yachts, they really can't afford to maintain them. The most common thing I heard before going abroad was gas is cheaper overseas. That's not actually true. Gas is indeed cheaper in some countries, but that certainly doesn't include Europe, and of course, France. Recently, France experienced various riots and protests, with groups of people taking to the streets to loot and vandalize. The cause of these protests was gas prices. It's often said that gas prices in China are high because of high taxes, with taxes accounting for an average of about 44% of the price. But those who say this really need to go to France and see for themselves what a 64% gasoline tax and a 59% diesel tax really mean. In France, 1 liter of gasoline costs about €1.50, which is about 12 RMB. Filling up 1,500 liters of gas would wipe out a month's salary for an average person. However, gas prices are high throughout Europe, not just in France. Switzerland is even more expensive, but the people there don't seem to be as enthusiastic about fighting as the French. Xiao Peng said, if you really want to sail the world, the best choice is still a sailboat. But sailboats are too strenuous. Although they have automatic navigation systems, you have to constantly adjust the sails according to wind direction and speed, otherwise it's easy to deviate from the course. This means someone has to be watching you at all times, which is a huge test of physical strength. We know that, Mrs. Derrida said, but we are all getting older every day. Our dreams are getting further and further away. Then why don't you just sell this boat and buy an ocean-going sailing ship? Xiao Peng asked. Mrs. Derrida shook her head. If we could have sold it, we would have sold it long ago. The economy is bad now, and buyers are offering too little. The money from the sale wouldn't be enough to buy us a better sailboat for a world tour. Xiao Peng didn't know what to say, so he could only comfort her. Mrs. Derrida, this is for the best. At your age, it's not wise to be tossed about at sea. Your life is so comfortable now. Mrs. Derrida shook her head. We've had a comfortable life all our lives. I don't want to die with regrets. Pascal suddenly spoke up. Your boat is the yacht moored at berth number 4, isn't it? Mrs. Derrida was taken aback. Yes, how did you know? Pascal pointed to the window. You can see your boat from the window. You want to sell this yacht, right? I might be able to help. Really? Mrs. Derrida was initially delighted, but then her expression turned somewhat sour. I don't want to sell it too cheaply. Pascal said, a Russian collector is a friend of mine. He's always wanted to buy a small yacht for his vacations in southern Europe, but he can only come here for about 2 weeks each year, so he doesn't want to buy an expensive boat. Mr. Derrida frowned and said indignantly, our boat isn't small. It's a 64-foot boat. Otherwise, why would it be so fuel-guzzling? Their Bavarian boar had always been their pride, but coming from Pascal, it sounded like their boat was some unwanted junk. He certainly wasn't happy about that. And their boat is 64 feet long, almost 20 meters. That's definitely not a small yacht. Even in wealthy Europe, owning a boat like that would be a status symbol. So what did Pascal say? He only considered his own boat because he didn't want to buy anything too expensive? If my boat were cheap, I would have sold it long ago. Pascal continued, that collector owns a yacht. It's a custom-made Furtistar from the Netherlands, 146.5 feet long. He often uses that boat to entertain friends. While it would be prestigious to drive that boat from the Black Sea to here, it's too inconvenient. And since his friends all know it's his boat, it's not convenient for private activities. He mentioned wanting to buy a small yacht here. Mr. Derrida was speechless. A 146-foot yacht? Damn Russian oligarchs. Do they have money to burn? Seeing this, Xiao Peng smiled and explained, don't underestimate Pascal. Although he's young, he's quite well known in the collecting world. This house we're in now is one he lent me. Also, the berth we're using today is his. All 6 adjacent berths belong to him. Why buy so many berths? Mr. Derrida asked, puzzled. Pascal replied, investment. Just like real estate investment. I'm optimistic about Las Ciotat's development prospects, and since I live here, I made this investment. You can park your boat here without paying berth fees. Xiao Peng clicked his tongue in admiration. A man's backbone truly reflects wealth and status. Look at Pascal, so young yet speaking with such magnanimity. Mr. and Mrs. Derrida, you don't need to refuse, Xiao Peng said. Little Pascal doesn't care about these things. Didn't you see his berths are all empty? He just thinks it's not worth the money and it would only cause him trouble, so he leaves them empty. Mrs. Derrida, wouldn't you like to learn Chinese cuisine? Since we live nearby, I can teach you slowly. Hearing Xiao Peng's words, Mrs. Derrida said, well then, my husband and I will consider it, but we need your help with selling the boat. Our boat is very well maintained, you've seen it, it's like new. We're sure your friend will be satisfied. Pascal nodded and said, yes, otherwise I wouldn't be helping you. Keep the boat here until it's sold. It'll also make it convenient for my friend to have a video tour. A video tour? Mrs. Derrida asked, puzzled. Pascal nodded and said, I don't think he'll come all the way here just to buy this boat. At most, he'll send an assistant. Xiao Peng wanted to curse after hearing this. This guy is such a show-off. Okay, he's rich, so he has the right to be pretentious. Thank you so much, Mrs. Derrida said gratefully. Xiao, what are your plans next? Xiao Peng replied, I want to work in the underwater salvage industry. I don't know anything else besides diving. Mr. Derrida frowned upon hearing this. That's going to be very tough. Xiao Peng laughed. You guys are so old and you're not afraid of hardship for your dreams. Why should I, so young, be afraid? Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang. He glanced at the number. Fabian? Why is he calling me? He answered the phone anyway. Fabian, what's up? Fabian said, I've taken care of what I told you about drinking yesterday. Here's a number, you can contact them. What did we talk about drinking yesterday? Xiao Peng was completely confused. He blacked out yesterday, only remembering something, but couldn't recall the details. I really blacked out. I forgot everything. Fabian said, yesterday I said that the Winning the Mediterranean Salvage Company is currently searching for a shipwreck in the Scandola Reserve, and the Cousteau Diving Association can send observers to observe. Xiao Peng slapped his forehead. Ugh, drinking really makes things worse. Winning the Mediterranean is a small underwater salvage company, established less than 10 years ago. However, they achieved instant fame less than 3 years after their founding. They discovered a shipwreck in the waters between Corsica, France, and Capri, Italy, salvaging a batch of wine and champagne from around 1865. This brought them over €4 million in revenue, making them incredibly wealthy. But since then, there has been no further news from them. This is not surprising. Shipwreck salvage is generally a one-year drought, one big win business. Xiao Peng had mentioned his interest in shipwreck salvage while drinking with Fabian. Fabian understood. After all, they had sold a few coins recovered from the seabed for over 2 million. Once people taste success, they want to keep going. It's human nature. He had also advised Xiao Peng against it, as luck plays a significant role. There are millions of shipwrecks worldwide, but only a few dozen salvage companies, most of which struggle to survive. No matter how much he tried to persuade Xiao Peng, who gritted his teeth and insisted on salvaging the shipwreck, Fabian was powerless to change anything. Several diving and salvage companies were members of the Cousteau Diving Association, one of which, winning the Mediterranean, was currently searching for a shipwreck in the Scandola Reserve. It was said to be a shipwreck from World War I to World War II. What might be on board was unknown, it was a trade secret. Their search had been ongoing for 3 months without any results. This wasn't surprising, it was common for them to search for years without finding their target ship. Their current problem was that their search area was within the Scandola Reserve. The Mediterranean Sea already had a limited marine fishing industry, being a semi-inland sea. Years of overfishing had left its marine life resources depleted. So France, which was reluctant to even kill rats, stepped in. They partnered with Spain to establish 4 marine nature reserves in French territorial waters, the waters between Corsica and Spain, and the Scandola Reserve was one of them. To protect the marine ecosystem, fishing is strictly prohibited in these 4 protected areas, and vessels entering for work must register. The Cousteau Diving Association wanted to send observers to monitor the Conquering the Mediterranean operation to prevent any damage to the seabed. However, this observer work required several weeks at sea, so almost no one was willing to do it. Xiao Peng was willing to take on this task, so Fabian was happy to help. The prerequisite was that Xiao Peng had to join the Cousteau Diving Association. This was a minor matter, 2 photos for identity registration, plus an annual membership fee of €200 awaiting approval. Next, Xiao Peng only needed to prepare supplies for a week at sea, and then wait for the association to process his entry permits to the Scandola protected area before setting sail. The result: Xiao Peng's membership application was approved, his supplies were prepared, his observer status was secured, and his entry permits to the Scandola protected area were processed. But Xiao Peng couldn't go. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, nor that he had other things more important than this, it was simply because he had no boat. That's right, his little sailboat, the lawyer, was gone. After the collision that day, Xiao Peng hadn't thought about it much after rescuing the people. But things subsequently spiraled out of control. One of the protesters filmed the entire incident on his phone, including Xiao Peng jumping into the sea and the sharks helping to rescue him, all clearly captured. By the time the video reached the media personnel who were frantically interviewing the drowning protesters, Xiao Peng was nowhere to be found. They realized they had missed a huge news story. However, they did recognize Xiao Peng. Wasn't he the Xiao Peng who danced with sharks on TV? So the media personnel contacted him directly for an interview. But Xiao Peng became arrogant. When I rescued people, I wanted to be interviewed, but you ignored me and interviewed the protesters instead. Now you want to interview me? Sorry, I don't want to. Although reporters couldn't find Xiao Peng, the video of him and the Nightingale rescuing people made it onto major French news programs. Unable to interview Xiao Peng, reporters resorted to various tactics. Some even interviewed Xiao Peng's former colleagues at David Beach, and the unfortunate Pierre, who had fired Xiao Peng, was once again dragged into the controversy. The CEO of David Beach was furious, wanting to drag Pierre out and beat him up. If Xiao Peng were still at David Beach, what a great publicity opportunity he would have created. Now, many reporters are asking why such a good person was fired. What problems are there within David Beach? The CEO was both amused and exasperated. I manage the operations of hundreds of businesses and clubs at David Beach. When did a marine debris cleaner fall under my jurisdiction? What does firing him have to do with me? The shark saving a life incident has become a hot topic, with countless experts on television discussing it. One marine biologist offered the most reliable guess: why was the spruce shark present at the scene? Because the Fengshi 22 sailboat had beautiful lines on the seabed, resembling a spruce shark, and spruce sharks are social sharks. There were many such small sailboats at the scene, and the Nightingale was attracted by the hull of the sailboat. This explanation is utterly ridiculous. It's unlikely that the expert would have said this unless he had been paid by the Beneteau shipyard. However, many people believed this story, including the true owner of the lawyer. The owner was an executive at the Paris-based Squirrel Bank, and upon learning that the ship that had made such a splash in Marseille was his, he immediately took it back. He wasn't short of money, he was short of something to brag about with his friends. The lawyer would be enough for him to boast about for years. However, a small problem arose. He had bought the ship when he and his subordinate's mistress came to Marseille for a vacation, and to avoid his wife finding out, the ship was registered in his mistress's name. His mistress didn't want the ship, but his wife discovered this and was now threatening divorce. These matters were no longer relevant to Xiao Peng. The boat was simply too small to meet his needs, and for long-term considerations, he needed to buy a new one. He had originally harbored ambitions to buy a yacht, but after listening to the detritus, he abandoned that idea. At least for now, his financial situation simply couldn't afford it. Showing off is nice, but value for money is more important. A sailboat was the way to go. However, his target wasn't some entry-level small sailboat. With money and confidence in his pocket, he'd buy an ocean-going sailboat. Buying a boat in Marseille is really simple, just go to the Old Port. The Marseille Old Port Yacht Club not only handles the maintenance of the boats moored there, but also acts as a pre-owned boat brokerage. Anyone wanting to sell their boat can register here, and the club provides relevant information for buyers to choose from. The Derrida's boat was also registered here. Europeans don't mind buying secondhand markets are everywhere here. Buying a boat secondhand is much simpler than buying a new one. New boats require various procedures for modification and customization, while secondhand boats can be used immediately after the transfer of ownership, saving a lot of time. Xiao Peng doesn't have much time right now, so he's prioritizing secondhand boats. To Xiao Peng's delight, the yacht club staff didn't recognize him. Despite Xiao Peng's current popularity in France, many people simply don't recognize him. Some say foreigners suffer from face blindness when it comes to Chinese people, perceiving them all as alike. In fact, many Chinese people feel the same way about foreigners, assuming they all look the same. This is especially true for black people, who are often said to look identical. This isn't face blindness. In psychology, it's called the cross-race effect, a result of a lack of familiarity between different races, simply put, a lack of exposure. When Xiao Peng first arrived in Marseille, he also struggled to distinguish people, but after staying longer, this problem disappeared. The yacht club staff member clearly hadn't had much contact with Chinese people, especially considering Xiao Peng was accompanied by a local child and a burly bodyguard. This image was completely unrelated to a marine cleaner. Felix was Xiao Peng's constant shadow. Xiao Pa was going to Belgium for an art collecting salon, and Felix shamelessly followed him ever since that dinner. Felix had become Xiao Peng's little brother. And how could his sister Marlene, who was staying in Marseille, not leave someone to protect him? Originally, it should have been Gautier Jacques who stayed, but Jacques used the excuse of needing to recover from an injury and refused to stay. So, the burly Boko stayed behind as Felix's bodyguard, Xiao Peng's porter and driver. Boko certainly didn't want to stay. Xiao Peng had left a deep psychological scar on him, but he had no choice but to accept the job with a grimace. The dock worker, a young black man named Dejo, asked Xiao Peng after hearing his request, "Sir, are you sure you want an ocean-going sailboat?" Xiao Peng nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" Dejo said, "You know, Marseille is mostly populated by entry-level sailboats. Ocean-going sailboats are rare. People who own such boats are usually wealthy, and even if they do, they wouldn't sell. So, ocean-going sailboats are generally bought new." Xiao Peng hummed in agreement. "I'm going to the Scandola Reserve right now, and an entry-level sailboat will suffice there. But considering the future, I want to go all out. I'm just trying my luck today. If you don't have one, I'll buy a new one. I'm not in a rush." He said this to demonstrate his wealth and get the yacht club staff to handle his business immediately. This action was clearly a bit unnecessary. Djokovic grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and said, "But sir, you're really lucky. There's a yacht listed for sale right now at the yacht club. Please wait a moment." After fiddling with the computer for a moment, he said, "Got it. It's this red-headed boat." "What's the name of this boat?" Xiao Peng asked, surprised. "Red-headed boat," Djokovic replied. Xiao Peng scratched his head. "Don't tell me the owner of this boat happens to be Chinese." Now it was Djokovic's turn to be curious. "How did you know? Do you know the owner?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "I don't know the owner, but I know that red-headed boat is a symbol of the Chaoshan people in our country. All of Chaoshan's cultural exports started with the red-headed boat. So when I saw the name, I guessed it was a Chinese-owned boat." Djokovic gave a thumbs up. Xiao Peng smiled. "Then may I take a look at this boat?" "Of course. Please follow me, gentlemen." Following Djokovic to a berth deeper into the dock, Djokovic pointed to a ship and said, "Sir, that's the one." Xiao Peng, recognizing the direction Djokovic was pointing, chuckled. "Djokovic, what are you showing me?" "The canvas." The ship had been parked there for who knows how long, completely covered by a canvas tarpaulin. "What could you possibly see from that?" Djokovic chuckled awkwardly. "Sir, wait a moment. I can't remove this huge cover by myself. A staff member will be here shortly." They waited less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette before several yacht club staff members came and together lifted the cover, revealing the boat's true form. Djokovic explained enthusiastically, "This is the Danish Xia's X55 monohull ocean-going assisted powered sailboat. You should know that the entire Nordic region has a rich maritime history and culture. Their shipbuilding industry is top-notch, and the Danish Xia's sailboats are known as the Maseratis of the sea, recognized as top-tier sailboats in world-class competitions. Each boat is designed by the best designers from Scandinavia. Look at its clean and crisp lines. Compared to those flashy and impractical designs, this minimalist beauty is unparalleled. Moreover, while paying attention to the exterior, they also focus on the boat's interior. The entire boat combines comfort and practicality. And as you've seen, the size of this ship is actually quite moderate. Using your preferred metric units, it's 17.23 meters long, 4.84 meters wide, and has a displacement of 19.5 tons. This length-to-width-to-weight ratio, combined with the ship's advanced electronic equipment, makes it as easy to maneuver as an entry-level sailboat, despite being an ocean-going vessel. The cabin is also spacious, with a large double bedroom and 2 rows of bunk beds, making 6 beds excluding the sofa. It's fully equipped with all kinds of living facilities. In short, this is a good ship. What he said wasn't an exaggeration. Xiao Peng boarded the boat and took a look. The external cockpit on the deck featured a Raymarine nautical instrument, and inside were 2 rows of comfortable fabric sofas. A movable sunshade was located on the roof of the external cockpit. The internal bridge was even more advanced, equipped with a maritime satellite phone, radio, and maritime satellite internet, everything one could need. The owner of this boat was certainly wealthy. How much does this boat cost? Xiao Peng asked, voicing his most pressing question. Djokovic smiled and said, a new X-Yachts X55 sailboat would cost at least 1.8 million euros. Xiao Peng gasped, how much? But sir, don't be nervous. This is a second-hand boat after all. I can help you contact the owner so you can negotiate directly. Djokovic smiled. After all, the boat transfer had to go through the yacht club, and they would get a cut if the transaction was successful. Xiao Peng thought for a moment. Help me arrange a meeting with the owner. If the price is right, I'll take it. Djokovic's face lit up with a smile. Of course. I'll make the call right away. Xiao Peng checked into Hotel C2 with Phoenix and Boko. It wasn't that he was going to be extravagant again. Djokovic had spoken to the owner of the red-headed ship, and since he was currently in Bordeaux and wouldn't be back until tomorrow, Xiao Peng didn't go back to La Ciotat and checked into C2 directly. Xiao, Felix ran into Xiao Peng's room. Can I ask you a question? Xiao Peng had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom, taking a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and tossing it to Felix. Of course. Boko, what do you want to drink? Boko swallowed hard, looking at Xiao Peng without answering. Being with Xiao Peng made him nervous. Xiao Peng simply tossed him a can of beer, saying, don't be nervous. You'll find out after you get to know me that as long as you don't mess with me, I'm actually quite easy to get along with. Boko nodded frantically, completely agreeing. Xiao Peng shook his head, opened a can of beer, took a sip, and lazily sat down on the sofa. Felix, what's the problem? Felix blinked. Xiao, how did you become so strong? Me. Xiao Peng answered truthfully, being stung by jellyfish and bitten by octopuses. Felix looked at Xiao Peng with a resentful expression. Xiao, I may be young, but I'm not stupid. Xiao Peng laughed heartily. What's wrong with people these days? Nobody believes the truth. He shrugged. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, getting stronger is simple. Eat more and train more. Eat more and train more? It's that simple? Felix was skeptical of Xiao Peng's words. Xiao Peng nodded. Take your piano playing, for example. Why are you so good at it? It's because you've practiced for so many years. The same goes for fighting. But besides long-term training, nutrition is also crucial. Insufficient nutrition and poor physical fitness mean everything is for nothing. Felix pointed at Boko and said, but Boko and the others train every day, so why are they all weaklings against you? Boko, furious, stood up abruptly, then sullenly sat back down. Felix wasn't wrong, they were weaklings against Xiao Peng and the others. Xiao Peng said, that's because fighting is all about talent. So-called geniuses are 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration, but that 1% inspiration is more important than the 99% perspiration. Like playing the piano, many people train harder than you, but why do you achieve good results? It's because of that 1% inspiration. Felix suddenly realized, so that means my uncles are all idiots. Xiao Peng glanced helplessly at Boko, who was on the verge of tears, and said, Felix, don't underestimate adults. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a writer in our country named Wang Yangxi who wrote an article called The Tragedy of Zhongyang, about a child prodigy named Fang Zhongyang who could compose poems and write calligraphy at the age of 5. However, his father used him as a tool to make money, and he ended up as an ordinary person. There are many so-called child prodigies in this world, but in the end, the vast majority become just ordinary people. Don't think that your life will always be like this just because you've achieved something now. You need to persevere and work hard. Xiao Peng looked smug. No wonder so many people like to be teachers and preach. This feeling is really quite satisfying. When he was a child, Xiao Peng hated being lectured the most, but people, sooner or later, will become the kind of person they hate most. Felix looked at Xiao Peng curiously and asked, so, do you need to work on it too? Of course. Xiao Peng replied, I'm going down to work out in a bit. He wasn't just talking nonsense. The last underwater rescue had made him realize his weakness, physical strength. While Xiao Peng's physical strength, honed by years of diving, was actually quite good compared to the average person, it was still just good. To succeed in underwater salvage, besides honing his intellect, he also needed to improve his physical abilities. Enhancing his stamina was crucial. There's no such thing as a free lunch, you have to pay the price to gain something. Felix replied, Xiao, I want to go with you. Xiao Peng frowned, aren't you afraid of hurting your $5 million finger? Doesn't your insurance policy have a fitness exclusion clause? Pascal had told Xiao Peng that Felix's mother had insured his finger for $5 million. Insuring bodily organs is not uncommon among celebrities. For example, Jennifer Lopez insured her buttocks for $300 million, Taylor Swift insured her legs for $40 million, James Harden's beard is worth $200 million, and so on. It's even more common for pianists to insure their fingers. For instance, Chinese pianists Lang Lang and Li Yundi both have 9-figure insurance policies on their fingers. However, these insurance policies have very strict exclusions, prohibiting certain actions. Insurance companies aren't stupid. Felix shook his head. I don't know, I don't understand these things. Boko, do you know? Xiao Peng asked Boko, who was standing nearby. Boko shook his head. I don't know. Should I call Jacques and ask? But Felix replied, no need to call uncle. This is my vacation. I get to do what I want. You get to decide? Xiao Peng glanced at Felix. I'm your grandfather. Why would I spoil you like that? I'm not some parent who indulges spoiled brats. Felix chuckled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. Xiao, can you teach me? Teach you what? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Felix said shyly, I want to become stronger too. Hera said she likes strong boys. Xiao Peng's gossip-loving fire blazed. The 13-year-old boy was at the age of budding romance. Who's Hera? Felix said shyly, a beautiful girl at my school. No wonder you've been clamoring to go back to school. Xiao Peng considered for a moment, then asked, but your method of picking up girls isn't right. What's wrong? You know how to pick up girls? Felix looked at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng said smugly, I have another name here, the Asian Casanova, who's invincible at picking up girls. Didn't you see all the staff here know me? You said that girl named Hera likes strong guys, so you need to become strong? Let me tell you, that's wrong. If she doesn't like you, even if you become as strong as The Rock Johnson, she still won't like you. You should use your own strengths to attract her. Play to your strengths, understand? Use your advantages to attract her instead of stupidly following her lead. Felix's eyes lit up. Xiao, I want to be your apprentice. I want to learn how to pick up girls, and I want to be as good as you. Xiao Peng, however, looked reluctant. Learning from me is going to be tough. I'm not afraid of hard work, Felix said hastily. Xiao Peng grinned, but I just like you. Get dressed and come with me. Go. Where to? Felix didn't understand what Xiao Peng was up to. Xiao Peng grinned, I'm taking you to practice. Xiao Peng took Felix to the C2 Hotel for their practice session. The C2 Hotel itself is a 200-year-old mansion, located between the old port of Marseille, the Saint Victoire Abbey, and Notre Dame de la Garde. Therefore, it maintains the architectural style of that era. From the outside, it appears to have only 4 floors, but there's actually a lower floor, housing a bar, gym, and spa, a typical example of a small but fully equipped facility. However, Xiao Peng didn't take Felix to the bar, but instead to the cafe next to the stairs. There, a black German-made Skurman piano sat. Seeing a French piano is a rare sight in France. Why is Felix, a young pianist, so famous in France? The reason is simple. Although the French love romance and music, they don't have many top-tier classical pianists. Compared to their European neighbors like Austria, Italy, and Germany, they are far inferior. Jacques Lussier was considered an outlier in the classical music world, Richard Clayderman was a laughingstock among many connoisseurs, Bertrand Charme and David Card were decent, but only decent. Not only was their playing skill inferior, but their piano manufacturing was also inferior. Besides the Prayer brand, which was of decent quality, France had no other notable piano brands. Even the French themselves didn't recognize the Prayer brand, preferring to buy pianos from other countries. Its exports exceeded domestic sales. As a last resort, France added the EPV, the so-called national label, to protect the company and ensure its survival. The hotel didn't employ a pianist. The piano was there for tourists to showcase their talents. Many people in Europe can play a few notes. When Xiao Peng and his group arrived at the coffee shop, they heard piano music. A girl was playing. The girl was clearly a tourist, dressed in a polo shirt, jeans, and sneakers, carrying a small backpack, yet she was playing a very beautiful classical piano piece. Xiao Peng and Felix, led by a waiter, found a seat. Boko arrived, but Xiao Peng wouldn't let him sit with him. We're here to pick up girls, not to scare people. can't you look at yourself in the mirror? This left Boko feeling aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sit sullenly in a corner playing on his phone. He needed to keep his updates from Paris. Xiao Peng ignored him, sitting there with Felix listening to the girl play. Just then, the girl changed the piece, and Xiao Peng chuckled, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. This girl is quite interesting, she can even play that on the piano?" Felix's face darkened. "Master, she's playing Mozart's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star variations." Twinkle, Little Star is an old European nursery rhyme. Mozart created 12 variations based on that rhyme in Paris in 1778. Don't underestimate this piece, it looks simple, but it's very fast and has many ornaments. Playing it well isn't easy. Although the technical difficulty isn't particularly high, controlling the tone is exceptionally difficult. Now it was Xiao Peng's turn to be speechless. He interrupted Felix, "Who's my master here, and I'm your master? Are you giving me a lesson?" Felix pursed his lips and remained silent, but his eyes clearly showed disdain. Xiao Peng ignored him and instead looked at the girl playing the piano. "Felix, how's she playing?" Felix shook his head, beaming with confidence. So, not bad for an amateur." "Master, why did you bring me here? To listen to people play the piano and improve my skills?" "Master, you underestimate me. Although my skill level isn't very high, I'm definitely much better than everyone here." Xiao Peng rolled his eyes at him. "Why are you so arrogant? I haven't even had a proper listen to you play yet." Felix asked, puzzled. "Master, I'm here to learn how to get stronger and how to pick up girls. Why are you listening to me play the piano?" Xiao Peng coughed twice and continued his lecture. "You think fighting doesn't require musical knowledge? Every fighter needs their own rhythm. Look at those Muay Thai fighters before they go into the ring, they dance to the music. What do you think that's for? It's to get into their rhythm as quickly as possible. You think I can't play an instrument? Let me tell you, my instrumental skills are quite high, though not the piano or anything like that." "Never mind. Why am I telling you all this? I want to hear you play the piano to see where your rhythm lies. If you consider me your teacher, then do as I say." Felix hurriedly nodded in agreement. He'd really found the right teacher. They say practice makes perfect, and his teacher was truly skilled. Just then, the girl finished playing the piano, and applause erupted in the cafe. Europeans were never stingy with applause for women who dared to express themselves. Xiao Peng said, "You should also play a Mozart piece, nothing too simple, but not too difficult either." Felix considered for a moment. "Then can I play a short excerpt from the first movement of Mozart's sonata?" Xiao Peng didn't know how to answer this question. He really wanted to ask Felix, "Do I look like someone who's ever heard of Mozart's first movement sonata?" He coughed twice and pointed to the piano. "Go play it." Felix listened to Xiao Peng and walked to the piano. He didn't rush to play, but instead stood beside the piano, bowed slightly in several directions, and then sat down. He casually played a few notes to familiarize himself with the piano's tone, and then a lively and beautiful piano piece leaped from the piano into everyone's ears with the dance of his fingers. As the old saying goes, a true expert's skill is immediately apparent. Felix's piano playing was undeniably superb. Even Xiao Peng, who knew nothing about piano, could tell he was far superior to the girl who had just played. After Felix finished playing, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Of course, many of those applauding, like Xiao Peng, probably knew nothing about the piano, but seeing such a child play so fluently was bound to elicit applause from anyone. After finishing, Felix bowed again to thank everyone and returned to Xiao Peng, proudly asking, "Master, how did I play? Did you find my rhythm?" Xiao Peng frowned and exclaimed, "What kind of rubbish did you play? You've completely disappointed me." "Ha!" Felix was speechless. This wasn't the answer he expected. Xiao Peng glared at Felix and said angrily, "Felix, you've really disappointed me. A good pianist isn't just about mastering the pieces and the technique, you have to bring emotion into your performance. Playing like a robot won't do. If you're satisfied with this kind of playing, any music produced by computer editing software would be better." "I'm very dissatisfied. Very dissatisfied. Go sit over there and reflect on your performance." Felix blinked, still completely confused. Wasn't Xiao Peng asking him to play to check his so-called rhythm? How did it turn into a discussion about playing without emotion? He didn't dare ask or speak, so he could only sit sullenly on the other side of the sofa and reflect. But he really wanted to shout, "Someone tell me, what the hell do I have to reflect on?" Xiao Peng ignored him, picking up a book from the coffee shop shelf and reading it with great interest. Angela's Ashes? It's a good book, isn't it? He was still reading when a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ears. Xiao Peng looked up and saw the girl who had just played the piano. Xiao Peng smiled and nodded. "Yes, this book is essentially Frank McCott's memoir. I really like it. This is my second reading. I admire his light-hearted approach to life's hardships. My name is Xiao Peng, you can call me Xiao." The girl smiled and shook hands with Xiao Peng, saying, "I'm Julie Rosen, my friends call me Julie. It's a pleasure to meet you." may I sit here? Of course. Xiao Peng smiled. No one can refuse a request from a beautiful lady like you. Waiter, another iced coffee for this lady. Julie was taken aback. How did you know I like iced coffee? Xiao Peng smiled and said, different people like different kinds of coffee. A girl as lively and outgoing as you would naturally like iced coffee. Julie exclaimed, wow, you guessed it perfectly. Xiao Peng smiled without saying a word. How could he not guess? What else would they drink on such a hot day? Over 90% of the people in this bar were drinking iced coffee. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Felix, the winner of the Geneva International Music Competition and the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition? Julie asked Felix, who had been silent. Felix nodded. Hello, Miss Rosen, I'm Felix Eve Walter. Julie exclaimed happily, it really is you. Can I take a picture with you? My mother loves your piano playing and watches your videos all the time. You're a genius. After taking the picture with Julie, Felix said with a wry smile, my teacher just said I'm a fool. Julie looked at Xiao Peng in surprise and asked, Xiao, you're Felix's teacher. Xiao Peng smiled and nodded. That's what he calls me. Weren't you being too harsh on Felix? Julie exclaimed in amazement. His performance just now was absolutely perfect. Xiao Peng shook his head. If he were truly flawless, he wouldn't be at this level now. He's far from perfect. Of course, there's no doubt he possesses skills beyond his years, but he's too young and his mentality is too immature, which hinders his progress. So, I mainly want to help him adjust his mindset. You understand mindset adjustment? Julie looked at Xiao Peng, her eyes full of doubt. Xiao Peng smiled. How about we do a little test? Julie nodded. Of course. Xiao Peng took out his phone and handed it to Julie. Type in your phone number, and I'll send you a text message, but you absolutely mustn't read it. I'll ask you a question in a moment, and after you answer it, you can read the text message. The answer to the question will be in the message. That's impossible, Julie exclaimed immediately. Xiao Peng smiled and said, how will you know if you don't try? Julie took Xiao Peng's phone after hearing this. Xiao Peng sent her a text message and then said, you can't look at the answer on your phone beforehand. Julie nodded, okay, go ahead and ask your question. Xiao Peng thought for a moment and slowly said, let's make a hypothetical scenario. You're in a country where there's always a rainbow in the sky. You met Snow White there, and you and Snow White spent a pleasant week together. He then sped up his speech, now you have to say any number from 1 to 10. Julie answered without hesitation, 7. Xiao Peng laughed and pouted at Julie's phone on the table, you can look at your phone now. Julie opened her phone and saw that the message was indeed the number 7. She asked in surprise, how did you do that? Xiao Peng smiled and said, I'd love to discuss this with you, but it's a secret. However, I can tell you that this method doesn't work for everyone. It only works for people with pure hearts. Why? Julie asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng waved his phone and said, if you weren't such a naive girl, why would you give me your phone number so easily? Julie was taken aback, then laughed happily, if I had known you were such an interesting person, I would have given you my number willingly. But you didn't know that before, did you? Xiao Peng countered. They both laughed. Just then, 2 more girls walked over. One girl said, excuse me, Julie, it's time to go. She pointed to her watch as she spoke. Julie looked at her friends and then asked Xiao Peng, we're going to a bar for a bit, aren't you coming? Xiao Peng glanced at Felix and shook his head, thank you for the invitation, but I'm with my child, so it's not convenient for me to go to a bar. Felix quickly said, I'm not a child anymore. Xiao Peng replied, that's just your opinion. As your mentor, I have to be responsible for your growth. Julie, I'm really sorry, but I have my responsibilities, so I can only apologize. But I still don't know how you could guess my answer. Julie said, there will be opportunities, won't there? Xiao Peng said. Julie thought for a moment, took out her phone, sent Xiao Peng a text message, and then whispered in his ear, I really wanted to stay here with you a little longer, but I promised to go to a bar with a friend. I'll send you my room number. Tonight, I just want to know how you did that. After saying that, she kissed Xiao Peng on the cheek and got up to leave. After Julie left, Xiao Peng waved his phone triumphantly at Felix. See? Picking up girls isn't hard, is it? How did you do that? Felix was dumbfounded. The first number that came to his mind when he heard Xiao Peng's question was also 7. Xiao Peng looked at Felix and answered earnestly, I met a deity when I was a child, and that's what he taught me. Felix nodded vigorously, that's right, only a god can do that. You must have met a god. Master, you must teach me. Xiao Peng hesitated, but he told me that the secret must never be told to someone named Felix Walter. Felix's eyes widened, Master, are you kidding me? I wasn't even born when you met the god. How could he know I existed? Xiao Peng laughed heartily, you're adorably naive, you actually believe that. Felix's face darkened. Master, just tell me already. Xiao Peng said, I can tell you how I did it, but from now on, I need a hardworking young person to do the housework. Who do you think that hardworking young person will be? Felix immediately raised his hand and said, deal. After they high-fived, Xiao Peng revealed the answer. Actually, your answer 7 was what I asked you to answer. Ha! Felix didn't understand. Xiao Peng explained, the questions I just asked were all about the number 7. Think about it, how many colors are in a rainbow? Who does Snow White live with? How many days are in a week? So I kept telling you the number 7. It's a kind of psychological suggestion. Just that simple? Felix blinked. It's that simple. Xiao Peng confirmed. Don't forget to help me clean from now on. Felix looked disappointed. I thought this was something amazing, but it's just like this. This woman is so naive, she was actually attracted by such a simple little trick. Xiao Peng exaggeratedly replied, simple little trick? Weren't you also full of curiosity before I explained it to you? Everyone has curiosity. Besides, I just used a series of tricks. Did you think I only used this one? What other tricks? Felix asked curiously. Xiao Peng explained, think back, before we came, had you never seen this woman before? Felix nodded. Xiao Peng said, since she's a stranger, I certainly don't know what kind of man she likes. The only thing I know is that she plays the piano quite well. Am I right? Felix nodded again. Xiao Peng continued, Felix, remember, when you're trying to pick up a girl, you're in control. You have to get her into your rhythm. See, why did I ask you to play the piano? Since she plays well, even if she doesn't recognize you, she'll be attracted by your music. If I take the opportunity to scold you, she'll definitely be even more curious. Women are all incredibly curious creatures. In fact, she was even more curious than I imagined. I was pretending to be mysterious while reading there, observing her actions to prepare for my next move, but I was lucky, she couldn't resist and came over on her own. Xiao Peng took a sip of coffee and said, I used my book reviews to demonstrate my erudition, the iced coffee to show my attentiveness, and the little trick I just used to pique her curiosity. I also casually showed off my humor. In that short time, I displayed so many of my strengths. Does it really matter what kind of man she likes? Like I said, when you're trying to woo a girl, you have to take the lead. Felix was amazed and said sincerely, Master, you must teach me. Xiao Peng grinned, actually, I used another trick just now. Think about what it was. Felix thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Xiao Peng prompted, think about it, Julie clearly knew who you were, but why did she lose interest in you after a few words at the beginning? Felix thought for a moment, because I'm too young? Xiao Peng shook his head, it's simple. Why did I scold you in the first place? It was to tell others, I'm much stronger than you. If this were my hometown, perhaps someone would choose you, because in our culture, women mostly sympathize with the weak. But it's different here, women here worship the strong. Since I'm stronger than you, why would a woman be interested in you? Felix was speechless for a long time. After a while, he said with a resentful look, Master, aren't I your apprentice? How could you even betray your apprentice? Xiao Peng laughed heartily. Felix, this is an important life lesson for you. When it comes to picking up girls, there are no masters or apprentices, every man is your opponent. The one who is bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned, and eliminates all competitors to achieve final victory, is the winner. That's right. Picking up girls is a life or death war. Without this awareness, you won't succeed. What's your goddess's name again? Hera, right? Pursue her with the awareness of certain death. Good luck, young man. Felix remained silent for a while before finally saying, Master, are you teaching me how to pick up girls? Of course. Xiao Peng replied. But why do I feel like you're using me as a wingman to pick up girls yourself? Felix countered. Oh, Xiao Peng chuckled. You know what a wingman is? Not bad, not bad, you've got some awareness. Think about it, how am I supposed to approach that girl if I can't play the piano? Of course, I'll use every reasonable resource around me. Why did I bring you to the coffee shop? It was for this scene. Young man, if you want to pick up girls, it means you've grown up. Welcome to the adult world. A cruel and realistic world. Felix, probably a little annoyed at being used as a pawn, went to the piano and started playing. Just then, Boko walked over and sat down opposite Xiao Peng. Xiao, you're not as ruthless as I thought. Xiao Peng rolled his eyes at him. Ruthless? Can't you use a better word? I told you, as long as you don't mess with me, I'm easy to get along with. Boko scoffed. Felix doesn't think so. Why? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Look how cheerful he is playing. Boko blinked. This piece is Beethoven's anger of losing a penny. Are you sure he was trying to express a cheerful mood? Probably because you used the piano as a weapon to protest. Hey, this kid dares to protest. Xiao Peng laughed. What an adorable fellow. Boko nodded. But I must say, Xiao, I overheard you two talking. You're a very good education expert. You've quickly built a close relationship with Felix. I think Felix will truly treat you as his mentor now. Your future children will definitely have a happy childhood. Ha! Xiao Peng pointed at Felix. You believe it or not, if I had a son who was only 13 and dared to say he was heartbroken, I'd beat him to death. Bo Ko. The next morning, Xiao Peng's breakfast at the C2 hotel was far from pleasant. He quickly ate a little and left the restaurant. This was because he was constantly being given the cold shoulder by someone during his breakfast. The one giving him the cold shoulder was, of course, a girl named Julie. She hadn't really enjoyed herself at the bar the day before, going back to her room early to shower and even texting Xiao Peng, but he hadn't gone at all. After Mrs. Derrida's reminder last time, Xiao Peng resolved to turn over a new leaf. The key point was that he suddenly felt incredibly bored. All that hard work doing push UPS for tens of minutes was for a few seconds of pleasure? From now on, he couldn't just have sex for the sake of sex. Wouldn't that be giving girls a freebie? Amidst Julie's resentful gaze, Xiao Peng and his friends left the C2 hotel. Dejo from the yacht club called to say that the owner of the red-headed boat had arrived at the yacht club and was at the red-headed boat, hoping they would go there quickly. Not far from the yacht club, Xiao Peng and his group walked there. But as soon as they left the hotel, Xiao Peng noticed something was off about the old port of Marseille. So many police officers. What were they doing there? However, this wasn't his concern. He didn't have much time to waste. If he didn't go check out the Scandola Reserve soon, his observer title would be gone. The boat owner, as Xiao Peng had guessed, was Chinese, around 50 years old. Crucially, Xiao Peng recognized him. This was Chen Zidao, the president of the Marseille Chinese Chamber of Commerce. A very capable man. He had illegally immigrated to Marseille in his teens and now held a prominent position in Marseille's high society. He was involved in many industries, though he himself said he'd do anything that made money, but primarily in foreign trade and shipping. How did Xiao Peng know him? Hadn't he been a member of the Marseille Chinese Mutual Aid Team? Chen Zidao was the honorary captain of the Chinese Mutual Aid Team. The Chinese Mutual Aid Team holds a recruitment ceremony every year during the Spring Festival, which also serves as a New Year's celebration for its members. Xiao Peng met Chen Zidao once at this recruitment event. However, the two were on vastly different social strata. Back then, Xiao Peng could only watch Chen Zidao speak from afar. Who would have thought that years later, he would be buying a boat from Chen Zidao? After Djokovic introduced them and they shook hands, Xiao Peng smiled and said, I was wondering which Chinese person in Marseille owned such a fine sailboat. Turns out it's Chairman Chen. Chen Zidao was taken aback. You know me. Xiao Peng nodded. Of course. Mr. Chen Zidao, Chairman Chen of the Marseille Chinese Chamber of Commerce and honorary captain of the Chinese Mutual Aid Team. Even if you haven't met Chairman Chen, you've certainly heard of him. Chen Zidao waved his hand. That's all just friendly flattery. Have you heard of me or met me? Xiao Peng smiled. I was fortunate enough to meet Chairman Chen. Actually, I used to be a member of the Chinese Mutual Aid Team. I saw you at the New Year's party, but I left later. Why did you leave? Chen Zidao asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng smiled and said, it's better if Chairman Chen doesn't know. Knowing might upset him. Let me introduce myself. I am. Chen Zidao interrupted Xiao Peng. I know you too. Ha! Xiao Peng was taken aback. Chen Zidao laughed. Xiao Peng, the Dancing with Sharks guy, saved quite a few people recently. I'm not some Frenchman who can't recognize a Chinese face. Even Gordon mentioned you to me, saying your praise of Marseille on that TV show was so pleasing. Parisians don't get that kind of treatment. Let me tell you a joke. This kid named Djokovic was just talking about you to me. His admiration for you is off the charts. It's just a pity he didn't recognize you even though you were right next to him. Ha ha. Xiao Peng didn't know how to respond to Chen Zidao's words. Who was Gordon? The big boss of Marseille. Oh, he should be called the mayor of Marseille. Was he showing off his connections? However, as far as he knew, Chen Zidao certainly had the right to boast. He was someone who mingled in high society. Xiao Peng continued Chen Zidao's topic, holding up two fingers and saying, the key is that he didn't recognize me even after seeing me twice. Chen Zidao laughed even harder upon hearing this, but then suddenly paused. That's not right. What's not right? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Chen Zidao said, shouldn't you be at the police station right now? Xiao Peng didn't know how to respond. Why would I go to the police station? Chen Zidao pointed at Djokovic and said, the reason we're talking about you today is because your boat burned yesterday, right? The lawyer. I was a little nervous when I found out, and I even called my friends at the police station to ask about the case's progress. Xiao Peng's face darkened. No wonder there were so many police officers at the old port today. It turned out this was what happened. Well, actually, that boat wasn't mine, it belonged to a Parisian. After the news reported my rescue, he came from Paris and took the boat back. I heard he and his wife are even getting a divorce over it. Did his wife burn the boat because she was angry? Xiao Peng asked curiously, Was it a mechanical failure that caused it to catch fire, or something else? Chen Zedao shook his head. The specific details of the case aren't out yet, but it's related to kidnapping and extortion. According to the current testimonies, it seems someone knew that the Parisian recently made over 2 million euros, so they targeted him. Xiao Peng seemed to understand after hearing this. The night Pascal gave him the check, weren't there some people causing trouble at the dock that Mr. Derrida chased away? Xiao Peng thought it was Pascal trying to renege on the debt, but now the truth is out, he was being targeted back then. It's just a pity they didn't have a chance to act since he was staying in C2. Now that they finally saw someone on the ship, they went to kidnap him, and ended up kidnapping that unfortunate Parisian tycoon. You kidnapped him for money, right? Why burn the ship? That Parisian tycoon values that ship highly. Aren't you just forcing him to send you to jail? Xiao Peng silently mourned for the kidnappers for 3 seconds, then said to Chen Zedao, Chairman Chen, let's talk about the ship. Chen Zedao laughed, don't call me Chairman Chen, I'm a few years older than you, just call me Brother Chen. You see the boat? It's a good boat, isn't it? Brother Xiao, I won't beat around the bush. I bought this boat 5 years ago, it was a second-hand boat, costing me 1.2 million yuan, but I've only ridden it twice since then and it's been sitting here ever since. A good boat ruined by my hands. So, consider it a good deed, you can take the boat for 700,000 yuan. If you don't have the money, we can arrange installments. Does that sound reasonable? Is that reasonable? Xiao Peng almost jumped up after hearing this. This price was too good to pass up. In his mind, his acceptable price was 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. Brother Chen, this price is too good to pass up, I'm getting a bargain. But there's one thing I don't understand, why don't you ride such a good boat? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. After hearing this, Chen Zedao pointed slightly embarrassedly towards the dock, see for yourself. Xiao Peng looked in the direction he was pointing and was completely dumbfounded. There was a 100-foot yacht docked there. The name of the ship, Super Red-Headed Yacht. So you've upgraded your equipment, huh? Neither Xiao Peng nor Chen Zedao were procrastinators. The boat transfer was completed that very day. Xiao Peng now owned his first boat, and such a fantastic ocean-going sailboat that's something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. The payment was made in full upfront, and Chen Zedao handled the sales commission from the yacht club. Xiao Peng didn't have to worry about anything. However, owning the boat also brought trouble. He spent 4 whole days in the old port of Marseille before finally returning to La Ciotat. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but rather that he simply couldn't. The red-headed ship had been docked for a long time without moving. Although its exterior looked brand new because it had been covered with a hull cover, the main engine and generator were now rusted, the desalination unit was not working properly, the fuel in the tanks was waterlogged, and many of the ship's cables had damaged sheaths, requiring repair or replacement. Fortunately, these were all minor issues, and once repaired, they wouldn't affect the ship's operation. A good captain must be a mechanic, an electrician, and a plumber. Although Xiao Peng had studied extensively in the library and possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, he lacked practical skills. He initially intended to hire someone to do the repairs, but Mr. Derrida volunteered to help. After witnessing Mr. Derrida's practical abilities, Xiao Peng was humbled. In Western countries, labor is extremely expensive, and almost all men possess exceptional manual dexterity. To be honest, Mr. Derrida could easily run his own mechanic shop. He not only helped repair the ship but also taught Xiao Peng how to diagnose and repair malfunctions, greatly enhancing Xiao Peng's experience in mechanical repair. 4 days later, the red-headed ship was finally repaired. But that wasn't enough, resupply was also crucial. Although Xiao Peng might only be staying in the Scandola Reserve for 2 weeks, his supplies for those 2 weeks couldn't be neglected. 30 canisters of liquefied gas, enough for 3 or 4 months. There were also various canned goods, first aid supplies, and vacuum-packed food, filling his lockers and refrigerator to the brim. He also brought fresh water. Although the desalination equipment on the ship produced seawater that met drinking water standards, Xiao Peng still brought 20 bottles of mineral water in case the desalination unit malfunctioned. He also brought diving equipment. Even though he didn't need it, he made a show of it by going to Daniel's shop for a big shopping spree to support his business. When he arrived at Daniel's shop, Xiao Peng was surprised to find Wang Shuang still there, the two of them incredibly affectionate. What did this mean? A hookup turned into a marriage? This was truly a match made in heaven, like the cowherd and the weaver girl, or wolves and tigers. They were a match made in heaven. How could they be so affectionate when they couldn't even speak the same language? Xiao Peng could only sigh. These people know how to have fun. What was this? A mutually beneficial arrangement? Knowing better than saying nothing, they remained friends. Xiao Peng didn't talk much with Wang Shuang, just greeted her. Why ask so many questions? How awkward. Daniel, on the other hand, used to look quite energetic despite his age, but now he's lost a lot of weight, and you can even see his cheekbones. He's been squeezed dry. Xiao Peng is worried he'll turn into a dried-up corpse. Daniel had always taken good care of Xiao Peng, so Xiao Peng didn't hold back this time, purchasing a batch of high-end diving equipment, including 4 helium-oxygen mixed oxygen cylinders. Divers' oxygen cylinders aren't filled with pure oxygen. Humans can't breathe pure oxygen under any circumstances, otherwise it would cause oxygen poisoning. Therefore, the gas in oxygen cylinders is always a mixture. The most common is nitrogen-oxygen mixture, which is mixed according to the gas ratio in air, roughly 1/5 oxygen and 4/5 nitrogen. However, this gas mixture has a problem. If you stay underwater for a long time, nitrogen can seep into your cells under the pressure of seawater, causing nitrogen narcosis, a very dangerous condition. Therefore, more advanced diving oxygen cylinders use helium-oxygen mixtures, using helium instead of nitrogen to avoid nitrogen narcosis. And this isn't even the highest grade diving gas. The highest grade mixtures are formulated by professional divers themselves. Almost all deep-sea divers have their own mixture formulas, and these formulas are top secret. The best gas an ordinary person can use is a helium-oxygen mixture. Since he's doing this for business, Xiao Peng wants the best. As for equipment like high-definition underwater cameras and high-powered seabed lights, he's equipped them all. He doesn't need these things, but he can't be without them, otherwise, it'll be hard to explain and he won't be able to get away with it. 180 feet of 0.85-inch spare cable, 60 feet of 0.5-inch spare cable, 1 spare sail. Sail sewing equipment is correct. Xiao Peng chuckled and said, "All right, all the cargo is ready. Everyone, I'm setting off." Pascal sighed, "Xiao, I really wanted to go with you." Xiao Peng smiled, helping Mr. and Mrs. Derrida sell their ship is the real business. "I'll leave this to you." "Leave it to me," Pascal said, "I'll definitely handle it. I trust you." Xiao Peng smiled. Pascal told the Russian oligarch he knew about the Derridas' desire to sell their ship. The oligarch was very interested. Pascal had initially said he wouldn't come, but the oligarch insisted on coming in person. However, his real target wasn't the Derridas' ship, but rather a set of jewelry from Pascal's collection. It was a Georgian-era silver jewelry set inlaid with emeralds and diamonds, featuring feathers and flowers. It was believed to be a wedding gift from the famous Napoleonic general Emmanuel Grouchy to his daughter. His trip to Marseille was a combination of business and personal matters. Pascal had originally planned to go to sea with Xiao Peng, but he couldn't go because of this, which he greatly regretted. Mr. Derrida helped Xiao Peng untie the mooring ropes, and Pascal asked, "Xiao, aren't you really going to take your apprentice with you?" "Let him die," Xiao Peng said through gritted teeth. Those who should have gone didn't go, while those who shouldn't have insisted on joining in the fun. Felix had been pestering Xiao Peng every day to go along, and he was thoroughly annoyed. "You think someone whose finger is worth 5 million is going sailing with me? Aren't you just adding to my burden?" Xiao Peng had instructed Bouquet to keep a close eye on him at home and not let him leave, not even allowing him to see him off. The mooring lines were untied, and Xiao Peng started the engine, heading towards the sea. The sea breeze blew in his face, and piloting his own high-class sailboat, Xiao Peng felt exhilarated. Just as Xiao Peng was about to sing a song to express his joy, a vomit sound came from the cabin. Xiao Peng was startled. What was that? Was it a hallucination? Vomit. The sound came again. Xiao Peng's face darkened. He set the navigation system to autopilot and went into the cabin. He followed the sound to the bathroom. It was coming from there. Opening the bathroom door, Xiao Peng exclaimed, "Holy crap, you two are amazing. How did you manage to squeeze into such a small bathroom?" Xiao Peng looked at the two people crammed into the bathroom with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Hidden inside were, of course, Felix and Boko. The bathroom and toilet on the Red-Head Maru were separate. The bathroom was relatively spacious, about 4 square meters, while the toilet was much smaller. Because the dashboard was directly above the toilet was significantly lower than usual. You had to bend over to enter, and to stand up properly after using the toilet, you had to be careful to avoid bumping your head. And these two, instead of staying in the spacious bathroom, chose to stay in the toilet. Their thought process was truly something else. Before Xiao Peng could even scold them, Felix shoved him aside and rushed onto the deck. Xiao Peng thought he was going to jump overboard, but Felix simply leaned over the stern and started vomiting violently. Boko hurriedly explained, "I told you I hid in the bathroom." Felix said, "What if you go to wash your hands?" "So we hid in the bathroom." The bathroom was small, so the sink was in the shower. That reason was plausible. Xiao Peng pointed at Boko and said, "I told you to watch him. How could you let him come along? Are you going to take responsibility if something happens?" Boko said helplessly, "Xiao, you have to understand me. I'm working to earn money too. I don't want to lose this job. Don't you know how stubborn Felix is? Once he's made up his mind, who can stop him?" He wasn't wrong. A 13-year-old kid daring to drive away on his own, that's quite a character. But Xiao Peng pointed at him and said, "Boko, do I look like a parent who spoils their brat? I'm still a kid myself, wanting to be pampered." Boko smiled wryly. Xiao, I know you're angry, but. Xiao Peng waved his hand, saying, no buts. We'll turn back and take you home right away. This is just adding to the chaos. Boko nodded. I can't wait to get back. I don't want to suffer at sea. I'm already drenched in sweat after just a short while. How can you not sweat? Xiao Peng snapped, squeezing two people into such a small space. How could you manage that? Xiao Peng turned and went up to the deck. Felix was still vomiting incessantly. You think you can go to sea like this? Suffering at sea like this from seasickness? We're turning back right now. Hearing Xiao Peng's words, Felix hurriedly said, Master, I'm not seasick. Xiao Peng was about to turn the helm around when he heard Felix's words and laughed angrily. Vomiting like this and you still say you're not seasick? Felix looked up, his eyes brimming with tears from vomiting. He said with a wronged expression, I'm really not seasick, it's just that Boko smells so bad. He didn't use deodorant today. Xiao Peng opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Whether black or white, the vast majority of people suffer from body odor. This odor is caused by apocrine glands, so while they don't smell much when they don't sweat, it can be unbearable once they do. Boko was sweating profusely in the bathroom just now, and Felix's experience in that cramped space is truly pitiful. In fact, the French invented perfume to mask their body odor. During the Middle Ages, one of the most distinctive characteristics of the French was they didn't bathe. Their reluctance to bathe wasn't due to a lack of cleanliness. There were two main reasons. Firstly, there were religious reasons. According to the doctrines of the time, bathing symbolized rebirth, which later evolved into a perceived disrespect for God. Since emperors relied on religion to consolidate their power, they highly respected these rules. The fact that even the emperor didn't bathe set a bad example for ordinary people. Secondly, medicine wasn't as advanced at the time. The Black Death ravaged Europe, and doctors believed the virus entered the body through the skin, and bathing would weaken the immune system. These two factors combined resulted in the French genuinely disliking bathing. In contrast, King Louis XIV, nicknamed the Sun King, was a brilliant and capable ruler. His talent, strategy, and military prowess made France the most powerful nation in Western Europe at the time. His reign lasted 72 years and 110 days, making him the longest reigning monarch in world history. On this point, the kingdom of the universe is extremely indignant. They say their founding emperor, Dangan, reigned for nearly 2,000 years. But King Louis XIV is most famous not for making France the leading power in Western Europe, but for only bathing twice in his entire life. He truly was a stinking figure. In fact, his death was also related to not bathing. He died of a fungal infection of his feet. The foreigners of that time were not unaware of their own stench, and thus two great inventions were born: wigs to cover their hair, which had become sour from lack of bathing, and perfume to mask body odor. This tradition continues to this day. Deodorants and perfumes are necessities in people's lives. In France, you can tell if someone is a true Frenchman simply by smelling their perfume. Boko was also aggrieved. I was called to the ship and hidden before I even got out of bed today. I haven't even showered. Of course I smell bad. Xiao Peng said, I'll take you back now. Even if you wash yourself raw, it's none of my business. Upon hearing this, Felix stopped vomiting and shook his head vigorously. I'm not going back. I want to stay on the ship. He then clung tightly to the ship's railing, looking like he wouldn't get off. Xiao Peng sneered, I'm not a parent who spoils brats. If you want to act like a scoundrel, go find your mom or dad. Don't come looking for me. Upon hearing Xiao Peng's words, Felix burst into tears. I haven't seen my dad for 6 years. Xiao Peng was stunned. Now he understood why Pascal had insisted on keeping Felix. Were they in the same boat? Then he thought, damn it, maybe Pascal was behind them sneaking onto the ship. Otherwise, how did these two get on board? What a jerk. Thinking this, he smiled coldly. Felix, do you really want to stay on the ship? Yes, master. Seeing that he had a chance, Felix wiped away his tears and stared at Xiao Peng with wide, pleading eyes. Don't call me master once you're on board. Xiao Peng said coldly. Once you're on board, regardless of age, you're a sailor, and everything on board is under the captain's command. Hearing Xiao Peng say this, Felix perked up. Yes, captain. Now, the captain is giving you your first order. Xiao Peng pointed to the bucket beside him and said, go get some water and start cleaning the deck. Cleaning the deck is a mandatory course for all sailors on board. No meals until you're done. Me alone? Felix pointed at Boko and said, where's he? Boko, go take a shower right now, I can smell the stench too. After a day's voyage, Xiao Peng sat lazily by the helm at the stern, reading an e-book. Felix, who was sitting on the gunwale eating canned fruit, suddenly pointed to the horizon and shouted, Captain, a ship! There's a ship! Xiao Peng sighed, so what if there's a ship? Don't be so surprised. I already knew. That's our target. Felix blinked. Captain, how did you know there was a ship there without even looking up? Xiao Peng rolled his eyes at him. Felix, don't make a fuss over something like this. Come here and look, this is called the ACE system, or Automatic Identification System for ships. It's a very common navigational aid system nowadays. Its function is to automatically broadcast data such as our ships and other ships' precise course, speed, turning time, location, ship name, ship type, call sign, and hull size via VHF. Any ship equipped with an ACE system within 20 nautical miles can automatically receive this information. 20 nautical miles is about 37 kilometers, while the distance you can see with your naked eye is about 5 or 6 kilometers. Who do you think knew where the ship was first? Ships these days are equipped with high-tech equipment. Do you think it's still the era of having a lookout strapped to the mast? As soon as he finished speaking, a call came through the walkie-talkie. Red-headed ship, this is Cape Storm. You are now en route to our work area. Please be aware of the navigation channel. Xiao Peng adjusted his sails to slow down and picked up the walkie-talkie. Cape Storm, this is Red-headed ship. I'm looking for Mr. Constantine Thomas. I'm Xiao Peng, the new observer sent by the association to replace him. You can call me Xiao. After a moment of silence on the walkie-talkie, a gruff voice came through. Didn't the association say you'd have to wait a few more days before you could come? Those idiots at the association even told me your ship was the lawyer. Xiao Peng explained, I should have taken over from you a week ago, but the lawyer ran into trouble, so I had to find a new ship to get here. I'm really sorry, Mr. Thomas, for keeping you at sea for so long. Actually, something happened this morning, otherwise we would have arrived much sooner. Ex-yachts? Are you here to show off your wealth? A chuckle came from the walkie-talkie. Don't call me Emarch Thomas, just call me Constantine. Don't apologize, I should thank you. If you hadn't come, I probably would have stayed here for a month. Bring the ship over, we have some fish here, and since we're going back, we'll leave them all to you. Thank you so much. I'm coming right now. Xiao Peng hung up the walkie-talkie and steered his boat to stop next to Constantine's vessel. Constantine's Fengshi 27 sailboat looked like a little baby next to Xiao Peng's boat. It was only because the Mediterranean Sea was calm that they dared to anchor so close in other oceans. Two people were standing on the boat. One man had a Mediterranean hairstyle, clearly someone who spent years at sea. His skin was roughened by the sea wind, making him look like he was in his 60s, but people at sea generally look older than their actual age. The young man with brown hair next to him had a childlike face and was definitely no more than 20 years old. The older one was probably Constantine. Just as Xiao Peng was about to greet him, Constantine spoke first. Xiao, any beer? Ha! Xiao Peng didn't understand what Constantine meant. Constantine said angrily, we ran out of beer 4 days ago. Those guys on Conquering the Mediterranean are so stingy, they won't even give me beer when I ask them. Xiao Peng laughed after hearing this. Boko, get a dozen beers from the fridge. No need for a dozen. Constantine said, I can go back soon, half a dozen will do. Boko took half a dozen, or 6 cans of beer, from the fridge and threw them to Constantine on the opposite boat. The latter caught them, opened them immediately, and beer foam sprayed all over him. Constantine, however, didn't mind at all, downing his beer in one gulp. Awesome. I've been going crazy these past few days. Xiao, let me introduce you, this is my son, Gabriel. He's a student at the Sorbonne, here to help me during his vacation. No wonder Constantine was so proud. The Sorbonne is one of the world's top research universities in marine science. Mr. Xiao, hello. Gabriel said to Xiao Peng, my current research topic is the changes in Mediterranean fisheries resources over the past 70 years and the impact of human intervention on marine resources. So I came here with my father this summer to work on a paper. Xiao Peng nodded, that's an excellent research topic. I suggest you go to the University of Escalade Marseille for an exchange. There's a research group there working on a similar project with you in the Meads Nature Reserve. If you're doing this for a paper, you can get a lot of data from them. Also, when you're researching this topic, you should consider climate change factors rather than just the results of human intervention. Gabriel was taken aback, his earlier words had sounded a bit boastful. Young people fear nothing more than being looked down upon. People at sea are generally considered rough and uncultured, so what he just said would likely leave other seafarers bewildered and impressed, but Xiao Peng was different. Constantine laughed heartily, silly son, do you think everyone is as uncultured as your father? Xiao, I can't even understand what you're saying. You're doing research too. Xiao Peng smiled, I just saw some research materials on a project at Aix-Marseille University a few days ago. I like reading, and I read quite a wide variety of things. Wait, your name is Xiao? Gabriel suddenly asked, are you the one dancing with sharks? The Chinese guy who rescued people in Marseille port a few days ago? Constantine was taken aback. He looked Xiao Peng up and down. Although they were at sea, they weren't isolated from the world. The ship had satellite video and a radio, so they were aware of any news. Seeing this, Xiao Peng didn't deny it. He humbly said, it's not as mysterious as the media makes it out to be. You know they all love to exaggerate and get attention. Wow, Gabriel exclaimed excitedly, hee, actually I didn't recognize you at all. I just asked casually. I didn't expect to be so lucky. We definitely have to take a picture together. I'm going to post it on Twitter and make my friends envious. Xiao Peng hurriedly waved his hands, saying, please spare me. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Constantine, tell me what our job entails? Lying here in the sun, Constantine shrugged. I have DVDs and books here, do you need them? Believe me, these are what we rely on to pass the time on the ship. Constantine and Gabriel, father and son, happily returned to port, leaving behind a pile of seafood. Spending so much time at sea was certainly not a comfortable experience. Master, this job doesn't seem as easy as they say, Felix said after watching Constantine's ship sail away. Boko nodded. According to Constantine, the people on the other ship aren't very supportive of the observer work. Although Constantine described it as a boring and easy job, he also told Xiao Peng a lot of rules. For example, they couldn't get within 1 nautical mile of the winning the Mediterranean ship's anchorage. Their usual job was to use binoculars to keep an eye on the winning the Mediterranean ship to prevent them from doing anything that would damage the protected area's ecosystem. Hearing these rules, Xiao Peng understood it was just a public relations project. If they wanted to do something, they could just do it secretly at night, right? The observers couldn't monitor them 24/7. Although Xiao Peng could see what they were doing on their ship, he couldn't be bothered to look. Their approach suited Xiao Peng perfectly. He didn't come here to be an observer. He was curious about what these people were looking for on the seabed and how they were doing it. Every salvage company keeps its salvage plans and targets tightly under wraps to avoid being targeted by other companies. If it weren't for their need to search for shipwrecks in the Scandola Reserve, they probably wouldn't have informed the Diving Association until the results were in. This is because some smaller salvage companies lack the capability and patience to search for shipwrecks, so they simply follow large salvage companies, searching for their work locations and working simultaneously in the nearby waters. After all, whoever finds the shipwreck first owns it. Such salvage companies are notorious in the industry, but no one can do anything about them as long as they maintain a safe distance according to regulations. They are not breaking the law. Industry insiders affectionately call these companies vultures, describing them as greedy like scavengers. And Xiao Peng came here to be a vulture. This decisive Mediterranean search operation wasn't a secret, but no one followed them. This is because even the vast majority of the Diving Association didn't have high hopes for their shipwreck search. The Scandola Reserve is located between mainland France and Corsica. If there were any wealthy ancient shipwrecks so close to mainland France, it wouldn't be a secret. People would have been searching for them long ago. Why wait until they actually did it? Besides, winning the Mediterranean clearly stated they wanted to search for a shipwreck that was about a century old. This modern shipwreck isn't the Titanic. What's there to salvage? Many people speculated that winning the Mediterranean had been dormant for too long and couldn't sustain themselves any longer, so they were just trying their luck with any shipwreck as a last resort. Xiao Peng glanced at the boat called Deep Sea Clover, a workboat converted from Benito's silk fishing boat. Several people were busy on board. Fishing boats look similar to yachts, but they are actually two different things. Yachts emphasize luxury, high speed, and spaciousness, while fishing boats are relatively slower but offer better stability and fuel efficiency for anglers, unlike the Derrida's yacht which runs out of fuel in 3 or 4 hours with its 1,500 liters. Using fishing boats for underwater scientific research is very common. Xiao Peng saw an old man on the other boat observing them with binoculars. He initially wanted to greet the old man, but after considering it, he didn't. Instead, he had Boko bring out a sun lounger and set it up on the deck, while he lay down under the awning on the outer bridge and started reading. Captain, what are you doing? Felix asked Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng waved his hand. What else could I be doing? Even a fool could see I'm resting. Boko, go get the outdoor stove and can liquefied gas ready. I'll make something to eat later, let's fill our stomachs first. What about me? Felix looked at Xiao Peng expectantly. You? Clean the deck inside the cabin again. Xiao Peng said to Felix, and then wash your hands thoroughly. Felix walked back into the cabin with a bitter face. Boko brought out the windproof stove. Mr. Xiao, you brought a stove out, but why did you also bring such a strange big iron pot? Xiao Peng said, I bought this specifically to keep on the ship. Only you find it strange. We Chinese are most familiar with this kind of pot. Western cuisine is different from Chinese cuisine. They use different pots for different foods, a soup pot for pasta, a frying pan for steak, and a skillet for stews. They also have all sorts of knives. Every Western household has several kitchen knives, each with a different purpose. Chinese cooking is much simpler. A large, round-bottomed iron pot and a large, square cleaver are all you need for everything in the kitchen. Let's see what good stuff we have, Xiao Peng said, opening the cooler box Constantine had left behind. Hey, wow, quite a lot. The cooler box was piled high with all sorts of seafood. Besides fish, there were squid, octopus, shrimp, and the like. Xiao Peng thought for a moment and said, Boko, pick out the shrimp and that squid. Put the rest in the freezer, we'll have a simple lunch today. Save the rest for later. Boko blinked. Didn't they say this is a protected area with limited fishing regulations? Where did he get so much seafood? Xiao Peng laughed. Please, when have you French people ever followed the law like this? Didn't you see the small trawl nets and fishing rods on Constantine's deck? Boko angrily exclaimed, damn Marseilles. Rude Marseilles. Xiao Peng chuckled, I should record that and show it to the Marseilles. Boko was horrified. Xiao Peng continued, besides, I said French, not Marseilles, which includes you Parisians too. Now it was Boko's turn to laugh. Xiao, now I can record this and blackmail you. Over the past few days, Boko and Xiao Peng's relationship had actually improved considerably. After all, Xiao Peng preferred chatting with Boko to playing with the brat Felix. Hearing Boko's words, Xiao Peng shook his head, trying to blackmail me? You're overthinking it. What I just said was, when have the French ever obeyed the law? The French love freedom. They shouldn't be bound. That's right. Boko said indignantly, so we should stand up and resist those unreasonable systems. He blinked and looked at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng shrugged, see, even you think so, let alone others. So I'm not afraid if you record it. Alright, hurry up and cook and eat, I have important things to do this afternoon. Boko and Felix sat beside Xiao Peng like two obedient children. Finally, Boko couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao, is this what you meant by just a little something? Xiao Peng pointed at Felix, ask Felix what a real Chinese family banquet is like. Felix tilted his head and said to Boko, last time the captain's family banquet had 9 dishes and a soup, he called it perfect. Xiao Peng said, today we're just having a casual fusion of Chinese and Western food, isn't that just a little something? Boko was silent for a while before saying, Xiao, you're really good with your knife. Do you have some special identity or come from the military? He had just seen Xiao Peng cut the squid into flower-like cuttlefish petals, making vertical cuts and then diagonal cuts, each cut spaced evenly and with the same force. Felix nodded vigorously, Master, you've turned squid into a work of art. Xiao Peng burst into laughter, you two are really like maggots in a small outhouse. What does this mean? Boko asked, puzzled. Never seen a big asshole before. Xiao Peng laughed. You're really making a fuss over nothing. In our country, my knife skills are only beginner level. Truly skilled knife workers would scare you to death. There's a famous Chinese dish called wensi tofu, which most people can't make. That dish requires slicing the tofu first, then shredding it, and the whole process must be done in one smooth motion, without the slightest mistake. And those tofu shreds are as thin as hair. Then it's paired with equally fine shredded green peppers and carrots. To make that dish, you have to achieve perfect harmony between hand, eye, and knife. That's the highest level of knife skills for a Chinese chef, and anyone in China who can cook could do what I do. Don't look at me like that, I'm not bragging. Boko, get me a basin of seawater. Wash these shrimp. Wash shrimp with seawater? Boko thought he'd misheard. Will that even work? Why not? Xiao Peng said. Seawater naturally contains a suitable amount of salt and plenty of minerals. Washing and cooking seafood with seawater brings out its natural sweetness. That's basic common sense. Boko frowned. But wouldn't that be unhygienic? Xiao Peng grinned mischievously. Unhygienic? I ask you, you've been with me these past few days, when have you ever seen me drink tap water? Boko scoffed. I know that. You Chinese are so strange, all you know is drinking hot water. Saying cold water is bad for your intestines. You're too delicate. A friend of mine went to China, and she told me about this. She said you Chinese like to drink hot water because the tap water is too bad to drink directly. Look at us French, we don't have that problem. Our tap water is very good, you can drink it directly. Xiao Peng's grin widened. Then let me ask you, do you know what a water supply and drainage major does? Boko thought for a moment. Digging sewers? Xiao Peng's face darkened. Digging sewers my foot. You obviously didn't graduate with a science or engineering degree. Let me ask you, what kind of water do you drink in Paris? Felix raised his hand, I know. It's the Seine. Xiao Peng nodded, then can you drink the Seine directly? Felix hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Xiao Peng laughed, the water supply and drainage professionals are responsible for making the Seine water drinkable for you. The water you drink needs to be laced with chemicals. Boko protested, that still meets the standards for direct consumption. Xiao Peng gave a thumbs up, then let me ask you another question, where does the water you use to flush the toilet go? Boko was stunned, he didn't understand why Xiao Peng was asking this. Xiao Peng laughed heartily, after being treated at the sewage treatment plant, a large portion of it becomes tap water and goes back into your mouths. In other words, the tap water you drink might be your own urine. Surprised? Unexpected? Boko and Felix exchanged a glance, their faces ashen. Xiao Peng pointed to the seawater, do you still think the seawater isn't clean? Without a word, Boko filled a basin with seawater and cleaned the small shrimp thoroughly. "It's a pity these shrimp are too small," Felix said. "If they were bigger, I wouldn't eat them like this." Xiao Peng poured peanut oil into the pot. "This peanut oil is a treasure. Olive oil is everywhere here, buying peanut oil is no easy feat." After heating the peanut oil, he immediately added chopped scallions and red peppers to sauté. Once the aroma of the scallions was released, he added the cleaned shrimp and squid. While stir-frying, Xiao Peng said regretfully, "You don't know, but I actually used the wrong ingredients. In my hometown, there's a kind of small squid, only about the length of my little finger. Using that would taste even better." The boiling peanut oil quickly locked in the moisture of the shrimp and squid, and combined with the aroma of the peanut oil, the flavor instantly filled the air. Just smelling it made Felix and Boko drool. When the seafood was about 6 or 7/10 cooked, Xiao Peng thought for a moment, "Forget it, you guys probably can't stomach drinking seawater directly. Boko, get me a bottle of mineral water." The mineral water arrived quickly, and Xiao Peng poured it into the pot and covered it. When he opened the lid again, a pot of fragrant seafood soup appeared before them. The seafood soup itself wasn't anything special. Marseille's bouillabaisse is a must-try dish for every tourist visiting Marseille, and almost every part of France has its own seafood soup, though the ingredients differ slightly. For example, Brittany's Côte Rillade and Burgundy's Pause soup are similar seafood soups, but due to cooking methods and ingredients, the seafood soups in Brittany are golden in color, while Xiao Peng's was milky white. And because of the peanut oil, it smelled even more enticing. Felix swallowed hard. "Captain, is this seafood soup what you meant by a simple meal?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "Who said that? I said we were having a fusion of East and West today." He put the pasta into the pot, Chinese-style seafood pasta in soup. Sip the soup, eat the pasta, and finally peel a shrimp. The freshest ingredients only need the simplest cooking methods to bring out unexpected deliciousness. If you don't want any, you can go in and get some canned food. Who said I don't want any? I want a huge portion. Me too. I can't even stand the smell. I can eat 2 huge portions. The captain is so considerate of us, making so much for us. Just then, a radio call came from inside the cabin. Boko frowned and said, "Who is it? Isn't this disturbing our meal?" Xiao Peng laughed, "They're exactly what we're waiting for." Xiao Peng picked up the walkie-talkie. "This is Red Head Ship, this is Red Head Ship, what's up?" The voice on the other end said, "This is Deep Sea Clover. This is Captain Alan Bernard. I just saw Constantine's ship leave, I wonder what happened." Xiao Peng explained, "Hello, Mr. Bernard. Let me introduce myself. I'm a new observer sent by the Cousteau Diving Association. You can call me Xiao. I'm replacing Constantine." He was polite on the surface, but inwardly he was sneering. Constantine couldn't possibly not have informed him of his situation, he was just playing dumb. The old man's pretty cunning. Playing dumb together, who's afraid of whom? Alain Bernard on the walkie-talkie said politely, "Oh, so it's the new observer, sir. Constantine didn't even tell me, how rude of me. And you too, why didn't you inform me so I could have entertained you?" Xiao Peng laughed, "Mr. Bernard, I don't know what Constantine's work habits are, but I'm Chinese, and we Chinese don't like to meddle. As far as I know, Mr. Bernard is looking for treasure, and we Chinese believe in not flaunting wealth. If someone were watching me search for wealth, I think I'd be furious. So, Mr. Bernard, I won't do anything annoying. You're good, I'm good, everyone's good. You do your work as you please. To be honest, I'm treating this place like a vacation. I didn't even bring binoculars, I don't like to pry into other people's privacy." Alain Bernard on the walkie-talkie laughed, "Xiao, I like you. Although I'm Chinese, like most French men, I like women." Xiao Peng replied. Alain Bernard's laughter on the walkie-talkie grew even louder. "Xiao, I should treat you to dinner. But this awful place." Xiao Peng interrupted him directly, "Mr. Bernard, how about this? I just made a pot of seafood pasta using Chinese cooking methods. If you come over now, you can try my cooking. Would you do me the honor?" "Don't call me Bernard, just call me Alan," came the laughter from the walkie-talkie. "Perfect timing. I have a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon from Chateau Camond, perfect for sharing with friends." "Alan, you're too kind," Xiao Peng smiled. "If you don't mind, I also have some beer. How about a German Erdinger beer?" "Wow, I'm coming right now." The other party hung up the walkie-talkie. Xiao Peng returned to the deck to continue cooking the pasta. This stuff could hold its heat much better than regular noodles. Not long after, a rubber dinghy sped up. Sitting on it was the old man who had been looking at him through binoculars earlier. After the speedboat was secured, the old man boarded and shook hands with Xiao Peng, saying, "Xiao, I'm Alan. You really have a great boat." Xiao Peng laughed, "Of course, I'm here on vacation. Didn't you see I brought the kids? Let me introduce you, this is Felix, and this is Cologne." Felix and Cologne shook hands with Alan, but their attention was clearly not on Alan but on the pot on the side. Alan, try my fusion seafood pasta and see if it suits your taste. Xiao Peng served Alan a bowl of seafood pasta and thoughtfully gave him a fork. Alan took one bite and gave a thumbs up. Wow, this tastes really good. Adding a little pepper makes it even better, you should try it. You two stop drooling and eat up. The four of them quickly devoured the entire pot of seafood pasta, leaving not a drop of broth. Alan exclaimed, people at sea eat seafood every day until they're sick of it. I never imagined you could make seafood pasta taste like this. Xiao Peng explained, actually, it has another benefit. We're at sea all day, exposed to the sea breeze, and it's easy to catch a cold. Eating the seafood pasta with a little pepper is great for dispelling colds. Alan blinked. He didn't understand what Xiao Peng was talking about, but it sounded impressive. Xiao Peng instructed, Felix, tidy up here and wash all the pots and pans. Boko, go get the beer, I promised Alan we'd have a couple. Is this Alan a miser? Wasn't he supposed to have some Cabernet Sauvignon from Comedy Winery? Shaw. He came empty-handed. Boko brought the beer, and Xiao Peng handed it to Alan. Alan, may your wishes come true. Alan clinked glasses with Xiao Peng and took a big gulp. I must say, this Erdinger beer is really good. You know how to enjoy life. Xiao Peng laughed, didn't I say I came here on vacation? Alan tapped the deck twice. When I saw your boat, I suspected you were here on vacation, and after eating your seafood pasta, I'm certain. Xiao Peng laughed heartily. Alan suddenly asked, Xiao, do you guys go diving here on vacation? Xiao Peng answered without hesitation, of course. Alan's expression changed, but Xiao Peng continued, but not deep-sea diving. I don't have any deep-sea diving equipment. My idols are William and Zen. I want to be like them. He mentioned William and John, world-renowned free divers. Their diving is truly free diving, no fins, no weights, no oxygen tanks. Whether descending or surfacing, they rely solely on their own strength and breath to brave the deep sea. This is the most challenging diving sport. In France, the most famous free diver is John Neer, as he is a French citizen. He broke the world free diving record 4 times, reaching a depth of 113 meters. He was hailed as the best diver on the planet, until the emergence of New Zealander William Trowbridge, who recently broke John Neer's record, setting it at 116 meters. Upon hearing Xiao Peng's words, Alan's expression immediately relaxed. How's your skill level? Xiao Peng shook his head. I just started training, and even now, I can't go more than 30 meters with scuba gear. Alan's face instantly lit up with a smile. Xiao, can I tour your boat? Of course. Xiao Peng led Alan on a tour of the entire ship. Alan reluctantly left the cabin, exclaiming as he went, what a wonderful ship. Xiao Peng smiled, you're always welcome here. That would be wonderful. Alan returned to the speedboat, opened a small box, and took out a bottle of wine, handing it to Xiao Peng. Cabernet Sauvignon from Chateau Camond, a symbol of our friendship. Xiao Peng's face darkened. This old guy really doesn't act until he sees something. Felix watched the speedboat sail away and asked curiously, Captain, what was he doing here? Xiao Peng laughed, you know Zhang Gan stealing the book, right? He's Zhang Gan. Felix and Boko exchanged bewildered glances. Who was Zhang Gan? Xiao Peng realized his words were inappropriate and explained, he's here to gather intelligence, you know, a spy? He came to check if we have deep-sea diving equipment. He only went back after confirming we didn't, otherwise he wouldn't feel comfortable with us. Boko suddenly understood, oh, I see. He's afraid we're also looking for shipwrecks, right? Even if we do, they can't do anything to us. Didn't you say it's legal? Xiao Peng shook his head, that depends on who he's talking to. We're observers representing the Cousteau Diving Association. If I went down to search for shipwrecks, it would cause controversy, so he got nervous when he heard I was going to dive. He said it was for a tour on the boat, but actually he just wanted to check if we had deep-sea diving equipment. This is the deepest part of the Scandola Reserve, about 200 meters deep. You can't go down without deep-sea diving equipment. He was only relieved after confirming we didn't have deep-sea diving capabilities. How do you know how deep it is here? Felix asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng pointed to the navigation instrument and said, this shows the seabed topography, but we can only dive a maximum of 300 meters. Felix asked, puzzled, what do we do next? Xiao Peng laughed, I really came here for a vacation. I really came here to practice free diving. Felix and Boko exchanged glances. Xiao Peng, however, got busy adding weight to a spare cable from his boat and lowering it to the seabed. At intervals, he attached a pre-prepared plastic tag to the cable. This cable was used to measure depth and help divers determine their direction underwater. He didn't need the cable, of course, but freediving always requires one, and he was doing it to avoid suspicion. After preparing everything, he changed into his swimming trunks and warmed up on the deck. He did this because he saw Alan still there, observing him through binoculars. That old guy is really cautious. Captain, can you free dive? Felix asked. Xiao Peng answered truthfully, I've never tried it before. It's just holding your breath and diving. What's there to be afraid of? Felix asked curiously, Captain, how long can you hold your breath underwater? How long? I can breathe underwater. Of course, he couldn't say that. He said directly, not for very long. It depends on my condition. If I'm in good condition, 17 minutes is no problem. If I'm not, 12 or 13 minutes. Felix was startled. How much? 17 minutes? Xiao Peng laughed. Don't be surprised. For an experienced diver, holding your breath for more than 10 minutes underwater isn't difficult. But that refers to holding your breath while completely still. The guy who can hold his breath the longest in the world can hold it for 23 minutes underwater. However, you need to move around while diving, so you definitely can't last that long. Those deep-sea diving records are all set in about 4 minutes. Boko took a deep breath. No wonder you're so strong. Your lung capacity is incredible. Xiao Peng shook his head. Mine's nothing special. In fact, the most skilled free divers in the world are the Ayak women and the Beijiao people. Ayak women? Boko blinked. Women who live in the sea? How do they sleep at night? Boko, you should become a screenwriter or go to the hospital to get your brain checked. Can a person sleep in the sea? I'll throw you in the sea for a few days and see. I'll soak you to a pulp. Xiao Peng laughed and cried at the same time. The so-called AMA is an ancient profession in many countries throughout East Asia, including Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asia. They don't wear any breathing apparatus. They make a living by diving to the sea on their own. Staying underwater for several minutes is very normal. However, with social development, this profession has now become a local tourist attraction. You can go see it sometime. Felix pressed on. What about the Beijiao people? Xiao Peng explained, they are an ethnic group living in Southeast Asia. The exact origins of this people are still unclear, but based on their language, their origins are likely related to the Philippines. They are probably the last sea nomadic people on this planet, hence the name Sea Gypsies. For over 1,000 years, they have lived on the sea between several Southeast Asian countries, using houseboats and bamboo huts built on the sea. They can easily dive to depths of 30 or 40 meters. In fact, their diving abilities are stronger than those of female divers. Why do you say that? Felix asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng explained, those East Asian countries with henio, female divers, don't only use henio for diving, not because of some kind of sexist custom, but because men are more prone to accidents due to their tendency to be aggressive. The Beijiao people, after thousands of years of marine life, have essentially mutated. Their spleens are 50% larger than normal. Such a large spleen provides them with more oxygen during dives, allowing them to stay underwater longer. Furthermore, they undergo minor surgeries to improve their diving ability. Many Beijiao people puncture their eardrums at a young age to reduce the pain from water pressure, enabling them to dive deeper and longer. After speaking, Xiao Peng adjusted the bezel of his diving watch, setting the mark to 8, and said, all right, warm-up complete. I'm going down to try it out. Don't worry about me, I've set an 8-minute timer for myself. Buko, however, said, Xiao, if I may be so bold, your diving watch is terrible. Xiao Peng laughed heartily. I'd like an Omega SPOUDP, you'll give it to me? Boko immediately shut up. The watch Xiao Peng was referring to was a special edition of the Omega Seamaster series of dive watches, its full name being the Seamaster Professional Ultra Deep Diving Watch, and it certainly deserved the Ultra Deep designation. Omega once strapped 3 of these special edition dive watches to the robotic arm of a deep-sea submersible and plunged it to a depth of 10,925 meters in the Mariana Trench. The watches emerged completely undamaged. The entire watch bezel, case, caseback, and crown is made of titanium, the same material used in deep-sea submersibles. It's all top-grade, grade 5 pressure-resistant titanium alloy. It's considered one of the world's finest diving watches. Not only is it of the highest quality, but it's also incredibly expensive, costing over 700,000 euros and requiring customization. Boko, having followed Jacques, is somewhat of a figure in the entertainment industry and is quite knowledgeable about luxury goods. He simply can't afford to give this as a gift. Xiao Peng put on his goggles, gave him the middle finger, and jumped directly into the sea from the boat. It's time to test his pressure resistance. Captain, be careful. Felix shouted to Xiao Peng from the ship's railing. Xiao Peng glanced in the direction of the deep sea clover. Old Alan, seeing Xiao Peng jump into the sea, immediately tossed aside his binoculars to chat with someone. It seemed he was completely at ease. Don't worry, I'm not trying to break a world record, just diving for fun. Xiao Peng gave him a thumbs up before taking a deep breath and diving into the sea. To be honest, Xiao Peng preferred the feeling of being underwater. There was no wind or scorching sun, much more comfortable than on the ship. He observed his surroundings. There wasn't much aquatic life here, only a few fish swimming by occasionally. The largest group was a school of barracuda, but they quickly disappeared. This was even in a protected area, and the marine resources in the Mediterranean were indeed a problem. But this wasn't Xiao Peng's concern. He had limited time, and staying underwater too long would arouse suspicion. He dived directly towards the seabed. Following the markings on the rope, Xiao Peng quickly reached a depth of 35 meters, his previous scuba diving limit, where his ears would feel a stinging pain. Now, however, he felt nothing. He didn't rush to continue descending. After all, this was his first deep-sea dive, so safety was paramount. He checked his body, nothing had changed. Reaching down to touch his skin, he found a layer of mucus coating him. Could the lack of pressure in his ears be due to this mucus? He recalled how much faster he swam during the rescue that day. Could that also be related to this mucus? Wait, is this the work of a jellyfish or an octopus? Both of them produce mucus. Never mind. As the great leader said, practice makes perfect. Xiao Peng continued diving towards the seabed. The rope hanging from his boat was only about 180 feet, 55 meters. He swam a few strokes and soon exceeded the end of the rope, but Xiao Peng ignored it and increased his descent speed. He reached the seabed in one go without any discomfort. The pressure of the ocean had no effect on him. Xiao Peng felt relieved. The pressure test was a success. Xiao Peng swam towards the surface. When he reached the surface, Felix and Boko were already there, craning their necks to wait for him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Peng asked, lifting his goggles. Felix said, 9 minutes. "Didn't you say you'd be back in 8 minutes? Xiao Peng glanced at his diving watch and his face darkened. "My watch is broken." The diving watch had a ring of markings on the outer edge. Many people thought it was just decoration, but it wasn't. That ring of markings was for the countdown function. A typical oxygen tank provides enough oxygen for 45 minutes of underwater breathing. Divers set the scale to 45 before diving to start a countdown. Xiao Peng's helium-oxygen mixture tank provides enough for 60 minutes underwater, so the scale is set to 60 minutes. This helps divers keep track of time on the seabed and surface, and Xiao Peng's habit of setting the scale before diving stems from this practice. However, even dive watches have their limits. Not all dive watches can withstand depths of 10,000 meters. Most dive watches can withstand water pressure up to 100 meters. Xiao Peng's dive clearly exceeded his watch's pressure resistance, causing cracks in the dial and seawater to seep in, leading to the malfunction. Boko shook his head and said, "Sai, I told you, Japanese watches aren't good these days." Xiao Peng was heartbroken. His watch was a Seiko dive watch from Japan, bought when he got his diving certification. It cost him 120 euros. He really didn't want it to break after wearing it for so long. It wasn't that Xiao Peng intentionally bought a Japanese watch. It's just that there wasn't a cheaper dive watch available here. He'd used it for so long and developed an attachment to it. Xiao Peng was genuinely heartbroken. Xiao Peng climbed aboard the boat, looking dejected. Felix, however, exclaimed, "Captain, you're in amazing stamina. I get exhausted after swimming for 10 minutes, but you come up from diving like nothing happened." Xiao Peng was startled. How could he have forgotten about that? He should have pretended to be more tired. He coughed twice. "Who said I wasn't tired? Wasn't I planning to come up and rest?" He set up a sun lounger. "I'm going to lie here for a bit. Don't bother me unless it's raining knives. You guys go find somewhere to have fun." Felix and Boko looked at each other. Where could they go for fun in such a small place? If only there was a piano on board, they could practice. There was nothing here. Wasn't it incredibly boring? Constantine wouldn't be taking over for 2 weeks, and they'd only been there a day, yet Felix and Boko were already struggling. Once the novelty wore off, they realized how boring life at sea was. They were worried, and so was Xiao Peng. The pressure test was completed, but how could he spend more time underwater without arousing suspicion? Even with scuba gear, he could only stay underwater for a maximum of 60 minutes. It wasn't that he'd run out of oxygen, but Felix and Boko would become suspicious if he exceeded that time. Although Xiao Peng's swimming speed was faster than before, there were limits. How much area could he search in an hour? How many dives would he need to cover the entire area? And he only had 4 oxygen tanks. This meant he only had 4 chances to dive without arousing suspicion. But that was practically useless. What was the point of having 2 little tails? Wasn't it just creating more trouble? However, even without the 2 tails, it wouldn't matter. Alan, that old man, was too vigilant. He was always watching him through binoculars. Just now, when Xiao Peng boarded the ship, he glanced at the deep sea clover and saw a man on board watching him through binoculars. It turned out that Alan had sent people to keep an eye on him in shifts. He was much more cautious than Xiao Peng had imagined. Even if Xiao Peng went out to sea alone, with this old man watching him, he wouldn't dare stay underwater for long. With his swimming speed, it was impossible for him to search the entire area within 4 hours. How could he increase his swimming speed? Xiao Peng couldn't think of a good solution no matter how hard he tried. This was really troublesome. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached, and Xiao Peng drifted off to sleep. Xiao Peng hadn't slept long when Felix woke him up. Xiao Peng was quite grumpy when he woke up. Didn't I tell you not to wake me up even if it was raining knives? Felix was startled and said cautiously, Captain, it seems like your friend is looking for you. Xiao Peng was a little confused. What do you mean? It seems like my friend is looking for me. We're at sea. Did my friend swim all the way here? It really did swim here. Felix pointed to the sea. See for yourself. Xiao Peng peeked out and was overjoyed. Nightingale, you're here again. What does it mean to have a pillow delivered to your head just as you're about to doze off? What does it mean to find a toilet just as you need to poop? He was just worrying about how to move at high speed underwater, and now Nightingale has arrived. Although the harpoon shark isn't exactly a skilled swimmer or diver, its speed is far greater than Xiao Peng's own. 300 meters is also a depth where harpoon sharks can operate. With its help, it's absolutely like adding wings to a tiger. No, it should be called Xiao Peng getting a shark. Seeing Nightingale, a new question arose for Xiao Peng. Why is this harpoon shark following him? Why does it obey his commands? Is it only like this, or do other sharks do the same? And what is the reason for this? A long string of questions appeared before Xiao Peng, but without thinking, he threw them all to the winds. He's not a researcher who has to dig deep into every problem. Making money is the most important thing right now. The great leader was right, true knowledge comes from practice. The appearance of Nightingale overjoyed Xiao Peng, but he quickly calmed down. Being a vulture was shameless, but undeniably it was thrilling. He went into the cabin and picked up the walkie-talkie. Alan, are you there? Alan, this is Xiao. After a while, Alan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. My friend, what's up? I have a friend I'd like to introduce you to, Xiao Peng said. Alan clearly wanted to refuse. Xiao, I'm busy right now. No problem, I'll come find you, Xiao Peng said, then hung up the walkie-talkie, rushed out of the cabin, and jumped into the sea. Nightingale saw Xiao Peng and swam over affectionately, swimming around him. Xiao Peng chuckled and scolded, don't you dare rub against me. Your shark skin is as rough as sandpaper, I don't want to get covered in blood. He reached out and grabbed Nightingale's dorsal fin, saying, take me to that ship. Nightingale glanced in the direction Xiao Peng was pointing, flicked its large tail, and charged towards the deep sea clover. The fact that scimitar sharks aren't good swimmers is relative. In just over a minute, Xiao Peng appeared near the deep sea clover. This speed startled Alan, who quickly ran to the ship's side to investigate. He couldn't help but be afraid. 1 nautical mile is approximately 1.8 kilometers, even the world's top long-distance runners would take over 5 minutes to cover that distance. And in swimming, probably no one could swim it in under 16 minutes. How did Xiao Peng get here? Xiao, how did you get here? Alan asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng chuckled, I was just saying I have a friend I wanted to introduce to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a dorsal fin appeared in the water beside him. A young man rushed over from the deep sea clover. Dad, the radar shows a large object approaching us, and judging by its speed, it looks like a shark. Alan said helplessly, I saw it all. By the time you came to tell me, it was too late. He pointed into the sea, and the young man glanced at it and immediately cursed, damn it. Xiao Peng laughed, Alan, let me introduce you to my friend. This is Nightingale, let's go diving together. Before Alan could speak, the young man suddenly exclaimed, so you're dancing with sharks? Dancing with sharks? Alan asked the young man beside him softly, what does that mean? Dad, a while ago someone rescued dozens of people who had fallen into the water in the old port of Marseille. Because he rescued them with a shark, people call him dancing with sharks, the young man explained. Alan looked at Xiao Peng with a conflicted expression, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Xiao, you've saved so many people? I have the utmost respect for you. Let me introduce you, this is my son, Richard. Xiao Peng greeted Richard and said, it's all part of my job, and besides, this guy was the main culprit. Didn't I say I had a friend introduce you? This is him. This is Nightingale, we have a deep friendship. He always likes to dive with me. I didn't come here for work, just to play with him. Alan frowned and said, Xiao, I don't mean to criticize your friendship with Nightingale, but it's a shark, and a really big one at that. This might affect our work. Xiao Peng laughed, I just came to say hello. I'm just playing in the nearby waters, it won't interfere with your work. But this guy swims too fast. Alan thought for a moment and said, Richard, bring me a copy of my work plan. Dad. Richard didn't understand. Alan, however, said, just go. A short while later, Richard returned with a nautical chart and handed it to Alan. Alan said, Xiao, this is our work plan. We've divided our planned exploration area into 64 smaller regions, and we've already explored 17. You can take a look at the chart. Xiao Peng shook his head vehemently, no, I won't look. I have absolutely no interest in your work. I won't cause you any trouble. Alan nodded, but then said, no, you misunderstood me. Look at this work plan. You can freely explore the 17 regions we've already explored, but don't come to the areas we haven't explored yet. Xiao Peng frowned. Alan, isn't this against the rules? It's not good for the association to know. I'm an observer, after all. Alan replied, Xiao, although this nightingale has saved many people, it has indeed affected my normal work. We have a lot of expensive, high-tech equipment underwater that requires extremely high precision. This shark appearing in our work area will definitely affect our progress. If I report this to the association now, it will also affect you. You wouldn't do that, would you? Xiao Peng exclaimed. Aren't we friends? Alan laughed. Of course we're friends. That's why I wouldn't tell the association about this and even gave you such a large free area so you can play with the shark as you please. I'd tell you my work progress if we weren't true friends, would I do that? Xiao Peng considered for a moment and grinned. Alan, you're a good friend. Let me see which areas I can play in. Alan handed the work plan to Xiao Peng, who glanced at it and pointed to a spot marked with an X, saying, That's the furthest from you, I'll go there. Alan's face lit up with a smile, You're such a good friend. Just then, Richard chimed in, Xiao, can I come visit you? Of course. Xiao Peng waved to Alan, Alan, I'm off now, I need to film some nice footage of Nightingale. Xiao Peng left with a broad smile, even the old fox had fallen for his trap. Xiao Peng's face lit up with a smile, and so did Alan's. That Chinese idiot. Alan exclaimed happily, he got rid of him so easily. Richard frowned. Dad, why did you let them go? It would have been better to leave them here. Leave them here for what? Alan's eyes widened. Let them cause us trouble? What if that shark damaged our equipment? We're racing against time. What if the vulture comes? Richard shook his head. If there were vultures, they would have been here already. Didn't we steal our salvage information from others? Dad, I'm not worried about the vultures right now, I'm worried about Morrow. I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble. Hearing his son's words, Alan laughed heartily. Never worry about Morrow. You ask if he's capable of salvage? That bookworm, he partnered with us without a contract, using his own investigative information. It's like God is sending us money. Let him make a fuss. We only have a verbal agreement, even if it goes to court, he'll definitely lose. Besides, you ask if he can afford a lawyer? Richard sighed, but can we guarantee the authenticity of his investigative information? How long have we been investigating here? We've found 2 shipwrecks, but neither is salvageable. You're not new to the underwater salvage industry. There's no such thing as 100% accurate information. It also depends on luck. Alan said, although Morrow is a bit of a fool, his information is extremely reliable. Richard, you know our company's financial situation, we need to make money by any means necessary. Richard retorted, if you're going to be ruthless, you shouldn't have let Xiao leave. Why? Alan asked, puzzled. Richard said, you know Marineland Marine Theme Park, right? Alan asked doubtfully, the one in Antibes. Yes. Richard nodded. The director there is Vincent Brown. He asked me if I had any connections to get my hands on that shark, offering €1 million. What? Alan's eyes widened. That shark is worth $1 million. Richard hummed in agreement. The price is still going up. The reason it's so expensive is because it's difficult to get things done. After all, that shark is too famous. It's been on TV and even saved someone, and it was always with Xiao. We still can't be sure if the shark is only friendly with Xiao Peng or with everyone. So many marine hunters are watching. Even if a marine hunter is tempted by the money, finding this shark in such a vast ocean is not easy. Right now, even finding traces of this shark can fetch €20,000. How come I didn't know about this? Alan asked, his eyes wide. Richard chuckled wryly, Dad, you call me a spendthrift for just browsing a website using the ship's satellite signal. You can't just focus on salvaging the shipwreck and ignore everything else. How about I sell the information on this shark? I could make €20,000. Alan glared at him, are you stupid? €20,000 or €1 million, which would you choose? Richard said helplessly, Dad, but we don't have the tools or experience to catch sharks. Alan retorted angrily, what experience do you need? Just use a tranquilizer gun. But we don't have any. Richard said. Alan thought for a moment, contact your friend in Marseille and buy a set of equipment and send it over. Richard shook his head, Dad, everyone in the French fishing circle is watching that shark. If I go and buy equipment, it'll definitely attract attention, and someone will follow me. Alan was silent for a moment, then said, then go abroad. Richard, tell everyone to suspend work and go back to rest tomorrow. After you get back, go to Spain, to Cabrera, find Sergio, and have him get you the equipment and then smuggle it back. We're not going to look for the shipwreck? Richard asked. Without hesitation, Alan said, of course we have to find the shipwreck, but we can't let this money slip by. $1 million. The wealth in shipwrecks on the seabed might not even be worth that much. Talk to that guy named Vincent Brown, ask for a higher price. Tell them this shark is one of a kind. Richard grunted, leave it to me. But who's keeping an eye on the shark when we get back? Alan pointed to the receding red-headed ship. As long as Xiao is here, we don't need to worry about not finding the shark. But everyone knows that. So we have to race against time and act quickly. Tell everyone to speed up the search of this area. If we don't find anything, pack everything up when we call it a night, and we'll head back tomorrow. No problem. Richard ran back to inform everyone, while Alan's eyes practically littered with euros as he looked at the red-headed ship. Doesn't this idiot Xiao Peng know that many people are eyeing that shark called Nightingale? He's practically handing it to him. This is forcing him to get rich. $1 million. Even excluding the salvage company's money, that's all I could pocket. Alan was already planning how to spend the money. Meanwhile, on the redhead ship, Felix asked Xiao Peng, puzzled, "Captain, why are we leaving?" "To go somewhere deserted and dive properly." Xiao Peng said cheerfully, "Steer the ship." Xiao Peng went to Alan hoping he would be kicked out. He had seen Alan's work plan, knew their search area, work location, and the places they had searched. Next, he would hide from them, go to places they hadn't yet searched, and find the shipwreck himself. He was now doing the work of a vulture, but Xiao Peng had no qualms about it. He wanted to make money. Poverty breeds cunning, wealth breeds conscience, and a full granary breeds courtesy. A person terrified of poverty will never let go of an opportunity to make money. Besides, there's no law that the shipwreck belongs to them. He didn't steal or rob, he's earning money through his own abilities. What's wrong with that? Upon arrival, he eagerly donned his oxygen tank and dived into the sea. However, he dared not venture into the deep ocean with a regular oxygen tank, fearing it might burst under the pressure. Finally, he devised a plan. He hung the oxygen tank on the hull and directed Nightingale to the seabed. Every hour, she would return, re-enter the boat, and pretend to be out of oxygen before replacing it with a new one and diving back down. He didn't actually need to work this hard, but the possibility of shipwrecks underwater was his motivation. It's all money. Poverty makes one lose heart, and a thin horse has a long mane. The thought of wealth waiting for him at the bottom of the sea filled Xiao Peng with boundless energy. It must be said that with the Nightingale device, his search speed was incredibly fast. He spent 3 hours circling the entire search area. But as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After the circumnavigation, Xiao Peng's heart sank. Xiao Peng's disappointment wasn't due to the lack of shipwrecks. He found a total of 6 shipwrecks in this search area, but in his eyes, none of them were worth salvaging. 3 of the 6 boats were small, 3-meter-long, all-wood, non-powered sampans commonly seen by Corsican fishermen. He wondered if the fishermen had deliberately sunk them to act as artificial reefs to attract marine life, or if they had been carried here by undersea currents. Then there was a small motorized fishing boat. Judging from the barnacles clinging to it, it probably sank less than 3 years ago. He wondered what accident caused it to sink here. This boat was also worthless. He couldn't very well take the engine back and sell it for scrap metal, could he? The other vessel was an old-fashioned tugboat called the Ayacho. Judging from the name, it belonged to a dock somewhere in Corsica. Xiao Peng immediately recognized it. After a moment's thought, he finally realized it looked exactly like the tugboat Benjamin worked on in the movie The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Xiao Peng searched the hold thoroughly but couldn't find a single thing. There was, however, a pile of tattered ropes covered in mussels. Xiao Peng wasn't there to eat seafood, so what use were these mussels? Florence Nightingale, on the other hand, was happily munching away. As for the last shipwreck, Xiao Peng didn't even board it to search. He'd seen these kinds of ships far too many times in the old port of Marseille. To be precise, he'd seen one just a few days ago. This shipwreck was almost identical to the tourist boat that had capsized outside the old port of Marseille after being rammed by a cargo ship. The lower deck was the cabin, and the upper deck was an open platform for tourists to stand on and enjoy the scenery. It just looked particularly old and dilapidated, probably because it had been underwater for so long. But even at its oldest, it was just a tourist boat. What valuables could it possibly have on board? According to the information they had, Alan and his team were trying to salvage a shipwreck from World War I or World War II. Of these 6 ships, only the tugboat looked like something from that era, but there wasn't a single thing inside. Xiao Peng surfaced dejectedly, reattached his oxygen tank at the bottom of the boat, and climbed back onto the vessel. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Boko pulled Xiao Peng onto the boat and helped him remove his diving gear. "Xiao, you really are the most enthusiastic diver I've ever met. 3 hours straight without a break? Do you need me to get you a 4th oxygen tank?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "No, I want to rest for a bit." Boko peered over the edge and asked curiously, "Where's Nightingale?" Xiao Peng pointed to the seabed. "I found a bunch of giant mussels down there, happily munching on them. So I'm taking a break." "Where's Felix?" "Felix ran out of the cabin." "Master, I'm here." "What were you doing in the cabin?" Xiao Peng sat down to take off his fins. "I'm surfing the internet inside," Felix said. Xiao Peng was already in a bad mood, and hearing Felix's words made him even angrier. "Damn it, internet access here is so expensive." Satellite data is outrageously expensive. You can't access the internet back home, so you insist on using it on the ship. You really don't know the cost of living. Felix blinked. I'm just checking the news, and it's somewhat related to you. Xiao Peng stopped what he was doing. What news? There's a demonstration and strike happening in the old port of Marseille, Felix said. A demonstration and strike? Xiao Peng looked exasperated. You French people love to demonstrate. Felix replied seriously, well, we're not the most strike-loving country in Europe, Denmark is. Xiao Peng gave a thumbs up. You win. I've only ever experienced one taxi driver strike in my life back home, and it quickly fizzled out. I'm used to it here. What's the reason this time? Felix said, this time it's the staff of the sightseeing boats in the old port of Marseille protesting. They're demanding a replacement boat. What did the sightseeing boats do to offend them? Xiao Peng asked, completely bewildered. Felix explained, the report said the sightseeing boat that sank in the last collision was too old. Those sightseeing boats were actually converted ferries from the end of World War I. They were the main mode of transportation between mainland France and Corsica, and they were still in use after World War II. About 40 years ago, these boats underwent a standardized renovation, refurbishment, safety enhancements, engine replacements, etc. to become sightseeing boats, preserving their history and avoiding resource waste. But being a century-old boat, it sank immediately after the collision, so the crew organized a strike. You're all just wasting your time. You should be saving money, but you don't. This sightseeing boat is practically a centenarian and you still haven't replaced it. What are you thinking? Xiao Peng bent down to continue removing his flippers, but suddenly stopped. He seemed to have overlooked something. Captain, what's wrong? Felix asked curiously. Xiao Peng suddenly stood up, put the flipper he had just removed back on, slung the oxygen tank he had put aside over his back, and plunged back into the sea. Boko was stunned. Xiao, that oxygen tank was the one you just changed. Xiao Peng had already disappeared into the sea. His haste stemmed from overlooking something crucial. He hadn't searched the shipwreck that looked like a tourist boat, and now he realized he'd misjudged it from the start. That wasn't a tourist boat at all. It was a ferry nearly a century old. No wonder it looked so rusty and old. The possibility of treasure on a tourist boat was extremely low, but on a ferry, it was highly likely. It was worth going back to investigate. He descended deeper into the sea, and Nightingale reappeared from nowhere. Xiao Peng grabbed its dorsal fin and returned to the ferry. He hadn't examined the ship closely before, so this time he swam around it. He discovered the reason for the ship's sinking, a large hole in the stern. However, the hole was blown open from the inside, leading to the ship's boiler room. The unfortunate ferry sank due to an internal explosion caused by a malfunction. Xiao Peng had Nightingale wait outside while he swam into the cabin. The space was far too small to accommodate such a large shark. Because of the depth, there weren't many marine creatures here, only a few moray eels using it as a nest. But as soon as Xiao Peng entered, he felt his judgment might have been wrong again. Almost all the cabin doors were wide open, indicating the ship had had ample time to allow passengers to abandon ship before sinking, and there were no valuables in the rooms. Well, another false alarm. Just as he was about to return to the redhead fish, something suddenly caught his attention. A thick iron bar was stuck in the doorway of a hatch. That hatch was significantly larger than the others, and although it was open, the gap wasn't very large. Xiao Peng curiously swam over to take a look, and sure enough, he made an astonishing discovery. The cabin Xiao Peng discovered was likely the first-class cabin of a ferry, significantly larger and more luxurious than the ordinary cabins. Inside was a human skeleton, its gender unknown. Xiao Peng imagined the scene. The cabin door had been damaged by the explosion and couldn't be opened. Although the crew tried to pry it open, their efforts were unsuccessful. Ultimately, they had to abandon the person and escape. He wanted to open the door to investigate, but the iron door, already malfunctioning, had become even more difficult to open after years submerged on the seabed. There were no jacks or underwater cutting equipment. Xiao Peng looked around and only found the iron bar useful. He braced his foot against the cabin wall, gripped the bar, and pushed hard. Fortunately, the iron door was already rotten from prolonged seawater immersion, and combined with Xiao Peng's superhuman strength, he managed to push the door open a large gap, allowing him to enter the cabin. As he suspected, this was the first-class cabin of the ferry. The space was larger than the other cabins. Besides the remains, there were 2 wooden trunks in the room. Xiao Peng recognized the trunks. They were very common wooden trunks in Europe long ago. Back then, people didn't travel with just a rolling suitcase like they do now. Luggage was mostly stored in large wooden trunks. The famous luxury brand Louis Vuitton was known for making these kinds of trunks. Louis Vuitton's flat-topped poplar trunks of that era were famous for their quality, affordability, sturdiness, and durability. Who would have thought that today Louis Vuitton would become synonymous with expensive? The movie Titanic features a scene of a woman carrying an LV handbag, but that was just product placement. Louis Vuitton wasn't even producing handbags when the Titanic sank. There are even more outlandish rumors, such as a Louis Vuitton trunk being salvaged from the Titanic wreck, remaining sealed even after being submerged for over 100 years without leaking. Anyone who believes that is a fool. The Titanic sank at a depth of approximately 3,700 meters. For an internal pressure vessel to remain sealed at that depth, it must meet Class A welding standards, using high-strength metal and soft metal or specially made graphite gaskets for sealing. According to online sources, Louis Vuitton isn't a leather goods manufacturer but a top-tier research company with over a century of world-leading technology. However, these two trunks are not Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton trunks have been covered in canvas since 1854, and after 1872, a red and white striped pattern was added. In 1888, it became the pattern with the LV logo similar to today's designs. These two trunks aren't covered in canvas but are instead decorated with carvings and paint, which disappointed Xiao Peng. If they were truly antique LV trunks, they would still be worth a considerable amount of money today, and many so-called luxury goods collectors would be willing to pay high prices for them. Xiao Peng opened the large trunk, which contained clothes, shoes, and other belongings, all tattered and worn from being soaked in seawater, but clearly belonging to a man. The smaller trunk, however, made Xiao Peng's eyes light up. It was filled with all sorts of women's jewelry. Why would a man carry a trunk full of women's jewelry? Damn it! What's it to me? This is all money. Xiao Peng carried the small trunk full of jewelry out of the cabin, leaving the large trunk aside. Although the two trunks were clearly old and adorned with exquisite carvings, Xiao Peng didn't think these century-old poplar wood trunks had any value. Xiao Peng didn't know whether the jewelry was valuable or not. But he wasn't worried. He could just take it back and have Pascal examine it. He pushed the trunk out of the wreck. Nightingale, having found a small stingray feeding somewhere, swam over, its head bobbing, after seeing Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng, one hand clutching his suitcase and the other gripping the dorsal fin of the Nightingale, used it to propel himself to the surface. After reaching the hull and reattaching his oxygen tank, Xiao Peng stared at the large suitcase, troubled. What to do with it? Hang it on the hull like the oxygen tank? That would surely break during navigation. Screw it. Xiao Peng gritted his teeth and surfaced. Boko, come quick! Xiao Peng shouted. Boko, still lying there drinking beer, got up and came over when he heard Xiao Peng's voice. Xiao, what's up? Felix, who was studying the nautical instrument, also ran over when he heard the commotion. Xiao Peng handed the suitcase to Boko. Help me get this up. What's this? Where did such a big suitcase come from in the sea? Boko lifted the suitcase up and then pulled Xiao Peng onto the boat. Xiao Peng explained, Nightingale found a shipwreck on the seabed, and this was found on the ship. A shipwreck? Felix frowned. The navigation instrument shows the water is 170 meters deep here. Xiao Peng shook his head. That's what I thought at first too. But after I went down into the water, I found the navigation instrument was malfunctioning. The water was less than 40 meters deep. It's not too difficult to dive down there. I found this box on the shipwreck. What's in the box? Felix asked curiously. I'm not telling you. Xiao Peng carried the suitcase into the cabin. You guys need to learn to control your curiosity. Get the satellite phone, I need to contact little PA. But Felix said, Captain, Deep Sea Clover was looking for you earlier. I told her you were playing in the sea. Xiao Peng thought for a moment, put the suitcase in his bedroom, and then picked up the walkie-talkie. Deep Sea Clover, this is Redhead ship. Soon after, Alan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Xiao, you love diving too much. I heard you're always diving? Xiao Peng laughed. I can't help it. It's not that I love diving, it's just that Nightingale loves playing with me too much. It won't let me come up from the seabed. If it weren't for the fact that it needs to hunt for food right now, I'd probably still be underwater. This guy is trying to work me to death. Alan laughed. If I had a shark friend like that, I'd rather let it work me to death. Xiao Peng said helplessly, but it's really tough. Alan, what did you need me for? Alan replied, I really have something important to tell you. We need to go back to port for resupply tomorrow, so I wanted to let you know. Ha! Xiao Peng was taken aback. So suddenly? Where are you going for resupply? Galeria or back to the mainland? Their location was closer to Corsica, and Galeria was a port on Corsica. Going there would mean being far from home. Alan answered, our company is in Bondoli. Would you like to visit our company? Xiao Peng almost shouted hooray. Bondoli, like La Ciotat, was a bay port town, only 10 kilometers away from La Ciotat, making it a convenient route home. Sure. Bandol and La Ciotat, where Xiao Peng lived, were remarkably similar, both natural harbor cities, except La Ciotat was closer to Marseille, while Bandol was closer to Toulon. Xiao Peng accepted Alan's invitation to go to Bandol. He wanted to see firsthand what tools professional salvage companies used. Although he had seen relevant information in the library, real salvage teams would modify their tools based on their experience. Xiao Peng needed to learn from their experience. The ferry he saw today gave Xiao Peng a new idea. Even though he was much stronger now, so what? He was lucky to open that hatch. If he hadn't, he would have had nowhere to turn. Besides, he couldn't always work alone. If he always brought treasures up from the seabed by himself, it would definitely raise suspicion. He wanted to build a proper salvage vessel. A salvage vessel isn't expensive. Considering fuel consumption and range, salvage vessels are generally converted from fishing boats, angling boats, or small cargo ships, keeping the price under $1 million. The real expense lies in the various deep-sea working equipment. It's a bottomless pit. And it's not just a matter of money, you'll need your own team, a long and arduous journey. Taking too big a step can lead to disaster. Everything requires money. So, Xiao Peng followed Alan, wanting to board his ship to observe closely and gain experience before making any decisions. But his wishful thinking completely backfired. Alan was attacked the moment he disembarked. A disheveled man in his 30s suddenly rushed to Alan's side and smashed a bottle over Alan's head. The bottle was just an ordinary beer bottle. They returned to port at just past 10 in the morning, but the man was already completely drunk. Oh, poor Alan, Xiao Peng sighed as he saw the scene while tying the mooring rope on the boat. Xiao Peng ignored the situation. Richard and Alan's men had already surrounded the assailant and were beating him up. The security in France is terrible. So many drunks this early in the morning. Xiao Peng tossed the rope to Boko, saying, "No wonder you have to protect Felix all the time." Boko took the rope, saying, "This isn't a big city like Paris, Marseille, or Lyon. There weren't any football matches yesterday. Why all this trouble?" Alan must have offended someone. Xiao Peng glanced around and asked, "Where's Felix?" Just as he finished speaking, Felix came running back from where the argument had taken place. "Master, why are you calling me master again?" Xiao Peng asked. Felix replied, "Because I'm ashore now." "What have you been doing, kid?" Xiao Peng asked. Felix said, "Alan is so pitiful. So many people were beating up that drunkard, but he just kept hitting Alan." Boko, upon hearing this, said, "Xiao, wasn't I right? This must be a personal grudge. Alan must have done something to offend someone." Felix chimed in, I know. Xiao Peng and Boko both looked at Felix. "I went to see what happened and heard the gist of it," Felix said. "Here's what happened. The guy who hit someone is called Maro. He said Alan stole his shipwreck investigation results, and that the shipwreck Alan and his team are currently salvaging was discovered by his research data. Alan abandoned him to go salvage it himself, and Maro asked Alan for money, but Alan ignored him. He got angry, and that's how today's incident happened. It was terrifying. Maro was like a madman. Alan will probably have to stay in the hospital for a while." The town was surprisingly safe. The police arrived quickly and took away both groups involved in the altercation. However, both Alan and Maro had to be taken to the hospital first, as they were both unconscious. After this incident, Xiao Peng couldn't get a close look at the deep-sea clover anymore. "Well, everyone go home." When he arrived at the Lake Chiota dock, Xiao Peng didn't see the Bavarian wild boar. It seemed the Daritis weren't there. He also couldn't get through to Pascal on the phone. "Pascal and the others aren't here," Felix said. Xiao Peng poked Felix on the head a few times and said, "Use your brain sometimes. Pascal helped the Daritis sell their yacht, didn't he? The fact that they're not here and we can't get through on the phone means they're most likely at sea. We might be able to find them by calling the satellite phone on the Bavarian boar. Alright, let them have their fun. Let's clean up the boat and go back for a big meal. We can't waste so much seafood." Boko laughed after hearing this. "I've discovered I have a knack for cooking. I love hearing about eating." Xiao Peng laughed. "You think you're not a glutton? Learning to use chopsticks in just 2 days to eat Chinese food, I must say, you're quite something." Boko replied smugly, "I practice using chopsticks for 8 hours every day." "This isn't a compliment." Xiao Peng gave him the middle finger. The three of them moored the boat together, and Xiao Peng carried the large box they had retrieved onto the dock. Just as they reached the shore, a nearby argument caught their attention. A group of people were arguing heatedly, but the situation was better than on Bondeli's side. This time, no one was fighting. Xiao Peng pointed in the direction of the argument and said, "Boko, you still say France is safe? There's a fight in Bandorl, and there's another fight back in La Ciotat. Listen, there's even a woman's voice. The tempers of you men and women here are really fiery." Boko was about to explain when his eyes lit up and he chuckled, "You're right. That's how Marseillais are, fiery and rude. Unlike us Parisians, elegant and polite. These outsiders are all like that, which is why we Parisians don't want to live elsewhere. We really don't want to live with such savages. Listen to how rude that woman is. Who would want a woman like that? You dare say that again loudly." Xiao Peng grinned mischievously. "Let's see how these Marseillais react." Boko shook his head vigorously. He wasn't stupid, otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to faint to avoid being beaten. Felix, however, hesitated. "Boko, doesn't that voice sound familiar?" Boko was taken aback. It does seem so. Doesn't that sound like my sister? Felix asked, a little uncertain. Boko blinked hesitantly. The voice really does, and it's a Parisian accent. Miss Marlene wouldn't be that rude, would she? Let's go see, Xiao Peng and the other two said, pushing through the crowd. The woman wearing sunglasses, hands on hips, arguing with a group of people was indeed Felix's sister, the slender and beautiful actress Marlene. No wonder she's a woman who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. She's certainly fierce. What an eye-opener today. Xiao Peng exclaimed cheerfully as he arrived home. A big star got beaten up in the street. Not everyone gets to see something like this. Xiao Peng carried a box into the living room. Marlene was sitting on the sofa, while Boko was busy in the kitchen. Marlene's condition wasn't good. When Xiao Peng and the others arrived, Marlene was already fighting with the men at the dock. It was clear Marlene had some training, her kicks were high and straight, and then, those who spend their lives at sea are all strong and muscular. Marlene was thoroughly ravaged by the group. Luckily, she was a beauty, and a very thin one at that. So the scene wasn't too violent, it was just a few women giving Marlene a beating. That was enough for her panda eyes were proof of it. Marlene glared at Xiao Peng. You're not a gentleman at all. You didn't even help me. Xiao Peng shrugged, why should I help you? Marlene choked, even if you wouldn't help, you should have stopped what happened. Xiao Peng laughed, believe me, there's no better entertainment in the world than beautiful women fighting. You should thank Felix. If he hadn't asked for my help, I wouldn't have stopped them and would have just stood there watching. Thank him? He's the one who caused all this trouble. Marlene raised her voice. Marlene had secretly slipped away from Paris to find Felix. Learning that Xiao Peng had taken him out to sea, she was very worried about his safety and decided to set sail to find them. However, she didn't know the name of Xiao Peng's ship at all, only that they had gone to the Scandola Nature Reserve. Upon hearing that they were going to the Scandola Nature Reserve, no ship wanted to go. Going to the Scandola Nature Reserve at this time of year meant all sorts of paperwork and checks, something the trouble-averse French people least wanted to face. Therefore, everyone refused Marlene's request. In her haste, Marlene got into a verbal altercation with the other person, which led to the subsequent events. After listening, Xiao Peng shook his finger and said, you're all adults, don't shirk responsibility. If you really want to blame someone, blame your strange family. That's the root cause of all this. Marlene was speechless, choked by his words. Boko came over with a bowl of hot eggs and offered them to Marlene to apply to her eyes. The eggs stung, making her gasp. Xiao Peng shook his head at this sight, overestimating yourself. A weakling trying to cause trouble, no wonder you got beaten up. You should thank me. Thank you for what? Marlene asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng said, thanks for helping you sort this out. Otherwise, what would tomorrow's headlines be? Parisian actress gets beaten up after causing trouble in Marseille. You'd be a sensation then, but that would probably also be the end of your acting career. Marlene remained silent after hearing this. Boko asked nervously, Xiao, how did you handle this? After stopping the chaos, Xiao Peng told them to go home first, while he and Felix stayed behind to deal with this. Xiao Peng sighed and said, a sea base and a dozen Erdinger beers. What? Marlene and Boko exclaimed in unison, that's all it took to get things sorted out? Xiao Peng nodded. First of all, someone recognized me as Xiao Peng, the one who rescued people in the old port of Marseille. Secondly, Marlene, you're not as famous as I thought. They didn't want anything, but I'm the type to make a scene, so I gave them a sea base and a dozen beers. Next time you get into a fight, look in the mirror and see if you're cut out for it. Marlene frowned. I've been practicing taekwondo for ages. Boko and the others were no match for me when they sparred with me. Xiao Peng glanced at Boko, who gave an awkward laugh. I'm going to take a shower and change, he said, then dashed off into the guest room. Xiao Peng watched Boko go upstairs and said to Marlene, you're really stupid. Everyone was just teasing you, but don't feel bad. 99% of people in this world misjudge their own strength, you're just one of them. Felix, don't stay outside, have a good talk with your sister. Felix hesitantly walked in from outside. Marlene asked, puzzled, Xiao, why is my little troublemaker so obedient to you? Xiao Peng, carrying the box, went upstairs. Hearing Marlene's words, he didn't turn back and said without stopping, with heart, with love. Marlene's face darkened, speak like a human. Xiao Peng, however, went upstairs with a mysterious smile. Why was Felix so obedient? Because this guy did something incredibly stupid on the ship, and Xiao Peng caught him red-handed. He clogged the ship's toilet. The reason why toilets get clogged is a long story. The toilets on these red-headed ships, like those on airplanes, are vacuum toilets. After using the toilet, pressing a button releases a small amount of water containing septic tank cleaner to dilute the waste. The vacuum then sucks the waste through a pipe into a septic tank for disposal at port. However, the toilet paper used after using a vacuum toilet must be thrown into the waste bin next to it, not into the toilet bowl. Throwing it into the toilet bowl easily leads to clogs. Felix made this mistake, he threw toilet paper directly into the toilet after using it. As a result, the toilet on the red-headed ship became completely clogged. A vacuum toilet isn't like a regular toilet that can be unclogged with a plunger. You had to open the floor to find the sewage pipe, about 2 centimeters in diameter, disassemble it piece by piece, and carefully remove the toilet paper to unclog it. Even though the sewage was diluted considerably by the septic tank and the water, the smell was still unbearable. Felix didn't want to clean it up and wanted Boko to do it for him, but Xiao Peng immediately turned the ship around and sent him back. After all, it had been said from the beginning that the first thing to do on Xiao Peng's ship was to follow orders. Felix had no choice but to do the work, but he made Xiao Peng swear that he wouldn't tell anyone. This little brat knows how to save face. Having been caught red-handed by Xiao Peng, how could Felix possibly disobey? Dare to talk back? You naughty brat playing with your dad. Xiao Peng returned to his room, closed the door, and opened the box, looking at the various pieces of jewelry inside. This is way too much. A whole box full. No wonder women go crazy for jewelry. Even Xiao Peng felt a little dizzy seeing such a pile of jewelry in front of him. Xiao Peng knew nothing about jewelry, nor did he know whether these pieces were valuable or not. But the person who died at the bottom of the sea was clearly a man. Where did a grown man get such a large box of jewelry? Was he a jeweler? Thinking about it, that was a reasonable explanation. The craftsmanship of these pieces was exquisite. He'd have Pascal appraise them when he returned. Antique jewelry is antique. He'd definitely know what he was talking about. Xiao Peng absolutely adored Pascal's house. During the day, lying on the rooftop deck chair, overlooking the vast ocean view, he couldn't help but think that the wealthy certainly knew how to enjoy life. Felix and Marlene had reconciled, and Marlene had taken Felix on a trip to Spain, with Boko joining them. Xiao Peng and Felix's brief mentor-student relationship had thus come to an end. Having grown accustomed to being alone in Marseille over the years, Xiao Peng had initially found Felix's company somewhat unsettling. However, after a few days at sea, he realized that people do need friends. This sudden solitude felt strangely unsettling. The best way to pass the time was reading. Xiao Peng spent his days lying on the rooftop, drinking beer, enjoying the sea breeze, and reading on his e-reader. It was pure bliss. If it weren't for the police and community officials coming to his door, he might have felt even more content. Seeing the policeman outside, Xiao Peng was bewildered. When he learned why the policeman had come, he was even more exasperated. He had his neighbor report him, and the reason given was that he was drying clothes on his roof. Despite living in Marseille for so long, Xiao Peng mostly stayed on a boat and was completely unaware of this local custom. One of the biggest differences between French cities and the countryside is that it's rare to see people drying clothes outdoors in cities. Although France doesn't have an explicit law prohibiting outdoor clothes drying, city dwellers have a tacit understanding against it, saying it makes the city look more beautiful. La Ciotat is considered rural, so drying clothes outside shouldn't be a problem in theory. However, some towns or communities have their own specific rules requiring residents to use indoor clothes hangers or dryers instead of drying clothes outdoors. Xiao Peng's community had such a rule. The rules in villa areas are numerous. Xiao Peng was fined 500 and given a scolding for this. This annoyed Xiao Peng, but it wasn't really about the money. For him, that was a drop in the ocean. What annoyed him was that the whistleblower had brazenly come with the police, standing on some moral high ground, and lectured Xiao Peng, essentially saying, if you live in such an upscale community, you should first integrate into it, don't let your personal behavior lower the overall standard of the community. Xiao Peng remembered this guy vividly because he lived in a villa not far from the foot of his mountain. This must be his vacation villa. Xiao Peng had seen his family arrive that day, carrying large bags and small packages. There were 4 people in total, a 5 or 6-year-old boy, a teenage girl, and a woman in her early 20s. Xiao Peng initially thought the woman in her early 20s was his eldest daughter, but later realized it was his wife. This guy was definitely not his first wife. This family was Xiao Peng's nightmare. The little boy stood in the yard every morning playing the violin. If it were just a nice playing style, that would be one thing, but this child is a beginner, and the sound of the violin is like a giant saw being pulled, which is terrifying. Moreover, this child is extremely hardworking, practicing for 4 hours every day, 2 hours after breakfast and 2 hours in the evening. The noise was incredibly disturbing. Although the 2 houses were quite far apart and the sound wasn't very loud, the violin sound was so thin and shrill, it seemed to drill into your ears. It was impossible not to care. Xiao Peng considered talking to them about it, but then he thought, he's just a kid, so he let it go. The wireless earphones that came with his phone came in handy now. He could listen to music and read without hearing anything. But before he could even talk to them, they came to him first. Xiao Peng was furious. He told the community worker who came to check, since the community has these regulations, I'll abide by them. I'll accept the fine, but I also need to report something. Their family is seriously disturbing the peace. They play the violin every morning and evening, which is severely affecting my normal life. However, the community worker's response infuriated Xiao Peng. Sir, we don't have any disturbance issues here. Even if he plays the violin, as long as it's within the designated hours, it's fine. I know you're unhappy about this gentleman reporting you for illegally drying your clothes, but that's not a reason for you to be unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable. Xiao Peng's eyes widened. That violin is played every day like a seductive spell, and that's not a disturbance? Are you kidding me? The staff member wasn't angry. Instead, he patiently explained to Xiao Peng, Sir, as the manager of this villa complex, I must clarify something for you. My statement has nothing to do with your skin color. Everything we do is in accordance with regulations. The French love music, and many homes have musical instruments, including a wonderful piano in your living room. This was taken into consideration during the initial construction of this villa complex. Notice how the distance between all our houses is over 100 feet. This ensures that even playing the piano won't disturb the neighbors. Furthermore, we enforce strict time regulations. Playing musical instruments is prohibited before 8 a.m. and after 10 p.m. If you want to hold a party, you need permission from your neighbors and registration with the community management office. Xiao Peng looked at the staff member. Are you kidding me? The staff member handed Xiao Peng a handbook with a smile. Sir, managing a high-end community is difficult, so we've created a detailed set of community resident rules. It's all written here. Xiao Peng took the handbook and understood what the staff member meant. In this kind of community, everyone is either rich or powerful, and no one dares to offend them. So, rules are established first, and everyone follows them. Xiao Peng is in a terrible predicament this time. He broke the rules, while everyone else did. Xiao Peng looks at the man who reported him, but the man nonchalantly pulls out a business card. My neighbor, my name is Andre Lambert, I'm a well-known car dealer in Lyon. My complaint isn't directed at you, but rather for the sake of everyone's living environment in this community. Xiao Peng frowns at him. You say my place is so much higher up than yours? Instead of enjoying the sea view, you turn around and watch my clothes drying on my roof? Isn't that targeting me? He ignored Lambert and turned to the community staff, asking, as long as it's not during prohibited hours, can I play any instrument at other times? Of course. Even the king of instruments, the piano, can be played, so of course any other instrument will do. Xiao Peng laughed. All right, I'll pay the fine. Any instrument? You know nothing about the dark forces. Xiao Peng's phone rang. Xiao, where are you? It was Fabian calling. Xiao Peng said, I'm on the bus from Marseille back to La Ciotat. What's up? Fabian asked, are you far from La Ciotat? Xiao Peng glanced out the window. I'll be at the bus station in 5 minutes. Fabian said, okay, I'll wait for you at the bus station. We'll talk when we meet. When the bus arrived in La Ciotat, Fabian was leaning casually against a Renault Megane hardtop convertible, chatting with a girl. They seemed to be getting along very well. Fabian's face was beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. It's true that a man's confidence is very important. When I first met Fabian, I could tell he wasn't a confident man. After all, he had lived in the shadow of his older siblings for many years, and he only did that TV show to prove himself. After the show's success, Fabian changed drastically. In just a few days, he was dressed in designer clothes, wore expensive watches, and drove a convertible. This attitude looked familiar to Xiao Peng. Wasn't he the same way when he first became rich? Seeing Xiao Peng get out of the car, Fabian raised his hand to greet him and introduced them. Xiao, this is Monica, a tourist who just arrived from Poland. Monica, this is Xiao, my Chinese friend. Xiao Peng extended his hand to shake Monica's, but she frowned. Fabian, how come you have a Chinese friend? Xiao Peng frowned, looking at the girl named Monica. However, considering she was Polish, Xiao Peng wasn't surprised. Poland is known as the Gambia of Europe for a reason. They're known for their confrontational nature. In the eyes of the French, Germans are the most difficult to get along with, followed by Poles. However, based on Xiao Peng's understanding of the French, their poor relationship with the Germans has historical reasons, so Poland should be ranked first on this list. Don't know what European Gambia means? Then we must first introduce the strongest country on Earth, Gambia. Even the cosmic stick can't compare. It's a country that destroyed the Soviet Union in 3 days, sent an expeditionary force to occupy Europe, and conquered China with 1,000 soldiers. This isn't fabricated, it's what the president himself said, without a doubt. Incidentally, this country has over 2,000 soldiers, including civilian personnel. Poland is similar to Gambia. Looking at Poland's history, it can be simply described as founding, partition, restoration, destruction, re-establishment, and destruction again. They also have a resounding nickname, Europe's stepping stone, because their two major neighbors always step on them first. The reason for criticizing them is that they are too arrogant. Although they are small and weak, it does not affect their strong mentality. If you look back at history and summarize their actions, they bullied Germany when Germany was weak and Russia when Russia was weak. When others become strong, how can they not deal with them? Many Chinese people have a misconception about Poland, thinking they are unfriendly to China. In fact, they are unfriendly to all countries, not just China. While generalizing from a few examples is not a good approach, it's true that a significant portion of Poles feel the world owes them something, and Xiao Peng seems to have encountered just such a person. Before Xiao Peng could speak, Monica spoke first, not to Xiao Peng but to Fabian. Fabian, didn't you say you'd take me to a nice place to sit? Fabian replied, I was referring to Xiao's place. Monica frowned slightly, how about we find a place to sit just the two of us? Wouldn't it be better if it were just the two of us? Fabian's eyes lit up, but after thinking for a moment, he coughed twice and said, I have something to discuss with Xiao today. How about I call you after I'm done? Can we exchange phone numbers? Xiao Peng was furious. Damn it, are you driven by lust? This girl's attitude towards me and you're still thinking about your sex life? Typical French man. He rolled his eyes. Dude, is your French disease cured? Weren't you going to see the doctor today? Fabian was taken aback. What French disease? He didn't understand, but Monica did. Her gaze towards Fabian turned grim. What is French disease? It's basically MILF, May poisoning. Back when MILF ravaged Europe, the European countries were quite interesting. Instead of trying to cure the disease, they thought about how to smear each other. In Poland, Germany, and Italy, they called it French disease, while the French called it Italian disease, the Dutch called it Spanish disease, and the Russians called it Polish disease. Basically, they were all throwing mud at each other. Fabian didn't know what French disease was, but Monica did. Monica, what's your phone number? Fabian asked. Monica looked a little embarrassed. I think it's unnecessary. My friend is waiting for me, I'm leaving. She then ran off faster than a rabbit. Fabian, holding his phone, looked bewildered. Why did she leave just because she heard French disease? Xiao, what's going on? What is French disease? May poison. Xiao Peng told Fabian the answer. Fabian's face darkened. Brother, you're too ruthless. Aren't you ruining my reputation? Xiao Peng's eyes widened. I'm too ruthless? You still have the nerve to call me brother? You still want to sleep with her after how she treated me? Fabian, upon hearing this, said righteously, it's precisely because she treated you badly that I decided to do this. I'm going to conquer her and then dump her to get revenge for you. Xiao Peng directly put his middle finger in front of Fabian. I don't need to. Don't make your dirty thoughts sound so noble. What do you want? Oh, I came to talk to you about the next episode of the show and maybe have a couple of drinks. Fabian said. Filming a program? Xiao Peng was taken aback. Wasn't it already filmed? Fabian said, the attention you and Nightingale have garnered has exceeded expectations. I want to strike while the iron is hot and release a program about you and sharks. Xiao Peng shrugged. This is probably beyond my control, because I don't know where Nightingale is. It just suddenly appeared and came looking for me. Fabian laughed. That's alright, as long as it finds you. Let me tell you, Nightingale is incredibly popular right now. I heard several ocean parks have offered 7 figures to buy it. Hasn't anyone contacted you? Xiao Peng shrugged. No, but even if they contacted me, I wouldn't sell. Fabian opened the car door. What are we talking about here? Get in the car, we'll talk when we get back. By the way, what's that black box you're carrying? As soon as Xiao Peng got out of the car, Fabian noticed a long box he was carrying, like a wine box, but even longer. Xiao Peng got back in the car and grinned mischievously. This is my secret weapon. Fabian came prepared. His trunk was full of beer, determined to drink with Xiao Peng again until they were both completely drunk. Fabian was a great drinking buddy, he never cheated when it came to drinks. Xiao Peng went to the kitchen, sliced some ham, grabbed some peanuts he'd prepared specifically for drinking with, and made a stir-fried octopus with scallions as a snack. The two of them went up to the rooftop. Hey, this is better treatment than last time. There's even snacks. Fabian teased. Eat it or not, take it or leave it. Xiao Peng placed the snacks on the table. I'm cooking crabs downstairs, but a word of warning, if you have a sensitive stomach, crabs with beer can easily give you diarrhea. Fabian laughed. I'm a Maasai. I learned to eat crabs before I even learned to drink milk. Crabs are my favorite food, Mediterranean green crabs or Atlantic blue crabs? Xiao Peng replied, the latter. Green crabs are harder to find than blue crabs these days. This morning when I went to the dock, only blue crabs were available, the green crabs were all reserved by the restaurants in town. Fabian then laughed, that's great. I love blue crabs. Only those foolish tourists eat green crabs. Xiao Peng was taken aback. I thought you were also worried about invasive species. Fabian shook his head. Worrying is a scientist's job. I should have cooked the crabs myself. No one on this planet knows how to eat seafood better than us Maasai. Actually, both green and blue crabs are swimming crabs. The difference is the color of their shells. Mediterranean swimming crabs have green shells, while blue swimming crabs originate from the east coast of the United States. Starting in 2012, these blue swimming crabs crossed the Atlantic and appeared off the coast of Spain. These crabs seem to have found paradise there, while the native green crabs suffered extinction. This has become a serious invasive species event in the Mediterranean, and many scientists are racking their brains trying to solve it. But for ordinary people, this is a good thing. After all, these blue swimming crabs are more active, larger, and more satisfying to eat. Fabian, you're just bragging. You Maasai people always boil or roast, wasting good food. Xiao Peng said. Alright, wait here for me, I'll show you the real way to eat crab. The history of the Chinese people is basically a history of struggling against hunger. It's said that food is the first necessity of the people, but since ancient times, China has suffered from scarcity. To conserve energy, people thought of the most energy-efficient cooking method, steaming. Moreover, among all cooking techniques, steaming is the best at preserving the original flavor of ingredients. Steaming is also the most common way to cook crab in China. But in Europe, it's different. Their most common cooking methods are roasting or boiling, and this applies to crab as well. For example, the very famous French baked crab with cheese involves first boiling the crab meat, cutting it into small pieces, then mixing the crab meat with butter, shallots, wine, milk, flour, etc., and cooking it together. Then, it's placed in the crab shell, sprinkled with breadcrumbs and cheese, and baked in the oven. This is because they prefer seasoned food, including crab. The most common way to prepare crab in Marseille is boiled, with rosemary and saffron added during cooking. After boiling, it's drizzled with lemon juice. They believe this is the best way to preserve the original flavor. Today, Xiao Peng will show him what true original flavor really means. Large crabs are steamed, while smaller crabs are coated in batter and deep-fried. Steaming crabs is an art. Live crabs should be washed with seawater to revitalize them. Then, avoid using cold water, use hot water instead. This significantly shortens steaming time, tightens the crab meat, and quickly solidifies the roe and crab paste, preserving the crab's freshness. Frying crabs is simpler. Cut the crab in half, coat it in batter, and fry until the shell turns red. The key is to use hot oil. The batter locks in the oil, allowing it to penetrate the crab meat, perfectly blending the aroma of peanut oil with the crab's umami flavor. When Xiao Peng carried the crabs onto the roof, Fabian had been waiting for a long time. He was taken aback when he saw the steamed crabs. Isn't this just boiled crab? Xiao Peng shook his head. This is called steamed crab. Never mind, try it yourself and see if you like the taste different. I got you some lemon juice, you can pour it yourself if you like. And what about you? Fabian asked curiously. Xiao Peng said, I made ginger sauce, I'm afraid you won't like it. The so-called ginger juice is simply minced ginger mixed with rice vinegar. In Xiao Peng's hometown, minced ginger is commonly used as a dipping sauce for seafood. Even within China, the dipping sauce used for crab varies. Some places prefer soy sauce, others aged vinegar, and still others rice vinegar. It all comes down to local culinary traditions. People have different tastes. For example, with fried crab, even in Xiao Peng's hometown, the preferred way to eat it is plain and unadulterated, but Xiao Peng likes to dip it in salt and pepper. It's simply a matter of personal preference. Fabian really enjoys Xiao Peng's steamed crab, saying it brings out its natural freshness, but he doesn't like using sauces. He insists on lemon juice. As for fried crab, he likes to scoop out the crab meat and mix it with cream. Xiao Peng understands why Fabian prefers the exotic blue crab, which is larger and has a fuller shell. Once the shell was cracked open, the abundant crab roe and crab paste were incredibly fresh, fragrant, and smooth. The crab meat in the claws was silvery white, and compared to the swimming crabs from my hometown, the muscles in the claws of this blue crab were firmer and incredibly bouncy. This kind of crab is best eaten fried. The shell crisps up quickly when fried and can be easily bitten into, while the crab meat inside remains juicy, tender, and smooth. The aroma and texture are especially rich after frying with peanut oil and batter. Fabian had originally planned to chat and drink with Xiao Peng, but once he started eating the crab, he couldn't stop. There was no time for serious conversation. They say the French eat elegantly, but that probably doesn't apply to the people of Marseille. Fabian was gnawing on a fried crab like it was a chicken leg, his expression quite ferocious. Xiao Peng couldn't stand it any longer. Fabian, didn't you say dining should be elegant? Look at the way you're eating. Elegant? Fabian put down the crab he was holding, wiped his hands with a wet wipe, took out his phone, and played a song. Look, there's music playing, isn't that elegant enough? If you don't think it's elegant enough, how about I hire someone to play the violin next to us? Like a romantic dinner for lovers. Xiao Peng was about to reply when he heard the sound of a saw being pulled from outside. Damn! What's that sound? Fabian jumped in surprise. Xiao Peng shrugged. The violin you wanted. After Xiao Peng explained the whole situation to Fabian, Fabian was furious and immediately stood up to leave. Where are you going? Xiao Peng asked him. Fabian retorted fiercely, they're clearly looking for trouble. I'm going to talk to them. This is Marseille. A Lyon native comes here to act tough? Does he really think Marseille is deserted? Xiao Peng stopped him. Alright, if they're looking for trouble, I'll handle it myself. How are you going to handle it? Fabian's expression suddenly changed. What the heck? You're not planning to go down and smash the piano, are you? I don't know if they can handle that, but I definitely can't stand the noise. Xiao Peng grinned. You're half right and half wrong. What do you mean? Fabian asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng laughed. I do plan to use a musical instrument to deal with them, but it's definitely not a piano. Fabian frowned upon hearing this. King of instruments, what instrument are you going to use? Forget it, any instrument makes enough noise to be unbearable. Quiet down, I'm going to find him to resolve this. Xiao Peng retorted, damn it, why should I quiet down? What did I go to Marseille for today? To bring back a secret weapon. I can handle them, you little punk. Besides, why do you assume I'm just making noise like those other instruments? I can play instruments too, okay? I'm not bragging, my instrumental skills are quite high. Fabian shook his head. In my experience, whenever someone says I'm not bragging, the next thing they're going to say is definitely boasting, just like when someone says I'm being fair, what they say next is definitely unfair. Hey, you're challenging me. You wait here for me. Xiao Peng dashed downstairs and quickly returned, carrying the long black box. What is this? Fabian asked, puzzled, upon seeing the box. Xiao Peng opened the box and said, take a look and see if you recognize it. Fabian took the instrument out of the box and examined it closely. Is this a clarinet? But why is the body made of wood? Xiao Peng grinned mischievously. You just said the piano is the king of instruments? Well, today I'll show you what a real instrument rogue is. Fabian blinked. You think I'm stupid? This isn't a saxophone. There's an interesting saying in Western music circles, the piano is the king of instruments, the violin is the queen of instruments, the classical guitar is the prince of instruments, and the saxophone is the instrument rogue. With its unique playing techniques, the saxophone produces a rich, beautiful, and profound tone. Many say the saxophone is the most arousing instrument. In movies, whenever the saxophone plays, the protagonists are either taking a shower, undressing, or making love. Xiao Peng scoffed, I'm talking about a real musical instrument rogue, and today I'll show you. What exactly was his secret weapon? Any Chinese person standing here would recognize it immediately. It was a suwana, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. Xiao Peng's maternal grandfather was a skilled suwana player, always sought after for weddings and funerals in the village. Sometimes Xiao Peng couldn't help but admire his grandfather. If someone was sick, he'd treat them. If they died, he'd even arrange their funeral that was a one-stop service. Xiao Peng learned to play the suwana from his grandfather. The suwana originated in the Persian region of the eastern and southern Mediterranean. While instruments like the Afghan sorna, the Indian shana, the Syrian and Northern European sir, and the former Soviet zurna are considered close relatives of the Chinese suwana, their development stagnated compared to the suwana's continuous evolution in China over the years. This instrument has a distinctive, harsh, high-pitched tone and an extremely loud volume. One suwana can rival an entire orchestra. As the saying goes, when the suwana sounds, all other instruments are silent. You're trying to disgust me with your violins? I'll show you what a true instrumental thug looks like. He took a deep breath and immediately unleashed a long, drawn-out note. How could a diver's lung capacity be anything less than impressive? The penetrating power of the suwana was undeniable. Instantly, the violin's sound ceased. The person on the other end was probably bewildered. What instrument was that? And what was causing such a commotion? After the long note, Xiao Peng began to play a tune, swaying his head. The suwana he played produced a series of subtle vibratos, and combined with the suwana's unique timbre, the resulting melody was truly heart-wrenching and tear-jerking. After the tune ended, the whole world fell silent. Xiao Peng, holding the suwana with a smug look, asked Fabian, how did it feel? Fabian, being more honest, replied, ahem, I don't know whether to applaud or curse. What kind of tune was that? It sounded pretty good, but the way it sounded to me was just creepy. Xiao Peng explained, the suwana is always associated with either great joy or great sorrow. The song I just played was called Tears Behind Bars, but I usually play it at funerals. You don't know what a funeral is, right? It's played at a funeral. Fabian coughed twice. I say, brother, your secret weapon is too powerful. There's no more noise down there. Come on, let's drink. Xiao Peng picked up his beer and downed it with Fabian in one gulp. Awesome. I'll play another one. Fabian grabbed Xiao Peng's arm. They've stopped playing, and you're still playing? Xiao Peng glared at him. Of course. I've put up with their sawing noise every day for the past few days, and they even complained about me hanging out the laundry. Now it's my turn to show them what a sonic weapon is. Didn't they say you could play any time between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m? Just you wait. Fabian, don't look at me like that. This is Marseille. Do you think it was easy for me to get this suwana? I've already decided. From now on, I'll play the suwana whenever they're home. I'll open the door to a new world for them. Come on, let me play something more upbeat. How about 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Yes, that's it. Fabian was shocked. Brother, aren't you afraid they'll sue you for disturbing the peace? Xiao Peng pulled a booklet from his back pocket and tossed it to Fabian. This is the community rules handbook. It says all instruments are allowed, all. Fabian blinked. What if the community changes its rules? Xiao Peng scoffed. Sue them. Others can play instruments, but I can't? Isn't that blatant racial discrimination? A hero who saved so many people in the old port of Marseille is being treated so unfairly. I think the media will be interested. Lawyers will be very interested too. Fabian gave Xiao Peng a thumbs up. You win. Xiao Peng walked to the rooftop, took a deep breath, and shouted, Friends down the mountain, how are you? Here's another rendition of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix for you all. Fabian picked up a crab and took a big bite. Whatever. In the small chapel of La Ciotat, a young man sat praying. After finishing his prayer, he looked up at the image of Jesus hanging there and sighed deeply. He wanted to ask God what he had done wrong. How could fate play such a cruel trick on him? If he could choose again, he would never again become a civil servant. He would never again decide to go into politics. His name was Gerard, and he worked for the Marseille Housing Repair and Construction Authority. A while ago, a huge windfall fell into his lap. He was assigned to the La Ciotat Villa district to oversee community work there. This was absolutely a lucrative job. Gerard was a man determined to enter politics, and the La Ciotat Villa district was home to wealthy and powerful people. Building good relationships with them would undoubtedly pave a much smoother path for him in the future. He was well aware that the residents here were not to be trifled with, so he carefully and diligently tried to cultivate good relations with everyone. Fortunately, apart from Pascal Cousteau, who had built a high wall around his house and was an eccentric and difficult person, everyone else in the community was quite agreeable. To be honest, dealing with the rich is indeed much easier than dealing with the poor. The poorer you are, the more trouble you encounter. Life in the La Ciotat Villa district was like paradise for Gerard. He was completely at home, but he just couldn't understand it. How could something as trivial as not being able to hang clothes to dry on the roof have escalated to this point? He hadn't slept well for days. Every time he closed his eyes, a strange voice would intrude into his mind. Closing the doors and windows didn't help. The voice's penetrating power was terrifying, deeply imprinted on his soul. Now, the community security guards were afraid to go out on night patrols. They said that every time they went out, they felt like a demon was singing in their ears. That Chinese man named Xiao Peng was truly despicable. A strange person's friend is indeed a strange person. It's just a 500 yuan fine, isn't it? It's clearly stipulated in the rules, and I was just following the regulations. Did you have to retaliate like this? I should have told that Leon guy, Lambert, to stop his kid from playing the violin. With his son's skill level, he could practice for 1,000 years and still not become a violinist. I feel sick just listening to that music. Damn it. But now I'd rather hear his son's violin than hear Xiao Peng playing the suana again. That sound is deadly. Gerald did talk to Xiao Peng, and Xiao Peng made it very clear he followed all the community rules. Isn't he following the community rules? He starts playing at 8:05 every morning and stops at 9:55 every night, more punctual than the Rebellion lights out. He plays a few tunes a day if he's in a good mood. If he played something cheerful, that would be fine, but what he plays is so awful it makes you want to cry. Who can stand that? Gerald had considered banning the suana from being played in the community, but Xiao Peng panicked when he heard this, contacting lawyers and reporters. It was then that Gerald learned that Xiao Peng was the shark dancer who had saved dozens of people in Marseille port. Normally, he'd be thrilled to announce to the world, dancing with sharks is happening here. After all, media attention and community coverage would bring him some benefits. But now, he didn't want anyone to know Xiao Peng was here, much less that this had happened. Otherwise, Xiao Peng could claim that changing the rules specifically for him was an act of racial discrimination, and his career would be over. How to resolve this? Gerald was truly troubled. Xiao Peng was really going at it with Lambert. He never went out, just stayed home reading all day. Was he really that free? He wouldn't play the suana when the Lambert family wasn't home, but as soon as they came home, it would be blaring. He couldn't just kick the Lambert family out, could he? He was so worried, that his hair turned white. While Gerald was still fretting, his phone rang. He quickly answered, "This is a church, I can't disturb other people's prayers." Gerald strode out of the church and asked, "What happened now?" The caller was the security captain of the La Ciotat Villa complex. A call from him couldn't be good news. Sure enough, the security captain's voice was urgent. "Boss, come back quickly. Something terrible has happened." Gerald's heart skipped a beat. What happened? That Leon guy named Lambert took some men to that Chinese guy's house to cause trouble, the security captain said. Gerald was terrified. Had Lambert gone mad? He dared to cause trouble with people in Xiao Peng's house? Did he want to get shot? If he illegally broke into someone's house and got shot, it would be for nothing. If a dispute broke out and escalated, resulting in a murder in his upscale community, he, as the community leader, would definitely be implicated. Thinking this, he almost fainted. He quickly got in his car and drove to Xiao Peng's house. When he arrived, a group of people were blocking Xiao Peng's door. Upon closer inspection, they were all residents of the community who had been poisoned by Xiao Peng, and everyone was agitated. "You've gone too far. Playing this all day long, can't a person get any rest?" "Yesterday, my wife and I were being intimate at home when suddenly a Suwana horn blared, scaring me so much I immediately lost my erection. Are you going to take responsibility if I get hurt? You have to give us an explanation today. Otherwise, this isn't over. We're going to expose him to the media. We're going to call the police." Gerald was startled when he heard about going to the media. This couldn't be allowed to escalate. He quickly squeezed through, shouting, "Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me." After finally squeezing in, he saw Lambert standing at the front with several burly men, and they had even brought a car to completely block Xiao Peng's gate. Xiao Peng was sitting in the yard, engrossed in an e-reader, completely ignoring the people outside. "Gerald!" Residents exclaimed upon seeing Gerard, "You need to resolve this quickly. This man is seriously disrupting our lives." "Yes, yes, yes. If you don't resolve this, I'm really going to report this to the media." Gerald smiled wryly, gesturing for silence. He stepped forward and greeted through the fence, "Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Peng didn't respond. Upon closer inspection, they noticed he was wearing headphones. Everyone saw Gerald walk around to the other side of the fence, gesturing wildly and shouting to attract Xiao Peng's attention. He dared not throw a stone at Xiao Peng, that would be illegal. His efforts paid off. Xiao Peng finally caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye. "Gerald, what are you doing? Performing a pantomime?" Xiao Peng took off his headphones and greeted Gerald. Gerald smiled wryly, "Mr. Xiao, you should at least look around." Xiao Peng looked around at the people. "What? You're all here to listen to music? I didn't expect you to be so supportive. Okay, I'll play a piece to fulfill everyone's wishes." Hearing Xiao Peng's words, the crowd became agitated. "Who the hell wants to hear your bastardly noise? You dare come out and I'll beat you to death." "Can he even come out now? The door's blocked. Let's call the police and let them handle this." "Wait, why is there no cell phone signal? Let the police handle it? Are you French? Letting the police handle it would be too embarrassing if word got out." The crowd began to stir again. Xiao Peng turned and glanced at the door. "Hey, the door's blocked." He put his e-reader aside, strolled over to the door, and looked around. "Which idiot parked their car here? Hey Xiao, you don't want to go out, do you? Then there's no point in leaving the door open. I've blocked it for you," Lambert shouted. Xiao Peng ignored him, instead tilting his head to ask Gerald beside him, "Gerald, aren't you going to do anything about this car blocking my doorway?" Gerald didn't know how to answer. He should indeed ask Lambert to move the car, but with public opinion so strong, how could he intervene? Xiao Peng clapped his hands and walked towards the door, saying, "It's alright, I'll handle it myself. Legally, I can deal with this car, right?" Gerald coughed twice. "Mr. Xiao, you can certainly call a tow truck to move it." Xiao Peng walked towards the door and asked Lambert, "Dude, are you out of your mind? What's the point of blocking the door? This fence is so low, unless I'm disabled, I can jump over it." Lambert sneered, "Go ahead and jump out. We certainly won't go into your house, this is our defense of private territory law, but try coming out." Several burly men were beside him, all rubbing their hands together, ready to fight. Xiao Peng shook his head. They really didn't know their place. He really needed to teach them a lesson. He was just about to jump over the fence when the onlookers suddenly became agitated. "Count me in. That's right. This kid's infuriating. I won't be satisfied until I teach him a lesson. Today we'll show him where he is." "Who are we?" "Fearless French men." Seeing this group surrounding him, Xiao Peng stopped. It wasn't that he was afraid. He was confident he could take them all on. But if he actually did that, it would be a huge mistake. He wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. He could simply leave, but what about Pascal? He had to be loyal, at least appear loyal, and not let Pascal suffer too much. Seeing Xiao Peng stop, the people outside started jeering. "Oh, a Chinese guy, chicken out. Why don't you jump out then? If you're a man, come out." Xiao Peng, however, pulled out his electronic key and opened the gate. A Peugeot 3008 City SUV was blocking his way. Seeing Xiao Peng open the gate, Gerald panicked and quickly went over to Lambert, saying, "Mr. Lambert, please move your car, or I'll call a tow truck. You'll be charged for towing." He had barely finished speaking when someone shouted, "Go ahead and call, Lambert. If they call a tow truck, I'll pay the towing fee." "Keep blocking it." "Me too. Why bother? I'll pay 10,000. Enough for hundreds of towings." Gerard was both amused and exasperated. These were all wealthy tycoons, they really didn't care about towing fees. Lambert waved to one of his men, who handed him something that looked like a router. He took it and shook his head at Gerard, saying, "Gerard, I'm not targeting you, but even if you call a tow truck, you won't get through." Chinese, do you know what high technology is? Ever heard of a signal jammer? What I'm holding is the most advanced portable signal jammer in the world. Cell phones can't get through within a 500-meter radius. You're not leaving this room today without an explanation. The most advanced? Xiao Peng blinked. Are you sure? Of course, Lambert said smugly. I'm using the best I can find. It's not surprising that you backward Chinese haven't seen this before. Xiao Peng pointed to the signal jammer in his hand and said, "Now I'm even more certain you're an idiot. You ask me if I've seen this thing before? Look closely at what's written on the bottom of the machine. Made in China. Don't you know this thing was originally developed in China? You're treating a model from several years ago like a treasure. I think you're incredibly stupid." Lambert looked down with suspicion, and sure enough, the signal jammer said, "Made in China." His expression instantly turned incredibly embarrassed. Xiao Peng ignored him and walked to the door of the Peugeot 3008, bent down, and grabbed the bottom of the car. What's he trying to do? Could he be trying to flip this car? Ha ha ha, who does he think he is? Hercules? I've seen plenty of overconfident people, but this is the most unique one. If he can lift the car, holy crap. Just then, Xiao Peng gritted his teeth and suddenly exerted his strength, flipping the car over, sending it rolling half a circle on the ground before landing upside down. Having experienced prying open the hatch underwater, Xiao Peng was now very confident in his strength. An octopus can exert force 28 times its body weight. Xiao Peng weighs just over 160 pounds, so 28 times is roughly 2.25 tons. The Peugeot 3008 weighs 1.6 tons, and Xiao Peng was confident he could flip it. And he did. Xiao Peng clapped his hands and looked around. "Didn't you tell me to come out? I'm out. Who was trying to beat me up just now?" No one dared to speak. Who dared to provoke him? Xiao Peng glanced at the people around him and shook his head, saying, "You think my Suana noise is annoying? Then you shouldn't be coming to me. Why can you tolerate someone playing the violin but protest when I play the Suana? Is it because I'm Chinese? Didn't someone want to call the police? Didn't someone want to contact the media? Bring them all. I want to see how this is resolved. That idiot, turn off the signal jammer, or I'll smash it." Upon hearing that the police were about to be called again, Gerard quickly stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please calm down. You may not recognize this Mr. Xiao, but he's the one who saved dozens of people from drowning during the ship collision at the old port of Marseille a few days ago. It's not appropriate to make things too tense over something like this." The onlookers, initially terrified by Xiao Peng's act of overturning the car and looking for a way to back down, quickly seized the opportunity after hearing Gerard's words. "So he's our Marseille hero. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I really admire you." Yes, if you had said so earlier, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. It's all that scoundrel from Lion's doing. How could we not like the Suana? What a beautiful sound. Exactly. It's art. Before they finished speaking, they saw Xiao Peng run back into the house and quickly come out again. Upon closer inspection, what Xiao Peng was holding was none other than the Suana that had given them nightmares every night. Xiao Peng grinned at the bewildered looks on everyone's faces. "It's rare to have everyone gathered here. Since you all like the Suana, I'll play the old lady crying at the grave for you all. God, save me." A convoy of 3 Mercedes-AMG 63s drove into the villa area. Seeing the large crowd gathered, the convoy quickly stopped. Several burly men resembling bodyguards got out of the cars, cautiously observing the crowd, unsure what was happening. "What the hell is going on?" one bodyguard frowned. Another bodyguard said, "I'm more interested in knowing what that sound is. It sounds like the Zerna from my hometown, but it's different. What are you two doing? Is this the time to discuss sounds? They seem fine. These people aren't targeting us, they seem to be watching a performance. Watching a performance should be enjoyable, right? Why do these people all look like they're in pain? I'll go check it out." "Don't go. There's a car overturned over there. It could still be dangerous." At that moment, someone got out of the third car. A bodyguard hurriedly said, "Mr. Cousteau, don't get out yet. Let's go see what's going on." It was Pascal who got out. He waved his hand, "It's nothing." He then walked directly over. The bodyguard tried to dissuade him, but another person got out of the car. This man had white hair but was in good spirits, and his skin was very well maintained, making it difficult to guess his age. Several beautiful women followed him out of the car and surrounded him. Pascal pushed through the crowd. Xiao Peng saw him. He was playing the Suana, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, and managed to catch a moment to greet him. "What are you doing?" Pascal walked over and interrupted Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng stopped playing the suwana and said with a smile, "Little Pascal, are you blind? I'm playing the suwana here. Oh, I absolutely love it here. All my neighbors love music so much, I've been playing for 2 hours and not a single one is left." "You've been playing for 2 hours?" Pascal looked shocked. "No, they've been listening to you play for 2 hours?" Xiao Peng said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, none of these neighbors wanted to leave, so I just kept playing." "Really?" Pascal was skeptical. "Ask everyone." Xiao Peng pointed around. Whoever he pointed to nodded. Although everyone wore smiles, they were bitter inside. Who the hell wouldn't leave? "If I could overturn an SUV, I would have already punched you. This is a country ruled by law, that's true, but how many of these rich people had clean hands when they accumulated their wealth? The richer and higher their status, the more dirty deeds they know." Even if he couldn't swallow this insult and wanted to deal with Xiao Peng, now wasn't the time. He needed to get out of this awful place first. Gerard, seeing Pascal return, almost burst into tears. He used to think Pascal was the only oddball in this community, but it turns out people are relative. Compared to Xiao Peng, Pascal was practically an angel. "Mr. Cousteau." Gerard quickly greeted him. "Where have you been these past few days?" Pascal frowned slightly at Gerard. "We're not that close, are we?" Gerard, however, didn't seem embarrassed and continued, "You and Mr. Xiao are friends. You've been gone so long, and your friends haven't seen each other in ages. You two should get together." The people around nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you friends should have a good get-together and leave us alone." Pascal didn't answer Gerard, but instead pointed to the overturned SUV and asked Xiao Peng, "Why is there a car in front of my house?" Xiao Peng slapped his forehead. "I forgot about that." He walked straight to the car, gritted his teeth, and flipped it over again. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the room. Xiao Peng patted Lambert on the shoulder, startling the latter, who wanted to dodge but didn't dare. "Andre Lambert, right? Even though you're here to cause trouble, I'm magnanimous enough to flip your car over for you," Xiao Peng said with a smile. "Clean up the broken windows. But let me tell you, if this happens again, I really won't be so polite." "You're here to cause trouble?" Pascal was taken aback. Xiao Peng shook his head. "The matter is resolved, isn't it, Mr. Lambert?" Lambert took a deep breath. "Xiao, I'm sorry, I apologize for complaining about you hanging clothes out to dry." "What happened?" Pascal was a little confused. "Hanging clothes out to dry?" Xiao Peng frowned at Lambert. "Was it about hanging clothes out to dry?" Lambert hurriedly said, "I misspoke. I apologize for disturbing your rest with my child playing the violin. I'll discipline him when I get back." "Disciplining isn't enough. A brat needs a good beating," Xiao Peng said. "It's not wrong to let the child learn the violin, but you also need to see if he's cut out for it. Look at that sound, it's like a saw being pulled." Lambert nodded vigorously. "You're right." Pascal, standing nearby, couldn't help but interrupt. "Ahem, Xiao, hitting children here is illegal. It's protected by law." Xiao Peng scoffed. "That's why there are so many brats here. A sapling won't grow straight if it's not pruned. They need to be disciplined. Look at this Mr. Lambert. If his parents had disciplined him from a young age, would he be so unruly?" "You!" Lambert raised his voice. How many years had it been since anyone had spoken to him like that? "What did I do wrong?" Xiao Peng put his suwana aside. "You blocked my door and brought people to scare me today. Can't I even say a few words to you?" "What? You insist on solving problems with your fists? Then bring it on." Seeing Xiao Peng rubbing his fists together, Lambert controlled his emotions. "What I mean is, you're right. Mr. Xiao, I apologize again for what happened today." Xiao Peng shook his head. "Never mind. I'm a very open-minded person. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have discovered that so many people here love music. I'm overwhelmed that so many neighbors have come to listen to my music. I can only do my best to play so that more of you can enjoy more songs." Gerald was startled when he saw Xiao Peng was about to play again and immediately stopped him. "Mr. Xiao, you and Mr. Cousteau are good friends. You haven't seen each other for so long, you must have a lot to talk about. You can't neglect your good friend." Xiao Peng looked around with a troubled expression. "But so many good neighbors are looking forward to my playing." "Ah, it's all right," someone nearby exclaimed. "We're all good neighbors, there'll be plenty of time in the future." Yes. We didn't want to affect your friendship. Next time we'll hear you play again." "Oh dear, I forgot I have soup simmering at home. I'm going back now." The surrounding people scattered in a panic, each one disappearing faster than a rabbit. Xiao Peng shook his head. "Not quite finished yet. I've only just warmed up." Someone who heard Xiao Peng's words almost stumbled. 2 hours and you've only just warmed up? Excuse me, are you an animal? Pascal, won't you introduce your friends to me? The man who had returned with Pascal approached him and said. Pascal introduced, "This is my good friend Xiao Peng. The slave coin I gave you was originally his." Xiao, this is Ivan Gabriella Vasily. Just call me Ivan. I'll call you Xiao like Pascal does, Ivan said after they shook hands. Xiao Peng nodded. Of course. Little Pascal, are you going home? Why don't you come in and sit down? He was just asking casually. After all, these were Pascal's friends, who knew if they had serious business to attend to. I'd love to, Ivan said directly. But I have quite a few friends. Do you mind if we all come in together? Xiao Peng spread his hands. I don't mind if you don't find it crowded. He already knew who this man was. From his heavily accented Russian French, he knew it was the Russian tycoon Pascal had mentioned. Moreover, Xiao Peng not only knew he was a Russian tycoon, but also knew he was highly likely a nouveau riche with little real wealth rather than from a traditional aristocratic family. How did he determine this? It wasn't because Ivan was surrounded by beautiful women and bodyguards, but because of his name. Ivan's full name is Ivan Gabriella Vasily. Ivan is his first name, Gabriella is his father's name, and Vasily is his surname. The name Ivan is incredibly common in Russia. To be precise, almost any name is common in Russia. After all, there are only a few dozen common names in that country. But Ivan is the most common of the common. 24 out of every 100 Russian men have this name. More common than Zhang Wei in China. And this name alone doesn't prove anything. At most, it just shows his father didn't put much thought into naming him. But his father's name, Gabriella, is very problematic. Those who enjoy Russian literature will find that this name is almost a symbol of peasant, nearly synonymous with the oppressed figures in literary works. It's similar to the status of the name Yang Beilao in China, with similar names including Danya, Gerasim, and Alina. Therefore, no one would name their child this now. Those who use this name are mostly older generations of farmers. For an ordinary farmer's child to become like this, what else could it be but nouveau riche? However, there really were many nouveau riche in Russia. When the Soviet Union collapsed, all the state-owned enterprise assets were distributed to every employee. At that time, everyone being a shareholder sounded incredibly prestigious. But the result was that all those enterprises died, and in the end, everyone's shares couldn't even be exchanged for a bottle of vodka. Meanwhile, some shrewd individuals seized the opportunity to accumulate wealth. When the Russian economy returned to normal, they became the super-rich. That period gave rise to many Ivans. However, Xiao Peng showed absolutely no disdain for the nouveau riche. He was nouveau riche himself. Dealing with the nouveau riche was so much more pleasant. Ivan said he had many friends, but in reality, only 4 girls were with him. His bodyguards were all outside. 2 bodyguards tried to come in but were stopped by Ivan. The large sofa in the living room was filled with Ivan and his 4 girlfriends. What would you like to drink? Xiao Peng asked. Tea? A soft drink? Beer? Or vodka? Ivan smiled. Although I'm Russian, I don't drink vodka. Actually, I don't have any vodka here if you want. I was just asking. Xiao Peng took several cans of juice from the refrigerator and handed them to them, while he opened a can of beer for himself. Why are we drinking juice and you drinking beer? Ivan asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng chuckled. Actually, this juice was prepared for a child. He's not here right now, and I was worried it would expire. Pascal, hearing this, asked curiously, where's Felix? Xiao Peng replied, he went on a trip with his sister. He called me the other day and sounded very happy. He handed the juice to Ivan and the others. The latter took the juice and laughed heartily. Xiao, you're the most powerful and funniest musician I've ever met. Now it was Xiao Peng's turn to be dumbfounded. He pointed to himself and asked, me? A musician? Ivan nodded. Isn't it? The instrument you just played sounded a lot like the zurna, a Russian folk instrument I played when I was a child. I haven't heard that sound in many years. It just brought back memories of my childhood. But playing the zurna doesn't have the same skill as your short performance. Xiao Peng coughed twice. I'm very honored by your praise. Well, I'd like to be a musician, but I know my limitations. I'm not cut out for it. Actually, I was playing the suwana there to teach those neighbors a lesson. After he explained the whole story, everyone laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. So you've been playing this thing every day lately? Ivan gave a thumbs up. You're really something. I only heard that short clip, and this weird sound is all I can think about. If I heard it every day, I might go crazy. Xiao Peng shook his head. You can't call me something tough, you can only call me a kind person. Let me tell you, this suwana is just my secret weapon, not my ultimate weapon. It's just that I have a kind heart. If I really angered you and I pulled out my ultimate weapon, this whole neighborhood would probably be deserted. Ivan's eyes widened. There's a sound even more terrifying than that instrument? You're exaggerating, aren't you? Xiao Peng shook his head. Ivan, in China, we have an instrument called a gong. Have you heard of it? Believe me, even I might not be able to withstand the sound of that. That's a real sound from hell. Want to experience it? I'll go to Marseille and get one of those for you. Pascal shook his head vigorously. Forget it. Xiao, I want to thank you. All the neighbors in this community used to think I was the worst neighbor. Now that I have you, I can take a back seat. Ha ha ha. Xiao Peng laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. You can't blame me for that. Why would I bother them if they didn't bother me? Ultimately, it's their fault. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. How can I not fight back when someone provokes me? Ivan clapped his hands. Xiao, just for that, I should toast you. Then finish that bottle of juice and I'll give you another one. Ivan and his companion left Xiao Peng's place after a short while. Ivan had come because of a collection transaction with Pascal. He'd witnessed Xiao Peng flipping the car and wanted to introduce himself, but given the significant difference in their social standing, it was just a brief introduction. However, Ivan was genuinely interested in Xiao Peng, not because of Xiao Peng's superhuman strength, but because of Xiao Peng's composed and respectful attitude towards him. Many people claim to treat money like dirt, but when they encounter wealthy people, they instinctively feel inferior. It's human nature. Xiao Peng didn't exhibit this behavior, which Ivan found intriguing. If Ivan knew what he was thinking, he'd probably give him the middle finger. Me, inferior to you? Dude, you're overthinking it. Ever seen Octopus Man? Xiao Peng didn't tell the two about the box of jewels he'd salvaged. He was now in a dilemma. These jewels would certainly attract attention if they were to be revealed, but Xiao Peng couldn't explain how he had retrieved them from such a deep sea without deep-sea diving equipment or salvage gear. He didn't want to expose his secret, so he needed to prepare first. His phone rang just after he saw the two men off. Fabian, what's up? Xiao Peng answered the phone. Xiao, are you home? Fabian asked. Xiao Peng said, I'm at home, but I need to go to Marseille. What's up? Fabian hesitated for a while before saying, Xiao, the association asked me to remind you not to forget about your observer assignment. Xiao Peng frowned. Wasn't old Alan in the hospital after being cracked open? Has he been discharged? Fabian shook his head. He's still in the hospital. His son, Richard, wants to go back to work, and they've even asked the association to make sure you're the observer. Xiao Peng immediately cursed. He's my grandson. Why would I spoil him like that? What kind of people are these? His father got cracked open. Why isn't he obediently accompanying his father on his sea voyage? Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going. I have important business to attend to. Fabian asked curiously, what are you going to do? Xiao Peng said, I need to take my driver's license test. Fabian nodded. That's important. But didn't you say you have your own driver's license? Just exchange it, right? Xiao Peng immediately swore. That's what I originally thought, but it's been over 2 years and I still haven't gotten my license. I'm impressed by the efficiency of you French people. I'd rather take another test. French and Chinese driver's licenses can be exchanged, meaning if you hold a Chinese driver's license, you can exchange it for a French one at the traffic management office by taking your license, a translation, your passport, and visa. It sounds great, but when it comes to actually doing it, everyone's dumbfounded. The traffic management office's website does allow appointments up to 3 months in advance, but all slots are always fully booked. The efficiency of French civil servants is truly astounding. Xiao Peng wanted to exchange his license when he first arrived in Marseille 2 years ago, but he still hasn't been able to get an appointment. To his satisfaction, however, he wasn't the one with the longest waiting time. Mrs. Derrida's German driver's license still hadn't been converted to a French one. Since the two countries implemented the driver's license exchange agreement over 3 years ago, no one had ever successfully exchanged their Chinese driver's license for a French one. Taking a driving test here is always much faster than exchanging it, so Xiao Peng decided to take advantage of the opportunity to get a license. Otherwise, taking the bus everywhere was too inconvenient. Fabian thought for a moment. I'll give you a phone number, his name is Hubert. I'll call him and tell him you can learn to drive. Xiao Peng hummed in agreement. Thanks. Fabian said, focus on learning to drive first. I'll cancel the association observer position for you. Okay, Fabian, I owe you a favor. I'll treat you to dinner when I get my license. Xiao Peng chatted with Fabian for a few more minutes and then hung up. He said he was going to learn to drive, but his real purpose wasn't actually to get a license. He wanted to find Daniel. Are you crazy? Daniel, who had been sitting behind the counter in his diving equipment shop, jumped up upon hearing Xiao Peng's words. Xiao Peng said calmly, how am I crazy? Daniel, I'm your customer, the customer is king. Daniel patted Xiao Peng's head. You want to buy an exosuite? What else could you be but crazy? Xiao Peng blinked. Are you even making money off this? Yes. Not making money is for a fool. Daniel said without hesitation, I can help you contact them in Canada, but you need to sign an agreement with me. Xiao Peng smiled. That's only fair. Hurry up and sign the agreement. Daniel stared at Xiao Peng for a long time, and after confirming he wasn't joking, he shook his head. You really are crazy. The reason he was so shocked was that what Xiao Peng wanted to buy was an exosuite diving suit, one of the most advanced high-performance diving suits in the world. This diving suit was developed by a Canadian marine equipment manufacturer, and its appearance is very similar to a spacesuit. The entire diving suit is constructed from aluminum alloy and hard alloy, and its built-in advanced decompression system maintains the same pressure inside the suit as on the surface, preventing decompression sickness. An internal camera transmits sound, images, and data, and the suit features mechanical claws of varying sizes for underwater work. A unique ventilation system allows divers to remain submerged for over 50 hours continuously. The most impressive feature of this diving suit is its pressure resistance. Its safe diving depth is approximately 330 meters, making it one of the world's deepest diving personal diving suits. It's nicknamed the human submarine. This advanced technology also means it's expensive. A single exosuite costs approximately 600,000 yuan, the same price as Xiao Peng's purchase of the red-headed ship, and it needs to be ordered from Canada. France does possess exosuites, but they are primarily purchased by research institutions for deep-sea scientific research. Xiao Peng's purchase as an individual user is unprecedented. After signing the purchase agreement with Daniel, Xiao Peng contacted Uber to discuss getting his driver's license sorted out. French driving licenses are similar to those in China. You pass a theory test first, then a road test. However, unlike China's system, there aren't 4 separate stages, part 2, 3, and 4. There's only 1.5 hours of actual road testing. The driving school offers several packages for students to choose from. Xiao Peng chose the PA package. The PA package is a fast-track license package, involving 4 weeks of intensive training followed by the exam. If everything goes smoothly, you can get your license in a month. This package is also more expensive, starting at 2,000 euros. The well-off Xiao Peng chose this package. In about a month, Daniel could also get the exosuite diving suit. However, a few days later, Xiao Peng discovered a serious problem. Well, the money was wasted. To make practicing driving easier, Xiao Peng even found a hotel near the driving school to stay in. After seeing Ivan off, Pascal noticed Xiao Peng hadn't been home for several days and, out of curiosity, called him. Learning that Xiao Peng was learning to drive and staying in a hotel near the driving school, Pascal found it quite amusing. It turns out that in France, once you pass the theory test and complete 20 hours of driving lessons at the driving school, you can drive on the road, but you need someone with at least 5 years of driving experience and no traffic violations to guide you. In other words, Xiao Peng could drive anywhere as long as Pascal was with him. He didn't need to stay at the driving school at all. This regulation isn't surprising here. There are very few fully enclosed training camps like those in China. Driving instructors here also have students practice driving on the road. If you encounter dangerous driving on the road here, don't assume the driver is drunk. It could simply be a novice driver just starting to learn to drive. And they don't need to study at a driving school for that long. As long as they have at least 20 hours of driving lessons, they can take the road test. However, Xiao Peng was quite intimidated by Pascal before his test. There's a reason why French driver's licenses are known as the hardest to obtain in the world. Besides the high price, the examiners are also quite demanding. Actually, taking the driving test here involves the student taking the examiner for half an hour on the road. The test covers city driving, highway driving, and reversing. The examiner doesn't say much, they just tell the driver to turn left, right, or go straight. Throughout the entire test, the examiner observes the student, assessing their driving skills and habits, and then scores them accordingly. The total score is 31 points, a passing grade of 20 is required to obtain a driver's license. This sounds incredibly simple, but in reality, the test would be daunting. The examiner's requirements can only be described as strict: changing lanes without checking the rearview mirror, points deducted; braking without checking the distance to the car behind, points deducted; parallel parking without checking the surroundings, points deducted. In short, any unsafe behavior will result in an immediate failure. The most grueling part is that even after passing the road test, there's a final oral exam, testing the student's understanding of car construction, randomly selecting a car part and asking the student to locate it, then testing their knowledge of the connection between car parts and driving safety, such as what dangers can low tire pressure cause, and finally, testing their first aid knowledge. Basically, the examiner has countless reasons to disqualify a student. The chances of passing a driving test in France on the first try are incredibly low. One of the instructors, named Hubert, had a student who failed 11 times. But Xiao Peng got his license right away. Well, it wasn't because he was a particularly good driver. The examiner recognized him the moment he got in the car. Marseille is a small city, and his examiner was also named Hubert, his full name being Hubert de Guy. He was the son of the old man named Guy whom Xiao Peng had rescued from the sea during the previous shipwreck. Old Guy had been trying to find Xiao Peng to express his gratitude since being rescued, but Xiao Peng had gone straight out to sea, and he couldn't find him anywhere. Thus, Xiao Peng's driver's license test became quite simple. Under the examiner's guidance, Xiao Peng drove to Lao Juyi's house, had a cup of coffee and a tender beef sandwich with Lao Juyi, listened to Lao Juyi express his gratitude, and then received his license. It's not just China that's a society based on personal connections, this is true everywhere in the world. Xiao Peng also took the opportunity to look at cars. When it comes to buying cars, many Chinese people immediately think of buying cars cheaper abroad. This is both true and false. Chinese cars are expensive because of high tariffs. This is understandable, it's to protect the domestic auto industry. Otherwise, would consumers buy imported or domestic cars for the same amount of money? All countries in the world use tariffs to protect their domestic industries. For example, the recent tariffs imposed by the United States on Chinese electrical appliances and textiles, and on European agricultural products, are simply a way for their own industries to protect themselves from the impact. This is the same as China's high tariffs on automobiles. Of course, people get nervous when their leading position is threatened. However, China's automotive industry has developed rapidly in recent years, withstanding the impact of foreign cars. As a result, automobile tariffs have changed, with tariffs on small displacement vehicles being reduced. Therefore, buying a car in China now has a similar price difference to Europe, and sometimes it's even cheaper. Interestingly, the price difference for the same car can be quite significant. For example, a base model Volkswagen Polo costs 12,900 euros here, roughly a little over 100,000 RMB, while in China it sells for 85,900 RMB. That's a saving of almost 20,000 RMB. A high-end Polo costs 33,900 euros here, roughly 270,000 RMB, while the same car costs around 150,000 RMB in China, a difference of over 100,000 RMB. Of course, such a direct conversion isn't entirely accurate. After all, incomes differ between the two countries, one earns in euros, the other in RMB. Xiao Peng was deeply conflicted. Should he buy a flashy, high-end car or just a means of transportation? Look at Pascal, such a wealthy man driving such a beat-up car. Xiao Peng felt he was doing himself a disservice by buying such a car himself. He had his eye on a 2019 Mercedes-AMG GTS convertible, but the price tag of 159,000 euros made him hesitate. He'd already bought a boat and a diving suit. If he bought another car, he'd really be short of money. Although he had a batch of jewelry, he hadn't had it appraised yet, and it wasn't ready to be released to the public. When would Daniel get his hands on the diving suit? He took out his phone to call Daniel to ask about the diving suit, but just as he dialed the number and put the phone to his ear, a hand suddenly appeared, snatched Xiao Peng's phone, and he ran away. Xiao Peng realized he'd been robbed and immediately cursed, "Damn it," before taking off after the robbers. What a jerk. Getting your phone or bag snatched in Marseille is incredibly common, especially in areas inhabited by ethnic minorities where security is a serious issue. He was currently near the 14th arrondissement of Marseille, a historically diverse and predominantly immigrant area known for its mixed community. Showing off a new phone here was tantamount to saying, "Come on, rob me." Why had Xiao Peng always used such a cheap phone? He'd been robbed here several times. Now that he had money, how could he have forgotten? The person who snatched his phone was wearing a hoodie. From behind, it was impossible to tell if they were male or female, but the guy was incredibly fast. "Robbery!" Xiao Peng shouted as he chased after them. His shouting would have been better. Everyone automatically moved aside, afraid of getting into trouble. Anyone who says foreigners are all overflowing with righteous indignation, Xiao Peng would slap them across the face. Xiao Peng chased the robber for 2 blocks until he turned into a side alley. "You little punk. Gotcha." Xiao Peng followed him into the alley, but there was no one there. At the end of the alley was a small door leading to a semi-basement. He had nowhere else to escape. Xiao Peng pushed the door open and went inside. The entrance led to a long corridor, the walls on both sides covered in various graffiti. Xiao Peng frowned slightly. He recognized the graffiti. He used to be a member of the Chinese mutual aid group, so he knew about some of Marseille's darker side. The graffiti here was the symbol of a gang called the New Gypsies. Marseille's security situation has always been a problem. The fact that there haven't been any shootings for 2 consecutive years is considered an epic improvement by the local police, which speaks volumes about the situation. It's important to note that the absence of shootings doesn't mean there haven't been any deaths. There are many gangs here, and endless gang warfare is the norm. Marseille, due to its unique geographical location, is a trade center for goods from North Africa entering Europe, and also a crucial point on the smuggling route from South America through West Africa to Europe. Furthermore, it has a large North African immigrant population. In short, it's a major hotspot for the French mafia. The Marseille mafia used to be old school, with a well-ordered system like in the movie The Godfather, and they would help their neighbors to maintain a good reputation. However, after the death of Marseille's top drug lord, Bora Lammer, in 2006, the local mafia organization changed. The former large gangs, which operated independently, have now fragmented into countless small groups, disregarding territorial rules and focused solely on making quick and big money. Theft, robbery, kidnapping, trafficking, weapons smuggling. Basically, they'll do anything for money. If it were before, Xiao Peng might have turned and left upon seeing this sign, but now? He couldn't swallow this insult. He walked straight down the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a wooden door. A burly black man, weighing at least 300 pounds, stood there with his arms crossed, a cold smile on his face as he watched Xiao Peng. As Xiao Peng approached, the fat man lowered his arms, opened his jacket, revealing a handgun underneath. Xiao Peng's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, he'd forgotten this wasn't China. People with guns here weren't uncommon, especially the gangsters. Even the doorman was armed. Who knew how many weapons the people inside had? Xiao Peng instantly calmed down. As the old saying goes, a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. He was a rich man now, he wouldn't fight a brick wall. Should he just rush in and fight these bastards to the death? That would be unwise. But if he didn't get his phone stolen, it would be a disgrace to be called Octopus Man. His eyes darted around, and he raised his hand, signaling the fat man to calm down. Seeing Xiao Peng back down, the fat man grinned smugly and pointed to the door. Go back to where you came from. As he did so, he moved his hand away from the gun in his arms. Xiao Peng moved instantly. The fat man only saw a blur before Xiao Peng's fist was already in front of him. Despite Xiao Peng's speed, the fat man wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was inwardly mocking Xiao Peng's overestimation of his abilities. He had extensive combat experience. Xiao Peng probably weighed only half as much as him. He wouldn't even feel a punch from someone that heavy. The fat man already pictured Xiao Peng's astonished expression as he punched him in the face and found himself unharmed. Dare to punch him? He beat Xiao Peng senseless. Unfortunately, he overlooked a crucial point. Xiao Peng wasn't an ordinary person. When Xiao Peng's fist struck his face, the fat man felt as if he'd been hit hard on the head with a hammer. Before he could react, he was slammed against the wall, his vision went black, and he passed out. Xiao Peng took the gun from his pocket. Since he didn't know how to use a gun, keeping it was useless. He gritted his teeth, bent the pistol in half with both hands, and tossed it aside. Seeing the fat man with a bloodied head, Xiao Peng tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, dipped it in the man's blood, and wrote on the wall, "This is just the beginning." Then he quietly retreated, concealing his accomplishment. "I need to get a new SIM card first. We'll take it slow this time." After Xiao Peng had been gone for some time, the fat black man Xiao Peng had punched was finally discovered. "Can anyone tell me what the hell happened?" A heavily tattooed white man roared. "So many people in the hideout, and someone sneaked in and killed one of our men? So many of you and you don't even know what happened." A man next to him said, "Boss, look at the wall." "Damn, someone's challenging us," the white man said angrily. "Who did it?" "Boss, was it someone from PSG?" A man next to him frowned and guessed. Another person said, "I suspect it's from District 8. We haven't settled our old score from last time." The man called boss frowned slightly. They must have something to rely on to come here so openly. "Cole, go investigate what happened today. Don't miss anything. Akis, gather everyone together. If they want to fight, we'll fight." "Yes, sir." Cole and Akis replied in unison. Cole said, "Boss, Fatty Bilad's fighting ability ranks among the top in Marseille. Their direct attack on him is a warning shot, and if Bilad is injured, it will be a huge loss to our strength. I think they will take further action, and it probably won't be small scale. This should be a premeditated operation against us. We can't afford to ignore it." The boss pondered for a moment and said, "Send all the girls out to gather intelligence. If I find out who did this, I'll skin them alive." "No, get everyone ready. We can't be passive, we must take the initiative." Cole nodded. "Boss, what about Bilad? Are you fucking stupid? Send him to the hospital," he said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. "And what about the culprit, Xiao Peng?" He had no idea his casual punch had caused such a huge incident. He's currently at the telecommunications company waiting to get a new SIM card. In France, reporting a lost phone to the police is practically useless. It happens far too often. Having had his phone stolen several times, Xiao Peng was now experienced. He would simply go to the SIM card company's website to lock his SIM card, then go to the telecommunications company to get a replacement, keeping his original phone number. He swear, getting a replacement SIM card is one of the most efficient services the French offer. Why is this? Nothing more than practice makes perfect. They're all a bunch of damn bastards. A slamming sound echoed from the Marseille police chief's office. Have these idiots gone mad? Marseille's security had been at its worst lately. Several gangs had erupted into a massive brawl over some unknown matter. The new gypsies, in particular, were like rabid dogs, attacking anyone in their path. They'd clashed with several other gangs. Marseille's 2-year record of no shootings had come to an end. The new gypsies' attack had caught everyone off guard without warning, but by the time they realized what was happening, their good fortune had turned. Now, the new gypsies were like trapped beasts, in grave danger. "Chief Angeloni, the problem is something's fishy about this," said a man in plain clothes in the office. Chief Angeloni glanced at the speaker and said, "Detective Will, what's your opinion?" Will said, "There's been a lot of activity targeting these people lately, but the methods are clearly not typical of gangsters." "What do you mean?" Angeloni asked, puzzled. Detective Will pulled out a file and said, "At least 3 of New Gypsy's locations have been vandalized recently." Angeloni gestured for Will to continue. Will said, "The New Gypsy's location at 19 Maria Schessen Street, a semi-underground bar and casino, was completely sealed off with concrete. The nightclub next to Rose Boulevard was thoroughly doused by the fire department after a fire, and the interior is severely damaged." Angeloni's eyes widened. "Someone set it on fire?" Will shook his head. "There was only thick smoke and a pungent smell, but no flames. The police forensic experts confirmed that the smoke was from a chemical reaction between sodium bicarbonate, concentrated ammonia, and hydrochloric acid. It looked like billowing smoke, but there were no flames. Anyway, the fire department went and doused the nightclub completely." Angeloni frowned. "Was someone deliberately messing with them? When did thugs start doing technical stuff?" Will replied, "That's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened at the gym at 17 Gaston Road." "What happened there?" Angeloni asked, puzzled. "For septic tank trucks filled it with excrement," Will said. "Ugh." Angeloni gagged. "Is this some kind of revenge tactic from other gangs?" Will explained, "It's not that simple. Lately, people in New Gypsies have been being attacked by unidentified individuals. At first, I thought it was other gangs retaliating, but then I found out that other gangs were also being attacked. Everyone who was attacked said they were instantly killed, and the attackers didn't explain anything." Angeloni frowned. "Will, don't tell me our Marseille has become Gotham City, and we have a new Batman." Will shook his head. "I arrested and investigated both the concrete truck driver and the septic tank truck driver. Their stories were exactly the same. Someone contacted them online, saying they and their friends wanted to play a prank on them and made them do these things." "What the hell is this prank? Who plays pranks by dumping feces and concrete into someone else's house?" Angeloni exclaimed, his eyes wide. Will said, "Chief, you're right. In fact, each of these drivers has an extra 20,000 in their accounts." 20,000 for this kind of thing? Angeloni was furious. "Don't they know it's illegal?" Will shook his head. "Chief, please believe me. Let alone 20,000, even 5,000 euros would be enough to get people to do this. The economy is bad right now, nobody wants to turn down money." Angeloni said, "Give them 100,000 to deal with these gangs? I'm starting to suspect there's a Bruce Wayne in Marseille, Batman's real name. It seems this isn't a local gang. Asking these gang members to solve problems with money is tantamount to killing them. They only like putting money in their pockets, not taking it out." Will asked, "Regardless of who did this, according to our current intelligence, someone is targeting the New Gypsies, which led to this situation. Chief, where should we focus our work going forward?" Chief Angeloni considered for a moment and said, "We don't have that much intelligence right now to launch a proactive attack. Anyway, they're all bad news, so let them fight like dogs. All we can do is strengthen our police force to maintain social stability and prevent their conflict from affecting the lives of more civilians." Will frowned. "Chief, isn't this too passive? The other day, when the New Gypsies and PSG clashed in the 8th arrondissement, 2 young men were injured. People are already protesting our police inaction. The 8th arrondissement chief, that guy named Ulick, publicly said our police are wasting taxpayers' money." "Damn it," Angeloni cursed. "He has the nerve to complain?" "Last year, when I returned from my exchange program in China and proposed establishing a surveillance network in Marseille, he was the first to oppose it. His exact words were, 'These tools for spying on people's privacy shouldn't exist in this world.' He absolutely will not allow a single public camera to appear on the streets of Marseille's 8th arrondissement. Now that a case has occurred there, he thinks of the police? Too late. If he continues to spout nonsense in the media, we'll publicize his role in opposing the establishment of a public surveillance network. Tell him the police get no leads on cases in the 8th arrondissement. Let the residents of the 8th arrondissement cooperate with the 8th arrondissement police station in investigating cases. We are the police, not their babysitters." Will gave a thumbs up. "This kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It relieves the pressure on the police, shifting the blame to Ulick, and makes our future work easier." Angeloni laughed. Just then, Will's phone rang. Will apologized to Angeloni and answered, but after a few words, his expression turned strange. Angeloni noticed Will's change and, after Will hung up, eagerly asked, "Detective Will, what happened?" Will coughed twice at Angeloni and said, "Chief, people from the New Gypsies, PSG, and Maasai 8 gangs have called the police." "Are you kidding me?" Angeloni's eyes widened. "Why did they call the police?" Will scratched his head. "The people who called the police said that the leaders of the 3 gangs had decided to sit down and talk about a ceasefire. They all suffered heavy losses in this fighting, but before they even started talking, their leaders were all kidnapped and their whereabouts are unknown. This is fucking ridiculous." Are we, the police, supposed to help the gangs find their leaders? Where did the gang leaders go? The gang members were asking this question, the police were asking this question, and the gang leaders themselves were asking the same question. Where the hell am I? When the missing gang leaders woke up, they found themselves lying in an abandoned bathroom, each with one leg shackled. A handsaw lay not far from them. "Damn it!" shouted a bald man. He was Ariela, the leader of PSG. Looking around, he yelled, "We've run into a psychopath." "Ariela, what do you mean?" The speaker was Pavard, the leader of Marseille District 8. Meanwhile, Kant, the leader of the New Gypsies, frowned at Ariela and Pavard. "Isn't this your doing? I've seen plenty of stories where the thief cries stop thief. Are you fucking stupid?" Ariela retorted angrily. "If I wanted to solve a problem with you, would I need to go through all this trouble? Wouldn't I fight you to the death?" Pavard shrugged. "This tripartite truce wasn't my idea. Ariela and I had the same thought." "Ariela, ignore this mad dog, he's the one who caused all this trouble." "Ariela, what did you just call a psychopathic killer?" Ariela took a deep breath. "Haven't you seen the movie Saw?" The main characters were locked in a similar abandoned bathroom, their legs shackled, and that psychopathic killer wanted to see them desperately kill each other here. "He's probably hiding somewhere, watching our every move." Pavard shuddered upon hearing this, looking at the handsaw on the ground and then at the shackles on his feet. "Then why did he leave us a handsaw? Wasn't he afraid we'd escape?" he asked. He reached for the handsaw, but Ariela shook his head. "Don't bother," he said. "This handsaw is meant to bring us despair. Look how thick the chains on our feet are. Who knows when we'll cut them with this handsaw? By then, we'll be starving to death." Pavard, who happened to be holding the handsaw, asked curiously after Ariela's words, "You mean this is a scene from a movie? Did the protagonist escape in the end?" Ariela nodded. "He escaped." Pavard, just about to start sawing, asked Ariela curiously, "How did he escape?" Ariela replied calmly, "He sawed off his own leg to escape." Pavard immediately threw the handsaw aside. "Is he insane? I told you we were captured by a psychopathic killer." Ariela looked around. "I wonder where he's watching us and laughing right now. We need to calm down. It seems we've all been caught. The question now is, who did we offend?" Pavard smiled bitterly. "What are we? Haven't we offended enough people already? Can't, this whole thing started with you going crazy. What happened? Why are you attacking us like a mad dog?" Kant, who had been silent until now, erupted in fury. "This is clearly your doing. You attacked me first. You attacked our outpost, injuring Balad, and you've been attacking our people ever since. Wasn't this your doing? Idiot." Pavard gave Kant the middle finger. "It all started when you New Gypsies went crazy. I have no interest in your crappy outpost. If you want to suspect someone, suspect Ariela, they're closer to you. I don't have that kind of appetite." Ariela shrugged. "If someone else was injured, you could suspect me, but Balad? You know, we came to Marseille together from West Hassarat 20 years ago. Although we have our conflicts, we're still from the same place. If I wanted to be ruthless, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? If it wasn't you, and it wasn't him, then who could it be?" Kant shouted. Pavard picked at his ear. "Cantor, stop yelling around here. The mastermind might be watching and laughing right now." Cantor gritted his teeth. "Don't let me out. If I find out who he is, I'll kill his whole family. So you mean I should never let you out, right?" Just then, the bathroom door opened, and someone walked in. It was Xiao Peng, of course. But he was disguised, wearing a top hat and a mask with a small mustache, the mask from the hit movie V for Vendetta. The three men in the room stared at Xiao Peng without saying a word. Xiao Peng looked at them curiously and asked, "Why don't you guys run away?" The three men were speechless. Pavard said, "Run away? Make us saw off our own legs?" Xiao Peng shrugged. "Why saw off our legs? We'll saw off our shackles." "Can you even cut these shackles with this handsaw?" Ariela shouted. Xiao Peng retorted, "Are you guys stupid? Are these real shackles? Can't, right? Aren't you only concerned with the brothel you set up? These are the shackles the prostitutes use for flirting. They're made of plastic with a thin layer of metal on the outside. You could easily pry them off with your hands. Don't you three feel how light these shackles are?" Kant and Pavard both tilted their heads to look at Ariela. "You're the one who made up the Saw movie. We were just scaring ourselves." Kant pulled on the shackles on his feet and found them indeed very light. He easily pried them off and stood up. Seeing him do this, Kant and Pavard followed suit, and all three of them broke free of their shackles and stood up. "Did you do all this?" Kant asked Xiao Peng fiercely, stretching his limbs. Before Xiao Peng could answer, he punched him in the face. His movements were quick, but Xiao Peng's were even faster. With a loud bang, Kant was sent flying by Xiao Peng's punch, crashing heavily against the wall and passing out. Pavard and Ariela, who had initially intended to intervene, both stopped at the sight. That punch was truly terrifying. Looking at Kant's face, he'd need plastic surgery to restore his original appearance. Xiao Peng frowned slightly when he saw Kant pass out. What the hell do we do now that he's unconscious? He thought for a moment, then stepped on Kant and grabbed his arm. A crack was heard, and Kant woke up with a scream. How can you listen to me when you're unconscious? Xiao Peng looked at Kant's pained expression. Oh, you're in a lot of pain, aren't you? It's okay, it's just a dislocation. I'll put it back in. After another scream and a crack, Kant's arm was back to normal. Stop torturing me, Kant shouted. What do you want? Xiao Peng shrugged. I really didn't invite you all here today for anything else. It's just about compensation. Compensation? The three looked at each other. Finally, Pavar spoke up. Even if you want us to compensate you, at least know what you're compensating for, right? Xiao Peng looked at the three men curiously and asked, You're all gang leaders. Why didn't you resist? Pavar and Ariela looked at Kant together. They weren't stupid. Resist? And what would happen if Kant ended up like this? Xiao Peng clapped his hands. Since you're all reasonable people, then we can talk. Here's the thing, Mr. Kant's men. I don't know who it was, but they stole my friend's phone, and I did all this just to get an explanation. A phone? Kant and the other two were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe Xiao Peng would make such a fuss over a phone. Ariela considered for a moment and asked, Sir, is there some top-secret document on this phone? Xiao Peng shook his head. No, it's just an ordinary phone. To be precise, even if you return it now, my friend won't want it. You made such a big fuss over a phone? Are you crazy? Kant shouted. Xiao Peng slapped him across the face. Keep your voice down, I can hear you. Kant spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to say something more, but seeing Xiao Peng raise his hand again, he quickly covered his face and shut his mouth. He hadn't even seen where Xiao Peng's hand had struck before his face burned with pain. All three of them had climbed their way up from the bottom, and were considered battle-hardened. They all agreed that this man was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Xiao Peng looked at their expressions and smiled. Of course, you probably won't believe me if I said I went to such lengths for a phone. Well, I'll tell you another reason. The three looked at Xiao Peng, who spread his hands. I've been really free lately, and I wanted to find something to do. This was the truth. His deep-sea suit hadn't arrived yet, and he was just killing time. This is a madman. The three men reached a consensus as they looked at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng, however, remained unconvinced. He used to dream of taking down these gang members, but lacked the power. Now that he has the power, will he let them go? Xiao Peng was once a member of the Marseille Chinese Mutual Aid Team, but later left due to certain events. What is a Chinese Mutual Aid Team? It's essentially an organization formed by overseas Chinese for self-protection. Similar organizations exist in many major overseas cities. For example, there's a group like the Chinese Brotherhood Alliance in Paris. There are Chinese people all over the world, and the Chinese tradition emphasizes moderation, disliking to push things to the extreme. Especially when far from home, they tend to avoid trouble, and when bullied, they'll console themselves with a moment of forbearance brings peace, a step back opens up a wider world. Because they are adept at using such self-deception and self-comfort, older generations of Chinese generally choose to tolerate things, leaving others with the impression that Chinese people are weak. Chinese people are particularly hardworking and good at making money, and many Chinese people generally do not have the habit of paying taxes and are more accustomed to hoarding cash, so they have become the best criminal targets for many criminals. Crimes targeting Chinese people were rampant around the world. In the past, to protect themselves, Chinese people could only unite and form various gangs to fight back, but this easily went to the other extreme, becoming a scourge on local security. Therefore, generally speaking, Chinese communities abroad were often areas with relatively poor security. However, the situation has changed in recent years. A new generation of overseas Chinese is wealthy, insightful, and courageous. They have learned to use legal means to protect themselves, protecting themselves to the fullest extent permitted by law. The Chinese Mutual Aid Team was born in this context, specifically to combat crimes targeting Chinese people and apprehend criminals involved in robberies and thefts. In France, especially in the cities of Paris, Marseille, and Lyon, pickpockets, scammers, and robberies are very common, especially in Paris. Even the Chinese ambassador has been robbed on the streets of Paris. The security there is truly not as good as imagined. It's no exaggeration to say that 100% of tourists who travel to Paris have encountered scammers, and as for pickpockets and robbers, it depends on luck. The chances of running into one are extremely high. Within the medical field, there's even a psychological condition called Paris syndrome, referring to depression experienced by travelers who come to Paris hoping for the glamorous lifestyle but are disappointed by its chaotic reality. Embassies in countries like Japan have special hotlines specifically for their citizens suffering from Paris syndrome. In Paris, thieves and con artists often operate in gangs, posing a significant danger to members of the Chinese Brotherhood in Paris. Several incidents have occurred where members of the Chinese Brotherhood have been injured or stabbed while apprehending thieves. Marseille is much better off than Paris. There are relatively fewer thieves and con artists. However, robberies are much more prevalent. These robbers are mostly connected to various shady gangs. The Marseille Chinese Mutual Aid Group has dealt with them extensively, and many members have suffered losses as a result. What angered Xiao Peng even more was that he had been tricked by his so-called brothers, who, despite being a member of the Chinese mutual aid team, had colluded with gang members to frame him. Xiao Peng didn't want to recall that dark period. It was too unbearable. Now, he wasn't the helpless little victim he once was. He was seizing this opportunity to settle both old and new scores. A gentleman's revenge lasts from morning till night. Ariela coughed twice and said, "Sir, who robbed your friend's phone?" Pavard retorted, "What an idiotic question. It was Cantor, of course. It must have been someone from New Gypsies who robbed this gentleman's friend. Just look at how badly New Gypsies suffered this time. We were just dragged down by this mad dog." He was desperate to clear himself of the situation. Encountering a madman like Xiao Peng was terrifying. Ariela understood Pavard's meaning. He coughed twice and said, "Sir, this was all Kant's doing. You can do whatever you want with him. We have no objection." Kant was stunned. "Don't think I don't know what you two are thinking. You just want to kick someone when they're down and use them as a tool to kill them, right? We haven't even confirmed it was our people who did it. Maybe it was yours. I'm just unlucky to be the first one. None of you will escape." Xiao Peng coughed lightly. "Who it was doesn't matter anymore. You can choose which hand you want. Stealing comes at a price, right? You really aren't going to put up a fight." Xiao Peng looked at the three men with amusement. The three men exchanged glances, and finally Kant spoke up. "Sir, can't we be reasonable? You said we knew nothing about the phone." Xiao Peng was taken aback. "What? Reasonable? Take a good look at yourselves. Which of you three is reasonable? Three unreasonable gang leaders trying to reason with others? Are you kidding me?" Ariela said with a troubled expression, "Sir, you can't say that. You at least need to let us know who the problem is with, right? Someone from the three of us definitely needs to take responsibility." Before Xiao Peng could speak, suddenly Ariela, Kant, and Pavard all attacked him simultaneously. These were all ruthless people who had spent years navigating the streets. They naturally knew when the best opportunity to strike was. Ariela was positioned to Xiao Peng's right hand outside, a position that is actually the most difficult to deal with for a right-handed person. Generally speaking, attacks from the outside of the hand are the most difficult to handle. Facing a sudden attack, there are only 4 conventional ways to handle it. First, dodge backward. Second, parry with the right hand. Third, counter with a right jab. Fourth, counter with a left-handed punch. However, for Xiao Peng in his current state, none of these methods are ideal. The space here is confined. Dodging backward would leave him vulnerable to being chased and attacked without being able to dodge. Parrying with the right hand? Don't forget the simultaneous attacks from Kant and Pavard. A right jab? An ordinary person's jab is too weak. And a left-handed punch? Aside from the fact that Xiao Peng's dominant hand isn't his left, which would slow his punching speed, if Xiao Peng throws a left-handed punch, it means his left side is wide open, allowing Kant and Pavard to attack him without pressure. These people, having fought their way to the top in countless street battles, made the most correct judgment and choice right from the start. Their plan was excellent, but unfortunately, they misjudged a crucial point. Xiao Peng is not an ordinary person. Before Ariela could even fully swing his fist, Xiao Peng reached out and grabbed his wrist. With a powerful twist, Ariela's body was sent flying like a baseball bat, slamming into Pavard and Canty. All three were sent flying and crashing into the wall. "Good teamwork," Xiao Peng said, squatting down in front of them. "So you're not going to compensate me for my friend's phone, are you?" Canty felt he was about to break down. He roared, "Just say what you want." "What phone? I don't even know. I don't believe you're causing us trouble over a phone. You madman, who sent you? Don't let me find out who you are, or else." "Ah!" he screamed before he could finish. Ariela and Pavard felt a chill run down their spines. Canty's leg was twisted into a contorted shape. Xiao Peng made a SHH gesture with his finger over his mask. "Dude, quiet down. If you speak again without my permission, your other leg will turn into this too. I'm not just saying this to Mr. Kant, but to both of you. Do you understand what I mean?" Ariela and Pavard nodded frantically. Pavard was even more decisive, directly covering Kant's mouth to stop him from howling. Seeing that things had quieted down, Xiao Peng continued, "Now you can compensate my friend for his phone, right? Your wallets are all in your pockets. I'm not a thief or robber." Ariela was dumbfounded. Sir, you went through all that trouble, causing all this chaos, arresting the three of us just for a phone?" Xiao Peng nodded seriously. "Of course. What else could it be for? You madman, ah." Before Ariela could finish speaking, Xiao Peng kicked him, and his leg twisted into a strange shape. Xiao Peng glanced at Pavar, who immediately stretched out his hands and said, "Sir, I didn't say anything." Unfortunately, he spoke a little too late. A crack was heard, and his foot twisted into an odd angle. "Don't look at me like that," Xiao Peng said calmly. "I'm doing this for your own good. Aren't you three mortal enemies? If two are injured and one is fine, what do you think will happen after I leave? I'm doing this for your safety." The three of them were speechless. What did he mean? "You crippled us and we're supposed to thank you?" "About my phone," Xiao Peng hadn't finished speaking when Pavard shouted, "I'll pay. I'll pay." He frantically pulled out his wallet, which contained a stack of 500 euro bills. He emptied them all without even looking at them and placed them in front of Xiao Peng. "Damn it, I didn't bring my checkbook today. Sir, if it's not enough, I'll owe you, okay? I brought my checkbook." Aurela, who was clutching his foot in pain, snapped out of his daze and pulled out his wallet and checkbook. "Sir, how much compensation would satisfy you?" Xiao Peng turned to Kant. "And you?" Kant was taken aback, but reacted quickly, immediately pulling out all the cash from his wallet. "I didn't bring my checkbook. We gangsters rarely use checks." Xiao Peng said, "Replacing a phone shouldn't cost that much, right?" No. We're willing to pay whatever it takes." Pavar said, "We've wasted your time on this, sir. The extra money is compensation." Xiao Peng bent down and picked up all the cash on the ground, stuffing it into his pocket. "Since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. Alright, this matter is settled." "Ha!" Kant and the other two were stunned. They hadn't expected things to be resolved so easily. Xiao Peng shrugged. "I told you I came here for the lost phone. I'm not lying to you." He turned to leave. Pavar saw Xiao Peng about to leave and quickly stopped him. "Sir, where are we? You can't let us die here." Xiao Peng shook his head and said, "What are you worried about? This is a section between subway lines 2 and 3. It was originally intended to connect the two lines but was later abandoned. You can get out by walking 1 kilometer to the left or 1 kilometer to the right. Even though your feet are injured, it's not a problem to get out of here. Actually, you should blame the subway department. Why is there no cell phone signal in the subway? Otherwise, you could have just called for help. Forget it, just climb slowly yourself, it's not far." After saying that, Xiao Peng turned and walked out, leaving the three people in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. This bastard really went through all this trouble just for a cell phone? They'd run into a madman. "Chief Angeloni, detective will wants to see you." The voice of the female secretary came through the intercom in the Marseille police chief's office. "Let him in." Angeloni was in a bad mood. A group of gangsters had stormed into the police station to file a report, causing a huge commotion and severely damaging the Marseille Police Department's image. Detective Will rushed in. "Chief, good news." "What?" Angeloni looked at Will. Will said, "The three missing people have been found. Pavard from PSG just called the police." "Where are they?" Angeloni asked urgently. Will said, "They're in an abandoned section of the metro line between lines 2 and 3. The three men were kidnapped there and beaten. The killers haven't gone far." "Haven't gone far? What do you mean?" Angeloni asked. Will explained, "The killer made a serious mistake. He thought there would be no cell phone signal there. Little did he know that our subway lines 2 and 3 use Chinese signal base stations. These Chinese products are of excellent quality. They not only cover those two subway lines but also significantly enhance the signal in the surrounding area. So, their cell phones had a signal where they were kidnapped. They called the police immediately after seeing the killer leave. A gang leader calling the police first when something happens, tisk tisk tisk." Will was right, this was indeed a serious mistake Xiao Peng made. Back in China, Xiao Peng often saw public intellectuals lavishly praising foreign countries, frequently mentioning that foreigners would be reading books on the subway, saying that foreigners loved reading and constantly learning to improve themselves. Before going abroad, Xiao Peng also believed this view, deeply admiring foreigners' thirst for knowledge. No wonder they were developed countries, there was a reason. But after arriving here, he discovered that things weren't like that at all. Why were they reading? Simply because they had nothing else to do. Not only in France, but in almost all of Europe, cell phone signals are non-existent in subways. What are passengers supposed to do besides read? Watch street performers? That costs money. The solution is simple: install a few cell phone base stations. But implementation is incredibly difficult. It requires public votes, cost calculations, and a whole host of other resolutions before a decision can be made. Every time someone proposes building cell phone base stations in the subway, it ends up being abandoned. However, Europe has one advantage: the laws and regulations vary from place to place. Marseille's mayor, Gaudin, is a very decisive man. This is evident in the significant improvement in public safety after he became mayor. He is also considered somewhat pro-China. After taking office, he visited Shanghai, China, several times, given that the two cities are sister cities. His conclusion was that improving people's livelihood should be the top priority. So, cell phone base stations were installed in the Marseille subway, and since then, almost no one reads books in the Marseille subway anymore. Everyone's been using their phones. However, this incident only happened recently, and Xiao Peng rarely takes the subway, so he had no idea about it. He called the police as soon as he left Pavard and the others. Angloni asked, "Where did the killer escape from the crime scene?" Will said, according to Pavard's description, the suspect left from the direction of Metro Line 3, which is near the Marseille Motor Show at the convention center. "What does the suspect look like?" Angloni asked. Will said, Pavard said the suspect is easily identifiable, dressed like a V for Vendetta member. V for Vendetta? What do they look like? Angloni was taken aback. Will said, "Chief, can I use your computer?" He searched for images of the V for Vendetta and showed them to Angloni, then said, "The suspect went to such lengths to deal with them, but it wasn't for money." "Why do you say that?" Angloni asked, puzzled. Will explained, "The suspect said he only wanted them to compensate him for a phone, but I think that's more of an excuse. He didn't actually take much money from the three men, he only took their cash, less than 30,000 yuan in total. That's not enough to cover all his expenses." In other words, the suspect made a losing deal. If Xiao Peng heard Will's words, he would definitely hug him and shout, "Long live a true friend." He really did make a losing deal this time, for no other reason than he didn't dare take the check, so he could only take the cash from the three men. Xiao Peng wasn't stupid. Even if he was strong, could he withstand the retaliation from three gangsters? Unless he quit his job in Marseille. So it was still very necessary for him to conceal his identity. Was he supposed to just kill all three of them? He just wanted to vent his anger, not become a serial killer. However, Xiao Peng didn't regret spending so much money to vent his anger. He remembered clearly when they had driven him to despair because of his gambling debts. Will asked Angloni, "Chief, what's our next step?" "Is that even a question?" Angloni's eyes widened. "What are you wasting time here? Move the police force to that location and arrest this masked guy." "Ha!" Will was taken aback. "Chief, we're going to arrest him? He's dealing with a cancer in Marseille." Angloni replied, "Will, remember we're police. Whether he's Bruce Wayne or Oliver Queen, P.S., the former is Batman, the latter Green Arrow, both DC Comics superheroes, they're both incredibly wealthy, and although they're ordinary people, they fight crime with their money. Arresting criminals is our job, and his actions are criminal. You can't judge someone's actions based on personal preferences. Mobilize your forces now, get the local police department moving quickly. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Whoever he is, this case is huge, countless media outlets and people are watching us. This is a golden opportunity for our police force to clear its name. This case must be handled well." "Yes, sir." Will accepted the order and quickly left. The entire Marseille police force was mobilized. Don't underestimate the Marseille police, their efficiency is remarkable. They quickly established a perimeter around the Marseille Convention Center metro station. When Angloni arrived at the scene in his police car, the police had already completely cordoned off 3 blocks nearby. "Did you catch them?" Angloni asked Will as soon as he got out of the car. Will shook his head and smiled wryly, "Chief, we can't make the arrest." "Why?" Angloni looked at Will, puzzled. Will pointed to the Marseille Convention Center, "See for yourself. The Marseille International Exhibition Center is currently hosting the Marseille International Gaming Festival. Countless people dressed in bizarre costumes have come here. These people are all cosplay enthusiasts. Many European countries have a very strong anime and manga culture, and Marseille lags behind Paris in this regard. After all, Paris has hosted several international gaming tournaments. However, Mayor Gaudin saw the potential here and has been hosting anime and manga events in Marseille for several years in a row, aiming to establish Marseille as the esports capital of southern France to attract more young tourists. Now it's really showing signs of a latecomer surpassing the leader." Will said, "Chief, if the suspect hasn't changed clothes, he should be at the convention center right now. But how are we supposed to get in and arrest him? If we ruin the video game festival, we'll be in big trouble. I heard the mayor is coming here personally. If we mess things up here, we'll be in big trouble." Angloni thought for a moment and said, "We can't let the criminal get away. Here's what we'll do, you take a few men, and we'll go in plain clothes to investigate." Will wanted to persuade Angloni further, but after looking at him, he could only shake his head and give the order. Rank has its advantages. So, a special operations team of 6, led by Angloni, entered the Marseille Convention Center. Is this how young people are these days? Angloni frowned as she entered the convention center. "Will, are these clothes even fashionable? Who dresses like that normally?" Will shrugged. "It's just a young person's hobby. My daughter likes these things too. At first, I didn't understand why she did it, but then I thought it was better than messing around with drugs, so I stopped objecting. Why are there so many people gathered over there?" Angeloni noticed a group of people gathered ahead. Will looked up and said, "That's the video game area. There are probably some video game pros competing there." In the eyes of these nerdy guys and girls, video game pros are probably more influential than Connie Carter. Are you kidding me? Angeloni clearly didn't believe Will. Who is Connie Carter? The leading lady of Woodpecker Company. Claimed to be Europe's most beautiful and sexiest top-tier adult film actress. Originally a model, she gained countless fans and became a global sensation after switching to adult films. Yes, a global sensation. Many people, when thinking of adult films, immediately think of Japan and America, a somewhat naive view. The true heart of the adult film industry is in Europe. Among the Fortune Global 500 companies, 2 film production companies specialize in adult films, the Spanish company Personal Folder and the French company Woodpecker. Woodpecker is considered the pioneer of European and American adult films. It once dominated the entire European adult film industry chain. Although Personal Folder briefly dethroned it with American funding, Woodpecker quickly rose again, and now the two companies fiercely compete, alternating as the leader. In France, the adult film actresses from Woodpecker Film Company are just as famous as the actual movie stars. At least for Angeloni and Will, they might not know Felix's sister, Marlene Walter, but they definitely know Connie Carter. This is the romance of middle-aged men. Will pointed ahead, Connie Carter is really at this convention, over there. A mobile game maker launched a so-called simulation mobile game and hired Connie Carter to endorse it. Director, shall we go check it out? Angeloni almost blurted out yes, but reason prevailed. He coughed twice. Let's take care of business first. There are so many people over there, let's go investigate. Yes, Chief. Angeloni and his group pushed through the crowd and entered. Just as Will had said, it was the arcade. 2 people were playing a game called Street Fighter V, Facing Off. A large screen displayed their match, with a commentator providing a detailed explanation. The match seemed incredibly intense. The reactions of the onlookers indicated it was a duel between skilled players. Angeloni and his group didn't understand the game, but they were all wide-eyed. The 2 players and the onlookers were all dressed in the standard V for Vendetta attire, top hats, black robes, mustaches, and masks. Chief, what do we do? Will asked. Angeloni whispered to Will, this case can't be handled by one person. If these people are all accomplices, that makes sense. Go out and get more people right now. We need to arrest them all and take them back for investigation. Isn't that a bad idea? Will shook his head. If they're suspects, why aren't they running away? Why are they playing games here? Angeloni frowned. What kind of detective are you? Don't you study criminal psychology? Many criminals don't leave the scene after committing a crime. They observe the police's actions closely. I'm the chief, what I say goes. Get people in here now. We can't let them escape. Angeloni said. Will had no choice but to take out his walkie-talkie and contact the police outside. Soon, a team of officers came in and surrounded the group of people in front of the game console. This scene left everyone around stunned, wondering what was going on. The 2 players engrossed in their game were oblivious to what was happening around them. Angeloni, seeing this, was furious. He grabbed one of the gamers by the head and slammed him hard against the monitor. Are you really into this? Marseille police, you're all under arrest. He used considerable force, the man screamed, and the monitor glass cracked. Seeing him act, a whole group of police officers sprang into action, arresting everyone dressed as members of V for Vendetta. These people did not resist. French police are armed, especially after the numerous incidents of refugees attacking police officers since 2016. The French police have significantly increased their enforcement efforts. Seeing that none of the people resisted, Angeloni said smugly, take off their masks. I want to see what kind of faces are hidden under these ugly masks. As he spoke, he removed the mask of the person next to him. Under the mask was the face of an elderly white man, his expression filled with anger. Angeloni stammered after recognizing the face of Mayor Godin? It's you. The person behind the mask was none other than Mayor Gordon of Marseille. He glared angrily at Angeloni, gritting his teeth and saying, each word distinct, Director Angeloni, you damn well better let go right now. It hurts so much. The person Angeloni had pushed onto the monitor broke free of his grip and lifted his mask, revealing a young black man. He was badly injured, bright red blood streaming down his face from his forehead. Seeing this, Mayor Gordon was almost speechless with rage. Angeloni, you have to give me an explanation today. At that moment, a man beside Gordon also lifted his mask, revealing a middle-aged man with an Asian face. Director Angeloni, I never imagined you had such a brutal side. Mayor Gordon, I have to worry about our investment environment. Angeloni was startled to see the man. He recognized him, Chen Zedao from the Marseille Chinese Chamber of Commerce. They had met several times at parties, and Angeloni had even investigated him in connection with a smuggling case. This man was extremely troublesome. Why was he here too? What did this mean? Was he kicking him while he was down? Hearing Chen Zidao's words, Mayor Gauden's face darkened further. If looks could kill, Angeloni would have been dead long ago. My God, little Pa, is it dangerous to play video games in Marseille? At this moment, a man at another game machine spoke up. He removed his mask, revealing an Asian face. Angeloni felt the face looked familiar but didn't recognize him. This man was, of course, Xiao Peng. A man standing next to him also removed his mask. This one was white, and after hearing Xiao Peng's words, he asked, Xiao, what do we do now? Xiao Peng smiled wryly at Mayor Gauden. Mayor Gauden, hurry up and get a doctor. Look at Benjamin, a world champion reduced to this. Playing games in Marseille and still having to worry about personal safety? Maybe we should retreat first. I don't want to end up like Benjamin. Mayor Gauden took a deep breath after hearing Xiao Peng's words. Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely give everyone an explanation for what happened today. Someone will take responsibility. As he said this, he glared fiercely at Angeloni. How could he not be angry? He had gone to great lengths for this year's Game Expo, even specially inviting Benjamin Simon, the newly crowned world champion of Street Fighter V, from the UK to help out. For years, the championships in fighting games like this had been dominated by Asian and American players, until Benjamin Simon's meteoric rise broke that pattern. Now, Benjamin Simon is at the peak of his career in the European gaming world, and inviting him would have a very positive effect on increasing the expo's influence. Furthermore, Mayor Gauden, through Chen Zidao's connections, had also invited Xiao Peng, the shark dancer who has recently gained considerable popularity among young people, to help out as well. Especially Xiao Peng's rescue of someone outside the port of Marseille, which, thanks to media hype, had almost become a myth since Xiao Peng wouldn't give interviews. They could make up whatever stories they wanted. With Street Fighter V world champion Benjamin Simon, shark dancer Xiao Peng, and the mayor of Marseille personally attending the expo, this game festival was truly a spectacle. To create a surprise, the event was planned as follows. Benjamin Simon, disguised, would sit in front of a computer and play video games against the participants, dominating them before revealing his true identity to create a surprise. Benjamin Simon is British, so he naturally chose a V for Vendetta mask to disguise himself. Although it's a Hollywood movie, the setting is Britain. The final decision was that everyone would wear the costume and play the mystery game. Everything was going smoothly until a small mishap. They didn't expect Xiao Peng to be such a gaming expert. Benjamin Simon was dominating everyone, to the point that no one dared to challenge him. That's when Xiao Peng stepped in to liven things up. At first, Xiao Peng was clearly outmatched and unfamiliar with the game, but later the two played evenly, creating a fantastic atmosphere. But all of this was ruined by that damned Angeloni. How could Mayor Gauden not be furious? Angeloni hurriedly explained, Mayor Gauden, it's like this, we're chasing a suspect. Gauden abruptly interrupted him, what did you say? Chasing a suspect? Come on, tell me who the suspect is. Me? Or Mr. Chen from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce? Mr. Xiao, the dancing with sharks who saved countless lives in the old port of Marseille? Or Pascal Cousteau from the Cousteau family? Or perhaps my invited VIP, world champion Benjamin Simon? Tell me who it is. We'll go with you. Angeloni was speechless, opening his mouth several times to explain but unable to utter a word. He knew he had made a huge mistake. Just then, a man rushed over. Mayor Gauden, I've already contacted an ambulance. We'll get Mr. Simon to treatment as quickly as possible. Angeloni recognized the man. It was Mayor Gauden's secretary, Mayor Gauden stopped. Chief Angeloni, aren't we all suspects? Can you tell us now if we can take Mr. Simon for treatment? Angeloni almost cried upon hearing this. Mayor Gauden, of course you can take Mr. Simon to the hospital. Chen Zidao sighed from the side. No wonder everyone wants to be a cop. Turns out, as a cop, you can beat people without breaking the law. Angeloni's face turned green. Aren't you putting me on the spot? I only checked you once. Is this really necessary? I'm doing this for work, after all. This is a very serious criminal case, Angeloni hurriedly explained. Mayor Gauden, however, said, Mr. Chen, rest assured, everyone is equal before the law. I assure everyone. Chief Angeloni will pay the price for his actions. Furthermore, Mr. Angeloni, I'm afraid you're no longer suitable to stay at the Marseille police station. The French Riviera National Park needs an experienced police officer to lead the work. You are perfectly suited for this job. Remember the list of all the police officers who came today. Since they like following Angeloni, let them follow him to the end. Angelo and his men were completely dumbfounded by Mayor Gauden's words. French Riviera National Park? Are you kidding me? Are we going to be with wild ducks? We're all regular police officers. What would we become if we went to the French Riviera National Park? Wouldn't that make us no different from municipal police? Angeloni hurriedly said, Mayor Gauden, I was appointed by the French Ministry of the Interior. You have no right to interfere with my job transfer. Mayor Gauden laughed, but to Angeloni, that smile was incredibly cruel. Believe me, you will all go to the French Riviera National Park. I swear to God, you will definitely go. Xiao Peng looked at Angeloni with pity. The dignified Marseille police chief, reduced to patrolling an island and dealing with wild ducks because of his own actions? Xiao Peng was filled with guilt. Xiao Peng began to reflect on himself. He had ruined the futures of so many people because of his recklessness. What he had done was truly despicable. After reflecting for 10 seconds, Xiao Peng chose to forget about it. It wasn't like he intentionally harmed them. They just walked right into the line of fire. You expect someone like Xiao Peng, who hadn't received higher education and had always struggled alone, to become a saint just because he read a few books? That's unrealistic. It wasn't like he was cheating his fellow countrymen, so Xiao Peng felt no guilt whatsoever. Besides, so what if he cheated his compatriots? It wasn't like he hadn't been cheated by his fellow countrymen before. If you were to ask Xiao Peng what his biggest takeaway from the past 2 years in France was, it would be, don't judge a person by their skin color or nationality. Every country has good people and bad people. Just as he'd been betrayed by his compatriots, he'd also been helped by the Daritis. A person doesn't live more than 30,000 days. It's not about making yourself suffer and feel stifled. Living freely is more important than anything else. Of course, 99.99% of people in this world can't do that. Xiao Peng couldn't do it before either. But now that he's finally gained superpowers, why is he living a stifled life? He himself feels sorry for himself. Angeloni and the others arrived triumphantly but left dejected. Despite what happened, the video game festival had to continue, and with Benjamin injured, Xiao Peng became the main focus. At first, Xiao Peng enjoyed the attention. Countless beautiful women asked for photos and made various suggestive remarks. This feeling under the spotlight was indeed quite nice. No wonder so many people want to be famous. Who doesn't want to be surrounded by admirers and the center of attention? But after a while, he grew incredibly annoyed. No one cared whether he was free or in a good mood. In their eyes, as a public figure, you're supposed to serve the public. You're supposed to please them. Xiao Peng then realized how tough it was for celebrities. Did they really have to sacrifice their privacy and personal time to become famous? But the problem was, he wasn't a celebrity. What kind of public figure was he? Celebrities gain wealth by sacrificing their private time and privacy, but what was he getting out of it? Thinking about this, Xiao Peng became indignant. Are you all my grandsons? Do I care about you that much? He simply made an excuse about having a stomach ache and tried to slip away with Pascal. However, Gordon stopped him, insisting that his private doctor come and check on him. After Xiao Peng declined, Gordon arranged a lounge for him to rest. Gordon's actions puzzled Xiao Peng. Why was he being so polite to him? Xiao Peng couldn't understand it. Soon, Xiao Peng found out the answer. There was a small press conference after the show, and he was the main character. In recognition of Xiao Peng's rescue of people in the old port of Marseille, the Marseille city government bestowed upon him the title of honorary citizen. Seriously, these foreigners are really stingy. He risked his life to save so many people, and all he got in return was a crystal trophy and a certificate? No real reward whatsoever. Xiao Peng was so angry he wanted to throw the trophy and certificate in Godin's face. Are you trying to fob me off? Fortunately, Chen Zidao, also Chinese, understood Xiao Peng's feelings better. The Marseille Chinese Chamber of Commerce did award Xiao Peng 100,000 euros, recognizing his actions for expanding the influence of the Chinese community in Marseille. Not bad, not bad, at least I've recouped the money I spent on causing trouble for those gangs. After the press conference, there was a small cocktail party where Xiao Peng fully witnessed Godin's methods. Godin's approach to Xiao Peng wasn't without purpose. He wanted Xiao Peng to stay in Marseille, or more precisely, to stay in Marseille with that shrew shark named Nightingale, becoming a permanent tourist attraction in Marseille. He painted countless promises for Xiao Peng. The Marseille city government will provide you with the greatest convenience. This travel program will bring you both fame and fortune. Marseille is a European holiday hub. You'll find love here. After all, you've spent over 2 years in Marseille. It's practically your second home. You have an emotional attachment to it and a duty to contribute to its development. The Marseille authorities will offer you preferential treatment, including tax breaks, and if you want to become a French citizen, they will provide the greatest convenience based on your contributions. In short, after all that talk, there wasn't a single concrete promise. It was all empty words. Especially the last point, which fully displayed French arrogance. I want to become a French citizen based on my performance? Why would I bother becoming a French citizen? Is France beautiful? Absolutely. Is life comfortable? Absolutely. Are the welfare benefits great? Absolutely. Is the environment good? Absolutely. But this definitely doesn't include the major French cities. Modern France is truly different from the France of the past, jokingly referred to as Black Francestan. In fact, this isn't entirely a joke. In 2018, a Ghanaian immigrant member of parliament named Hussein Umar submitted a proposal to rename France Francestan. This is because France has a large Muslim population, especially evident in Marseille, which is known as the capital of North Africa. Paris, on the other hand, is a completely different story. It's now almost entirely a black-dominated society. This year, a large-scale protest took place in Paris, with black residents taking to the streets, chanting slogans to expel the white population and establish an all-black French capital. Having lived in France for so long, what Xiao Peng finds most unbearable is the frequent protests. In his eyes, the best life is a stable one. If it weren't for the fact that China doesn't allow private underwater salvage operations, Xiao Peng would want to return home right now. Even just for the familiar accent and food, he would choose to go back. Of course, that's assuming he returns with a mountain of money. In the past, Xiao Peng might have been gratefully accepting Gordon's promises and serving him wholeheartedly, even unto death. After all, Gordon was the mayor of Marseille, a high-ranking figure. Since Gordon thought so highly of him and was giving him face, Xiao Peng would naturally accept it. But now, you're nobody. Xiao Peng, using the excuse that he needed to think it over, left the party with Pascal. However, instead of going home, they went to a bar called Spade's Ace. Why did you bring me here? After getting out of the car, Xiao Peng looked at the bar's sign and asked, puzzled, are you going to listen to music here? Pascal put his arm around Xiao Peng's shoulder. Today we're celebrating getting your driver's license, so of course we have to have a good drink. Fabian has everything arranged. Tonight, we're drinking until we drop. You don't want to stay in Marseille? In the bar, Fabian stared wide-eyed at Xiao Peng. Mayor Gordon offered such excellent terms, and you won't agree. Xiao Peng looked at Fabian helplessly. You should be guarding the archives. Can't you think straight? Pascal, however, shook his head. Fabian, Mayor Gordon seems to have made many promises, but are they useful? Think about it carefully, there's nothing truly effective in them. Fabian blinked, thinking for a moment. Pascal, I still prefer the quiet you from before. What you're saying makes me feel like an idiot. It's not your fault. Everyone has their strengths, Pascal said. You might as well not comfort me at all. Fabian changed the subject. Xiao, you've got your driver's license, why don't you buy a car? Xiao Peng sighed. To be honest, I'm short on cash right now. I can't afford a good car, and I don't even like the cheap ones. I'm different from Pascal. For him, a car is just a means of transportation. But I'm a typical newly rich guy from a poor background, and I need a nice car to boost my confidence. Sigh. Why are you all looking at me like that? Fabian and Pascal exchanged glances. Finally, Pascal spoke up. Xiao, Fabian said that to celebrate you getting your driver's license, and also for future filming collaborations, he and France 5 TV were going to send you a car as a celebration. But it turns out you have such high standards for a car? Now it sounds like his gift isn't very presentable. Xiao Peng laughed and waved his hand, saying, brother, stop teasing me, okay? I'm practically broke right now. I don't have the luxury of being picky. If it weren't for this 100,000 yuan bonus, I'd be buying a used car. Pascal was taken aback. You're such a spendthrift. Where's your money? As far as I know, you only bought a boat. Xiao Peng smiled wryly. Don't even mention it, I also bought an exosuite diving suit. Pascal didn't know what the diving suit represented, but Fabian's eyes widened. You bought an exosuite? Damn, that must have cost over 600,000 yuan, right? Xiao Peng nodded. About that. Are you really planning to get into deep-sea salvage? Fabian continued to ask. Xiao Peng hummed in agreement. I did buy the exosuite, of course I had that intention. But after buying it, I realized it's a bottomless pit. I have to consider the ship, the people, and most importantly, I have to consider the taxes. French taxes are terrifying. I'm broke now. Fabian and Pascal exchanged glances. Pascal said, Xiao, we're friends. I should support you in doing what you want to do, but it's a bit unwise for you to take such a risky gamble. Never mind, I shouldn't discourage you. Xiao, just go for it. I won't say anything insincere. If you fail this time, I'll provide you with a 500,000 interest-free loan to help you get back on your feet. I'm not Godan, we can sign the agreement right now. Xiao Peng was deeply moved, but his face betrayed his displeasure. Xiao Pa, do you really think I'm destined to fail? Fabian thought for a moment and said, just yesterday, the underwater salvage company Neptune began its bankruptcy liquidation. This is a well-established company with over 30 years of history, and they just went bankrupt like that. This industry is tough. Xiao Peng's face darkened. Are you all taking turns pouring cold water on me? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Fabian shrugged. Everyone in this business thinks that way. Anyway, you're right, we shouldn't discourage you. You'll definitely have a thriving business. If you really fail, I swear to God, I'll do everything I can to help you, because you were a huge help when I needed it. Xiao Peng was deeply moved by the two brothers' words. Just as he was about to tell them that he actually still had some stock, Pascal suddenly asked, Xiao, if you really want to start a company, where do you plan to do it? Ha! Xiao Peng was taken aback, then replied, "That's exactly what's giving me a headache right now. I'm familiar with Marseille, but the taxes here are just too high." "Little Pascal, you're in the antique business every day, how do you avoid taxes?" Pascal said, "That's what I wanted to tell you too. You should set up a company to avoid taxes. Use company accounts to minimize your taxes." "Ha!" Xiao Peng was taken aback. "Doesn't France follow the territorial principle? Does that mean all income earned in France is taxed?" Pascal shook his head. "I didn't mean setting up a company in France, but an offshore company. There are many tax havens in Europe, such as Monaco, Andorra, San Marino, Cyprus, and Luxembourg. However, I personally advise against Andorra. Andorra has two monarchs jointly serving as head of state, the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Ubil in Spain and the President of France. In other words, it's essentially a small country shared by France and Spain, making tax avoidance there inconvenient. Monaco is similar to Andorra, so I don't recommend it either. And Cyprus is currently embroiled in war, so it's not a good choice either." After listening, Xiao Peng asked Pascal, "You do it this way too, right? Where do you avoid taxes?" Pascal replied, "Then let me give you a suggestion, you can choose the Netherlands. I have 3 offshore companies in the Netherlands." "The Netherlands?" Xiao Peng was taken aback. "Isn't that a low-tax country?" Pascal explained, "The Netherlands may seem like a high-tax country, but in fact, its tax avoidance rate is among the top 3 in Europe. Almost every European country offers tax avoidance clauses to large companies to attract multinational investment. They privately sign agreements offering preferential tax measures. The Netherlands does this better than any other country in Europe. They have 236 special tax incentives, second only to Belgium and Luxembourg. Although the European Commission has intensified its crackdown on tax evasion and avoidance, the Netherlands seems to be walking into a trap. However, I think the likelihood is relatively small. After all, the Netherlands is a large country, and if they really want to target something, they'll choose the weakest link. If you really want to avoid taxes, it's very simple: find a suitable country, register an offshore company, and use that company's accounts. Then you can conduct business activities in Sardinia, and all the trouble will be solved. Sardinia is just south of Corsica, the 2 islands are adjacent, and you can even see each other from the beach. However, Corsica belongs to France, while Sardinia belongs to Italy. The tax revenue is significantly lower." Xiao Peng suddenly understood. He had to admit, compared to these people, his vision was far inferior. He still needed to learn more. Xiao Peng and Pascal were discussing starting a company over drinks when they suddenly saw a group of people carrying musical instruments walk onto the stage. In Marseille, there aren't many electronic music nightclubs where young people can let loose, and even those are mostly located in the newly developed areas. The old town is mostly comprised of bars with live performances. In fact, you can see the difference between Paris and Marseille just by looking at the bands performing in bars. Parisians prefer jazz, that retro, elegant, and laid-back vibe, while Marseille, being close to Spain, is more popular with lively flamenco concerts. The bar Xiao Peng and Pascal were in was like that. There had been someone singing upstairs while they were chatting. However, these bars usually have their own regular bands, so why this group with instruments? They looked quite professional. Upon seeing them, whistles and cheers erupted from inside the bar. This piqued Xiao Peng's curiosity. "Who are they?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. "This is the Avalon Jazz Band, a very popular jazz band in southern France," Fabian introduced. The Marseille's fondness for flamenco didn't mean there wasn't jazz music here. Xiao Peng suddenly realized that a specially invited band was performing. The guitarist held a classical guitar, and as soon as the intro started, Xiao Peng paused. Celtic folk music. Environment changes people. Having spent so much time in Marseille, the music Xiao Peng listened to had changed, and he had become familiar with European music. The characteristic of this Celtic folk music was its triple meter, very common in films and television shows set in Middle-earth, such as Game of Thrones and The Lord of the Rings. This kind of music is beautiful, but it's more suitable for listening to alone late at night, otherwise, it always feels a bit oppressive. "Damn it," Xiao Peng complained, "you two were already dampening my spirits, and now after listening to this song, I feel like the world is full of malice towards me." "Isn't this song good?" Fabian blinked. Xiao Peng shrugged. "It sounds nice, but wouldn't it be better if it were a bit more upbeat? Music depends on the environment. Am I in such a good mood singing such a depressing song? I really want to pick up my suwana and play 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix to cheer everyone up." "Absolutely not." Fabian and Pascal exclaimed in unison, startled. Pascal said helplessly, "Now when I go home, my neighbors avoid me. You tell me how scary your suwana is." Xiao Peng laughed heartily. "I've been merciful enough not to be banging gongs early in the morning and playing the erhu late at night. Once you understand our Chinese folk music, you'll open the door to a new world. Your Celtic folk songs are no match, ha." He turned to look at the stage before finishing his sentence. A woman's voice came from the stage, singing in Chinese. Although her pronunciation was very poor, Xiao Peng could basically understand the lyrics. You say the scenery is picturesque, but I see your mind is wandering. Don't listen to me anymore, just drop the pretense. Can you hear me crying? You probably can't. You're like a white horse, leisurely running away. Xiao Peng's eyes widened. What song is this? Why is it a Celtic folk song sung in Chinese? Where's the singer? He realized there were only musicians on stage, no singer. Fabian looked at him with amusement. Didn't you hear the introduction? This song is called Horse. So, still think it's depressing? Xiao Peng gave a thumbs up. This song is fucking good. How come I can only hear the singing but not see the singer? He was naturally excited to hear someone singing a Chinese song in a foreign country, even though he'd never heard it before. His curiosity was through the roof. Just then, a woman came out from backstage singing. Xiao Peng was surprised when he saw her face. Marlene? It turned out the singer was Felix's sister, Marlene. He looked at Fabian, his eyes filled with confusion. What was Marlene doing here? And singing on stage? Fabian gave the answer. Felix is about to start school, and Marlene was planning to go straight back to Paris, but Felix insisted on coming to say goodbye to you. He happened to know you passed your driving test, so he wanted to surprise you. Marlene specially learned this Chinese song to perform for you. What do you think? Do you like it? I fucking love it. Xiao Peng cursed. Where's that brat Felix? Fabian spread his hands. Who did you think was playing the piano? Xiao Peng suddenly understood. He asked, puzzled. Marlene should have a lot of issues with me, right? Why would she cooperate with Felix to give me a surprise? Fabian smiled and said, I asked Marlene, and she said she noticed a big change in Felix after their trip together. Their sibling relationship is much closer than before, and Felix has grown a lot. She doesn't know why Felix has changed so much in the past few days with you, but she really wants to thank you. That's why this scene happened. Xiao Peng didn't know what to say. He hadn't made many friends in Marseille since arriving, and his former so-called friends had almost ruined his life. Now, however, he felt the warmth of having friends. The song quickly ended, and Marlene bowed to the audience before coming to Xiao Peng with Felix. Xiao, did you like my sister's song? Felix asked excitedly. Xiao Peng scratched his head. I really like it. I didn't expect Marlene to sing so well, but, Marlene, do you know the meaning of the lyrics? Marlene shook her head decisively. No, I just thought the song was nice, so I forced myself to learn it. Xiao Peng laughed. The lyrics basically boiled down to one sentence. My ex-boyfriend, you deserve to die a horrible death. Do you think it's appropriate for you to sing this song to me? Felix's eyes darted around. Master, aren't you a master at picking up girls? You could get my sister and then dump her, then it would be appropriate for her to sing this song to you then. Xiao Peng's face darkened. Marlene, tell me the truth, is Felix your real brother? Marlene was also amused and exasperated. Now I'm starting to doubt that too. Why don't you close your eyes and I'll beat him up for a bit? Felix's eyes widened. Master, save me. I have a gift for you. Xiao Peng was taken aback. Isn't this a wonderful gift? This is the best song I've heard since I came to Marseille. Felix pulled a small box from his pocket. Master, your diving watch is broken, isn't it? I'll give you a new one. Try it on and see if you like it. Xiao Peng looked at the small box in Felix's hand but didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked up at everyone, remained silent for a moment, and then said, Fabian, where's the most luxurious nightclub in Marseille? Ha! What are you going to do? Fabian was surprised. Let's go have a blast and drink until we drop. Achoo! Xiao Peng sneezed and opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a recliner, feeling incredibly cold. Why was the air conditioning so blasting? Where the hell am I? Xiao Peng rubbed his eyes and sat up. Fabian's voice came from beside him. Where else could we be? The police station. Xiao Peng was startled. He opened his eyes and looked around. He was indeed in a police station. There were iron bars on all sides. The large detention cell only held 3 people, Fabian and Pascal, who were sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. Xiao Peng scratched his head. What happened? How did we get here? Fabian's eyes widened. You've forgotten everything? You have no recollection at all? Xiao Peng racked his brains. I remember we were at a bar. I suggested going to a nightclub, but you disagreed. Felix is too young, and their flight to Paris was this morning. Fabian asked, you don't remember anything after that? Xiao Peng thought for a moment. Yeah, I remember we left the bar together and saw them off in a taxi. Ugh, I just can't stand your drinks. I'm fine when I drink, but a gust of wind will make me sick. Fabian said, well, nothing really happened after that. You and Pascal were both insisting on going to a nightclub, and we couldn't stop you. Xiao Peng glanced at Pascal sitting next to him. He sat there silently, but his clothes were disheveled and his hair was a mess, as if he'd been roughly handled. And then? Xiao Peng asked Fabian. Then we went to the nightclub, Fabian said. Xiao Peng frowned. I'm asking how we got here. My drinking manners aren't great, but they're not this bad, are they? Are we here because of me? Fabian said helplessly, it's partly because of you, and partly because of you. What are you talking about? Xiao Peng said angrily. Let's talk this out. Fabian then explained the whole story to Xiao Peng. After listening, Xiao Peng scratched his head and looked at Pascal beside him. This is a bit, cough cough. He really didn't know what to say about this. The nightclub they went to yesterday was called Black Tide. It's considered a very high-end nightclub in Marseille, the kind where both men and women have to pay an entrance fee of 50 euros. Considering the average monthly after-tax income of 2,000 euros in Marseille, this price is really not low. Of course, this amount is small for Xiao Peng and his friends. In Xiao Peng's imagination, such high-end nightclubs would be like large dance floors where everyone stands with a drink in hand. In reality, however, these nightclubs have many booths but very few dance floors. People dance in the booths, spending considerable sums, and everyone keeps to themselves, thus minimizing arguments. Of course, even in this environment, Xiao Peng and his group were the brightest stars in the room. Under the influence of alcohol, Xiao Peng embarked on a raining expedition. Such raining expeditions can sometimes be encountered in nightclubs across China. Generally, when opening champagne in nightclubs, the staff will set off fireworks and whistle to attract attention. The so-called Emperor's March is basically opening champagne like crazy. Xiao Peng, not caring whether he could finish it all, ordered 20 bottles of champagne. The staff tied fireworks to the bottles and lit them while walking around the nightclub. That's the so-called Emperor's March. Xiao Peng was the only Asian in the entire nightclub, and given his extravagant spending, he naturally became the center of attention. Many unfamiliar women gathered around, but so far, nothing happened, and everyone was having a great time. The problem actually didn't arise with Xiao Peng, but with Pascal. Pascal is a bit abnormal in some ways. He appears normal on the surface, but he has a slight quirk regarding sex. He enjoys role-playing, especially girls dressed as anime characters. Xiao Peng couldn't comment on this. Everyone has their own preferences. Is Marlene pretty? Yes, she is, but Xiao Peng isn't attracted to her. Because Xiao Peng prefers big breasts and long legs. Marlene's breasts are rather cutely small. But here's the problem, Marseille was hosting an international video game festival, and the nightclub had pulled off a gimmick, with its female staff dressed as Rei Inami in her battlesuit from the classic anime Neon Genesis Evangelion. Not long after, Xiao Peng and Fabian realized Pascal was missing. They searched everywhere and finally found him on the nightclub's balcony, where he was having sex with a group of Rei Inami girls. This kind of thing is quite common in France. There's a reason France is known as the land of M in Europe. France is the largest producer of M in Europe. Their official explanation is that this M is mainly used to extract sesame oil and fiber. But sex is really common here, even the Deritis would have one occasionally. Attitudes towards methamphetamine, big botulinum toxin, vary across France. Corsica is the strictest, with zero tolerance for it, while Provence, including Marseille, is the most lenient. This is France's largest producer of methamphetamine. Although the law stipulates fines for those caught selling marijuana, many police officers here casually smoke some. While the people of Marseille are used to it, Xiao Peng couldn't stand it. After all, he was Chinese, from one of the world's strictest drug control countries. He disliked it from the bottom of his heart, especially since he considered Pascal a friend and couldn't bear to see him fall into this trap. He dragged Pascal back to continue drinking and kept him away from the girls. Pascal and the girls were selling him marijuana at inflated prices. The matter should have ended there, but one of the girls felt that Xiao Peng's actions were hindering her earnings, so she brought their friends to teach him a lesson. Which drug dealer isn't backed by a gang? So what happened next was simple. Someone came looking for trouble, an argument ensued, a fight broke out. Xiao Peng demonstrated his drunken boxing to all the nightclub patrons, a group of people were taken to the hospital, and Xiao Peng and his group ended up at the police station. Why is Pascal behaving like this? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Fabian said, Pascal was the first to make a move during the fight, and he got beaten up. You only started fighting because you saw Pascal get beaten up. Xiao, how did you grow up? Your fighting ability is too strong. Pascal and I together couldn't beat one person, but you took down a whole bunch by yourself. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Xiao Peng said calmly, in our country, you couldn't even beat a chess player. Fabian was indignant, are you kidding me? I'm a diving enthusiast, you're saying I can't even beat someone who sits there playing chess all day. Xiao Peng gave him a disdainful look, do you think just anyone can play chess? There was a time when becoming a professional chess player required passing physical tests. You had to pass tests like the 1,000-meter run, shot put, and flexibility tests to become a professional chess player. Fabian blinked. Brother, are you kidding me? You mean those people sitting there playing chess have to pass a physical test to become professional chess players? Xiao Peng shrugged. That's called all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Anyway, let me warn you, when you get to China, be careful. If you see old men playing chess on the street, don't give them any advice. They might actually beat you up with a small stool. You and Pascal really can't beat them. Little Pascal, what are you sitting there for? Why are you so upset if I hit someone? Pascal looked up at Xiao Peng's words. Xiao, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. Pascal said, it's all because of me that this happened. Xiao Peng immediately interrupted him, what does this have to do with you? They were the ones causing trouble. Wait, Fabian, if they were the ones causing trouble, why are we locked up? Pascal smiled wryly, you injured quite a few people yesterday. Almost anyone who came near you was thrown out. When the police came to stop you, you injured 2 more. If it weren't for me and Little Pa desperately stopping you, the police probably would have used guns yesterday. Xiao Peng looked at Pascal with a dark expression. Is what Fabian said true? Pascal nodded. Xiao Peng stood up from the recliner, his face bitter. Little Pascal, this has nothing to do with you. The key is that I couldn't control myself and hit him. You treat me as a friend, and I treat you all as friends. If someone insults me, I might just laugh it off, but if someone insults my friends, that's unacceptable. No matter what, I must quit drinking from now on. Drinking is such a disaster. What are we going to do now? I've never been arrested by the police in Marseille. Fabian's face darkened. We've never had this experience either. Don't worry, I'll call a lawyer right now. This is nothing, we'll be fine after posting bail. Xiao Peng patted Pascal on the shoulder. Little Pascal, don't look so sad. I'll give you a surprise later, I guarantee you'll jump for joy. Pascal stood up and said, I really can't be happy right now. I just want to take a shower and change my clothes. Xiao, believe me, I swear to God, I'll never drink weeds again in my life. Just as Xiao Peng was about to speak, the sound of a door opening came from behind him. A policeman was there, glancing at Xiao Peng and swallowing hard. He had been to the scene yesterday and witnessed Xiao Peng's drunken boxing firsthand. He was deeply impressed by Xiao Peng's fighting prowess. You can go, the policeman said, opening the door. Xiao Peng and the other 2 were stunned. We can go? Yes, someone has bailed you out, the policeman said. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Who bailed us out? Fabian asked curiously. The policeman shrugged. How should I know? Anyway, you can leave now. Xiao Peng and his 2 companions walked out of the police station, completely bewildered. Who had bailed them out? They racked their brains but couldn't guess. After standing outside the police station for a while, Xiao Peng said, that's strange. They bailed us out but didn't show up. Who did this? Pascal said, whoever it was, let's go home first, okay? I need to shower and change. I stink. Fabian hailed a taxi, and after the 3 of them got in, he told the driver, to Hotel C2. Xiao Peng was taken aback. How do we get to C2? Fabian replied, when I came yesterday, I figured we'd definitely be drinking tonight, so I booked a room in C2. Xiao Peng whistled, you're quite meticulous, kudos. After arriving at C2, Fabian didn't take Xiao Peng into the hotel, but instead went to the parking lot. Xiao Peng then remembered that Fabian in Channel 5 had given him a car. In the parking lot, Xiao Peng looked around curiously, wondering which car was his. Fabian simply tossed Xiao Peng a car key, find it yourself. Xiao Peng took the key and pressed the button on a parked car. A sky blue soft-top convertible clicked. The car was really small, about the same length as a Volkswagen Beetle but much shorter, even smaller than a Mini. A Porsche 356? Xiao Peng was startled when he saw the car model. What was a Porsche 356? It was Porsche's first car. A classic car from 1956, even today the cheapest one would cost at least 300,000 euros. Fabian would give him such an expensive car? It just didn't seem realistic to him. But something felt off. Wait a minute, why would a Porsche 356 have an electronic key? Was it modified? Fabian smiled and pointed to the front of the car for Xiao Peng to see. Xiao Peng looked at the logo and suddenly realized, oh, it was PGO, what some Chinese car enthusiasts call Pigo. This is a small French car company headquartered not far from Marseille, specializing in producing these 2-door, 2-seater cars. Despite their small size, the craftsmanship is impeccable, boasting handcrafted assembly. That's precisely why, even in France, these cars don't sell well. At over 50,000 euros, wouldn't it be better to buy a Tesla Model 3 or a BMW 5 Series for that price? Who would buy this one? Xiao Peng strongly suspects this car is a sponsorship from the car company to TV Channel 5. Otherwise, who would buy one of these for no reason? But having a car is better than nothing. At least it's a small convertible, and it's quite impressive to drive around in. Fabian, thanks. Xiao Peng sat in the car to experience it. Although the car looks very similar to a Porsche 356, with a retro feel, the difference is immediately apparent inside. The car is fully equipped with electronic devices, and the large LCD central control screen is very beautiful high-tech equipment that would have been unthinkable in the Porsche 350 SIXS era. Fabian said, Xiao, why don't you go out and drive it around to get familiar with the car? Xiao Peng shook his head, no, I have more important things to do right now. Pascal scoffed, what could be more important than taking a shower and changing clothes? After locking the car door, Xiao Peng said to Pascal, little Pascal, I told you I'd make you jump for joy. Let's go back to the room first, I have something to show you. Xiao, why are you being so mysterious? Pascal, wearing his new clothes, was admiring himself by spraying on cologne. Fabian, on the other hand, looked pained. Nothing excites me right now. I just want a bowl of hot soup to sober up. This hangover is awful. Xiao Peng opened his phone's photo album, flipped to a picture, and handed it to Pascal. I have something to show you. Pascal took the phone, glanced at it, and said, Mariette's flat-top trunk? That's interesting. Xiao Peng was taken aback. Marichar? Is this trunk very prestigious? Pascal explained, you know Louis Vuitton, right? LV. The founder of Louis Vuitton was originally an apprentice under Marichar, learning to make trunks. He only established the Louis Vuitton brand and produced his own trunks after getting married. Marichar's trunks were the most popular trunks in Paris about 200 years ago. Xiao Peng asked curiously, how are you sure this is Marichar's trunk? Pascal pointed to the photo album, look at the carvings. They seem random at first glance, but if you look closely, don't they form the letter M? That's the mark of the Marichar trunk. You're in luck, this trunk looks like it's worth between 15,000 and 20,000 euros. So cheap? Xiao Peng looked disappointed. Xiao, take a closer look at the photo. The metal edging and clasps are severely corroded from being submerged in the sea for so long. The trunk itself is probably even more corroded. So this trunk isn't very valuable. Marichar trunks were famous for their high quality back then, which is why many Marichar trunks have survived to this day, Pascal explained. But Marichar trunks vary in price. This trunk is quite good. You can tell it's a finely crafted trunk by the carvings. Good Marichar trunks are also popular in the antique trunk collecting market. I remember the most expensive Marichar trunk ever sold for 1.2 million euros. Xiao Peng was stunned. 1.2 million? That's quite expensive. Remembering the large trunk on the seabed, he gestured and asked, how much is such a big trunk worth? Pascal paused, then laughed. If it were in this condition, it probably wouldn't be worth as much as this small trunk. After all, travel trunks from that era were generally large, small ones like this were rarer and therefore more valuable. Why are you showing me a picture? Bring the trunk out so I can see it. Xiao Peng shrugged. Right now, you can only look at pictures. I opened a safe at the Crédit Agricole in Marseille and stored the trunk there. Pascal looked at Xiao Peng and said, I understand why you started an underwater salvage company, you've retrieved another trunk. But as you can see, not everything salvaged from the sea is valuable. The price of this trunk you retrieved is probably less than the value of opening that safe, right? It's not just about the age of the item. Fabian shrugged. Xiao, if anything salvaged from the seabed could fetch 2 million, everyone in the world would be diving for things. For one thing, in the area between the Strait of Gibraltar and the Tyrrhenian Sea alone, at least 1,000 warships and merchant ships sank during World War II. The Tyrrhenian Sea alone has over 400 shipwrecks, and that's just from World War II. But considering the depth, the difficulty of searching, and the challenges of salvage, it doesn't seem like a worthwhile business. The Tyrrhenian Sea refers to the sea area between Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily. It was a vital maritime route for Italy during World War II, a strategic location fought over by both the Allies and the Axis powers. Numerous naval battles took place there, resulting in the sinking of countless merchant ships and warships. However, because it's near the Ophir fault line, the seabed topography is complex, with depths exceeding 3,500 meters in some areas. This is why, despite knowing there are many shipwrecks there, no one goes to salvage them. If they salvage a merchant ship with salvage value, that's fine, but if after searching for a long time they find only a sunken warship, they're at a loss. Are they supposed to salvage the spent shells and sell them for scrap metal? Fabian continued, I told you about the bankruptcy and liquidation of the old salvage company, Neptune Sanctuary, right? Why did they go bankrupt? Facing severe financial difficulties, they made a desperate gamble and found a World War II-era merchant ship off Ibiza. After searching for a long time, they only found a load of rubber. The value of what they salvaged might not even be as much as this box of yours. This became the last straw, and a company with over 30 years of history was brought to the brink of bankruptcy. That's how cruel the deep-sea salvage industry is. He laughed, opening a safe for such a small box? Opening such a big safe isn't cheap, is it? Hurry up and get Pascal to help you sell it, otherwise you won't even cover the insurance premium. Xiao Peng blinked. Fabian, are you making fun of me? Fabian shrugged. Every smart person in the world makes foolish mistakes. I'm not making fun of you, I am making fun of you. Xiao Peng scoffed. I hope you can still laugh in a bit. What do you mean? Fabian asked, puzzled. Xiao Peng said helplessly, did I say this box was empty? There's something in the box? Pascal's eyes widened. Xiao Peng pointed to the phone in his hand. Is there only one photo in your phone's album? Can't you look at the others? Pascal looked at the others in his phone's album with suspicion, but after just one glance, he jumped up from his chair. Seeing this, Xiao Peng laughed. Ha ha ha, little Pascal, I told you I'd make you jump for joy, didn't I? Pascal's hand holding Xiao Peng's phone trembled. Am I dreaming? This photo is real? You're not kidding me? This was also fished out of the sea? It's from this box? Xiao Peng sighed. How am I supposed to answer all these questions all of a sudden? Don't get excited, don't get excited. I'm not kidding you, it's all true. You have to believe your eyes. Pascal could only gasp and remain silent. Fabian asked curiously, what exactly did you see that made you look like that? He leaned closer for a look and his own eyes widened. What are all these? Xiao Peng slapped his forehead. Fabian, I almost forgot. Some of these jewels have inscriptions. There are more in the album later. Pascal, can you take a look for me? Pascal was looking through his phone's photo album when Xiao Peng added, I suspect the owner of this box was a jeweler. When they pulled it out, it was full of jewelry. As you can see, there's gold, diamonds, crystals, gemstones, pearls, everything. I noticed some of the jewelry has inscriptions. For example, look at this emerald brooch in the photo. It says Fontaine 22 on it. Pascal, what does that mean? Pascal looked at the photo and said, that refers to 22 Place Vendôme in Paris, the address of Van Cleef and Arpels' first store. This is a Van Cleef and Arpels brooch. After hearing Pascal's explanation, Xiao Peng suddenly understood. Also, some of these pieces have names engraved on them, 3 names in total: Margaret Gertruida Zeller, Miss McLeod, and Matahari. These 3 people might be the names of the owners of these jewels. Do you know who they are? Pascal shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of those names. Fabian, standing nearby, thought for a moment and said, these aren't 3 people, they're one person. All 3 names belong to the same person. Xiao Peng and Pascal looked at Fabian together. You know this person? Fabian smiled wryly. Pascal, were you sleeping through history class? You don't know who Matahari is? Margaret Gertruida Zeller is Matahari's real name, and Miss McLeod was the name she used when she first arrived in Paris. Pascal exclaimed, could these jewels be Matahari's? No way. Fabian shrugged. That's something you need to verify, it's not within my area of expertise. After listening for a while, Xiao Peng hesitated before asking, is the Matahari you're talking about the one who was executed by the French for treason during World War I? Pascal snapped his fingers. That's her. But whether these are truly her belongings needs verification. Even the authenticity of these jewels needs verification. I need to see the originals. Fabian said directly, if these really are Matahari's belongings, Xiao, you can buy the best French sports car as a toy. What's the best French sports car? Of course, it's a Bugatti. And of course, the price is exorbitant. Fabian used this to prove that the jewels were indeed very valuable. In fact, when Xiao Peng heard the name Matahari, he knew he was about to strike it rich. This name might not be widely known among Chinese people, but in Europe, especially in France, it's a household name. It's mentioned in textbooks. Hailed as the father of 20th century spies, in the eyes of Europeans, only James Bond, 007, is the one man in the world truly compatible with Matahari. P.S. In the film Casino Royale, James Bond's daughter, Mata Bond, is the daughter of James Bond and Matahari. In fact, Matahari's life was truly legendary. She was the daughter of a Dutch farmer. At 19, she married a Dutch naval officer 22 years her senior, emigrated to Indonesia, and had 2 children. After their divorce, at 28, Matahari left Indonesia for Paris and worked as a jockey in a circus. Later, she began performing as a stripper under the stage name Matahari. She wasn't particularly beautiful, nor was she young, yet she became a wildly popular dancer and one of the most famous socialites in Paris, surrounded by French, German, and Russian military and political figures. She was also the mistress of many high-ranking officers. In short, a high-class prostitute. This was a necessary condition for her to become a top spy. However, whether she was a German spy or a double agent for both Germany and France remains controversial. Some say she was responsible for France's early setbacks in World War I, accused by the French authorities of stealing intelligence for Germany, ultimately leading to the deaths of 50,000 French soldiers. She was subjected to a trial of the century and executed. However, there were many doubts surrounding that trial. When Matahari was sentenced to death, many of the charges were based on speculation and lacked solid evidence. Matahari presented a lot of evidence in court that she had been a double agent for France, but it was not used and she was directly sentenced to be shot. Therefore, some argue that Matahari's death was more like a scapegoat used by French intelligence to shirk responsibility for their own incompetence. The truth remains inconclusive. However, from Xiao Peng's perspective as an observer, this does indeed seem like something the French intelligence service would do. It's often said that French men are particularly romantic towards women, but that's inaccurate. Whenever a scapegoat is needed, French men's first thought is to push a woman forward to suffer. At the very beginning of World War II, France surrendered early and became Germany's backyard, a prime vacation destination for Axis soldiers. After the war, France conducted a large-scale reckoning, and those women who had served Axis men during the war suffered terribly, enduring unimaginable torment. Meanwhile, the men who served the Axis mostly escaped unscathed. Decisions like surrender were made by French men, yet in the end, they had to use women to salvage their lost face, sacrificing women as a fig leaf. French men's attitude towards women is not as gentle as imagined. There is so much controversy surrounding Matahari. Hollywood even made a film based on her life, starring Greta Garbo, a Hollywood Lifetime Achievement Award recipient. A few years ago, a Matahari memorial was established in her hometown of Leeuwarden, Netherlands. Many consider her a pioneer in resisting male chauvinism, and the Matahari Foundation was established specifically to help disadvantaged women. What kind of person she was is a matter for historians to decide. The only certainty is that Matahari, as one of Paris's top socialites of that era, was undoubtedly a wealthy woman. She was arrested and swiftly executed upon returning to France from Spain. Although the French authorities confiscated a considerable portion of her wealth, it was a small sum compared to Matahari's true fortune. If the jewels Xiao Peng retrieved are indeed hers, it would solve part of the historical mystery. Pascal couldn't contain himself any longer. Xiao, take me to see the real thing. Fabian added, let's go now. But Xiao Peng shook his head. Actually, I don't want them to be seen right now. Ah, why? The two brothers exclaimed in unison. Xiao Peng took back his phone and said, I'm friends with you two brothers, so I won't hide it from you. I got these jewels by vulture operation. Fabian suddenly realized, oh, it's the target of conquering the Mediterranean? Xiao Peng nodded. Fabian said, so what? It's your skill that you found them, but they can't. People only see your wealth, who cares how they got it? Xiao Peng sighed, actually, there's another question about how to salvage this wealth, and it concerns my secret. Don't ask, and I won't answer you. Fabian looked at him with disdain. Who doesn't know your little secret? Ha! Xiao Peng's face turned completely blank. You know my secret? After listening, Fabian said, when we were sorting through the video footage we took underwater when we first met, we found a clip that we accidentally filmed. It showed you letting that Nightingale shark turn over on the seabed. Thinking back to the coins you took out that night, Nightingale must have been helping you search the shipwreck, right? Xiao Peng was dumbfounded by Fabian's words, his mouth agape for a long time. Damn, you foreigners have amazing thought processes. How could you even make that connection? Why the hell didn't I think of that reason? Seeing Xiao Peng's expression, Fabian, smugly pleased with himself, said, Richard from Conquering the Mediterranean has been insisting the association make you an observer. Curious, I looked into it, and now someone's willing to pay 1.4 million for Nightingale. Richard's main reason for wanting you as an observer is because of Nightingale, but I just don't understand. Why would someone in the deep-sea salvage business be eyeing Nightingale? Unless he also knows Nightingale can help find shipwrecks. Xiao Peng scratched his head. He couldn't help but feel that Richard was just after Nightingale to sell for money. How could Richard possibly know Nightingale could help him find shipwrecks? You're the boss, you decide. However, he absolutely wouldn't explain anything. It was a beautiful misunderstanding, so let it remain a misunderstanding. Fabian said smugly, so Xiao, you don't need to worry about your secret at all. We've already guessed it. You bought that ridiculously expensive diving suit to cover this up, right? Let me tell you, it's unnecessary. With that money, you should consider a deep-sea submersible and an underwater robot. But I'm still glad to hear you say it yourself. It shows you truly consider us friends. Xiao Peng really wanted to ask him, what did I say? You're just talking to yourself, okay? But he was happy that Fabian and the others were making such wild guesses, saving him the trouble of explaining. Well, Fabian, actually, that's not the most important reason I don't plan to take action, Xiao Peng said helplessly. I'm just scared of the French taxes. Fabian and Pascal exchanged a glance and suddenly burst out laughing. Xiao Peng was completely confused. What are you laughing at? Pascal said, as long as the double Irish and Dutch sandwich exist, you'll never have to worry about taxes. Leave it to me, I promise to introduce you to the best accountant. Xiao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. These double Irish and Dutch sandwich aren't the names of any delicacies, but rather tax avoidance methods in Europe. One method is related to Ireland, and the other to the Netherlands, hence the names. There's a saying that capitalist countries are a paradise for the rich, and that's absolutely true. Here, the rich get richer. Take taxes, for example. An ordinary person might pay more taxes than a Fortune 500 company. This is no joke. In 2013, Facebook's UK branch earned £49.28 million. Yet, it paid only £3,169 in taxes. That's less than the personal income tax paid by an average Briton earning less than £30,000 a year. Even more ridiculous is that they also received nearly £190,000 in credit, meaning they not only didn't pay taxes but actually made a huge profit. That year, Facebook employed 208 people in the UK, and any one of them could have paid more in personal income tax than the entire company. The tax avoidance method they used was the Double Ireland scheme, which, simply put, involves transferring assets between different countries until the effective tax rate is almost zero. The Dutch sandwich is another similar tax avoidance method. Using this tax avoidance method also comes at a cost. For example, Dutch Sandwich would need to establish 3 wholly owned subsidiaries in the Netherlands, with royalties between these 3 companies, and finally, another wholly owned subsidiary in a tax haven like Bermuda. This whole process can cost millions. Ordinary people simply cannot afford such exorbitant fees, but for large companies, it's a drop in the ocean. This is what's known as legal tax avoidance. A large company with annual profits of £50 million pays less in taxes than a cleaning worker does in a year. This is extremely unreasonable, but frustratingly, it's legal. Xiao Peng isn't inclined to criticize this kind of tax avoidance. Pascal once said he had 3 offshore companies in the Netherlands, apparently using the Dutch sandwich method to avoid taxes. He'll likely use a similar method himself. Xiao Peng's view on this tax avoidance method is simple: if it makes my wallet fuller, then it's good. As for others, what's it to me? Pascal continued, but the prerequisite for doing this is that you establish the salvage company. I also agree that it's better for these jewels not to be seen until your company is established. Fabian, you keep an eye on the bankruptcy liquidation of Neptune's Asylum. Xiao, send me the photos of these jewels, I'll check the relevant information. We'll take a multi-pronged approach simultaneously. Xiao Peng replied, it won't make a difference. Let's eat first. I'll call room service. He was just about to pick up the phone on the bedside table when it rang by itself. Xiao Peng answered the phone, but after only a couple of sentences, he looked completely bewildered. What's wrong? Fabian asked, puzzled. Who called you? Why do you look like that? Xiao Peng replied, the receptionist called, saying someone gave him an address and wants me to go there to meet someone. Are you crazy? Fabian immediately retorted, why bother with someone like that? If he wants to see you, let him come himself. It's like he's some important figure who needs you to come over. Xiao Peng said helplessly, the person who left the note said he's the one who bailed us out. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Xiao Peng cursed as he climbed the mountain. The mysterious person who had invited him to meet was definitely not from Marseille. He actually invited him to meet at the Basilica of Our Lady of Guard. Wasn't this a total rip-off? The Basilica of Our Lady of Guard is a must-see for all tourists visiting Marseille. It's not far from the sea, perched on a hill 154 meters above sea level, offering panoramic views of Marseille. Moreover, the church itself is quite unique. Generally, other large European cathedrals feel cold and solemn inside, but the interior of this one is as magnificent as a church from a fairy tale. The golden statue of the Virgin Mary and Child atop the church has become a symbol of Marseille and the patron saint of all Marseillais. But while this place is nice for tourists visiting occasionally, what about Xiao Peng, who has lived in Marseille for so long? It's just a big stone house. And you can't drive up there. You have to park in the parking lot at the foot of the hill and walk up. 154 meters above sea level might not sound like much, but climbing up steep slopes and narrow staircases, coupled with Marseille's unique blazing sun and fierce winds, how could Xiao Peng not curse? You can't understand a city just by relying on travel agency brochures. Back in China, Xiao Peng's understanding of Marseille was that it was sunny for 300 out of 365 days a year. That was indeed true, but what the travel agencies didn't tell everyone was that for a third of the year, it was ravaged by sea winds. While the winds weren't the kind of biting, chilling winds, the sea winds here were incredibly strong. Aside from tourists, almost no Marseille women wore skirts in public. Otherwise, when the wind blew, everyone would be in the classic Marilyn Monroe pose, clutching their skirts. And today was a day of fierce winds. A female tourist ahead of him was wearing a large sun hat, constantly covering it with her hand. In a moment of carelessness, the hat flew into the air. Xiao Peng, under the blazing sun and the biting sea wind, was climbing the steep slope, feeling both sunburnt and miserable. No wonder he was cursing. He arrived at the viewing platform in front of the church as agreed. Many tourists were taking photos there, and there was also an open-air cafe, a popular spot in Marseille. Sitting there with the city of Marseille and the harbor in the background, a side profile shot of someone elegantly sipping coffee would indeed be quite beautiful. However, taking such a photo was no easy feat. The cafe didn't even have umbrellas. It wasn't that foreigners like sunbathing, it was just that even if you put one up, the wind would blow it away. Xiao Peng watched some girls taking photos, their faces showing enjoyment before their expressions of agony. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. But Xiao Peng looked left and right, and didn't see anyone who seemed to be the person who had invited him. Are you kidding me? Xiao Peng was furious. He'd climbed for half a day and not seen a single person. How could he feel comfortable? If you hadn't paid my bail, I wouldn't be suffering here. He was about to turn away, furious, when a rich fragrance wafted over. A woman wearing large sunglasses that covered half her face walked up behind him with a charming smile, then warmly hugged Xiao Peng and kissed him on the cheek. After the hug ended, Xiao Peng blinked. Did you pay my bail? He observed the woman. She was about 178 centimeters tall, with a slender figure, wearing a white, low-cut tank top and jeans. That tank top was quite something. The partially exposed breasts were very eye-catching. The woman smiled and said, while this bail money might be a small favor for you, I was the one who paid it for you. Xiao, do we really have to talk here? She pointed to a chair next to her and said, wouldn't it be better if we sat down there? Xiao Peng, completely bewildered, sat down with the woman. After the waiter came and they ordered coffee, Xiao Peng asked his most perplexing question, excuse me, who are you? Why did you pay our bail? Even though the woman was wearing large sunglasses, Xiao Peng could still see the shock on her face. The woman was silent for a moment, then raised her voice, you're saying you don't recognize me? Xiao Peng replied matter-of-factly, even with those sunglasses, I can tell you're a beautiful woman, but it's not surprising I don't recognize you, is it? I can't possibly recognize every beautiful woman. As he said this, he even felt a little contempt for the woman. Did she think she was Sophie Marceau? Did he expect him to recognize her? After listening, the woman glanced around before taking off her sunglasses, revealing a pretty face to Xiao Peng. She had dark gray pupils, brown hair, and eyes with a slightly upturned, characteristic Asian willow leaf shape. Although her face was slightly long, she was undeniably beautiful. However, Xiao Peng was even more confused. He definitely didn't recognize this woman. His expression inexplicably angered the woman. She put her sunglasses back on, took out her phone, and opened her photo album, showing it to Xiao Peng. I've seen men who deny everything after they've done their job, but I've never seen anyone like you. You don't recognize me? Then what's this? Xiao Peng curiously took the phone, but after looking at the photos, he was dumbfounded. They were all pictures of Xiao Peng embracing this woman, their actions unusually intimate. This was last night? Xiao Peng blinked, uncertainly asking. Of course. It's only been a short time and you're saying you don't recognize me, the woman said angrily. Xiao Peng covered his face. Sorry, beautiful lady, I really did drink too much yesterday. Wait, you're saying I'm going to deny it after I've had my pants pulled up? Oui. The woman scoffed. In the black-tied restroom. What? Do I have to help you remember? Xiao Peng was completely petrified. What the hell is going on? He absolutely has to quit drinking. This drunken mess is one thing, but now she's come knocking on his door. Xiao Peng is incredibly embarrassed. But why is she looking for him? For money? That doesn't make sense. If it were for money, why would she pay his bail? Is she playing the long game? Completely baffled, Xiao Peng, in his anxiety, even stammered in his native dialect, He was thinking of returning the bail money the beautiful woman had paid for them before considering anything else. He was indebted to her, and tens of thousands of dollars in bail wasn't a small sum. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind from behind him. Without turning around, Xiao Peng simply raised his hand to block the fist. He turned to see a young black man glaring angrily at him. Looking at the angry young black man, then at the woman sitting opposite him, 3 words immediately flashed through his mind. A honey trap? The so-called honey trap refers to a scheme where a woman is used as bait to lure a man, who is then extorted for money by accomplices. This is a very old and widespread criminal method. It was common in China in the past, but with improved public security, such cases have decreased significantly. However, it is very common in Europe. Many men who come here seeking sexual partners have been victims of honey traps, so Xiao Peng's first reaction was that he had been caught in one. But the woman opposite him looked completely bewildered, as if she didn't recognize the young black man. Tisk tisk, quite the acting. Just as Xiao Peng was about to get up and confront the young black man, the man started cursing first. He was speaking English. Although Xiao Peng had studied English recently, his listening comprehension was terrible, and the young black man spoke so fast that he could only understand one word after listening for a while. Fa-ke. Just then, several young men and women gathered around, seemingly companions of the young black man. It's unclear what they said, but the young black man's companions also joined in, hurling insults and profanities at Xiao Peng, clearly determined to beat him up. Tisk tisk, this is clearly a honey trap, yet they're making such a big scene. Your acting is really good. Xiao Peng stood up from his seat. Since you want to fight, then fight to the death. Do you really think numbers make a difference? Just then, the beautiful woman sitting opposite him suddenly spoke up. Xiao, they're asking you why you insulted them. Xiao Peng frowned slightly. Aren't they your friends? Why make excuses if you're going to fight? The woman was taken aback. My friends? She considered for a moment, then raised her voice. What do you take me for? I saw you fighting yesterday. If I were to hire people to teach you a lesson, would I have sent so few? Xiao Peng was stumped. Right. This woman was with him last night, she must have seen him fight. It's impossible for her to have sent so few people, unless they were all armed. But that didn't seem like it. Admitting mistakes and correcting them is a good habit. Miss, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Could you help me find out what happened? My English listening comprehension isn't very good. The woman rolled her eyes at him and then asked the young man what had happened. After she explained the situation to Xiao Peng, he was both amused and exasperated. He had just said the word nage in Chinese, and the pronunciation of is very similar to the English word nigger. This word is a standard black-only term. Only black people can use this word. Most black people address each other as nigger. But try asking someone of another skin color to say that word. These young men were college students from America visiting Marseille. Racial issues there are so severe that they're extremely sensitive. Hearing Xiao Peng say, they thought he meant nigger, and they were ready to fight him to the death. Xiao Peng was also helpless about this situation. He couldn't just stop speaking Chinese for them, could he? He could only download translation software and tell them that the Chinese word nage was equivalent to the English word that, thus clearing up the misunderstanding. This little incident left Xiao Peng both amused and exasperated. Could he really be blamed? After finally getting rid of the group of young Americans, Xiao Peng sat back down and saw the beautiful woman glaring at him angrily. You need to apologize to me. She wasn't stupid, she knew Xiao Peng had mistaken her for a honey trap. What could Xiao Peng say? He could only apologize to the woman. I'm so sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. Anyway, I want to thank you for paying bail for me and my friend. How much bail did you pay? I'll reimburse you in full. The woman, however, remained silent, still angry. Xiao Peng didn't know what to say either. Whatever. The two sat facing each other in silence. Are you playing some kind of silent game? A woman's voice suddenly came from beside them. Xiao Peng turned around and saw that another woman had joined them at some point. She looked to be in her 50s, wearing a semi-transparent white long-sleeved shirt and trousers. Her figure was remarkably well-maintained, with curves in all the right places. The ordinary white shirt, combined with her appropriate makeup, made her look incredibly sexy. Seeing Xiao Peng looking at her, the woman generously extended her hand and said, Elizabeth Vihara, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao, the legendary Dancing with Sharks. Ms. Vihara, hello, Xiao Peng replied, bewildered, shaking her hand. This woman clearly knew the beautiful woman sitting opposite her. The two didn't exchange greetings. Just call me Elizabeth. Elizabeth Farah pulled out a chair and sat down next to Xiao Peng quite naturally. I really can't believe anyone in this world could forget Connie's beauty. Connie? Xiao Peng was taken aback, then pointed to the tall, beautiful woman opposite him, looking at Elizabeth with a puzzled expression. He didn't even know the woman's name. The girl named Connie snorted coldly at the sight. Elizabeth, on the other hand, was overjoyed. I swear to God, if I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed anyone who told me such a thing had happened. Hearing her words, Xiao Peng was somewhat unconvinced. This woman named Connie wasn't exactly a stunning beauty. Compared to other French women, she was just a bit bustier and had longer legs. Okay, Xiao Peng admitted, big breasts and long legs were the most attractive features of a woman to him. Even when he was drunk yesterday, he managed to stick to his aesthetic sense. Thinking about it, Xiao Peng wanted to give himself a thumbs up. This incident also reveals a significant difference in aesthetic standards between the East and the West. Judging from Elizabeth's tone, this woman named Connie is indeed breathtakingly beautiful here. But looking at her myself, she is also breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Peng wanted to despise himself. He'd already had sex with her, and now he was complaining about her? Was that even human? How much did you two pay to bail me and my friend out yesterday? I'll give you the money first, Xiao Peng said. I don't know you two, but I think you're doing this because you need something from me. Let's get straight to the point. That's not my style. Elizabeth laughed. Very well, I don't like beating around the bush either. Let's get straight to the point. Mr. Xiao, to be honest, I'm actually a director and actress. We came to Marseille for you, we hope you'll star in my next film. Xiao Peng looked at Elizabeth with surprise. Was this an invitation to join the entertainment industry? But he wasn't stupid, he immediately realized the problem. Is it because of Nightingale? Elizabeth laughed, of course. After seeing the news reports, I decided I absolutely had to find you to make a film. The harmonious beauty between humanity and nature, and the visual impact of the great white shark, just thinking about it is exciting. Xiao Peng finally understood. Why make such a fuss over this? Xiao Peng said helplessly. You guys in the entertainment industry are all like this. Marlene is the same way, always wearing big sunglasses everywhere she goes, afraid of being recognized. But she's not that famous. Making such a simple thing so complicated. Marlene? Elizabeth was taken aback. Marlene Walter? Xiao Peng nodded. Of course it's her. I can tell you're all in the entertainment industry. So you know each other. Elizabeth replied, we know her, but she probably doesn't know us. Oh, Xiao Peng suddenly realized. The film industry is divided into first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier stars, so these two aren't really that high level. So Connie's hiding so well? Does she really think she's a big star? It's the same in China. There are often some second-rate celebrities who think too highly of themselves, going out with a bunch of bodyguards and acting more important than national leaders. But who even knows who they are? I have a question, Xiao Peng asked doubtfully. If you need Nightingale for the performance, I understand. But why are you asking me? I've never been involved in film and television acting. I know my place, I'm not cut out for this industry. Elizabeth nodded. Indeed, initially we only intended to discuss the Nightingale Shark's participation with you, but last night Connie insisted you participate. Xiao Peng felt a headache coming on at the mention of last night, but out of curiosity, he still asked, can I know why? Elizabeth smiled and said, for visual aesthetics, Asian men weren't originally in my casting choices. After all, racial differences mean Asian men tend to be smaller. The visual effect wouldn't be good. But last night, Connie told me that Asian men have amazing hardness and stamina. It's a unique experience. So I worked through the night to find an editor and wrote a script with you as the protagonist. Maybe it can open up new avenues for my future artistic creations. You can take a look at the script before you decide. She then took a document from her backpack and placed it on the table. Xiao Peng felt a little confused. Elizabeth, what did you say? What size, hardness, stamina? I hope I'm wrong, but these words are really too easy to misunderstand. Elizabeth replied, if you have any doubts, you'll understand after reading the script. For this film, you just need to play yourself. It's roughly about a mother and daughter who meet you on a trip to Marseille and go on vacation together at sea. Xiao Peng picked up the script on the table, glanced at it a few times, and then threw it back down like a bomb. His voice had changed. You want me to film an adult movie? Elizabeth laughed. Yes, to be honest, I'm surprised you didn't recognize Connie. This is Connie Carter, the most famous adult movie star in all of France. Her beauty isn't limited to adult films, she also starred in Malena. Don't you usually watch adult movies? Xiao Peng was a little embarrassed. If I said I hadn't, you'd think I was showing off, but I'm from China, where adult movies are illegal. Personally, I don't really like adult movies, I always feel they objectify and dominate women. Elizabeth shook her head, saying, no, how could you think like that? You need to understand, it's not because of adult films that people devalue women. Adult films aren't sex education films. Why doesn't anyone think that superheroes flying and diving in movies are real, but adult films are portrayed as reality? We've never asked people to imitate us, nor have we told others to do things our way. It's a kind of beauty, an art. Xiao Peng was speechless. After a long while, he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you. We Chinese are still relatively conservative. I can't accept what you're saying. Conservative? Aha. Connie Carter, standing to the side, looked disdainful. Your behavior last night didn't seem like what you described. Xiao Peng was a little embarrassed. He argued, I was drunk yesterday. Excuse my bluntness, but being drunk isn't a good excuse. Connie said dismissively. I think it's more like your true nature. Xiao Peng shrugged, unsure what to say. He changed the subject, saying, I never thought making an adult film required a script. Of course. Elizabeth said, how can you film without a script? You can't even make a film without a great script from the Writers Guild. You don't think we're like those low-class Japanese adult films, do you? A good story, beautiful visuals, that's true art. We have top-notch screenwriters, top-notch lighting, top-notch cinematographers, and top-notch actors. Xiao Peng looked at Elizabeth's serious face and didn't know what to say. Well, this conversation was going nowhere. He picked up his coffee, took a sip, and all he could think about was how to return their bail and leave. Mom, Earth is too dangerous, I want to go back to Mars. Seeing Xiao Peng remain silent, Elizabeth assumed he was considering it and quickly said, Xiao, are you worried about the cost? I could tell yesterday that you're quite financially well off, but I've discussed it with my company, and we're willing to pay 500,000 euros for your appearance with that shark named Nightingale. Believe me, that's more than a top-tier adult film actress's salary. Plus, we have experience filming underwater adult films, and our photography team is very professional. We're currently filming a new movie at Cape Ard, you can come and take a look. Xiao Peng was taken aback. Where? Cape Ard, Elizabeth repeated. Xiao Peng blinked. What was that saying? What you seek is often found without effort. He could check out the Cousteau family's archives. When Fabian learned that Xiao Peng was going to Cape Ard, he was completely bewildered. What was going on? Weren't you going to see the mysterious person who bailed them out? Why are you suddenly going to Cape Ard? Do you have a female companion with you? But no matter how he asked, Xiao Peng wouldn't say why. Xiao Peng couldn't tell Fabian the truth either. Should he tell them that he'd been approached by an adult film director and invited to star in an adult film? He felt that this would become a lifelong laughingstock. It wasn't about professional discrimination, frankly. Would a man refuse a chance to have a relationship with a mature woman like Kang Lishi? Most men would choose not to refuse unless they were going to marry her. But it was best to keep it a secret, like sneaking into a village without firing a shot. Cape Ard is located in Montpellier, Hérault Department, France. Hérault Department borders Provence Department, where Marseille is located. That sounds daunting. Going to Cape Ardeg requires crossing provincial borders? That must be incredibly far. But please don't compare France's administrative divisions to China's. The entire area of France is smaller than Sichuan province, yet it's divided into 22 regions, roughly equivalent to a Chinese province. The Hérault and Provence departments should be called the Hérault and Provence regions, respectively. France also has departments, but there are 96 departments in mainland France. In China, that's roughly equivalent to a county. So despite the fact that it's across provinces, Cape Ard is actually less than 150 kilometers from Marseille. Generally, the best way to get between these two places is by train, but Xiao Peng realized he made a fatal mistake. He seriously underestimated Connie Carter's fame in France. Even wearing large sunglasses, she was recognized by a man traveling in Marseille with his wife and children. He immediately abandoned his wife and children to take a photo with Connie Carter, and his wife's face turned green. That's right, his wife recognized Connie Carter too. And as this happened, more and more people surrounded her, and later Elizabeth was also recognized. After all, she directed and starred in many of her films. Connie and Elizabeth remained very calm. They were used to this kind of situation and even held fan meetings to give back to their fans. But Xiao Peng felt incredibly awkward. As a Chinese person, he really couldn't accept it. It was a matter of cultural difference. To minimize the awkwardness on the road, they decided to drive to Cape Ard. Xiao Peng's car only had 2 seats, not enough for 3 people. Elizabeth's Mini, on the other hand, could seat 3, but Xiao Peng really didn't want to ride with them, so both cars headed towards Cape Ardeg. In fact, Elizabeth had initially intended to ride in Xiao Peng's car, but he declined, saying, "You're old enough to be my mother. What if you try to touch me?" This wasn't just Xiao Peng's wild guess. Elizabeth had indeed made quite a few advances towards his lower body. It seemed Connie's assessment of Xiao Peng had piqued her curiosity. She had been urging him to definitely get the role in this film. The journey of over 100 kilometers took less than 2 hours, and Xiao Peng finally arrived at the mysterious Cape Ardeg. Cape Ardeg is a small town nestled in a valley, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on the other. All the buildings are standard European style, with orange roofs and yellow walls, giving it a somewhat idyllic, secluded feel. However, cars are not allowed in the town. Parking is only permitted in the parking lot outside. This parking lot is quite large, holding at least 100 cars, and you can see tourists of all skin colors arriving or leaving. Ahead of the parking lot, on the roadside, is a huge road sign depicting the silhouettes of a nude man and woman dancing, followed by the words nudity. Xiao Peng parked his car and rubbed his face, feeling a bit helpless at the thought of being completely naked. He needed to muster some courage. Damn, so what if I'm naked? People come and go naked. Don't be afraid. Xiao Peng reassured himself, but then he looked up and saw a middle-aged white man staring at him. "Nice car." The man waved in greeting. Xiao Peng smiled wryly. "Don't laugh at me, I just did the stupidest thing I've ever done. I only just realized that driving a convertible on the highway isn't a wise move." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Then this must be your first convertible. I made the same mistake when I got my first one. I'm Amore, are you Japanese?" Xiao Peng got out of the car and shook his hand, saying, "You can call me Xiao, I'm Chinese." Many Japanese live in France, so Xiao Peng was often mistaken for one. "Oh," Amore was taken aback. "I've seen many Asians here, but almost all of them are Japanese. There aren't many Chinese people here. Are you a tourist?" Xiao Peng instinctively wanted to say, "That's because the Japanese are shameless," but after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. After all, he was here too. He shook his head. "No, I lived in Marseille for over 2 years, but this is definitely my first time at Cape Ardeg." Amor chuckled. "I can tell I was just as reserved as you the first time I came, but now I come here at least several times a year. It's truly a wonderful place." Xiao Peng frowned slightly. "Aren't single men not allowed here?" Amor countered. "Does that mean I came alone?" Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out, "Darling, are these your new friends?" Xiao Peng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white woman leading 2 girls over. Amer introduced them. This is my wife, Jenny, and these are my daughters, Claire and Lisa. Twins? Xiao Peng was taken aback. The two girls looked about 16 or 17, and they looked almost identical. Amer laughed. I'm a lucky man, aren't I? God has given me such a wonderful gift. Xiao Peng wanted to tell him that these twin daughters were the result of his own efforts with his wife, and had nothing to do with God, but he dared not say it. He was afraid of getting a beating. Never mock someone else's beliefs, no matter what. Wait, did your daughters go in with you? Xiao Peng belatedly realized the problem. The parents and their two nearly adult daughters, all naked? Isn't that normal? Imor retorted. Xiao Peng really wanted to complain. How was this normal? As a Chinese person, he just couldn't accept it. But there were indeed many tourists here with their families. Xiao, is this your friend? At this moment, Elizabeth and Connie walked over together. Imor blinked. Xiao, you have good taste. Your wife and mother-in-law are both stunning beauties. Xiao Peng, I have a curse in my mouth, but I don't know if I should say it. The Amore family left the parking lot and went into the nudist camp, but Xiao Peng sat in the car, hesitant. He was considering whether it was worth running around naked just to look up information. Xiao, I've smoked half a pack of cigarettes. You still haven't made up your mind? Connie frowned. You weren't this shy yesterday. You seemed like the wildest person in the whole nightclub. Xiao Peng coughed twice. How many times have I told you? I was drunk yesterday. Should I get you a few more bottles of alcohol? Connie countered. Xiao Peng blinked. That's a good idea. Do you have any alcohol in your car? Connie scoffed. That's what the guy who just said he'd quit drinking dozens of times already said. Elizabeth walked over and said, Xiao, you can't be so old-fashioned. You've seen women's bodies before. This is a nudist camp, a very pure place. You can't look at this place with prejudice. Your heart is pure, so what you see is pure. Xiao Peng blinked again. He felt like he'd heard those words before. Upon reflection, this echoed a sentiment expressed by Lu Xun in his essay. That's all. The sight of white arms immediately conjures up images of nudity. The thought of nudity leads to images of genitals and sexual intercourse. Only on this level can the imagination of the Chinese reach such a profound level. Xiao Peng patted his face. I'm going all in. My heart is pure. Let's go. The entrance to the nudist camp was quite a distance from the parking lot, about a kilometer's walk. At the gate, security guards stood, their dark green berets making them look like French gendarmes. However, they were much more polite than the gendarmes. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now entered the Cape Ardeg nudist camp area. If you are not a nudist, please stop here. Xiao Peng really wanted to reply that he wasn't a nudist, but Elizabeth took a small, light purple notebook from her bag and handed it to the guard at the gate. The guard glanced at it, then returned the notebook to Elizabeth, pointing to a room nearby and indicating they could enter. Elizabeth, what's that? Xiao Peng asked curiously, pointing to the small notebook in Elizabeth's hand. Elizabeth explained, this is a membership card for the Cape Arden nudist camp. You need this to enter. Of course, as a member, you also have the right to bring others to experience it. They went to a room next door. Inside was an X-ray machine similar to those used in airport security. Xiao Peng put their bags in the X-ray machine for inspection. After confirming there were no dangerous items, the security personnel in the room handed them a blue card stamped with "security check passed." They then took this stamp to the cashier to buy tickets to enter the nudist camp. It was quite similar to a bathhouse in China. After buying a ticket, they received a numbered wristband to wear on their wrist. This was a symbol of entry, a pass, and also a voucher for spending money inside Cape Arden. Since everyone was naked, they couldn't carry cash, so all spending was recorded according to the number on the wristband, and the bill was settled upon departure. Besides the wristband, they also gave out a tourist rules booklet. Xiao Peng flipped through the first few pages. It was basically the rules and regulations of the place, such as no sex in public places, no harassing others, and if you bring pets, be sure to keep them under control and clean up their feces promptly. After entering the camp, Xiao Peng and his group were a little confused. Weren't they supposed to be completely naked? How come he was inside dressed? However, he didn't dwell on it for long. Not far from the entrance was a row of purple wooden huts. From a distance, they could see people walking out naked, old and young, men and women, tall and short, fat and thin, black and white. So that was the changing room. Thank goodness, the changing rooms are separated by gender. Xiao Peng carried his bag and entered the men's changing room. There was no one there at the moment, but when it came time to actually take off his clothes, he hesitated again. Sitting in the chair, Xiao Peng looked at the visitor guidelines in his hand. He opened it and continued reading. Newcomers should learn to open their hearts, take deep breaths, relax, let their bodies be naturally exposed, and treat other people's bodies with peace and naturalness. Xiao Peng smiled wryly. It wasn't that easy. He was incredibly nervous even taking off his clothes in the changing room. Damn it, he'd already done all the proper rituals, just one more tremor. So what if people saw him? It's not like he'd lose a piece of flesh. He'd just go for it. Xiao Peng gritted his teeth, stripped off his clothes, pants, and shoes, stuffed them into his backpack, and walked out of the changing room. Elizabeth and Connie were already waiting at the door. Seeing Xiao Peng emerge, Connie said, "I thought we'd have to wait a long time. I didn't expect you to be out so quickly." Elizabeth, however, looked Xiao Peng up and down. "Xiao, although I've seen your rescue video on TV and know you have a great physique, seeing you in person is even more awe-inspiring. You know what I think of when I see you? Michelangelo's David. You absolutely have to be involved in the filming of my next movie." Xiao Peng was incredibly embarrassed by Elizabeth's gaze and instinctively covered his groin with his hand, which only drew laughter from the people nearby. Everyone's expression was the same. "Hey kid, you're new here, aren't you?" Connie, being quite considerate, handed Xiao Peng a pair of sunglasses. "When you can't cover what you want to cover, just cover your face." Xiao Peng thought this made perfect sense. He took the sunglasses, put them on, and thought, "Damn, nobody knows me anyway, what's there to be afraid of?" He put on his sunglasses and discovered another advantage: they blocked his view. Here, staring around was considered impolite, but with sunglasses, he could look at whomever he wanted. Speaking of which, Connie's figure was really nice. How could he not remember her at all? This was truly a disgrace. And Elizabeth? Forget it, let's not look. Those breasts are obviously fake. I wonder how much silicone they've stuffed in. Connie and Elizabeth walked along the road towards the sea, while Xiao Peng was thinking about getting to the residential area as quickly as possible. Cape Ardeg is famous because it's a fully equipped, bare town. Besides the beach and pier, it's mostly residential areas, and the Cousteau family archives are located there. Elizabeth and Connie, seeing Xiao Peng's intentions, each took his arm and led him towards the beach. "Since you're here, you should enjoy life," Elizabeth said. "Don't you even know how to enjoy life? Are you German?" An old man happened to be passing by and, hearing Elizabeth's words, gave Xiao Peng a thumbs up. "Congratulations, you've married two excellent women." Xiao Peng, "I have another damn it to say, but I don't know if I should." It's not uncommon in France for Connie and Elizabeth to be mistaken for Xiao Peng's wives. France is the birthplace of the global women's rights movement, where even a negative comment about a woman can cause a huge uproar. Yet, despite this, France has one of the highest rates of polygamy in Europe. After all, it's Franciscan. Before 1993, immigrants to France who married multiple wives could have their wives from their home countries immigrate to France as relatives. In 1993, France enacted a policy stipulating that anyone with multiple wives must dissolve their marriages to remain in France. This nominally eliminated polygamy. However, in practice, it was largely ineffective. Polygamous families simply didn't need the marriage certificate, the entire family continued to live together. This was very common in Paris and Marseille. Xiao Peng's foreign appearance, coupled with his tan skin from years at sea, easily led people to mistake him for an immigrant from the Middle East or Africa, and it wouldn't be surprising if they assumed he was from a polygamous family. Xiao Peng coughed twice and said, "Connie, Elizabeth, I need to go to the residential area for something." Connie replied, "Of course we'll go to the residential area eventually, but now's not the time. Since it's your first time here, you should look around and get acquainted. Don't make excuses now that you're here." Xiao Peng looked helpless. It said that Chinese people have 4 laws of tolerance. We're already here, the person has died, it's the Lunar New Year, the children are still young. In reality, foreigners are pretty much the same. Since they've said that, what could he say? Fine, he'd follow along. Perhaps for privacy reasons, the landscaping at Cape Ardeg camp was excellent. The roads were built through dense forests. The three walked for a long time along the winding paths before finally reaching the end. There were several small wooden cabins, and many people were gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a tourist souvenir shop. After all, Cape Ardeg is a nudist camp, and it needs to make a profit. This is evident from the entrance fee and membership system. The souvenirs here are mainly wood carvings, stone carvings, and paintings, with some handmade trinkets as well. Like tourist attractions worldwide, the prices are shockingly high. The transaction process is simple. You hand the item you want to the salesperson and show them your wristband number. The salesperson then takes the item to the storage room, and you pay when you leave. Xiao Peng wasn't interested in the souvenirs, but he was drawn to the sound of musical instruments coming from the woods. "That sounds like a marimba, doesn't it?" Xiao Peng asked Connie. Connie was taken aback. Many people have never even heard of this instrument, yet you can identify it by sound. Xiao Peng explained, "I spent a few days on the ship with a young guy. He knows nothing about music, and all he talks about is this." Elizabeth said, "Since you're interested, let's go take a look." Following the sound of the music, the three walked to a clearing in the dense forest. Sure enough, someone was playing the marimba, and in the center of the clearing, a group of naked young men and women were dancing. Judging from their movements, they were professionals, likely staff from the camp. Xiao Peng didn't know what kind of dance it was, but it clearly had characteristics of African dance. The dancers wildly writhed their hips, their bodies swaying dramatically, exuding a wild beauty. Several high-difficulty tosses drew screams from nearby tourists. Elizabeth explained, "This is a traditional dance from the Sisla people living in Ghana, Africa. It's a dance that includes courtship messages. This marimba player is called Duba, he did the soundtrack for my last movie. Want to know more?" Really, no need," Xiao Peng shook his head. "I'm just showing off that I know about the marimba. I have no real appreciation for his playing skills." Before he finished speaking, a naked dancing girl approached him and tucked a flower into his left ear. Then she danced away. "What does this mean?" Xiao Peng asked, puzzled. "Elizabeth, you said this dance has a courtship function. Does that mean she's professing her love for me?" Connie, standing nearby, scoffed, "You wish. It just means you're welcome here, nothing more." Xiao Peng coughed twice. "Then why isn't anyone giving you flowers? That means I'm more popular than you." He realized he'd spoken too soon. Several dancing men swayed and danced in front of them, several flowers tucked into Connie and Elizabeth's right ears. Connie looked smug. "Looks like we're more popular than you, huh?" Xiao Peng scoffed. "TCH, they call themselves the birthplace of feminism, but now it seems they're nothing special. Even putting flowers in someone's ear is a matter of left for men and right for women. Disgusting." He turned and left the small square. The three of them arrived at the world-famous Cape Ardeg nudist beach. Although the beach wasn't very large, it had a long-standing name. The Dutch gave it a Westphalian name, Greeks. This was also the most crowded spot at the Cape Ardeg nudist camp. The beach was filled with all sorts of people. Xiao Peng saw the Imor family he'd seen in the parking lot earlier. They were all naked, playing beach volleyball. There was also an elderly couple playing cards naked, and many more people were frolicking in the sea, having water fights and playing water polo. Although Xiao Peng still wasn't used to this environment, he had to admit it looked incredibly harmonious and beautiful. Elizabeth said, "You see, many people misunderstand my work, even demonizing it. But the human body is the most beautiful work of art in the world. My job is simply to display it to the world. Look here, everyone is naked, there's no distinction between rich and poor, no concept of beauty or ugliness. There are old people, children, fat people, thin people, but no one needs to worry about whether their body is fit, slender, or smooth. Everyone just needs to bravely show themselves. This is true equality. You have such a good physique, you should bravely show it to everyone." Xiao Peng waved his hands frantically. "You're really dedicated. I wouldn't be making adult films if I wasn't desperate for money. The world is strange like that." When Xiao Peng was being chased by debt collectors back then, he would have done it even if it meant selling his kidneys, let alone making adult films. But back then, nobody wanted him. The saying "when the granary is full, people know etiquette" is truly accurate. Just then, Imor saw Xiao Peng and waved to him, saying, "Xiao, do you know how to play beach volleyball? Come play with me." "Are you kidding me?" Xiao Peng pointed to himself. "Have you ever heard of a diver who can't play beach volleyball?" Xiao Peng quickly walked towards Imor's family, wanting to escape Elizabeth first.